I believe that you all have a sense of pride in your heart. Perhaps it is a certain skill, a certain talent, or even an unforgettable glorious time. However, when everything you are proud of is easily surpassed by others, or even trampled into worthlessness, can you accept the feeling of loss and anger? My name is Lin Hao. I used to be the most dazzling person in Linjiang No. 1 high school. I was a high school student who was called a genius by everyone. For 3 years I have been firmly at the top of all the academic rankings, and no one can shake me. However, this is a new era of career change for all. When people awaken to combat professions, no matter how inconspicuous their profession is, they can possess earth-shaking power. Shatter mountains and rivers with one punch, and shatter bodies with a wave of the hand. This is the world of the strong. But what about me? I awakened a supporting profession with no offensive power: blacksmith. At first, I refused to admit defeat. I thought that even a support class could beat a combat class with wisdom and hard work. However, in every duel, I was mercilessly defeated. The halo of genius was mercilessly torn apart, and I fell from the peak to the bottom. Just when I almost gave up and was ready to accept a mediocre life, my cheat code arrived. My forging success rate was 100%. Moreover, every piece of equipment I forged could have additional top-level attributes and entries. At this moment, in the office, I was deep in thought, and suddenly said, "Teacher, I am just giving an analogy. If my forging can be 100% successful, can I surpass the combat profession?" Suchi-lan was slightly stunned when she heard this. She sighed and didn't want to hurt my self-esteem too much, so she said, "If you can really succeed in forging, then why are you competing with combat professions?" She paused, then added in a teasing tone, "When the time comes, as long as you show your abilities, everyone will gather around you. Those in combat professions will not only rush to serve you, but may even be willing to risk their lives for you." Hearing this, I was stunned, and suddenly a new idea ignited in my mind. Yes. If my forging can really be 100% successful, then do I still need to fight in the battlefield myself? I can definitely form an invincible army and let them fight for me. But soon I calmed down. Although this method is tempting, it requires huge investment of manpower and material resources, and the cost is too high. Suddenly, an inspiration flashed through my mind. Why should I fight alone? I can rely on the power of the country. I asked again seriously, "Teacher, if what I said is true, my forging is not only 100% successful, but also has special attributes and rare entries. Do you think the country will accept me?" After hearing this, Suchi-lan couldn't help but smile bitterly, wondering if I had fallen into delusion because of my successive failures. She comforted me in a gentle tone. "If you really have this ability, why not just accept it? The country will definitely compete to recruit you." She paused, a distant look in her eyes. "By then, I'm afraid all combat professions in Daxia will obey your orders. We may even be able to take this opportunity to retake the lands occupied by the demons." Speaking of this, Suchi-lan couldn't help but feel a little sad. With the lost land, perhaps this generation will hardly see any hope of revival. But I was deeply touched by her words. My eyes suddenly lit up, as if I had grasped a new direction. I said excitedly, "Teacher, do you have any equipment? Any equipment will do, right now, right now." "What are you doing?" Suchi-lan stared at my eyes that seemed to glow with excitement, her face full of confusion. "Teacher, I can strengthen my equipment 100% and add special entries," I said solemnly, word by word. "Lin Hao, are you kidding me again?" Suchi-lan was amused by my seriousness and shook her head helplessly. "The success rate of enhancement is so low, and special entries are ridiculously rare. Your idea is too fantastic." "Teacher, you know me. I never lie." I stared at her with my bright eyes and said in a firm tone. Suchi-lan was stunned. Yes, from childhood to adulthood, I was a legend in school, the top student in all subjects, a model student, and almost no one could find any fault with me. However, fate played a joke on me, and I awakened to a life profession of blacksmith. If it was an ordinary combat profession, I would have been able to easily enter the top academy. Thinking of this, her eyes gradually brightened. Maybe this child is really different. Suchi-lan hesitated for a moment, and finally took out a ring from her pocket and handed it to me. But when the ring was about to reach my palm, she pulled her hand back. "Forget it, let's try another piece of equipment." I knew what she was worried about. If I failed, the ring would be completely ruined. But I couldn't back down. Teacher, believe me. Meeting my gaze, she gritted her teeth slightly and finally handed over the ring. Are you really sure? The moment I took the ring, I quickly glanced at its properties. Paralysis ring, silver level, wear level, level 10, reinforcement +1, attack +10, magic +50, skill, paralysis. There is a 1% chance of paralyzing the target when attacking. The greater the level difference, the weaker the effect. Although the attributes are not amazing, the paralysis skill is definitely a magical skill in actual combat. No wonder the teacher cherishes it so much. No problem. I didn't say anything else. I put the ring directly into the forging space and took out some basic strengthening materials. After just a few seconds, a dazzling light flashed, and the strengthening was completed. When I picked up the ring again to check, even I was shocked by the result. Poison ring, gold level, wear level, level 10, reinforcement +2, attack +100, magic +500, skill, paralysis toxin. When attacking, there is a 2% chance of paralyzing and poisoning the target, reducing health by 2% per second. The greater the level gap, the weaker the effect. The attributes have increased tenfold. There is even a new percentage reduction effect. I was in shock, but Su Qilan tried to comfort me. Lin Hao, it's okay. It's not easy to succeed in the first enhancement. Teacher, I succeeded. I couldn't help but interrupt her. Don't worry too much about the result. She was stunned for a moment, then her eyes widened. What did you say? The enhancement was successful. I handed the ring to her. The moment she took the ring, she froze, with disbelief written all over her face. Is this really my paralysis ring? You didn't secretly replace it with another one? Her voice trembled as if she was dreaming. I smiled and didn't explain. After confirming the properties of the ring, she was completely excited and pulled me like a child. Let's go! Let's go see the principal. In the principal's office, Principal Shang was discussing the enrollment situation with several directors. He was in high spirits. This year, the school has admitted 3 new students with special professions, and the admission rate has steadily exceeded that of other schools. By the way, where is Lin Hao? Isn't he a top student in our school? Alas, he awakened as a blacksmith. A director sighed. Blacksmith? Principal Shang frowned slightly, with a hint of regret in his tone. What a pity! If it was a combat profession, our admission rate could be further improved. Before she could finish her words, the office door was suddenly pushed open by Su Qilan. Teacher Su, what are you doing? Principal Shang looked a little dissatisfied. But when Principal Shang saw her pulling me excitedly, he slowed down his tone. Are you here to fight for Lin Hao's admission quota? No. Su Qilan shook her head, her tone firm. Principal, this matter is far beyond your imagination. Go ahead. Principal Shang also felt that Lin Hao was a good candidate. It was normal for Teacher Su to be anxious, and he did not care about her kicking the door. We need to let them all go out for a while, Su Qilan said cautiously. The others were confused when they saw this. What was going on? Why did they have to avoid them? Principal Shang understood that Teacher Su was reluctant to ask for the admission quota, so he nodded and signaled others to leave. Su Qilan turned around, closed and locked the door, then looked through the window to see that there was no one outside and pulled the curtains again. But her actions made Principal Shang a little annoyed. Principal, this is top secret. Please activate the shielding device, Su Qilan said with a serious expression. Principal Shang shook his head helplessly and took out a spherical device with soft light from the cabinet. He pressed the switch lightly, and the gentle light waves instantly enveloped the entire office. Okay, can you tell me now? His voice was low but firm. Su Qilan nodded and turned to me. Lin Hao, tell the principal about your professional abilities. Upon hearing this, Principal Shang looked at me with a puzzled look. I sighed and reluctantly repeated my professional skills in detail. However, when I mentioned 100% enhancement success, his expression froze instantly, his body shook violently, and he almost jumped out of his chair. This ability, if true, it is simply a miracle of talent. Compared with my calmness and Su Qilan's composure, Principal Shang obviously understands the true value of this ability better. As the principal, he knew the border soldiers' desire for equipment enhancement. For those soldiers hovering on the line between life and death, every piece of top-level equipment was extremely valuable, and the low success rate of enhancement was a headache for countless people. Especially for high-level enhancements, once successful, the improvement in equipment performance is enough to change the situation of the battle. However, when I continued to add that I could also add special attributes to enhanced equipment, Principal Shang's face changed completely. Are you kidding? His voice trembled slightly. Principal, I can demonstrate it on the spot, I said firmly. Upon hearing this, Principal Shang took out a staff from his waist without hesitation and handed it to me. This was a weapon emitting a red glow, with flames dancing on the surface and clear inscriptions. It was obviously a priceless platinum-level equipment. You can enhance any equipment? He seemed a little hesitant. This is a platinum-grade staff. If it is destroyed, let me try. I took the staff and glanced at the information. Scepter of Blazing Flames / Platinum level, where level 25 reinforcement plus 6 attack plus 5 magic plus 1600 casting speed plus 36% skills. Fire Seed. Increase the damage of all fire attribute attacks and skills by 16%. The attributes of this equipment are extremely powerful, especially the fire skill, which is coveted by countless magicians. Do you need any reinforcement materials? The principal asked immediately when he saw me looking up at him. Yes, I explained, having run out of the materials I had used previously. Principal Shang silently took out several pieces of ores and high-level strengthening stones that emitted strange luster from the bag on his waist. Are these enough? That's enough. I took the materials, put the staff into the forging space, and silently chanted to strengthen it. Time passed by. This time the strengthening was slower than before, and it was still not completed after 10 minutes. Principal Shang's brows gradually knitted. What's going on? It's still in progress. I shook my head. Another 10 minutes passed, and a crisp prompt sound broke the silence. The strengthening was completed. I took out the staff from the forging space, but before I could check it, the principal snatched it away impatiently. When he looked down to see the properties clearly, his hands trembled violently, and he almost shouted. Hellfire Scepter / Diamond level, where level 25 reinforcement plus 7 attack plus 10 magic plus 2600 casting speed plus 72% skills. Hellfire Seed. All fire attribute attacks and skill damage increased by 26%, adding Hell characteristics. Ignore normal magic defense. The principal was completely stunned. Is this still his staff? After being strengthened, the damage increase was doubled, the attributes soared in all directions, and even a terrifying ignore ordinary magic defense effect was added. He turned on the communication device with trembling hands, only to find that the shielding equipment was still running. After hastily shutting down the shield, the principal called the academic affairs office. All teachers, gather in my office immediately. Notify the security department, the entire school is on alert. All students returned to the classroom, and the rest of the staff returned to their posts immediately. All of the school staff was mobilized at once. Students who were taking exams on the playground were quickly evacuated, the school gates were closed, and the protective magic circle was activated. When he returned to the office, Principal Shang's expression had completely changed. He had a kind smile on his face. Lin Hao, please show it again. I will record a video and send it to the Ministry of Education to help you apply for special support. Okay. I nodded in agreement. It seems that the path I chose is right. The teacher and the principal both attach great importance to it. But I don't know how the Ministry of Education will react. Half an hour later, a message reached the desk of the Deputy Minister of Education of Jiangnan Province. Afterwards, the entire Ministry of Education was in an uproar. In 1 hour, all bureau chiefs and above will come to my office for a meeting. No matter what the matter is, you must come. Anyone who dares not come will never be allowed to step into the door of the Ministry of Education again. Countless calls were quickly made, and an hour later, the Ministry of Education also activated the shielding equipment and fell into silence instantly. The atmosphere in the conference room of the Provincial Department of Education was solemn. The large space was almost full, and all senior leaders of Jiangnan province's education system were present. The scene was serious and solemn. "Who's not here yet?" Provincial Minister of Education He Shan said in a stern tone, scanning the audience. "Su Min is not back yet," the deputy minister replied in a low voice, with a hint of uneasiness in his tone. "Ha, him!" He Shan sneered, raising his brows slightly with disdain. "I've always been arrogant, but this time I missed something big." There are many factions within the education department, and the conflict between Su Min and He Shan is particularly obvious. It is common for people to ignore meeting notices and publicly oppose He Shan's decisions. However, what he was absent from this time was destined to be more than just an ordinary meeting. "Have you contacted the provincial capital?" He Shan turned to another vice minister. "Already notified." "Very good." He Shan nodded, and then announced in a deep voice. "Before the provincial governor arrives, let's discuss Lin Hao's matter first. Only after this agreement is signed can the meeting officially begin." The participants were all talking to each other, wondering why an agreement had to be signed for an internal meeting. Soon, the shielding device was opened, and an agreement with a mysterious glow was placed on the table. Everyone took a closer look and couldn't help but gasp. The agreement clearly stipulated that no one was allowed to leak the content of today's meeting, otherwise they would be punished by the holy devil. This kind of agreement was only used in national secrets. No one dared to disobey. The participants pressed their breath marks and signed. The agreement instantly turned into light mist and dissipated, leaving behind a mysterious silence. He Shan sneered, picked up the remote control, and said, "Since the agreement has been signed, let's watch this video first." The video content is simple but shocking. In the video, I stand confidently in front of the camera and briefly demonstrate my abilities: 100% success rate of enhancement, adding special entries and extra attributes, and enhancing a piece of equipment on the spot. After just half an hour of presentation, the conference room fell into silence. "Minister, is this true?" A deputy minister lowered his voice, his eyes full of disbelief. He Shan didn't say anything, he just took out 2 bracelets from the table and handed them over. The first bracelet is extremely ordinary, magic bracelet / black iron grade, where level 1, attack +1, magic +10. The second bracelet exudes a dim light, blinding bracelet / bronze level, where level 1, reinforcement +1, attack +1, magic +50, skill, blinding, darkness. All attacks have a 1% chance to blind the enemy. The greater the level difference, the weaker the effect. The contrast between the two properties is so obvious that it is shocking. "Is this enhanced by Lin Hao?" someone asked in a trembling voice. "That's right." He Shan nodded. "This is one of the 3 pieces of equipment he has enhanced. The improvement of each piece is a qualitative change." The whole place went wild. Lin Hao is only level 1. If this kind of enhanced ability is applied to the front line, how terrifying will the equipment's combat effectiveness be? Not to mention the front line, even with basic equipment, ordinary soldiers can turn the tables. He Shan listened quietly, and when the discussion paused, he spoke in a low voice. "Everyone, the focus now is not how to use his abilities, but how to protect him." Everyone immediately stood in awe and asked in unison, "Minister, please give us your instructions." Lin Hao still needs to grow. He is currently only level 1. It is obviously not appropriate to send him directly to the military, He Shan said slowly. "The best option is to let him enter St. Demon University." "St. Demon University?" Someone was surprised. They never accept students with professional backgrounds, especially the principal Shi Yamin. "Rules are meant to be changed," He Shan sneered. "Don't agree? I'll go and talk to him in person. If he dares to refuse, there are plenty of people willing to snatch him away." In the end, the resolution was passed unanimously. At the same time, in the office of the president of St. Demon University, the phone rang. Shi Yunmin was leisurely brewing tea, and his face gradually became serious after he picked up the phone. "Taking in a student who is a professional in life. I have to make special arrangements and meet all his reasonable requests?" "What? I have to give him my rebirth stone too? Why don't you go and rob him?" However, after hearing the supplement from the other end of the phone, he paused, then raised his eyebrows and smiled meaningfully. "Oh, the country will subsidize a rebirth stone? That's worth it." After hanging up the phone, he stroked his long beard and looked out the window with deep eyes. Interesting, how much potential does a student who even appeared in the Saint Demon Protocol have? After a moment, he smiled, with a fiery light flashing in his eyes. Perform well, little guy. I want to see what kind of storm you can stir up in Saint Demon University. The top officials of the Provincial Department of Education set off decisively and rushed to Beijing through a special channel. The sensitivity of this kind of news far exceeded the scope of telephone and electronic communication. In the end, they chose the most traditional but safest way, sending someone to personally deliver my detailed information to the central government. A few days later, the response from Beijing came. The leaders of the Provincial Department of Education finally breathed a sigh of relief. The superiors not only fully affirmed their suggestions, but also gave the most resolute support. My information was marked as National SSS Class Confidential, and then transferred to a secret underground base. In this unmarked room 46 floors underground, a bright red seal was heavily stamped, symbolizing the highest level of national confidentiality. My ability shocked half of the central leadership. But almost at the same time as the news reached the top, a blockade order was quickly issued, completely covering up my existence. I knew nothing about this. I only remember that a few hours after I demonstrated my abilities, Principal Shang told me solemnly, "The school has received clear instructions from the higher-ups. Tomorrow, a top university will come to pick you up in person." The next day, in Linjiang No. 1 Middle School, students were discussing the highlight of the day, the announcement of the recommended admission quota. In their minds, Suvi, a combat-oriented school, was undoubtedly the favorite. Suvi sat in the back of the classroom, flipping through the enrollment brochures of several top universities, his eyes fixed on the words Saint Demon University. This university, ranked among the top 3 in the country, was his dream goal. He knew that it was not impossible for him to pass the school entrance exam with his grades, but if he could get a direct admission, everything would be easy. "Suvi, are you free tonight?" A sweet voice interrupted his thoughts. Looking up, I saw Zhou Bixuan, the school belle of the class, with a shy face and eyes full of anticipation. The classroom suddenly became lively. "Zhou Bixuan? Wasn't she close to Lin Hao before? What is Lin Hao? A living profession, how can he compare with Brother Su?" Listening to the discussion, Suvi sneered and said indifferently, "No time, training tonight." Zhou Bixuan's expression changed from expectation to disappointment, but she still didn't give up. "Then, let's make an appointment when you are free." Suvi watched her leave, but his heart was full of disdain. He didn't take Zhou Bixuan seriously at all, and he was too lazy to compare her with a life professional, like Lin Hao. In his eyes, Lin Hao was just a joke. However, when he scanned the classroom, he found that Lin Hao's seat was empty. "Where is Lin Hao?" someone asked curiously. "I guess he's hiding?" someone mocked. "How dare a professional like him show up in such an occasion?" "Don't say that. Maybe we can rely on him to help us make equipment in the future," another person responded sarcastically, causing a burst of laughter. At this time, the head teacher Su Qilan walked into the classroom, knocked on the podium, and signaled everyone to be quiet. Her expression was full of unconcealed joy, and it was obvious that she had something important to announce. "Students, this year's school's recommended admission quota has been confirmed. Our Linjiang No. 1 Middle School has been qualified for admission to Saint Demon University for the first time." The whole class was shocked. Saint Demon University? One of the top 3 universities in the country? Oh my God! Everyone looked at Suvi at the same time. "Suvi, congratulations! Brother Su, don't forget us old classmates." Suvi stood up with a smug smile on his face. He thought he would have to try his best to pass the school entrance examination, but he didn't expect the good news of admission to the university to come so suddenly. However, Su Qilan's next words froze the air in the classroom. "Let's cheer for Lin Hao. He is the first student in the past 10 years to be admitted to Saint Demon University as an exception." Su Hui's smile froze on his face, his head buzzing. He stared at Su Qilan, his voice trembling. "Teacher Su, are you sure it's Lin Hao?" "Of course." Su Qilan nodded, with a tone of pride that was hard to conceal. "Lin Hao's ability is extremely outstanding, and his admission qualification was directly approved by the Provincial Department of Education." "Lin Hao?" Someone blurted out in disbelief. Isn't he a professional life worker? So what? Su Qilan said coldly. Life and work can also create miracles. Lin Hao has proved this with his actual actions. Impossible! Suvi stood up suddenly, his face flushed. This is impossible! There must be something fishy going on. I'm the first, how could he be so sure? Su Qilan looked at him coldly. Lin Hao's recommendation was specially approved by the Provincial Department of Education. If you have any questions, you can go to the provincial government to ask. Suvi slumped back in his seat, his eyes full of resentment. He knew that being the number one in school could not change the provincial decision at all. With his fists clenched and his nails piercing into his palms, Su Hui murmured in a low voice. Lin Hao, I will definitely catch up with you and see why you can stand in front of me. When Su Hui returned home, the resentment in his heart surged up like a raging fire. He stared at the brand new magic wooden man like a cheetah staring at its prey, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. His anger turned into heavy punches, which he smashed into the wooden man frantically. Every blow was filled with resentment, as if the wooden man would be smashed to pieces in the next second. Lin Hao, what shameful means did you use? One day, I will let you know that the real rules of this world are determined by strength. He muttered to himself, with a cold light in his eyes. He had already attributed Lin Hao's success to the relationship and background behind him, and sneered at it. Humph, you're just a professional. Sooner or later, I will trample you under my feet. Su Hui gritted his teeth and suddenly clenched his fist in the air. Just as he was about to throw another punch, the door to the training room was gently pushed open. Dad? Su Hui was stunned and stopped. He looked towards the door, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Standing at the door was a middle-aged man with a tall figure and a smile on his face. It was Su Jianyong, his father, the director of the Municipal Education Bureau. This man, who was usually busy with socializing and rarely went home, actually showed up at home on his own initiative, which made Su Hui a little puzzled. Son, how did you do in the exams these days? There was a rare concern in Su Jianyong's tone, and even a hint of warmth in his eyes. Just barely, Su Hui answered casually. Number 1 in the school. Number 1 in the whole school. Su Jianyong was stunned for a moment, then he smiled proudly. As expected of my son. He got first place so easily. He changed the subject and frowned slightly, as if thinking of something. But I heard that your school recently produced a genius, and the Provincial Education Bureau was alarmed. Isn't it you? Genius? Su Hui frowned and said in a cold voice. Dad, who told you that? I'm the top student in the school, who else can be a genius? Lin Hao. Su Jianyong said a name. Hearing these two words, Su Hui's face instantly turned gloomy. Lin Hao? Is he worthy? Su Hui snorted. Dad, you are mistaken, right? He is just a blacksmith who has awakened his life profession. Blacksmith? Su Jianyong was stunned for a moment, obviously a little bit unbelieving. But he was actually selected by the Provincial Education Bureau to be admitted to St. Demon University. That is the top university in the country, and even professionals in the living profession rarely make exceptions to be admitted. How could he be admitted just by his background? Humph, who knows what crooked ways he has behind the scenes? Suvi said with disdain. I don't need to take this path. I will use my strength to enter St. Demon University. Su Jianyong frowned slightly, and after a moment of silence he said earnestly. Son, sometimes strength is not the only bargaining chip. Don't always think about competing with Lin Hao. Building a good relationship is the long-term plan. If he can really stand in a higher position in the future, he can also be a great help to you. I don't need to please him. Su Hui nodded casually, but his heart was full of disdain. Sooner or later, I will let everyone see who is the real genius. Okay, don't be angry. Su Jianyong patted his shoulder and said in a relaxed tone. By the way, I heard that you are short of equipment recently? I bought you a set of gold-level equipment as a gift to celebrate your first place in the school. You still want me to make you proud. Su Hui rolled his eyes, but the corners of his mouth inadvertently rose slightly. At the same time, at Su Qilan's home, several special agents from the Provincial Security Bureau were sitting in the living room, staring at a ring in her hand with serious eyes. This attribute. One of them looked at the data on the ring's panel, took a breath, and looked at his colleague with an increasingly serious expression. Is there any problem? Su Qilan asked puzzledly. The special envoy did not give a direct answer, but took out a document and handed it to her. Please sign this confidentiality agreement. From today on, any information about this ring and Lin Hao must not be disclosed to the outside world. Is this so serious? Su Qilan was shocked by their attitude, but still nodded and signed. By the way, another special envoy asked in a serious tone, what is your relationship with Lin Hao? He is my student, Su Qilan replied. What's wrong? The special envoy did not say much, but only asked her to temporarily hand over the ring and promised that the state would give corresponding compensation. The next day, I received a notice from Principal Shang asking me to gather at the entrance of the copy in Linjiang City. Standing in the bustling crowd, watching the adventurers coming and going, I was filled with questions. Is the principal really going to take me to the dungeon? The dungeon level in Linjiang City is not high, suitable for adventurers below level 30. I know that Principal Shang's level should be between level 25 and 29, and he is definitely a veteran in suppressing levels and leading dungeons. Just as I was daydreaming, a familiar figure quietly appeared in my sight. Teacher Su? Why are you here? I looked at Su Qilan, who was standing at the door of the copy, with a puzzled look on my face. Her eyes were filled with excitement, and her usual calmness and seriousness were now covered up, replaced by an unprecedented fighting spirit. Of course I'll help you level up. Her eyes were fixed on the door of the dungeon, and her voice was filled with a hint of excitement. Since she became a teacher, she has not set foot in the dungeon for a long time. On the one hand, she is busy with work, but more importantly, she has already reached a bottleneck, and it seems meaningless to take risks again. After all, the copy is not a game, but a real battlefield of life and death. No matter how many strategies are prepared, risks are inevitable. Death is the shadow that all adventurers can never get rid of. Those who are not completely sure will almost always choose to avoid it. However, she is different today. I looked at Teacher Su carefully, and I couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Today, she is no longer the head teacher who always wears professional clothes and has a serious expression, but a warrior wearing gorgeous and smart professional equipment and looking heroic. Teacher, this set of equipment doesn't look simple? I couldn't help but ask. Su Qilan smiled slightly, with a hint of pride in her eyes. Thanks to you, this is a reward from above. It turned out that when the Secret Service contacted her that day, they originally only intended to give her a piece of equipment as a reward. But when they saw the properties of my enhanced paralysis ring, they immediately changed their minds. Not only did they directly give her a whole set of gold-level equipment, they also entrusted her to help me upgrade to level 10. A complete set of gold-level equipment. She stroked the Tang sword in her hand, her tone more playful. It can be considered as a reward for special treatment. I was stunned for a moment, then I laughed. It's much more fun to have someone familiar to help me level up, much better than teaming up with strangers. 5 hours later. Deep in the dense forest of the Wolfpack dungeon, the Tang horizontal sword in Su Qilan's hand flashed with cold light, and accurately pierced the neck of an iron-backed wolf. The wolf's howl stopped abruptly, and it fell to the ground with a bang as blood spurted out. I stood aside, holding my nose, and looked at the wolf corpses piled up on the ground. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, and my stomach churned. I didn't expect the copy to feel like this, I murmured. Although I have heard many rumors about the dungeon, I found out after experiencing it myself that it is far from as simple as killing monsters and leveling up, but a real battlefield full of danger and blood. This level 10 Wolfpack dungeon may seem like an ordinary forest scene, but it is full of hidden dangers. The ironback wolves not only move in groups, but can also evade and counterattack flexibly, and even struggle endlessly when they are on the verge of death. Teacher, you are so skilled in killing, you don't look like a civilian at all. I couldn't help but tease. She smiled and wiped the blood off the knife. I am an ancient swordsman, a rare profession. I am good at increasing the damage and reaction speed of the knife, but it is very demanding on the body. My family doesn't allow me to go to the battlefield anymore, so I stopped after level 15. Rare profession? I was amazed. It turned out that my teacher had such an extraordinary background. In comparison, I looked a bit inferior. After 5 hours of intense fighting, I only managed to advance from level 1 to level 3, and it was only thanks to her strong leadership that I was able to barely keep up. Upgrading is much harder than I thought. I sighed. Don't be discouraged. Su Qilan comforted her. Your talent is destined to be extraordinary, and your future achievements will not be inferior to anyone else. Then she patted my shoulder and said firmly, Let's stop here for today and continue tomorrow. When you reach level 10, I will send you to Saint Demon University. Don't worry, the teacher is here, you will be fine. Listening to her words, my heart was overwhelmed with gratitude. For the next 7 days, I spent almost every day in the dungeon. Under her guidance, I steadily advanced from level 3 to level 9, and gained a lot of experience points every time I cleared a dungeon. Finally, one day, I looked at the flashing numbers on the panel and realized I was just one bit of experience away from reaching level 10. Lin Hao, level 9, experience, 562/1000, HP, 900, skills, strengthening, forging, special attribute, God level forging. I clenched my fists, full of anticipation. Tomorrow, I will reach level 10. I wonder what kind of changes will come. A day's battle finally ended. Teacher Su and I stood at the exit of the copy. Our fingertips lightly touched the exit button, and the scene in front of us changed instantly. The system settlement interface popped up. Congratulations, Lin Hao, Su Qilan, for completing the Wolf Pack dungeon. Overall evaluation, D level, not the first time to clear the dungeon, no rewards, hint, there seems to be something hidden among the wolves. A white light flashed, and Teacher Su and I were teleported back to the dungeon hall. The hall was magnificent, with countless whirlpools swirling around the dome, as if connected to an endless alien world. After each adventurer selected a dungeon, they would be transformed into a beam of light and teleported into those mysterious whirlpools. The hall was sparsely populated, mostly newbies like me who had just awakened their professions and were struggling to level up. Just after taking a few steps, a familiar voice came from not far away. Boss, my armor was broken yesterday. A muscular soldier was arguing with someone. I lost 100,000 yuan on that armor. The person on the other side responded coldly. Stop talking nonsense, don't you just want to raise the price? The market price of silver level armor is at most 10,000, and you still want to extort money from me? I looked up and saw that the young man who responded coldly was my acquaintance Suvi. He noticed me, his eyes fixed slightly, and his brows furrowed slightly. Lin Hao? Teacher Su? Teacher Su chuckled, put away his long sword, and casually greeted him. Student Su, are you here to upgrade as well? Suvi nodded, but his eyes flickered between me and Teacher Su, as if he was full of doubts. Teacher, why are you here? I'm helping Lin Hao level up, Teacher Su said as a matter of course. He's the first student in our class to be admitted to Saint Demon University. It's only natural that we allocate more resources to him. Su Hui's face darkened instantly, and 2 words flashed through his mind, unfair. Teachers help students level up. Isn't this a prohibited behavior? Why can Lin Hao enjoy such special treatment? He finally couldn't help but ask. Teacher Su, is this compliant? Teacher Su smiled calmly. You don't have to worry too much about things that the policy allows. Then she said to me, Lin Hao, you did a good job today. Continue tomorrow. At this rate, you should be able to reach level 10. Level 10? Su Hui's pupils shrank suddenly when he heard that. He had worked hard for a week, spent 100,000 yuan, hired a level 15 power leveler, and only just reached level 4. Why? He stared at me angrily, but I just nodded to him calmly and turned away. In Su Hui's eyes, this calmness was undoubtedly naked contempt. Lin Hao, why? Su Hui clenched his fists. Jealousy and anger surged into his heart like a tide. He quickly took out his phone and dialed the reporting hotline. Hello, I want to report someone who violated the rules by bringing someone up. The names are Lin Hao and Su Qilan. After hanging up the phone, he sneered. Lin Hao, I want you to know that this kind of taking advantage will cost you a price. However, his phone soon rang. The system's feedback made his face change suddenly. Thank you for your report. After verification, Lin Hao and Su Qilan's copying behavior complies with the special policy of the Ministry of Education and is legal and compliant. Thank you for your feedback. Please rate our service. Seeing this message, Suvi's face turned pale and he almost dropped his phone to the ground. He gritted his teeth and growled, "Lin Hao, I won't just let it go." I was unaware of these twists and turns. When I got home, I saw a familiar pair of shoes at the door, which made me feel relieved. Pushing open the door, a playful figure was busy in the kitchen. "Brother, you're back?" Lin Hao turned around and smiled at me. "I thought you weren't coming back, so I cooked a bowl of noodles. Do you want some extra?" Looking at her familiar smile, the fatigue and tension brought by the copy were instantly swept away. This week's dungeon missions were like walking on a knife's edge every day. The death notices in the adventure hall reminded me again and again that life and death are often just a thought away. My sister's figure was like a ray of sunshine, which instantly pulled back my heavy nerves and made me feel the warmth of reality again. "By the way, Shaoan, what is your awakened profession?" I suddenly remembered that my sister also awakened a profession last week. Lin Hao turned around with a bit of pride on his face. "Brother, you finally asked? I awakened a rare combat profession, Weapon Master." My heart suddenly shook. Weapon Master? This is an extremely rare profession, but it doesn't seem like a profession that a cute little girl like my sister Lin Hao would awaken. The image of Teacher Su's quiet appearance flashed through my mind, but he awakened the domineering profession of ancient swordsman. I feel more and more confused about the awakening rules of this world. My sister has awakened a rare profession. Logically, I should be happy, but when I think of the experience in the dungeon, my smile gradually solidifies. If I didn't have my god-level blacksmith talent, I might not even be qualified to protect my sister. The brighter her talent, the more brilliant her future may be, but it also means that greater dangers await her. The cruelty of the battlefield, even though I have never experienced it myself, I can get a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg from the rules of this world and past rumors. The monsters in the dungeon are terrifying enough, not to mention the ever-changing life and death situations on the battlefield. "Brother, did you hear that? Weapon Master!" Lin Hao's voice interrupted my thoughts. She said excitedly, with a smile as bright as the sun, "My skill actually says that all weapons have extra damage. The more weapons I equip, the stronger I will be. And I can control more weapons, and the proficiency of all weapons will be doubled." She paused, her eyes gleaming with longing. "Maybe I also have a chance to be admitted to Saint Demon University." Looking at her excitement, an idea suddenly popped into my mind. Maybe I can't stop her from going to the battlefield in the future, but I can use my forging talent to create the strongest weapon for her, and give her more self-defense capabilities. "And then guess what profession I awakened to?" I gave a mysterious smile. "What profession?" Lin Hao was stunned and stared at me curiously. "It can't be a rubbish profession, right?" I pretended to be mysterious and did not give a direct answer, but secretly made up my mind, no matter what, I would use my abilities to build the most solid shield for her future. At the same time, an emergency meeting was being held within the Provincial Department of Education. In the conference room, Hishanshuan activated the shielding device and said in a serious tone, "Today's topic is still about the protection measures for Lin Hao." "Protection measures?" An officer frowned and asked. "He has been secretly protected by more than a dozen combat professionals above level 30. In Linjiang City, this is already the highest level of security. Yes, when he arrives in Tianhai City, there will be strong people above level 60 to take over. If you are not afraid of disturbing him, it will not be too much to directly arrange a personal bodyguard." Another person nodded in agreement. "But take a look at this information." Hishanshuan handed out a document. When everyone opened the document, expressions of shock gradually appeared on their faces. File title: Record of rewards for first pass of level 30 to 60 Witchcraft Dungeon in Nanyang Province. "The Wugu Dungeon?" someone asked in confusion. "Hasn't it been conquered yet? I remember that we were fighting with Anan for the ownership of this dungeon." "Yes, the importance of the antidote, a specialty of the Wugu Dungeon, to the border battle is self-evident." Hishanshuan nodded. "However, look at the paragraph mentioned in the document. One of the key equipment for completing the first pass is the paralysis ring strengthened by Lin Hao." Everyone looked down at the same time. The text in the file clearly read, "Paralysis ring, gold level, skill, paralysis toxin. Each attack has a 2% chance of causing paralysis and percentage loss of health. Percentage HP reduction. In the hands of a high attack speed professional, This ring directly becomes the key to killing the dungeon boss. The military has officially notified us and asked us to comprehensively upgrade the protection measures for Lin Hao, He Shanshuan said seriously. At the same time, they hope to further understand Lin Hao's enhancement capabilities, especially the process of making this ring. As he spoke, he took out a ring, and then with a wave of his hand, a row of equipment was placed on the table. Gold, platinum, diamond, and even a piece of legendary armor. The moment the legendary equipment appeared, there was a sudden silence in the conference room. Everyone's eyes were focused on the armor, revealing an unconcealable desire. In the equipment level system, legendary equipment is almost the top equipment that the country can currently produce. As for artifacts, although they have heard of legends, even their positions have never seen their true appearance. Have you taken out the legendary equipment? This is the country's top resource. Someone couldn't help but exclaimed. If the enhancement fails, the consequences will be disastrous. He Shanshuan's face was calm as he pointed at the equipment on the table. This is exactly why Lin Hao's ability deserves attention. His enhancement not only has a very high success rate, but can also give equipment extremely rare properties. The military believes that his ability may be a potential turning point in the war. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became tense. Everyone realized that behind the name Lin Hao, there was no longer just an ordinary student, but the center of a secret and far-reaching game. It's just a legendary equipment. If it's destroyed, it's destroyed. A tall warrior in the conference room said proudly. Don't forget that Lin Hao's enhanced poison ring helped our team win the first pass of that key dungeon. Not to mention that the first pass reward also included a legendary equipment. As soon as the words fell, the originally noisy conference room suddenly became quiet, and everyone's faces were filled with shock and disbelief. With one piece of equipment, we not only cleared the dungeon for the first time, but also got a legendary equipment in return? This is too exaggerated. Someone sighed in a low voice. But a few people who had calmed down immediately expressed different opinions. If it weren't for that combat profession with an attack speed comparable to that of a machine gun who resisted damage throughout the whole process and cooperated seamlessly with the team, we would not be able to win at all. But the most crucial thing is Lin Hao's ring. Without the poison effect to provide continuous damage, it is impossible to clear this dungeon. Someone insisted on his own opinion, and everyone nodded again, convinced of Lin Hao's forging ability. I heard that when he strengthened his equipment, he only used ordinary strengthening stones and ordinary materials, someone asked in a low voice. That's right, so this time we plan to take out a whole set of top-level reinforcement materials for Lin Hao to choose from, and the rest will be a thank you for his hard work. On the other side, my sister Lin Anan pulled me aside and asked curiously, Brother, what profession did you awaken? I answered casually, Forger. Forger? Lin Anan was shocked. Are you kidding me? She obviously didn't have a good impression of the blacksmith. In this world where the strong are respected, a blacksmith's livelihood profession can't be compared with a combat profession. However, I looked relaxed and even smiled with satisfaction. Lin Anan sighed. Forget it, luckily I have awakened a special combat profession, I will protect you from now on. I rolled my eyes helplessly. On the contrary, Tian Gang, do I still need your protection? Even if you have a special profession, my profession is not an ordinary blacksmith. To prove myself, I briefly explained my abilities, trying to make her understand that I no longer needed her protection. But she looked skeptical. Is this very strong? Not strong. I was stunned. You know, even the country has formulated special protection policies for my ability. Can you fight? She asked, leaving me speechless. No, I answered through gritted teeth. Lin Anan touched my head and smiled like a little fox. So, brother, just follow me and I will make sure you reach level 10. I think you haven't been beaten for 3 days. I was so angry that I picked up this small weapons master, who was still at level 1 and gave him a severe education. Although it was fun to tease my sister, her words also hit home for me. Yes, no matter how powerful I am, I can't fight directly. But can life professions really not fight? I secretly clenched my fists. As long as I advance to level 10 and strengthen a complete set of heaven-defying equipment, the life profession can also make up for the gap between the combat profession. The next day, after the dungeon trial ended, I finally reached level 10. The information on the panel clearly displayed: Lin Hao, level 10, 1000/1000, to be advanced, profession, blacksmith, health, 1000, attack power, 50, attack speed 1, movement speed 1, energy, 1000. Skills, strengthening, forging, special attributes, God level forging, all equipment you strengthen and forge will be successful, and will provide additional attributes and additional entries, with a chance to increase the equipment level, and a chance to obtain special attributes and special entries. Although the entry did not change much, there was a new, to be advanced, prompt after the level. This indicated that I was about to enter a higher level of forger. There are multiple branches for each profession's advancement, and forgers are no exception. For example, you can choose to focus on equipment forgers, specializing in forging enhanced equipment, or you can become a weapon forger, focusing on forging enhanced weapons. In fact, as long as the blacksmith profession is awakened, both equipment and weapons can be strengthened and forged. However, after the blacksmith is advanced, he will have a unique advantage: the ability to add additional entries to the forged items. For example, if you choose a weapon forger, you can add additional attributes when forging or strengthening weapons. However, if you use it to forge equipment, the effect is no different from that of a normal forger. More importantly, the professional feature of the blacksmith lies in blueprints. At each advancement node, that is, every 10 levels, the forger will randomly obtain a set of blueprints for forging equipment or weapons. The level of these blueprints is completely random, which may be ordinary black iron blueprints or rare king blueprints. Because of this, betting on blueprints has become another way for many blacksmiths to make money. As long as they meet the advanced conditions, they will try to obtain a high-level blueprint. Of course, the quality of the blueprint usually increases with the blacksmith's level. As for the legendary blueprints, or even the legendary artifact blueprints, I have only heard of them but never seen them. Perhaps they only exist in rumors. Now Lin Hao has reached level 10. He is full of anticipation and can't wait to know what his first blueprint will be. Teacher Su looked at me with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. You have reached level 10 in 10 days. This is the speed at which a family member is trained by his elders. Your progress is amazing. Then Teacher Su smiled and said, Let's go and see the principal. Now that you have reached level 10, it's time to prepare to go to the Holy Demon Academy. In addition, the principal should have arranged the materials needed for advancement. I nodded to show that I understood. The advancement of a forger requires not only reaching the required level, but also mastering the relevant advanced knowledge. For the basic forger branch, equipment forger and weapon forger are the most common choices. But I have heard that there is a special high-level branch in the blacksmith profession, the magic pattern blacksmith. This type of professional advancement can add additional magic patterns to weapons and equipment, which is extremely powerful. However, this kind of knowledge is mostly found in large countries, such as Dacia and several other powerful countries. Small countries often have scarce resources and limited advancement options. I am fortunate to live in Dacia, which has a complete system of life and career advancement, providing unlimited possibilities for my future. With anticipation, I followed Teacher Su to the principal's office. Principal Shang had been waiting for a long time. When he saw me, he smiled with satisfaction. You have reached level 10 so soon? Thank you for your hard work, Lin. All the items you need for advancement have been prepared. Chapter 11. The Resurrection Stone is in hand, and the country is preparing for the job change direction. Principal Shang stroked the storage ring. He took out a pile of materials and equipment and placed them on the table. Lin Hao was shocked, because Principal Shang's storage equipment was the bag around his waist. How come it has turned into a ring now? Although the game has invaded reality, no one except the awakened ones of the space profession has the ability to store items. Only some props can be used for storage. Compared with bags, rings are more beautiful and convenient, and they also have storage functions. The price of a storage ring is dozens of times higher than that of a storage bag. Ordinary people simply can't afford it. Even Principal Shang, who used to only use a storage bag, now has enough money to buy a ring. Principal Shang looked at Lin Hao and coughed twice. This ring is thanks to classmate Lin. It was given to me as a special reward in recognition of the improvement in our school's educational level. And you have it too? Lin Hao was stunned. He has it too? The price of a storage ring is basically over 10 million, and increases with the size of the space. Principal Shang took out another exquisite ring from the storage ring. Everything that was allocated to you from above is here. The other materials are for you to advance, and some equipment is for you to use. Lin Hao was shocked. He picked up the ring and saw that there was a space the size of a basketball court inside. You have to know that even a cabinet-sized one out there would cost tens of millions, and one the size of a basketball court would probably cost hundreds of millions. The country is the atmosphere. Lin Hao also discovered that the entire space was empty, but there was an ancient stone in the corner. There was no smell on it, just like the gravel you could see on the roadside. Lin Hao took it out and looked at it, and was shocked again. Resurrection stones / consumables. Location anchor point, already located. User, not bound. Effect, when the carrier dies, he will be resurrected at the anchor point. Not effective against characters above God level. Mysterious origin, once appeared as a complete boulder, creating a dynasty. Withered empire. Lin Hao never thought that the country would have such powerful props. Directly revive, and even locate the anchor point, rather than revive on the spot. But this is normal if it is a prop for resurrection on the spot. Basically, as long as there is someone guarding your body, you can't defeat them in the first place, and if you come back to life you will be killed again, which is really useless. But Lin Hao didn't know the location of the resurrection anchor point. Anchor positioning has been activated above. Lin Hao thought that the country must have already located him, and as long as he was resurrected, he would definitely be in an absolutely safe place. Unless the whole country is destroyed. Of course, there would be no point in resurrecting myself. Thinking of this, Lin Hao no longer hesitated, gripped the stone tightly, and silently recited, "Bind." The user of the stone is bound to himself. There was no feeling at all. If Lin Hao hadn't seen the display on the panel, he would have thought that the stone was ineffective. But since it had already been used, Lin Hao threw the resurrection stone into the storage ring. Then look at the materials and equipment in front of you. He originally wanted to advance as quickly as possible. However, when he saw the equipment in front of him, he wanted to see what else the country had given him. Lin Hao directly picked up a hammer. Obviously, this is the country giving him corresponding equipment based on his ability as a blacksmith. Forging fire hammer / obsidian grade. Wear level 10. Strength +10. HP +1100. Attack +1100. Skills: Fire Forging Fire Hammer. Fire Forging. All forging and strengthening equipment increases the success rate by 11%, has a chance to add additional attributes, and reduces the consumption of forging and strengthening materials by 11%. Fire Hammer. When attacking, increase fire magic damage by 11% of HP. My hammer can only hit armor, whether it is on a forging table or on a person. Dwarf. Fuck! Even Lin Hao, who is usually calm, couldn't help but swear. It's just that the properties of this equipment are too abnormal. As a blacksmith, Lin Hao could probably tell that the original attributes of this thing should not be high. It's mainly the +10 enhancement that brings about a qualitative change in this hammer. Not only does it increase health points, it also directly generates an attack capability that is 11% of the health points, and it's a magic attack. Both physical and magical attacks are maxed out. This alone was not enough to make Lin Hao swear. The most important thing was that this weapon also gave Lin Hao an idea. Yes, when I played online games in my previous life, the most annoying thing was those who were both tanky and had strong output. The country gave itself such a weapon, obviously not expecting it to be exported. At most, it can save his life, especially the attribute that increases his health. But since there is such a weapon, can I output it? If I find other equipment that can increase my health, this weapon will become even more abnormal. However, Lin Hao also thought that this piece of equipment was only at the obsidian level. Maybe in the future I will not only get obsidian level equipment, but also king level and legendary level equipment. There are even artifact level equipment. Of course, this is probably because the country is taking special care of itself, mainly because the clothing level is only level 10. I am just level 10, and it is already great to be able to find an obsidian-level weapon at this level. Lin Hao looked at the other equipment again. Other equipment is much inferior. Sure enough, Lin Hao picked it up and checked it one by one, from the helmet to the shoes. A complete set of equipment, all diamond grade. After all, the wearable level can only reach level 10, diamond level is basically the highest, and obsidian level is hard to come by. Only after reaching level 30 can you basically reach gold level, or above. It is only at level 60 that you can get legendary equipment. However, the other attributes of these equipment are average, but they all increase health points. After the whole set, Lin Hao's health has reached a terrifying plus 7,500. Add to your original health value of 1,000. Now his health points are approaching 10,000. With attributes like these, people would believe him if he said he was a level 30 warrior. Even for those rich kids who have mines at home, it is considered good enough to be able to put together a set of diamond equipment when they reach level 10. Not to mention that all the attributes are built according to the profession, and are specially found to make up the health points. The whole set of equipment costs at least 10 billion. The country must have put a lot of thought into it to be able to find itself a set of equipment worth $1 billion in the early stages. Is this what it feels like to have the country behind you? Lin Hao even felt that it was too much. Shaking his head, Lin Hao didn't think any more about it. After all, the country gave it to him, so he would just use it. In the future, what he would bring to Daxia would be much more than this. Then he looked at his advanced materials. The forger's book. There were other materials he had never seen before. Lin Hao picked them up one by one and looked at the career change directions prepared for him by the country. Upon seeing it, he was shocked again. Chapter 12, Forger of the Withered Empire. Giant God Forger Advanced Knowledge. Forging experience from the Giant God clan. After learning, you will receive the blessing of the Giant God. The advancement of a blacksmith is basically to learn one direction. Once you choose a direction, it is not irreversible. Every 10 levels you can learn a type of advanced knowledge, but the advanced knowledge learned needs to be increased at each stage. In other words, if you choose the Giant God advancement at level 10, and then learn other advancements at level 20, it is very likely that both types of advanced knowledge can only exist in the first stage. However, the advanced knowledge given to the Giant God blacksmiths by the state means that they have subsequent advanced knowledge. Sure enough, in the appendix of advanced knowledge, it was written that the country possessed the advanced knowledge of Giant God blacksmiths reaching level 70. As for those after level 70, there are none. After all, the strongest professional in Daxia is only at level 70 now. After I reach level 70, I will probably have to look for advanced knowledge on my own. Of course, the country didn't just give me advanced knowledge. There are 3 more books of advanced knowledge on the desk. Lin Hao picked them up and examined them one by one. Dwarf Blacksmith Advanced Knowledge. Forging experience from the dwarves. After learning, you will gain the blessing of the dwarves. Dwarves can basically be said to be the most experienced blacksmiths. In fact, most blacksmiths will basically choose to be dwarves when they advance. It seems that there is no comparison between the dwarves and the giants. But in reality, most of the Titans' forgings are option-specific and will only produce a few effects. The dwarves are different. They forge too many weapons and equipment. They have experience forging and strengthening in various directions, so they have a large reserve of advanced knowledge. Just from the thickness of the 2 books, Lin Hao could tell the difference. In particular, it was written on the appendix of the Book of Advanced Knowledge of the Dwarfs. This advanced knowledge goes straight to level 99. In other words, the country actually possesses the 99th level advanced knowledge of the dwarves. Before level 100, you don't need to worry at all. However, Lin Hao still didn't want to choose this one. Then he looked at the other 2 books. Advanced Knowledge of Hell Demon Blacksmith. Forging experience from the Demon Clan. After learning, you will get the blessing of the Demon God of Hell. Is this something you can learn on your own? The country even gave him the advanced forging knowledge of the Hell Demon Clan? This is somewhat illegal. It was not until Lin Hao saw the instructions on the attached page that he understood why the country gave it to him. The advanced knowledge of the Hell Demon Clan is only at level 60. However, the blessing of the Demon God is specially mentioned. It says that basically, the advanced knowledge of hell demons of other professions will have extremely exaggerated bonuses after obtaining the blessing from the demon god. If Lin Hao chooses this option, he may be able to gain more powerful abilities. Based on this consideration, the country also gave it to itself. It was just to advance knowledge, and it wasn't about transforming oneself into a demon, so there was nothing special about it. With the addition of terrifying bonuses, you may be able to choose it. Just when Lin Hao was considering whether to choose the Hell Demon clan or the Giant God clan, he opened the 4th book of Advanced Knowledge. Advanced Knowledge of Withered Empire Blacksmith. All the forging experience from a blacksmith of the Withered Empire. After learning, you will get the blessing of this blacksmith. In fact, every book of advanced knowledge has inscriptions engraved on it. These are things that can only be absorbed after learning. The inscriptions on those books are all shining, including the advanced knowledge inscriptions of the dwarves, which all emit a fiery red light like lava. However, the inscription on the book by the blacksmith of the Withered Empire was very dim, and there seemed to be nothing unusual about it. But Lin Hao knew that since the country could bring this book of advanced knowledge to him, the content inside would definitely not be simple. Sure enough, when I opened the appendix, the country was also marked. As for the Withered Empire, Lin Hao simply knew that the resurrection stone came from this empire, or at least was related to it. However, the country has conducted a careful investigation and found that this empire is very powerful. At its peak, it even fought head-on with the most powerful races such as the demons and gods. All the things from the Withered Empire that have been passed down to this moment are basically abnormal level items. Including the resurrection stone, there are dozens of other items, all of which are national weapons. At this moment, in front of him was a book on the advancement of the Withered Empire Blacksmith. Finally, the country also commented on the only bad thing about this book, which is that there is no sequel to this book, and no one knows what they will gain after studying it. This is the only book. Even after learning, they only knew the experience left by one of the blacksmiths in the Withered Empire, and they didn't know which blacksmith it came from. The history of the Withered Empire can only be judged from a few words. Even the king did not leave his name, let alone an unknown blacksmith. Lin Hao can choose to study carefully. Seeing this, Lin Hao hesitated. This book seems to be very powerful. After all, the Withered Empire, a legendary empire, must have left behind something very powerful. Of course, if a book on forging techniques could be left behind, it would mean that the blacksmith's skills were not bad. But the problem is, there is only this one book, and there is no other advanced knowledge later. In other words, he needs to learn advanced knowledge from other forging groups later, so he will start a step slower, and even the content inside is not guaranteed. 4 choices were placed in front of Lin Hao. Lin Hao hesitated for a moment, and finally placed his hand on the advanced knowledge of the Withered Empire Blacksmith. I chose this. Principal Shang actually doesn't know the level of this advanced knowledge because he is not able to watch it at his level. After Lin Hao made his choice, he nodded and said, "Then study. The materials are all here." To learn advanced knowledge, it is not enough to just have one book, but also to use different materials, such as some magic stones and condiments. For example, when a combat profession learns to become a fire mage, one needs a fire magic stone to mobilize one's own fire element, and one also needs conditioning products to transform the blood to make oneself more familiar with fire magic. The same is true for Lin Hao. The advanced level is just the advanced materials marked above, which the country has collected for him. Lin Hao touched the book with one hand and used the materials with the other. Then an inscription flashed, and the whole room fell into darkness. Lin Hao seemed to see a figure from behind. He looked at himself and nodded silently. Lin Hao completed his advancement. Lin Hao, level 10, 1000/1000. Holy Forger. Health 1000. Attack power 50. Attack speed 1. Movement speed 1. Energy 500. Skills strengthening forging. Forging blueprint, Death Scythe. Enhancement. There is a chance to increase the enhancement level of an equipment by 1 or to dissolve it, and there is a chance to provide additional attributes. Forging. Using forging books and materials, there is a chance to forge a piece of equipment into shape or damage it, and there is a chance to provide attributes. Special attributes. God level forging, sacred forging. God level forging, all the equipment you strengthen and forge will be successful, and will provide additional attributes and additional entries. There is a chance to increase the equipment level and obtain special attributes and special entries. Holy forging, all equipment you strengthen and forge has a chance to receive a holy blessing. You are also cheating? From an unknown blacksmith. Lin Hao was shocked. Chapter 13. There are still hanging walls? Terrifying sacred forging. When Lin Hao had doubts, it was not him who had problems, but the blacksmith. When the two people from the darkness looked at each other, they seemed to be in the same space. And he was actually able to say a word on his panel. Although it disappeared in an instant, Lin Hao saw it for real. In other words, the other party had a conversation with me? Although it was just a simple sentence, it made Lin Hao even more speechless. This? How is it? Have the attributes increased? What's the difference? Principal Shang asked. He had also learned advanced knowledge, and it was basically that he suddenly had a lot of extra abilities in his head. Lin Hao also had the same feeling. His head was itchy, as if something was growing on it. But he soon got used to it. It was weapons and equipment forged by a blacksmith. But I am a little confused. Just thinking about which blacksmith has forged something, it seems that I have never heard of it before. I just think it's a bit outrageous. Dragon Hunter set, Protoss set, Demon set. This is something I can forge? Different from other people's job transfers. Lin Hao seemed to have absorbed all the forging experience from the blacksmith at once. Logically speaking, Lin Hao could not accept such high and powerful advanced knowledge. Because when a level 10 professional is learning, his various abilities have not yet reached the attributes of high-level abilities. So they can only learn part of it. But Lin Hao seemed to feel that he had learned all the blacksmith's knowledge in one go. But I thought of the simple words of the blacksmith. Lin Hao felt relieved. Nima, there won't be any more hanging on the wall. Lin Hao didn't know what the blacksmith looked like thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago. Since his advanced knowledge could be preserved until now, he must be a big loser. He looked back at his panel. Nothing else has changed. According to Principal Shang's experience, the panel attributes will change after learning advanced knowledge. But Lin Hao didn't, so he shook his head. Nothing has changed, just one more attribute has been added. What attribute? Principal Shang was puzzled. Just added one attribute? Holy forging. Lin Hao simply repeated the term. But this entry was very vague, and neither Principal Shang nor Teacher Su understood it. Principal Shang had no choice but to take out a piece of equipment and a strengthening stone. Try it, I'll record it and you'll know. Lin Hao picked up a long sword, which was an ordinary black iron grade long sword. Warrior's long sword / black iron grade. Wear level 1. Attack +5. Lin Hao picked it up and threw it into the forging space. The panel suddenly gave a prompt. The current item level is too low. Holy forging will consume a lot of energy. Do you want to start strengthening? Lin Hao frowned. A lot of energy? He remembered that when he strengthened himself before, his energy didn't change at all. Now you need energy? Lin Hao clicked, continue, out of curiosity. I saw my energy being emptied in an instant. The current energy can only maintain the effect of the sacred forging and cannot be completed. Whether to choose to release it immediately or continue to retain and strengthen it. This time, Lin Hao didn't click to continue. He just took out the experimental product. Demon Hunter Sword / Silver level. Wear level 1. Attack +50. Strength +1. Skill, Demon Hunting. Demon Hunter, causes 1% additional damage to demon creatures. Holy Forging Effect, Holy Demon Hunter. Holy Demon Hunter, damage caused to demon creatures will reduce their health by 10 points. Special effects of non-holy levels cannot be restored. Holding this long sword, Lin Hao himself felt terrified. What is continuous damage? Can it never be recovered? After roughly understanding it, he realized that, in other words, any monster hit by this sword would continue to lose health. And special effects of the same level as those of non-sacred levels can never be restored. The sacred level effect is probably similar to the staff that was enchanted on Principal Shang before. It requires the abilities of special attributes such as hell and sacredness to recover from the injury. If it is an ordinary monster, it will directly reduce the blood when it is encountered, and it will continue to reduce the blood until it dies. This sword can be said to be a powerful weapon against demonic creatures. What's even more exaggerated is that Lin Hao remembered the prompt on the panel. This is because his energy is insufficient, and he is unable to forge a complete sacred forging effect. How perverted would it be if it were complete? Just like that, after Lin Hao handed the demon hunter's sword to Principal Shang, he was also shocked when he saw it. Is this sacred enhancement so powerful? He didn't understand it before, but now it seems so terrifying. As for the demon hunting entries added above, it is estimated that they could have been completed before Lin Hao advanced. After the advancement, the following entry is added. Thinking of this, he immediately put away his sword and said to Teacher Su, "Teacher Su, you must protect Lin. You should stay with him for the next few days. Lin, don't go home. Just stay in school. I will go to the provincial government now to ask what the higher-ups think." Su Qilan nodded. He didn't see what effect the sword had, but thinking that since Principal Shang was so serious about it, Lin Hao's advancement must be extraordinary. Lin Hao also agreed, since he had nothing to do these days anyway. My sister went back to school yesterday. My parents were not at home, so she basically stayed at the school. And Lin Ainen also needs to take the exam. I don't know where she will be admitted. Should I talk to my higher-ups and ask them to arrange for Lin Ainen to go to Holy Demon University as well? I just don't know whether the higher-ups will agree, but I guess they will. A few hours later, Principal Shang took the video and Lin Hao's enhanced demon hunter sword to the province. After reading it, he Shanshuan held another meeting. Then he gave Principal Shang a reply. In a few days, an important person will come to inspect, and this time, it will decide what kind of training Lin Hao needs. Lin Hao was not idle at this time either. He was arranged to live in the school's teacher's dormitory. Teacher's dormitory is basically a place for teachers to rest in school. There are also various departments that only teachers can use. For example, the fighting room, alchemy laboratory, and magic laboratory. Of course, there is also a forging laboratory. Because Teacher Su needed to protect Lin Hao closely, he couldn't leave the school, so he simply took him for a walk. Then they walked into the forging laboratory. Various materials for blacksmiths are placed inside, as well as a huge bookshelf filled with all kinds of forging-related books. Lin Hao suddenly remembered that there was one thing he had not seen after his advancement. That was the first blueprint I obtained after advancing. So Lin Hao opened the panel again and looked at the attributes of the blueprint of the Grim Reaper's Scythe. Chapter 14. If he wants it, then give it to him. Death Scythe Blueprint / King Level. Where level 10. Attack plus 1000. Penetration plus 10%. Skill, Death. Death God, kill creatures below the God level whose health value is less than 10%. Required materials, Dark Night Stone, Demon Stone, Level 10 Creature Blood x 1000, Petals of the Other Shore. Lin Hao was shocked. What a heaven-defying attribute this is. You know, when Lin Hao reached level 10, his panel attack power was only 50. How could it be directly increased by 1000? And I also have a piece of equipment for forging a fire hammer. That piece of equipment also has plus 1100 attack damage. However, Lin Hao could tell at a glance that it was something that could only be provided by strengthening plus 10. The original attribute is estimated to be only plus 100 attack power. How many materials are needed to upgrade a piece of equipment to enhancement plus 10? This can be seen from the staff that Principal Shang gave him before. It took Principal Shang several years to collect the strengthening materials alone. And it is only enhanced to plus 7. When it reaches plus 10, the materials required will increase exponentially. This is also the reason why few people choose high enhancement. What's even more exaggerated is that the only skill of this weapon is to kill. Creatures below 10% will be killed directly. Of course, it says that it includes all creatures below the God level. However, thinking of encountering God level creatures at level 10 is probably too much. Until now, Lin Hao had never heard of any God level creature. Including the strongest person in Daxia at level 79, no one has ever heard of him reaching the god level. According to Lin Hao's estimation, only when one reaches level 100 can one see what a god-level creature is. In other words, all the creatures that Lin Hao knows now, as long as their health value is below 10%, can basically be killed instantly with one sword. It is a weapon worthy of the title of the God of Death. The blueprint he got from gambling was so terrifying that it was estimated that the blueprint alone could be sold for hundreds of millions. Something like a blueprint can only be made once. After the crafting is completed, the blueprint will disappear directly, which is why the blacksmith's blueprint is very expensive. This is equivalent to a consumable item. Of course, just creating this one weapon would be enough to shock everyone. However, Lin Hao was a little confused about the material requirements above. The Stone of Darkness, the Stone of Enchantment. What are these two things? Level 10 creature blood x 1000, it is estimated that you need to kill 1000 creatures to get enough blood. This is actually simple. It should be possible by killing a chicken. At worst, you can buy 1000 portions of chicken blood and use them. What are the petals of the other shore? So Lin Hao asked Teacher Su. Teacher, have you heard of the Dark Night Stone? Huh! What do you want this thing for? Teacher Su was stunned for a moment, then looked at Lin Hao with a wary look on his face. Lin Hao actually didn't have much hope. But Teacher Su said this as if he knew something. You know, every time a blacksmith advances, he or she will get a blueprint. I got a weapon blueprint, and it's included in the forging materials. Teacher Su nodded after hearing this. This Dark Night Stone is a bit troublesome. It comes from a copy. There is one in the outside world. It comes from a place in the Western world that is occupied by monsters. The instance is the level 30 Dark Night Castle, and most of the creatures in the Dark Night Monster Zone that was occupied by the Western world are also above level 30. And this kind of stone is considered a rare item and is very difficult to obtain. Lin Hao understood that it was so troublesome. He suddenly thought, tell me, if I apply, will the government give it to me? Teacher Su's eyes lit up as well. Maybe it's possible. Lin Hao also wanted to try it. Although he had strengthened several pieces of equipment, he didn't even have a piece of equipment forged by himself. The main reason is that the materials needed to forge equipment are generally a lot, including this time. Even Teacher Su found those materials troublesome. Not to mention myself. But now Lin Hao has the support of the country, so as long as the materials are available from the country, he can basically get them. So Lin Hao picked up Principal Shang's phone, where a meeting was still going on. When he heard that Lin Hao wanted materials, probably to strengthen something, Principal Shang agreed immediately. It was not until he heard the name of what Lin Hao needed that he spat out the water he was drinking. What was embarrassing was that the person sitting in front of him was He Shanshuan, the Minister of Education of the province. He Shanshuan wiped the tea stains off his face, his mouth twitching as he asked, Principal Shang, what's making you so unstable? It's Lin Hao, classmate Lin. He needs some documents. Can you approve them for him? When He Shanshuan heard that it was Lin Hao who wanted it, he agreed without hesitation. Isn't it just a few documents? Just approve it directly. I'll write you a receipt. So Principal Shang told him the name of the material. What? Nightstone? Do you know how much that dungeon produces? Only about 100 per year, and there's still a lot of equipment needed. And these other things you have, the petals of the other shore? Those are only produced in the level 60 Death Dungeon. He Shanshuan was shocked. What kind of equipment is this for? It actually requires materials of this level. That's what Lin Hao wanted. Principal Shang's words calmed He Shanshuan down. If classmate Lin wants, it's not impossible. After thinking it over, He Shanshuan agreed. I approve it now, but he needs to show us what he is going to make later. He Shanshuan was also curious. With so many precious materials, what kind of equipment was Lin Hao going to make? The next day, Lin Hao received 2 boxes, both of which contained confidential materials, and were specially sent by a postal specialist. One of the large boxes contained the blood of 100 different creatures. The small boxes are made of those special materials. Lin Hao felt different when he picked up the blood of those different creatures. This blood was not the blood of an ordinary creature as he thought. Lin Hao looked at the label on the reagent bag. Infernal Hound Blood, The other signs also had the names of blood samples from different monsters written on them. The country seems to have considered that blood may affect the quality of equipment, and specially obtained the blood of high-level creatures, Lin Hao said to himself. Even he hadn't thought of this. He had previously considered using just 100 portions of chicken blood. It seems that this thing is not simple. After all the materials were ready, Lin Hao started forging directly. It was Lin Hao's first time forging, so he was a little nervous. Teacher Su was also watching from the side and she did not leave for the entire day. After all, she has to protect classmate Lin now. What she didn't know was that there were a bunch of secret guards protecting him around the school. "Start forging," Lin Hao said silently in his heart. After Lin Hao threw the materials into the forging space. After half a day, there was no movement inside. He looked carefully and found that the Grim Reaper's scythe was only half formed. Only then did he understand that the higher the level of the equipment, the longer it would take to forge and strengthen. The Death Scythe was estimated to take a day to complete, so he went to sleep directly. Waited until the next day. The first moment he woke up, he looked into the forging space. He saw the words, "Forged successfully," appear on the panel, and then he took it out and took a look. I took a breath of cold air immediately. Chapter 15, Night Scythe, a legendary weapon with terrifying properties. Night Scythe Blueprint/Legendary. Wear level 10. Attack plus 1000. Penetration plus 10%. Skills: Death, Night Lord. Death God, kill creatures below the God level whose health value is less than 10%. Dark Night Lord, at night, attack power increases by 10%, and in the dark state, under moonlight, attack power increases by 20%. Holy Forging Effect, Night Ghost. Night Ghost, every 60 seconds in the Night Ghost state, the basic attack power of this weapon increases by 1%. Abnormal. The Ultimate Pervert. Lin Hao actually roughly anticipated that the weapons he forged would have additional effects. After all, it was just a basic blueprint before, at the king level only. Unexpectedly, after it was forged, a new level was added directly, making it a legendary level. He had never heard of a legendary artifact with a wearable level of 10. Including the forging hammer given to him by the country is only obsidian grade. Isn't it a bit too buggy to take out the legendary level directly? But Lin Hao himself was quite happy, even a little bit proud. The harder you hang it, the more comfortable it is. But Lin Hao still warned himself not to get too carried away. After all, he is not a combat professional. At most, his weapon can only increase his combat power a little. Other professions can directly use skills to increase their combat effectiveness. Looking at the Night Scythe that had just been forged, the more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Especially the Holy Forging Effect, under the moonlight, it actually increases the attack power by 1% every 60 seconds. What is the concept? After an hour, he can increase his attack power by 60%. In a little over an hour and a half, the attack power doubled. If you hide aside and wait for a few hours while you are fighting with others, wouldn't your combat effectiveness be several times greater than before? This is so cool. And this is the Night Scythe after it has not been strengthened. If it is strengthened, I don't know what the effect will be. When Lin Hao looked at the strengthening materials of the Night Scythe, he found that this thing did not seem so easy to strengthen. The reinforcement material is actually twice as much as the forging material. And for subsequent enhancements, the materials required will increase exponentially. In other words, when you strengthen yourself 10 times, the required materials will directly reach 1024 times. Just to forge this weapon, he couldn't get the materials and needed the country to transfer them to him. If it is strengthened to plus 10, I don't know if the country can afford it. But this is not something you need to consider. Lin Hao briefly talked to Teacher Su, and she didn't know how much material the country would have. It seems that even Teacher Su felt that the original materials were precious and might not be so easy to come by. So Lin Hao called Principal Shang directly. This time, He Shanshuan answered the call directly. "Hello? Mr. Lin? How is the weapon you forged? If it doesn't work, we support you to try again. We have also prepared some materials." He Shanshuan was still in a meeting with Principal Shang. The day before yesterday, I heard that Lin Hao wanted to forge a weapon of his own. He also understood that this was a blueprint that Lin Hao had obtained through gambling, but he Shanshuin did not ask for the specific details. After all, every blueprint that a blacksmith gambles on belongs to him. Just by looking at the materials Lin Hao needed, he Shanshuin felt that the level of Lin Hao's blueprint should not be low, and it might be an obsidian-level weapon. This was all he Shanshuin's overestimation. He had never thought about the king level. Even he Shanshuin felt that Lin Hao might fail in his first forging, so he mentioned that they had prepared some materials. Lin Hao was very touched that he Shanshuin had even prepared the second set of materials for him early on. It's successful. The finished product is out and the effect is pretty good, Lin Hao said directly. Not bad, the forging was successful on the first try. Lin is indeed very talented, he Shanshuin praised generously. How is the result? Is it an obsidian-level equipment? He was a little looking forward to it. Obsidian-level equipment with a wearable level of 10 was basically produced from dungeons. He wondered if Lin Hao could forge one directly. If even obsidian-level weapons can be forged, maybe in the future we will be able to forge king-level weapons directly, or even legendary-level weapons. No. Lin Hao looked at the equipment in his hand and denied it directly. This knight's scythe is indeed not of the obsidian grade. He Shanshuin sighed. As expected, his expectations were too high. But he did not lose heart, and said decisively, in fact, it is already amazing that I can forge diamond and gold grade equipment for the first time. Although your talent entry contains 100% forging success, I haven't tested whether it can be directly effective on high-level equipment. In fact, you can take it one step at a time. Don't be too anxious. You can't chew too much. He Shanshuin's tone was very soothing, and he was completely taking care of Lin Hao's emotions. However, Lin Hao did not feel any pressure at all. This blueprint is of the king level, but after I forged it, it became a legend. Oh, legend, it's fine now. He Shanshuin continued to speak soothing words, not realizing that anything was wrong. Principal Shang next to him stood up directly. Wait! What did you say? Legendary equipment? He Shanshuin, who had just reacted, suddenly stood up with his mouth twitching. He even guessed that Lin Hao had an obsidian-level weapon. He didn't even dare to think about reaching the king level. Because there is no precedent for this. I didn't expect that Lin Hao's drawings were really of the highest level. What's even more exaggerated is that after Lin Hao forged it, it was upgraded to the legendary level. He swallowed and asked cautiously, can you tell me the entry for that equipment? Basically, the blueprints obtained through gambling for the advancement of blacksmiths will be used by themselves. Of course, those professionals who advance specifically for the purpose of betting on blueprints are not counted. Because there is only one blueprint, it will disappear directly after forging, and basically all the blueprints forged by the blacksmiths are the most suitable for themselves. That's right, blacksmiths have no combat capabilities, but the blueprints they forge will match themselves, which makes it very convenient. Moreover, the blacksmith's own drawings all match his own level. This is also why he Shanshuin knew that the wearing level of Lin Hao's blueprint was level 10 without even asking. The blacksmith's own equipment will basically become their heirlooms and will not be given away unless it is given to the people with whom they have the best relationship. That's why he Shanshuin asked about this taboo so carefully, even though all the materials were given to Lin Hao after he approved it. Lin Hao didn't care much about it, and directly explained the effect of the knight's scythe. He Shanshuin's body shook, and he thought he had heard it wrong. The screams almost blew the roof off. What did you say? Are you sure? 10% killing effect? Chapter 16 What a Pervert. The corners of he Shanshuin's mouth twitched. He was already imagining how exaggerated this weapon was. Lin Hao had never experienced frontline combat, and had no idea how perverted this term was. Because you have gone too deep into a high-level copy. He Shanshuin knew that the bosses in many copies would explode when their health was at 30% to 1%. In many cases, the country's copy assault team is unable to cope with the enemy when they explode. Especially those bosses with health below 10% are the most disgusting. It can be imagined that the members of the assault team worked hard to deal with all the methods of a boss. Then force the opponent to 10% of his health, and when victory is just around the corner, the opponent suddenly explodes and has the ability to restore his health to full immediately. He suddenly reached his peak state, and all previous attacks became ineffective. Who wouldn't collapse? For example, the boss that was defeated by the poison ring given by Lin Hao had the effect of restoring blood through poison. If it weren't for the poison ring that directly deducted a percentage of health, it might not have been possible to capture it. Some bosses are even more disgusting, and can recover to full health when their health is at 1%. That's a real mental breakdown. Not to mention the boss, even the elite monsters in high-level dungeons have the ability to recover health. So after hearing Lin Hao's killing terms, Shan couldn't sit still. In fact, the country is not without weapons that can kill items. After all, most people in the world have professions, and there are always some lucky ones who can get weapons with killing attributes. But those weapons have limitations, such as your own level must be higher than the opponent's, or you can only kill under certain conditions. And it is often only possible to kill when the health is below 1% to 5%. But if the professional's own level can exceed that of the boss, then it will be a brutal kill. After reaching a high level, in the level 30 to 60 dungeons, the dungeon bosses are all level 60 and above, but the highest professional players who can enter them are only level 60. How can this be triggered? Now with Lin Hao's Knight's Scythe, the effect is completely different. Shan wanted to find Lin Hao right away to take away the Knight's Scythe, but after thinking about it, he calmed down. Shan then calmed down and asked more carefully. "Student Lin, I wonder if you can lend us your weapon. Of course, we won't use it for nothing. If you need anything, just tell us and we will satisfy you." Compared to this weapon, Shan values Lin Hao more. The first blueprint is so abnormal. I wonder what kind of blueprint will appear after Lin Hao reaches level 20, or even level 60. Even he didn't dare to think further. Is it possible, a divine weapon? Lin Hao didn't know how much Shan wanted it. He also knew that his weapon was quite powerful, but he had no idea how powerful it was. It's because Lin Hao has never experienced a real battle and doesn't know the data of Dachia. But Shan just said to borrow it, so he didn't care. "Of course I can borrow it, as long as I return it. But I still want to strengthen this equipment, and I need some materials." Shan would certainly be satisfied with the enhanced equipment. A weapon with a killing effect can never be overpowered. Considering Lin Hao's enhanced effect, perhaps this weapon can become even more abnormal. Strengthen! Must strengthen! Or maybe we can just increase the enhancement effect to +10. The material requirements may be a bit high, but I will explain it to my superiors. Shan also understood. Compared to that little bit of materials, borrowing this weapon is more important. With this weapon, I wonder how many dungeons I can conquer for the first time. Maybe I can now conquer those old dungeons in batches for the first time. But in Shan's imagination, he knew that the reinforced materials were growing exponentially. This is the same principle for most weapon enhancements, which is why no one will enhance low-level weapons, because there is no need. The exponential growth of reinforced materials also depends on what materials are needed and how much is needed. In his imagination, the materials for the first strengthening could not be more than the materials for forging weapons. Basically, it will reach the same level as the forging material after the 5th enhancement. In other words, Lin Hao only needs a few dozen forging materials at most. Considering the materials Lin Hao had requested before, although they were precious, he could afford dozens of copies. But he didn't expect that Lin Hao would ask for so much. What? Double the materials are needed for the first enhancement? Are you kidding? The first time it was doubled, and when it was enhanced to +10, wouldn't it cost nearly 2,000 copies? If it weren't for Principal Shine's trust in Lin Hao, and if it weren't for the fact that Lin Hao was accompanied by Teacher Su, who would most likely not lie, Shan almost suspected that Lin Hao wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to get more materials. I checked the weapon enhancement requirements, and it is indeed true. If the material is reduced, the effect may not be as good. Lin Hao remembered the previous reminder to strengthen the Demon Hunter's sword, and that piece of equipment was not fully strengthened. He still wanted to make the weapon forged according to his first blueprint as perfect as possible. Shan gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I'll go ask them if they have that much material. But even if there is, it will not be possible to gather them in a short period of time. It may take some time to arrange. You can use the Night Scythe first. When the materials arrive and you have completed the enhancement, we can borrow it again. Okay. Lin Hao agreed and hung up the phone. There should be no shortage of materials now. He also anticipated that the materials he asked for were a bit too much. Even the country has to coordinate to get it done. Now Lin Hao was having a headache. He was only level 10, but it was so difficult to enhance the first blueprint he made. I don't know how terrible the materials required will be when you reach level 20. I dare not think about it, but it has nothing to do with me. If Lin Hao were to get the materials himself, he might not be able to get just the first blueprint in his lifetime. At this moment, he is very glad that he chose the path of serving the country. The benefits of having the country behind you are obvious. After that, Lin Hao had nothing to do. The weapon was forged. He was admitted without taking any exams. Reinforcement materials are still being collected. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Suddenly, he thought of the Night Scythe in his hand and felt itchy. After all, it was the first weapon he forged, so it was very easy to use. This reminded him of his battle with Suvi. As a forger, he has a fighting heart. Teacher Su, how about we go to the dungeon? No, Principal Shang asked me to protect you and not run around. Teacher Su refused without thinking. But Lin Hao was so curious at this moment that he couldn't help himself. It's okay, just say I ran away first and you couldn't catch up. The copy might be fake. Let's just leave the city. When the time comes, you can say that I ran out of the city and you chased after me to protect me. Teacher Su still disagrees. Lin Hao tempted. Teacher Su, aren't you curious about the effect of this weapon? How about you take a look? Teacher Su hasn't checked Lin Hao's weapons yet. Now everything about Lin Hao has to sign a confidentiality agreement. She is curious but has been holding back. Seeing Lin Hao handing it over himself, she couldn't help it. She had just heard Lin Hao talk about its properties. She didn't listen carefully, only to hear that it was legendary and seemed to have a killing effect. She also knew that this might be an incredible weapon. As an ancient swordsman, she had no resistance to the sword at all. A sickle is also a sword. Just after taking it and taking a look, Teacher Su was also shocked. What kind of perverted attribute is this? Chapter 17. Horrifying effect, easily kill. Teacher Su suddenly understood why Lin Hao was so eager to try it. With a weapon of this level in your hand, it would be strange if you didn't try it. For a moment, even Teacher Su felt itchy. In fact, she hasn't fought for many years. The first battle in several years was when I took Lin Hao to the dungeon to upgrade a few days ago. As a teacher, she has no time to go to dungeons. At most, she teaches students how to fight in school. You know, although she appears to be gentle and peaceful, she is actually a rare combat professional, the ancient swordsman. The week she spent with Lin Hao upgrading even made her feel that it was the happiest week in her life. It was even more enjoyable than when she had just awakened. With a sharp knife in his hand at this time, Teacher Su couldn't help but want to try it. This? Teacher Su, just agree. How about you try it after taking her out of the city? Lin Hao was itching to do it. Teacher Su's eyes lit up. Okay, you are a blacksmith after all, and the weapons you forge yourself must be tested. This weapon is too abnormal. The wooden man in school may not be able to withstand it. Wild monsters are more suitable. Teacher Su also found a reason for himself. With this weapon, if Lin Hao encounters danger, he can use it to fight even a level 20 warrior, so he should be safe. Inside the school, the secret guards outside were speechless as they listened to the conversation inside. What do you think? Should we go and stop them? This little guy and the teacher seem to want to leave the city. The secret guard put on his earphone and communicated with other secret guards. Forget it. After all, I'm a blacksmith. It's not wrong to try my own weapon. I just heard them say that the weapon is legendary. In all these years, I have never seen what a legendary weapon looks like. Today is the first time I've seen it. The secret guards were all curious, and now no one could stop them. An hour later, they arrived outside the city. As for the dungeon, records need to be kept when entering and exiting the dungeon. If Principal Shang and others knew that Teacher Su took them to the dungeon for a practice run, they would probably be scolded. Anyway, they just planned to try out the weapons and then go back. The world outside the city is completely different from the world inside the city. Don't think it's very easy for Principal Shang and others to go to the provincial capital. But that was an express train with a dedicated route, and there were guarantees along the way. In fact, after the game invaded reality, the wild has almost become a paradise for monsters, and the animals and plants in the wild have also begun to mutate. Even some animals and plants in the city directly submerge the entire city. I heard that more than 80% of the cities in Nanyang province have been overrun by mutated plants and animals. Only a few cities with strong men in charge remain. From then on, all cities in the country began to build city walls, and the most popular profession at that time was construction. It was only after the national infrastructure was basically completed that this profession fell into disfavor. There are many defensive formations on the city walls outside the city. Of course, that is limited to prevent large-scale invasion of Warcraft. Ordinary people and low-level monsters entering and exiting would not attract any attention at all. After all, a city is too big, and it would be impossible to fit every place perfectly without any mistakes. Lin Hao and Teacher Su also got out very smoothly, almost sticking to the city wall for several kilometers. It is also very safe here because the guardians in the city will patrol around the city walls from time to time, and once they find a powerful monster, they will report it and ask people to take action to deal with it. This resulted in only scattered small-scale monsters around the city walls. Lin Hao and Teacher Su searched for a long time before they found a group of wild monsters. It was a group of wild boars. After mutation, they were digitized in the game and presented on Lin Hao's panel as Fanged Hunting Boars. Level 15. Seeing the level 15 wild monster, Teacher Su frowned. She was also level 15. Although she was wearing all gold equipment, she was not sure that she could deal with it. To be on the safe side, Lin Hao could not be in any danger. Suqilan said to Lin Hao, "Why don't we look for them again? These wild boars are too high level. I may be able to protect myself, but it may be difficult for me to protect you." Although he was only 5 levels lower than Teacher Su was a combat profession, while he was only a living profession. Teacher Su naturally felt that Lin Hao needed his protection. But Lin Hao looked at his panel and found that the full set of equipment given to him by the country increased his health to nearly 10,000. And the added physical and magical defense armors are worth thousands. In other words, without thousands of attacks, it is impossible to penetrate your own defense. Even if it was penetrated, he still had nearly 10,000 HP left. In addition, he was holding a weapon with an attack power of thousands. A hammer and a sickle. Will he be afraid of this? Then look at the wild boars panel. Tusk Hunting Pig. Level 15. Health 3000. Physical defense 50. Magic defense 10. Attack power 500. Movement speed 5. Attack speed 1. Energy 1000. Skills charge teeth. Collision, movement speed doubles, causing 50% additional damage of attack power. Protruding teeth, protrude the sharp teeth, and the attacks caused by the sharp teeth will add 50% additional damage. It's a bit outrageous. The weapons that I worked so hard to make have basically only about 10% attack power, while these wild monsters have an increase of 50% at any time. Is this the difference between a combat profession and a life profession? Lin Hao hasn't looked at other people's panels yet, so he doesn't know if it's the same for human combat professions or just Warcraft. After all, Warcraft don't carry equipment, but humans all have a set. But even so, Lin Hao was not afraid at all. With a mere 50% damage increase, the wild boar's attack power is only 500, and adding another 50% won't be enough to break its own armor. What is he afraid of? But Lin Hao still nodded. Okay, let's look for it again. The main reason is that Teacher Su doesn't allow it. She won't accept even the slightest risk. But only such teachers are responsible to their students. When the two were about to leave, a wild boar suddenly attacked Lin Hao and his companion from behind. Teacher Su realized something was wrong at the first moment, and quickly pushed Lin Hao away. Careful! However, just as Teacher Su pushed them away, several more wild boars attacked and headed straight for Lin Hao. The hidden guard was preparing to take action. At this moment, Lin Hao subconsciously swung the sickle and hammer in his hands. The sickle flashed. I saw a few wild boars just brushing against the sickle, and their teeth were cut off instantly. Then their heads and bodies were easily cut apart, and they fell to the ground and died immediately. What? The secret guards haven't moved yet. They have 10,000 ways to protect Lin Hao from any harm. But unexpectedly, Lin Hao was just passively blocking with the sickle, and the wild boar rushed forward and died. Flash sale? Chapter 18. Jealousy makes people crazy. Killed in 1 second? Both the secret guards hiding in the dark and Teacher Su standing beside them were stunned where they were, like wooden chickens. They had thought that Lin Hao's weapon was powerful, but they didn't know it was so powerful. That was a level 15 wild monster. Even for a level 15 warrior, it would not be possible to defeat it so easily. Perhaps the most confused one is the wild boar itself. Wild boar, I'm dead, killed instantly by one sword, what's there to say? Lin Hao looked down at his sickle, then looked at the wild boar that was easily cut in half, and blinked innocently. However, the crisis has not been resolved yet, and several wild boars are still rushing towards them madly. Lin Hao, who knew how powerful he was the first to react. He stepped in front of Teacher Su and raised his sickle. In Su Qilan's eyes, that figure looked like the real god of death. The sickle fell like cutting grass, and the wild boar that rushed over was killed instantly. Is this a living profession? Why does it feel like it's even more powerful than us? These tusked wild boars are so pitiful. A moment of silence. The secret guard who was about to show up hid again after seeing this, and watched Lin Hao killing monsters in shock. Puff! Puff! The sickle easily cuts through flesh and sever bones. But in the blink of an eye, this small group of wild boars was killed. The scene was quite horrific. There was no complete body of the wild boar left, and the blood was so strong that it made people's stomachs churn. There are even a few pieces of equipment that exploded. In addition to crafting and dungeon rewards, equipment may also drop from monsters, but the drop rate is not high, and the equipment that drops is mostly low-level equipment. Fortunately, Lin Hao had followed Teacher Su to do a dungeon before, so he had some resistance to this kind of situation. Teacher Su, are you okay? He turned and asked with concern. Su Qilan woke up as if from a dream and felt extremely guilty. What am I doing? I was supposed to protect Lin, but why did he protect me instead? No, it's okay. Why are you so fierce? After realizing what was happening, Su Qilan asked quickly. Even if she was equipped with gold-level equipment, it would still take a lot of effort for her to kill these wild boars. But Lin Hao was just making a living, and he killed a group of wild boars in no time. It's a shock for 100 years. Lin Hao scratched his head and looked at the sickle and hammer in his hands, which instantly reminded him of a certain socialist country. He said subconsciously, maybe this is the power of the working class and peasant class. Joking aside, the two began to think seriously. Normally, Lin Hao is only level 10, and most of the equipment he has are for increasing health points, which only adds a small amount of attributes. The reason lies in the weapons. The combined attack power of the Forged Fire Hammer and Death Scythe is 2,100, with an additional 10% penetration. The wild boar's defense is simply not enough. Adding your own attributes and the killing effect, it makes sense to kill instantly. Su Qilan said seriously. Come to think of it, as a life profession, you don't have to worry about weapon specialization. Bring everything you can use, which makes the main combat profession far behind. The professions that humans awaken to are different, so the weapons they use are naturally different. It seems a bit weird to think about a wizard chopping people with a machete. Each profession uses different weapons and has different levels of weapon specialization. However, life professions do not have weapon specialization, so you don't need to worry about this. That's true. Lin Hao suddenly became excited. If he brought a few weapons with him, wouldn't his attack power crush the main combat profession? A true numerical monster. Lin Hao's silent warrior heart began to beat again. Principal, I think I can go out into the wild and kill monsters to level up, which is faster than going to a dungeon. After learning that he could become a numerical monster and crush any monster, Lin Hao called Principal Shang. After all, I have already submitted myself to the country, so it is always right to ask for instructions if there is anything. This? Principal Shang pinched his beard, feeling very conflicted. After all, Lin Hao is his treasure now, and he is afraid of any loss. At this time, Su Qilan's voice also sounded on the phone. Principal, it's okay. I'm here. And Lin is really strong. How strong can a career be? Principal Shang's habitual thinking was at work, but since he had Su Qilan protecting him closely, plus the secret guards sent by the province, there shouldn't be any big problems. Okay, but you must pay attention to safety. An important person will be coming to Lin Hao in the next 2 days. Lin Hao must not make any mistakes. Lin Hao and Su Qilan thus began their journey of hunting monsters in the wild. After entering the dungeon, even if Lin Hao could get most of the experience, he had to share a part of it with Su Qilan. And the copy is only level 10. Now when Lin Hao goes to the wild, he looks for those level 15 wild monsters to practice. He can kill them instantly with one sword, and his leveling speed is increasing rapidly. In just 2 days, Lin Hao had already reached level 13, and he was no longer satisfied with hunting monsters at level 15. So they went deeper into the suburbs, where the wild monsters were around level 17 or 18. Be careful, if you go deeper, there might be level 20 monsters, Su Qilan warned. Don't worry, Teacher Su, I'm not stupid, Lin Hao said with a smile. These level 17 wild monsters can no longer be killed instantly. It takes 2 knives. So Lin Hao has no plans to provoke those at level 20 for the time being. But the fact that they were leveling up couldn't be kept secret, especially from those who were interested. Found it! Not far away, a pair of resentful eyes were staring at Lin Hao, who was killing monsters. This person is Suvi. He was so jealous that he was going crazy. Why can Lin Hao be recommended to Saint Demon University? He is just a living profession. Why can Lin Hao kill monsters alone with the beautiful teacher? All of this should be mine. Driven by this mentality, his behavior gradually became crazy. After learning that Lin Hao came to the suburbs to kill wild monsters, a dangerous idea came to his mind. Will this work? Behind Suvi were 2 level 20 mercenaries, both of whom he had hired. The mercenaries were still very worried at this time. After all, dealing with fellow human beings was a serious crime. Just do what you are told to do. It's just to attract wild monsters here. Who would know it was us? Suvi said viciously. The 2 mercenaries took the money and gritted their teeth and agreed. They quickly disappeared from the spot and broke into a deeper area where level 20 wild monsters were located. But they are not here to kill monsters, but to lure them away. After provoking a group of level 20 black-horned bulls, they turned around and fled. The direction they fled was exactly where Lin Hao was leveling up. Boom! The ground began to shake. What's wrong? Lin Hao, who had just killed a small monster, looked up with a puzzled look on his face. Chapter 19. The existence you can't afford to offend. Oh no, let's go! Su Qilan's expression changed instantly. The one running towards them was a level 20 Blackhorn Bull. Blackhorn Bull. Level 20. Health, 8,000. Physical defense, 100. Magic defense, 100. Attack power, 1,000. Movement speed, 8. Attack speed, 1. Energy, 2,000. Skills, Bull Assault, Horn Attack. Lin Hao finally saw the introduction of this group of wild bulls, and his heart skipped a beat. The 8,000 health points and 1,000 attack power alone are enough to make many main combat professions tremble. But usually these black-horned bulls are in the deepest part. How come they suddenly ran out? Without time to think, Su Qilan and Lin Hao fled, but their movement speed was no match for the charging bull, and they were caught up in a blink of an eye. Lin Hao, you go first, I'll cover you. Su Qilan pushed Lin Hao away, drew her sword, and stood in front of Hao with a determined look on her face. After all, Lin Hao is a living professional, and she was ordered to protect Lin Hao and must not let Lin Hao suffer any loss. But unexpectedly, Lin Hao did not run away, but came to Su Qilan's side. Why don't you leave? Su Qilan urged Lin Hao. If Lin Hao died, she would become a sinner. Lin Hao pointed to the sky. Teacher Su, it's getting dark. Haha, Lin Hao, let's see whether you live or not. Suvi laughed crazily. He just didn't believe that a group of level 20 wild monsters couldn't kill Lin Hao. The thought that as long as Lin Hao died, he, as the number one, would definitely be favored by the Holy Demon School made him ecstatic. But just as he was about to leave, he turned around and was met with two pairs of angry eyes. You deserve to die! The two men glared at Suvi, as if Suvi was the enemy who murdered their father. Suvi felt a huge amount of pressure from the two of them, which made his heart skip a beat. These two people are both powerful warriors above level 30. How come such a powerful person suddenly appeared in the small city of Lin Hao? What he didn't know was that these two people were just two of the many strong men protecting Lin Hao. Haha, did you guys misunderstand something? I'm just passing by. Su Hui's lips were dry and he had no confidence to speak. A passerby? You hired people to attract wild monsters and wanted to kill our Dashya genius. You are a sinner. Don't make excuses. We know everything you did. The two people you hired have confessed everything. The two secret guards said bluntly. Seeing that the truth was revealed, Su Hui turned around and fled. But after running 2 steps, a leg like a steel whip came towards him. Bang! The kick hit Su Hui, making him feel like he had hit a train. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and didn't know how many bones were broken. He is not even level 10 yet, how could he possibly escape from the pursuit of a level 30 warrior? Otherwise, these secret guards should just stop working. Another secret guard stepped forward, gritting his teeth, and stomped on Su Hui's arm, breaking it. If Lin Hao is injured in the slightest, you will die 10,000 times. Su Hui's eyes instantly turned red, and although he was in pain, he still looked gritting his teeth. I don't accept it. I am obviously the number one, and Lin Hao is just a professional. Why is he better than me in every way? This is definitely a shady deal. The secret guard picked up Su Hui like a chick. You are just a frog in the well. You don't know the value of Lin Hao at all. After saying that, he didn't waste any more time and tied Su Hui up. It happened that a senior leader came to Lin Hao City today, so he called and reported the matter directly. What? Someone actually dared to harm Lin Hao? How dare they? Just wait, we'll be there soon. He Shanshu hung up the phone angrily and talked about the matter with several leaders around him and even 2 soldiers in military uniforms. Immediately they exploded. How ridiculous! Who on earth has such courage? If anything happens to Lin Hao, I will make him suffer a fate worse than death. Several bigwigs from the Ministry of Education, the military, and even those who came from Beijing were filled with indignation at this moment. They got into their cars and headed for the wilderness. Before He Shanshu left, he said to Principal Shang, "Call the director of your city's education bureau and tell him we're waiting for him." After saying that, he left angrily. Principal Shang wiped his sweat. Even though he was the principal and a strong man over level 30, he was still terrified when facing these big guys. Although he was not quite sure what was going on, he knew that someone was going to be in trouble. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Su Qilan protected Lin Hao with a serious expression. Faced with a group of level 20 wild monsters, she was really powerless and could only keep Lin Hao retreating. Lin Hao secretly thought that he was unlucky. Normally, these high-level wild monsters would not leave their territories easily. What happened today? Teacher Su, I'm sorry for getting you into trouble. If I hadn't insisted on coming to the wild to level up, I wouldn't have encountered such danger. His heart was filled with self-blame. This time, not only was he in danger, but he also implicated Teacher Su. It's not your fault. Someone is trying to hurt you on purpose. A voice suddenly sounded, and then 3 figures appeared from not far away. A man moved like a ghost and quietly appeared in front of Lin Hao and the others. One man moved as fast as thunder, and every move seemed to contain violent power. Another person came floating in, looking extremely handsome, holding a long sword, and seemed to be a swordsman. Moreover, Lin Hao was shocked to find that the aura of these people was as deep and long as the sea, even comparable to that of Principal Shang. These are 3 powerful men above level 30. Before Lin Hao could think too much, another figure slowly walked to his side and patted his shoulder comfortingly. Don't worry, we are here and nothing will happen to you. When Su Qilan saw the clothes these people were wearing, she was immediately shocked. Are you, secret guards? You should know that the secret guard is a special department of Daxia, specifically used to protect high-ranking officials or carry out some special operations. It can be said that in the entire Daxia, there are not many people who can be protected by the secret guards. She immediately understood that these people must have been in the dark, protecting Lin Hao. It is necessary to dispatch secret guards for protection now. Su Qilong looked at Lin Hao in shock. She couldn't even imagine the future. There was no doubt about the strength of the secret guards, and they killed all the mad black-horned bulls in a short time. The culprit, Suvi, was also brought here. Is it you? Lin Hao was very surprised. He didn't expect Suvi to be so cruel that he wanted to kill him. The next moment, several bright headlights came on, and 3 military trucks and a bulletproof jeep drove over quickly. Not long after, a powerful army completely surrounded the place. This scene made Suvi dumbfounded. Chapter 20. The big guys gathered together. Suvi was shocked. Suvi was pinned to the ground. He raised his head stubbornly, his body trembling with fear. He swore that he had never seen so many big shots in his life. The first person to get off the jeep was someone he was quite familiar with. That was the Provincial Education Minister, He Shanshuan, who often spoke on television. Following them were the Director and Secretary of the Provincial Department of Education. The people who got out of the other car were soldiers, and they were no strangers to Suwei. The game integrates reality, and in order to maintain stability, the country will introduce many heroes. The person who appeared in front of Suvi was one of the national heroes, Major General Jiang Fan, a 78-level boss. Accompanying him were many military officers, whose lowest rank was major. These are the old men in Suwei, big shots who can't even find ways to give gifts. Even they are not the protagonists this time. The last person to get off the car was a gray-haired, kind-looking old man. As soon as the old man appeared, Suvi felt as if the sky had fallen. Because this old man was none other than the governor of Jiangnan Province, Wang Tianyuan, a high-ranking official. Even if I have committed a capital crime, there is no need for so many big guys to gather together, right? Su Hui's pupils trembled violently, and he couldn't figure out what was going on. What shocked him even more was yet to come. Wang Tianyuan walked forward with a smile and took the initiative to shake hands with Lin Hao. Are you okay, little friend? He asked with concern. Lin Hao knew that the person in front of him was the governor, and he was excited. He didn't expect that even the governor was alarmed. You must know that China is in a state of disrepair today, with only 14 provinces left. Any provincial governor is an important figure in the country. However, Lin Hao remained calm and said, Thank you for your concern, Governor. I'm fine. Jiang Fan and He Shanshuan both came over at this time and expressed their condolences to Lin Hao cordially. They looked as if Lin Hao was their own son. I'm afraid even if he were his own son, he wouldn't be so close to him. At this time, the secret guards brought Su Hui over to report. Report to the governor, the accidents that happened today were all caused by this person. Su Hui now wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. The fear in his heart had reached its peak. Why would the safety of Lin Hao's life and career alarm so many bigwigs? Why? But the governor just glanced at him indifferently. Just one glance, and Su Hui felt like the sky was falling. Since classmate Lin Hao is fine, let's go back. It's not a good idea to stay in the wild. Wang Tianyuan laughed. Everyone nodded in agreement. After all, he had the final say in the entire Jiangnan province. Soon, Lin Hao was taken to the car, and he sat in the same car with Wang Tianyuan. As for Su Hui, he was thrown directly into the hood of a truck and guarded by elite soldiers. After returning to the city, many people ran to the streets to watch out of curiosity. After all, it is not common to see so many soldiers acting together unless a major incident occurs. The people sitting in those 3 cars ahead must be important people, right? What exactly happened? These soldiers seem to be heading to Linjiang High School. People were talking about it, and wanted to enter the school to see what was going on, but they found that the area around the school was under martial law. Principal Shang, who was originally a well-known figure in Linjiang City, followed behind like a minion. After returning to school, he immediately took Wang Tianyuan and others to the principal's office. Because we knew a big shot was coming, we had already cleaned up the place. So many bigwigs entered the office that the originally spacious office seemed a little crowded. But no one cared about this. They all looked at Lin Hao with curiosity. Suvi was also brought here and huddled in a corner, but he was extremely curious in his heart. What exactly did Lin Hao do? Just the fact that I was received by so many big shots would be enough to brag about for the rest of my life. At this moment, a man came crawling in from outside the door. It was Su Hui's father, Su Jianyong. After meeting so many big shots, Su Jianyong became extremely nervous and broke out in cold sweats. He was called over before he knew what was going on. But why is Lin Hao here too? He Shanchuan smiled coldly. Su Jianyong, you really have a good son. Su Jianyong's heart skipped a beat, and he could naturally hear the sarcasm in the words. When he turned around, he saw Su Hui being tied up, squatting in the corner, not daring to look up. It's obvious that he has committed a crime. You're a rebellious son! Su Jianyong was furious and kicked Su Hui to the ground. Then he turned around, his face full of flattery. Everyone, it's my fault for not disciplining me. If my son offends the leaders, then I will apologize to them. Jiang Fan snorted coldly. It's not a crime to bump into us. But your son is petty and narrow-minded. He actually tried to harm the pillars of our country. What crime is this? What? Su Jianyong's eyes suddenly widened, looking at his son in disbelief. How could you, a beast, do such a thing? He knew that he was finished. With so many big guys around, he couldn't even take the back door. Wang Tianyuan then spoke, without even looking at Su Jianyong and his son. Haha, classmate Lin, everyone says you have amazing abilities. Can you let me see them for myself? Lin Hao understood that everything that had just happened was done for him to see. It is to let him know how much the country values him now. It's a great feeling to be protected. Now, he has to prove himself. Sure. Then several soldiers came in and brought a box. When the box was opened, it was filled with various materials and strengthening stones. A bow and arrow was also delivered at the same time. Wind bow / diamond level. Wear level 40. Attack plus 4000. Attack speed plus 6. Skill, Son of the Wind. Son of the Wind, attack speed plus 10%. Lin Hao saw the information of this bow at a glance. Although it was of high level, its attributes were just average. Without hesitation, he picked out a strengthening stone and several other materials from the box. Strengthen. He muttered to himself, and the bow and the reinforcing materials entered the forging space together. The room became quiet, everyone even held their breath, extremely nervous. It was only a few minutes, but it felt like hours. When Lin Hao heard a ding sound, he knew that the strengthening was completed. Wind God Bow / King level. Wear level 40. Enhancement level plus 1. Attack plus 14,000. Attack speed plus 60. Skills Wind God, Deadly Arrows. Wind God, attack speed plus 200%, has a chance to launch wind blades when shooting arrows. Fatal Arrow, has a chance to directly reduce the health of monsters below the God level by 10%. When the properties of the bow and arrow were shared, everyone fell silent. Of course Suvi also saw it, and he finally understood why so many bigwigs came to meet Lin Hao. Why was Lin Hao admitted? His face turned ashen, and he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 21. Your background is the country. When Lin Hao completed the strengthening and let everyone see the attributes, everyone present was shocked. It is no exaggeration to say that this level 40 weapon is comparable to a level 60 legendary weapon. Not only did the attack power increase by 10,000, but the attack speed alone increased by 2 times. The key is the skill of Fatal Arrow, which is absolutely necessary for fighting boss. Let a warrior who specializes in archery have his own attack speed, and with the attack speed increased by arrows, it is no problem for him to shoot 100 arrows in 1 second. This greatly increases the chance of triggering a fatal arrow. Every time it is triggered, 10% of your health will be reduced. What kind of incredible skill is this? Is this really a level 40 weapon? Jiang Fan took the bow and arrow, and his heart was filled with turmoil. Although it was noted above that it was effective against monsters below the god level, he still wanted to give it a try. I have never been able to conquer the advanced dungeon in Swan City. Why not try using this bow? Jiang Fan's heart was burning with passion. He Shan Xuan also had a dazed look on his face, and then he became ecstatic. Haha, Governor, you see, this is the strength of classmate Lin. Lin Hao shook his head with some regret. It's a pity that the holy forging was not triggered, otherwise it would be even stronger. Jiang Fan's eyes widened. Enough, really enough. Isn't this strong enough? He wished he could deliver the bows and arrows to the frontline archers right now so that they could conquer advanced dungeons. It just so happens that there are still many high-level copies that have not been conquered in the entire Jiangnan province. There are even more cases nationwide. However, Lin Hao is a genius from their Jiangnan province, and the enhanced weapons should be equipped to their Jiangnan province's troops first. If every warrior who is attacking a dungeon has a piece of equipment like this, then what is there to be afraid of? Others had similar thoughts. If this is not strong enough, the weapons in the hands of the warriors in the dungeon attack are just rubbish. The key point is that Lin Hao, who has enhanced such a miraculous skill, seems to be still dissatisfied with this enhancement. Isn't it really in Versailles? But Lin Hao really felt it was unsatisfactory. Although an entry was added, it did not trigger the holy forging. In his eyes, such a weapon is simply imperfect. Governor, can you give me more weapons? I can definitely strengthen them to be more powerful. Suvi looked ashen, and finally understood the importance of Lin Hao. In just a dozen levels, you can enhance level 60 equipment. Not only was it successful, but the attribute increase was also quite exaggerated. And the additional skills are even more magical. Such talents are rare in the entire Daxia. He actually tried to harm others? His background is the country. He was regretting his decision so much now. Why did he go against Lin Hao? Why didn't he listen to his father? When Su Jianyong saw his son's appearance, he guessed something. He whispered to Principal Shang. Could it be that my son wants to harm Lin Hao? Principal Shang glanced at him unhappily. After all, Lin Hao was the lifeblood of their school. Suvi actually wanted to deal with him, which was simply wishful thinking. That's right, think carefully about how to apologize to classmate Lin Hao. Su Jianyong felt like he was struck by lightning and wished he could beat Suvi to death with his own hands. He had already told me not to provoke Lin Hao, but why didn't I listen? Now he doesn't even dare to cry even if he wants to. Wan Tianyuan witnessed Lin Hao's ability, walked up to him with a smile and patted Lin Hao on the shoulder. You have done a great job. I see hope for the country in you. Don't worry, we brought enough equipment and materials for you to practice with this time, so don't worry about anything else. Remember, behind you is the entire country. Lin Hao was so excited that he nodded repeatedly. I understand. Although his strengthening and forging are bound to succeed, special items and sacred forging are all subject to probability. Therefore, the country sent him a large amount of materials and equipment so that he could strengthen his equipment. If you need anything, you can contact us directly and we will try our best to meet your needs. Wan Tianyuan gave an instruction with a smile, then turned to look at Su Hui and his son. Humph, you want to touch the pillars of our country, the hope for the future? You deserve to die. Just one sentence was enough to make Su Jianyong's current status and power vanish into thin air. What should we do according to the law? Jiang Fan walked forward and looked at Su Hui with disgust in his eyes. You can be charged with crimes against the state. Su Hui's eyes widened, his lips trembling as he tried to say something. For the crime of endangering national security, even if he is not killed, he will be sentenced to life imprisonment. No, no! Dad, save me! Su Hui collapsed on the ground and was carried out directly. Su Jianyong was sweating profusely. How could he dare to say a word? He Shanshuin snorted coldly. As a father, you are not much better to have a son like this. Pack up and go home tomorrow. In just one sentence, Su Jianyong, the director of the city's education department, was laid off. Su Jianyong staggered away. What happened today seemed like a dream to him. Today's goal has been achieved and Wang Tianyuan is in a very good mood. It is amazing that such a talent appeared in their Jiangnan province. Lin Hao, we are brothers from now on. This is my personal phone number. If you need anything, just call me. He took out a business card and handed it to Lin Hao. Lin Hao's expression was a little dazed. Older brother? Is this relationship progressing too quickly? After witnessing Lin Hao's abilities with their own eyes, the bigwigs present also realized the importance of Lin Hao and came forward to make themselves known to him. It was not until late at night that the army sent people to send Lin Hao back. However, the building where the principal's office was located was directly sealed off by the military. Boxes of eye-catching materials were moved into the building. Weapons that could make people scream were also delivered one after another. These are all used for Lin Hao to practice. When she got home, Lin Anan was shocked when she saw Lin Hao being escorted back by the army. Brother, what have you done wrong? Why are the troops being dispatched? Lin Anan looked like she was about to cry. Lin Hao was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and gave his sister a slap on the face. Can't you expect me to be better? Even after he explained it to his sister, she still couldn't believe it. Is this true? You really didn't do anything wrong? It's okay, brother. When I grow up, I'll protect you. Looking for a fight? Lin Hao suddenly became furious. This sister was becoming more and more disrespectful. Chapter 22. The law of true fragrance is still in effect. Lin Hao got up early the next morning. He did not forget what happened yesterday. The governor said that he would send a large amount of equipment and strengthening stones for him to practice, and he can't wait any longer. After all, he had just awakened as a blacksmith not long ago and had little experience in forging. Moreover, strengthening stones need money to be purchased. Lin Hao is just a student, where would he get so much money? So when the governor told him to strengthen it as he pleased, he could no longer wait. Brother, where are you going? Lin Anan rubbed her eyes and walked out of the room. Hey, I'm going to school. You can get yourself something to eat, Lin Hao said with a smile. Lin Anan pouted and rolled her eyes. You talk as if you've cooked before. But it's already vacation time, why are you still going to school? You're so secretive. She was a very carefree person, so she didn't take what Lin Hao said last night to heart at all. He didn't even realize how strong Lin Hao is now. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Lin Hao went to open the door curiously, and found 2 soldiers standing at the door. Student Lin, I thought you would wake up soon, so I brought you 2 breakfasts. After you finish eating, we will escort you to school. A non-commissioned officer looked at Lin Hao with a friendly face. But Lin Hao could see that the aura that the sergeant in front of him unintentionally exuded was not something that an ordinary soldier could possess. This is definitely a soldier king. Such a strong man actually came to buy him breakfast? Thank you, thank you. Lin Hao stuck his head and looked. There was a jeep parked outside the door, and there were many soldiers around. Maybe there are plainclothes officers mixed in with the crowd around. Is this national-level protection? This feels so good. After all, Lin Hao is still a child at heart, and he is very excited at this moment. He finished his breakfast in a few bites and went to school with the soldiers. Because it was holiday, there was no one in school. However, at the school gate, there were many people from the university admissions office, and many students came to inquire and register. Lin Hao and his companions entered through the side door in a low-key manner. Now the office building where the principal is located is like a military restricted area, surrounded by the army. No matter who you are, if you want to come here, you have to go through layers of checkpoints and show various documents. But Lin Hao is different, he relies on face recognition. We arrived at the principal's office smoothly. He Shanshuan, Jiang Fan and Principal Shang were all there. The governor and several other bigwigs have already left. They all have their own things to do and certainly cannot stay in Linjiang City forever. Especially the people in the military. The reason why Jiang Fan stayed was probably to get Lin Hao's enhanced equipment as soon as possible. Moreover, their concern for Lin Hao was a little excessive. Student Lin Hao, are you full? Student Lin, is there anything you want to eat? I'll specially arrange for a chef to make it for you. Student Lin, do you have any other requests? Looking at their expressions, Lin Hao got goosebumps all over his body. Principal, 2 leaders, please be normal. I just want to strengthen my equipment now, Jiang Fan said with a smile. Don't worry, we have prepared everything for you. But strengthening your equipment is one thing, and you also need to keep leveling up quickly. Leave this to me. Faced with such concern, Lin Hao didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Jiang Fan is the chief of the Jiangnan Provincial Military Department. Isn't it a bit too much for him to personally inquire about the upgrade of a level 10 blacksmith? But Lin Hao knew that this was the power of the country. Soon, he was taken to another classroom. Now all the tables, chairs and benches in this classroom have been moved away, and only the large boxes piled together are left. Inside the box are all kinds of materials that blacksmiths dream of. On the other side of the classroom, there are various equipments, including equipments for almost every profession. Unfortunately, these equipments are basically level 30 or 40. Lin Hao also knew that these equipment were most suitable for him now. After all, he is only level 15, and the higher the forging level of the equipment, the lower the chance of adding special attributes and sacred forging. On the contrary, the lower the level of the equipment, the higher the chance of having special attributes and sacred forging. This is why, even though he was able to successfully enhance high-level equipment, the country still did not forget to take him to level up. Similarly, increasing proficiency can also improve the levels of special forging and sacred forging. Not only will the success rate increase, but various attributes will also be improved. Therefore, for Lin Hao, leveling up and practicing are both indispensable. For ordinary blacksmiths, there is a high chance of damage when strengthening or forging, unless the proficiency and level are improved. But whether it is upgrading the level or purchasing various strengthening materials for training, the consumption is staggering. Now the entire country's resources are tilted towards Lin Hao, allowing him to taste the feeling of having the support of a big tree. Haha, this is simply a paradise for blacksmiths! Lin Hao walked into the classroom with his eyes shining. On the other side, in the northern theater of Jiangnan province, a helicopter landed directly into the military restricted area. There are fighter jets protecting both sides of the helicopter. The officer who got off the helicopter, carrying a box, was taken directly to the head of the Northern Theater Command. This officer is Jiang Fan's adjutant, and also holds the rank of lieutenant colonel. The head of the Northern Theater Command was only a colonel. What on earth did Jiang Fan send that required such a grand display? A burly man with an oppressive aura walked straight up to the adjutant. The adjutant said calmly, "Commander Tang Wu, this matter is confidential. Please dismiss the others and sign a confidentiality agreement." After saying that, he took out the confidentiality agreement that he had prepared long ago. Tang Wu had a hot temper to begin with, and when he heard this, his eyes widened like bells. "Why, do you suspect I have a spy here?" The terrifying aura pressed down on him, causing the adjutant to break out in a cold sweat. After all, the man in front of him is the only level 70 warrior in the Northern Theater. "Sir, please understand." After a moment's stalemate, Tang Wu's momentum receded like the tide. "Okay, I promise you, but if I'm not satisfied with what you bring, I will definitely beat you up. If you have any problems, let Jiang Fan come to me in person." He and Jiang Fan are classmates. Even though Jiang Fan is now a major general and in the general war zone, he is not afraid at all. With a wave of his hand, everyone else in the tent retreated, and Tang Wu also signed a confidentiality agreement. After doing all this, the adjutant opened the box and took out a bow. "TSK, I thought it was some treasure, but it turns out to be just a level 40 bow. I don't even want it even if you give it to me." "No, this attribute, is it really only level 40? Chapter 23, Painstaking Efforts. Tang Wu has seen many level 40 weapons. Ever since the game merged with reality, the military has been busy. After countless sacrifices and struggles, China has come into its current form, and a place for survival has been created for the human race. That is, the major cities. After gaining a foothold, the army began to attack copies that appeared in various places. After all, until now, new copies are still appearing, and the exploration work is also done by the army. This is very different between China and other countries. Foreign countries mainly rely on mercenaries to preserve their strength. China, on the other hand, relies mainly on the military and is not afraid of sacrifice. After graduating from the military academy, Tang Wu was promoted from platoon leader to his current position as colonel and division commander. It can be said that he has experienced many battles. Because the game was in the early stages of merging with reality and wars were frequent, the current officers have lower ranks but higher positions. so he had seen quite a lot of equipment. In addition, the army has specially trained blacksmiths to strengthen the equipment. But this was the first time he had seen equipment with such powerful attributes. Especially the skill that has a chance to deduct blood, it is simply the first choice for defeating boss. Haha, I can't wait to try it out in the dungeon. By the way, where did this equipment come from? Tang Wu asked curiously. The adjutant shook his head and smiled bitterly. I'm sorry, sir, I really can't say that. And this equipment is only for you to test. After the test, I will take it away. Tang Wu glared and his temper flared up again. You still want to take it away? Do you know how much help this equipment can bring to us if we leave it behind? Take those advanced dungeons that still have no guides. With this weapon, we can definitely get through them. Some high-level copies are full of dangers and the monsters are extremely powerful. Even the strongest men in the army fell in it. A good piece of equipment can reduce sacrifices and increase the success rate of dungeon strategies. How could Tang Wu not be nervous? Facing a level 70 warrior, the adjutant had a hard time speaking out his words. Sir, please don't embarrass me. This is all headquarters' decision. I'm just a messenger. But I can guarantee that there will be more and more weapons like this in the future. Besides, this weapon has only been enhanced once, so there is still a lot of room for improvement. Tang Wu then discovered the issue with the enhancement level and quickly checked it out, and found that it had only been enhanced once. This shows that this level 40 weapon still has huge room for improvement. Okay, but you can't tell me anything? The adjutant thought about it, and finally sighed helplessly. According to the confidentiality agreement, I can only tell you that this weapon was made by a senior high school student. A senior high school student? Tang Wu's eyes widened, and his voice became several degrees higher in shock. Linjiang No. 1 Middle School. The teaching building where Lin Hao is located has been placed under martial law. Ever since the country sent a large amount of materials and equipment just for the purpose of talent training, Lin Hao has almost been staying in the room. But no blacksmith can enjoy such treatment. You just need to strengthen forging and increase your proficiency, and don't worry about anything else. It's great to have the country as your backer. In the principal's office, Jiang Fan from the Jiangnan Military Region Headquarters, He Shanshuan, the Minister of Education of Jiangnan Province, and Xiang Fa, the principal of Linjiang No. 1 Middle School, were staring at each other. The atmosphere in the room was very solemn. Such talents appear in our Jiangnan Province, so they belong to our Jiangnan Province. Why should people from other provinces come and rob us? It turned out that they had received people from other provincial education departments and military regions, and they were all coming over. Lin Hao's god-level forging ability cannot be concealed, and should not be concealed. So after Governor Wang Tianyuan returned, he reported the matter to his superiors. This led to bigwigs from other provinces and other military regions coming over. People like Jiang Fan from Jiangnan Province all felt like their treasure was about to be snatched away. What can be done? He Shanshuan sighed, feeling quite helpless. Principal Shang Fazheng also shook his head helplessly. Lin Hao is too conspicuous and his abilities are too amazing. We in Jiangnan Province cannot keep him here. It's better to leave a good impression now. Maybe in the future they can take better care of our Jiangnan Province. After hearing this, the two big guys, Jiang Fan and He Shanshuan, felt a little relieved. Yes, no matter what arrangements the country makes for Lin Hao's home is in Jiangnan Province. People will definitely take care of their hometown. Alas, the genius is too dazzling, which is not a good thing for us. Jiang Fan looked up to the sky and sighed, feeling extremely emotional. But now that he has enhanced these equipment, let's give it to our Jiangnan military region first. Is that okay? He Shanshuan rolled his eyes. Do you think I can make the decision on this matter? This doesn't work, and that doesn't work either. What should I do? Jiang Fan spread his hands and looked like he was about to get angry. He is obviously a genius from their Jiangnan province. Isn't it enough for him to make concessions? This matter needs to be arranged by the country. Our current mission is to prioritize Lin Hao's safety and life. Even if Lin Hao leaves Jiangnan province by then, can he still refuse us if we ask him for help? He Shanshuan said earnestly. Compared with people in the military, he considers things very comprehensively. For example? Jiang Fan frowned. For example, let Lin Hao's parents also enjoy preferential treatment. Lin Hao also has a younger sister. Even Lin Hao's female teacher has a good relationship with Lin Hao. We should take advantage of the present moment to maintain the relationship between them. When the time comes, we can ask him for help and have these people come forward. It will definitely be easier. Jiang Fan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Old He, you are still the cunning one. You really went to great lengths for Lin Hao, even resorting to seduction? By the way, isn't Lin Hao still a little young? When these words were spoken, He Shanshuan's hair stood up in anger. What on earth are you thinking about? How could I possibly do something so vile? I'm talking about the friendship between teachers and students. What do you think of the military? Muscles? Haha, then why don't you explain it clearly? Jiang Fan hugged his shoulders, looking impatient. He Shanshuan looked tired. Forget it. It's difficult to talk to people from your military. He turned and looked at Shangfa. Principal Shang, please go and call Teacher Su over. Let her go along when we go to the dungeon. She performed quite well when we encountered danger last time. Principal Shang nodded repeatedly, knowing that Su Qilan was lucky this time. Okay, I'll go now. Chapter 24, A Money-Burning Occupation. Level 40 copy of the pig charge position. Lindong City is just a small city, and there are no advanced copies. Moreover, the copies that allow people outside the military to enter are those that have been conquered and are therefore not as dangerous. The army will not open truly dangerous copies to the public. The level 40 copy in front of you is a relatively dangerous copy in the northern war zone of Jiangnan province. The reason is that the boss of the copy is called Battle Boar. He has thick skin and flesh, is stronger than a tank, and has so much health that it makes people despair. Although all levels can enter the dungeon, as long as the level is more than 10 levels higher than the dungeon level, the experience and rewards obtained will be reduced by half. Moreover, the copy is limited to a maximum of 10 people at a time. Therefore, the level 40 copy, and the entry between levels 40 and 50, has the best cost-effectiveness. However, the Zhutu position dungeon is very difficult to conquer because the boss has too much health. Therefore, even if the rewards are generous, the army will not often send people to attack this copy. Moreover, after entering the dungeon, casualties have remained high. After obtaining the Wind God Bow this time, Tang Wu specially formed a team of 10 people to test the weapon. There is also an archer specializing in bows in the team, who is exactly level 40. This test is to test various data of the weapons. If the weapon has less health, it will die before the test is completed, which is of course not acceptable. That's why Tang Wu chose this copy. Go ahead. After he gave some instructions, the team of 10 entered the dungeon. The dungeon that was supposed to take at least 2 hours to complete was completed within an hour when the entire team of 10 came out. Although a few people were slightly injured, everyone had an excited expression on their faces. Sir, the test results are in. Before entering, the archer wore professional testing equipment and printed out the data as soon as he came out. After Tang Wu got the data, he nodded repeatedly with satisfaction. Okay. This weapon is exactly as described, both in terms of strength and skills. He looked at the Wind God Bow greedily. Which warrior who has fought hard doesn't like good weapons? Unfortunately, Tang Wu's profession is not suitable for bows and arrows, and after the test, the weapon has to be sent away. What a pity! The adjutant stepped forward, carefully put away his weapon, and saluted Tang Wu. Thank you for your cooperation, sir! Tang Wu waved his hand. Get lost now, or I'll regret it later. The adjutant smiled, turned around and left. The reason for conducting actual combat tests is mainly to test whether Lin Hao's enhanced weapons are really that powerful. After all, there are many ways to modify the weapon's values to make them look very powerful. Data without testing is just data. Now, no matter who it is, no one has any doubts about Lin Hao anymore. Linjiang City Teaching Building. Lin Hao sat in the classroom. He found what he needed from a pile of materials and put them into the forging space along with the weapons. While waiting, he had already started looking for the next piece of equipment that needed to be strengthened. I'm so unlucky. I strengthened it more than 10 times, but the holy forging didn't trigger once. I doubt the chance is even 1%. Lin Hao kept mumbling. Thinking of the figure when he accepted the inheritance, he seemed to have an obsession. I won't stop until I have forged equipment with sacred effects. Blacksmith is indeed a very expensive profession. Lin Hao couldn't help but sigh. After all, the dozen or so pieces of equipment that I forged were all level 30 or 40. The reinforcement materials alone cost a huge sum of money. The key is proficiency, which has only increased by a dozen points. Only when your proficiency reaches 1000 can the probability be increased by 0.1%. If this continues, if Lin Hao wants to increase his chances, the materials and equipment he will need will be astronomical. Ordinary blacksmiths do not have Lin Hao's god-level forging skills, so there is a chance of failure. Therefore, no one knows how much resources are consumed behind every senior blacksmith. Bite! A voice came from his mind, and Lin Hao knew that this meant that the strengthening had been completed. He took out his equipment and checked it, but his face was full of disappointment. Because this time, the holy forging was not triggered. I really don't believe it. Is holy forging so difficult to trigger? Lin Hao also has a temper, okay. However, the effect of holy forging is indeed quite terrifying. This can be seen from his own exclusive weapon. It can be stacked infinitely, there is no upper limit. Didn't they promise me to find materials to upgrade the death scythe? Did they forget? Should I remind you? Just as I was thinking about it, Su Qilan walked in. But her face was flushed, and even her eyes were evasive when she looked at Lin Hao. Thinking of what Principal Shang and the Provincial Director of Education said, she felt shy. His words and deeds were all meant to ask her to build a good relationship with Lin Hao. Even some sacrifices are acceptable when necessary. Doesn't this mean that she should please her students, even at the cost of selling her body? Su Qilan is only 28 years old, which is not considered old, but she is 10 years older than Lin Hao. How could she have the nerve to do such a thing? But if you think about it, Lin Hao seems to be a good student too. He is hardworking and ambitious, and now he is protected by the country. His future is limitless. He is also very handsome, a young hunk. So, I am taking advantage of you? Su Qilan thought about it, and her face suddenly turned even redder. But how can I have the nerve to do that kind of thing? And does classmate Lin have that kind of intention towards me? What should I do? What should I do? Her face was shy, and she was completely immersed in her own imagination. Lin Hao frowned deeply when he saw the teacher's look. Teacher Su, are you okay? He walked forward and asked with concern. Su Qilan woke up as if from a dream, and quickly shook her head as if she had received an electric shock. No, I'm fine. But you look like you're sick. I'm really fine. Su Qilan waved her hands, but kept looking at Lin Hao. Oh, I'm glad you're okay. I'm hungry. Let's go eat. Lin Hao smiled, his eyes sincere and pure. Oh, what am I thinking about? Lin Hao and I are just a teacher and a student. Don't think too much. Su Qilan forced herself to calm down and not think about anything else. Okay, let's go eat. But the principal just talked to me. He said that you need someone to take care of you. After all, we are familiar with each other, so he asked me to follow you. She carefully observed Lin Hao's reaction. Okay. Lin Hao smiled brightly. Then I'll trouble you, Teacher Su. Chapter 25, Combination of Work and Rest? Teacher Su, you said that I have never been able to trigger the holy forging. What is the reason? While eating, Lin Hao was still asking Su Qilan for advice. After realizing the relationship between herself and Lin Hao and preparing to let it develop, Su Qilan calmed down. Could it be because you're too nervous? Or is it just plain bad luck? After saying this, Su Qilan regretted it. If you are unlucky, you will be able to obtain the god-level forging skill, which is beyond belief? Maybe it is. Lin Hao sighed. The triggering probability was a hidden attribute that only he could see. The triggering probability of holy forging is clearly 2%, but he feels that it is only 1% or even lower. If his death scythe had not triggered the holy forging before, he would have suspected that this holy forging was fake. Maybe I haven't enhanced enough equipment. With a 2% chance, if you strengthen 100 items, At least 2 of them must be triggered. We have only strengthened a dozen items now, it's still early. Lin Hao comforted himself. After dinner, Lin Hao and Su Qilan returned to the classroom. Now Su Qilan is equivalent to Lin Hao's exclusive nanny. Lin Hao couldn't help but feel secretly happy to have such a beautiful woman as his nanny. Of course, he wouldn't show it. Teacher, can you help me find the material for the bone branch? I can use it to strengthen myself. Su Qilan smiled and nodded. Okay. With the cooperation of the two, even the speed increased a lot. Bite. A familiar voice sounded, and Lin Hao took out a breastplate from the forging space. He skipped over the attributes, and looked directly at the last attribute. Holy Forging Effect, Holy Light Shield. Holy Light Shield. When HP is below 30%, a shield is activated. The shield's defense is the same as the user's. Shield HP plus 300,000. Hiss! After seeing this effect, Lin Hao took a breath of cold air. If this shield is turned on, the health volume will be comparable to that of a level 30 boss. Give the tank the best use, stack all the defense, and you can get a tank that is both strong and tough. Done? Su Qilan on the side also asked hurriedly. Finally it worked! Lin Hao handed the breastplate to Su Qilan. After seeing the final sacred effect, Su Qilan opened her mouth in surprise. What a powerful effect! It lived up to expectations. Lin Hao finally felt relieved. His sacred forging was not just for show. Together, the two of them delivered the equipment to the principal's office. When He Shanshuan saw the attributes of the equipment, he was so excited that he almost jumped up. Okay, this equipment is simply too powerful. I dare say that even level 60 equipment is not much better than this. He kept patting Lin Hao's shoulders, his face full of relief. After reading the properties, Jiang Fan was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. If this equipment is delivered to the Northern Theater, Tang Wu will have to kneel down and thank me. He quickly looked at Lin Hao, his eyes fixed on him, as if he wanted to swallow Lin Hao in one gulp. Student Lin, do you agree to give this equipment to the Northern Theater of our Jiangnan province? Lin Hao looked confused. He was only in charge of strengthening the equipment, so now he was also responsible for the distribution of the equipment. Leader, this is something you decided, right? How can you ask me? In fact, Jiang Fan just wanted to take advantage of the loophole. As long as Lin Hao agreed, what else could others say? Unfortunately, Lin Hao was not fooled at all. He Shanshuan on the side said quickly, Stop joking. All this equipment must be handed in and then distributed uniformly. How can it be distributed privately? Jiang Fan, you're going too far. Unable to swallow this insult, Jiang Fan glared at He Shanshuan fiercely. How can you, old man, speak in favor of others? We are all from Jiangnan province. Lin Hao is a talent from my Jiangnan province. Why should I share it with others? Seeing this, Lin Hao finally understood what kind of faces these people had in their efforts to fight for him. These unattainable bosses suddenly became down to earth. As the protagonist, he was secretly happy at this moment. But he didn't come here to watch the bosses quarreling, he had his own purpose. Leader, you promised me before that you would help me find materials to strengthen the Death Scythe. Does that still count? Of course He Shanshuan knew about this. But he is just a director of the Ministry of Education. Although the world situation is different now, cultivating talents has become a top priority. Therefore, the status of the Ministry of Education has also risen. But he doesn't have the right to mobilize resources. Student Lin, this matter. Before he could finish, Jiang Fan stepped forward and held Lin Hao's arm. Of course we will not forget this matter. We in the Jiangnan military region will fully support you. Lin Hao was a little confused. What on earth were these two people up to? But they didn't forget. Okay, then I'll go back and continue strengthening. Jiang Fan patted Lin Hao's shoulder enthusiastically. Student Lin, although strengthening your equipment is important, your health is more important. You should pay attention to combining work with rest. Teacher Su, I'm leaving Lin in your care. Don't let him get tired. Su Qilan smiled and nodded. Okay, I will supervise him. After Lin Hao and Su Qilan left, He Shanshuan set his sights on Jiang Fan. What you up to? Jiang Fan snorted coldly. Don't ask about my military affairs. By the way, Mr. Lin, please send me a copy of the upgrade materials for the Death Scythe. In the afternoon, Lin Hao had to take a nap under Su Qilan's supervision, and only then was he allowed to continue his strengthening. He felt like a national treasure now, and everyone wanted to hold him in high esteem. I have to say this feeling is quite comfortable. What Lin Hao didn't expect was that just as he finished talking about strengthening the Grim Reaper's scythe in the morning, the materials were delivered in the afternoon. Student Lin, I'm so sorry, the materials you want are very precious and I can't find too many. But don't worry, our Jiangnan military region will do its best to ensure your upgrade materials, Jiang Fan said sincerely. Lin Hao had anticipated this. After all, the materials for upgrading the Death Scythe were already quite scarce. As long as he could find 2 or 3 copies so that he could strengthen it by 1 more level, he would be satisfied. After all, the reinforcement materials of Death Scythe increase exponentially with each level. Strengthening plus 2 requires 2 copies, plus 3 requires 4 copies, and plus 4 requires 8 copies. As long as it is not less than 2, he will accept it. Unexpectedly, Jiang Fan's next words made him drop his jaw in shock. I'm just barely able to collect 30 copies. Should that be enough for you, Lin, to strengthen to plus 5? His smile was sincere, but Lin Hao always felt that there was a little bit of cunning behind this smile. Chapter 26. 30 copies? Even Lin Hao was shocked. It was just as Jiang Fan said, 30 copies were enough for him to strengthen to plus 5. But he always felt that there was something malicious in Jiang Fan's smile. Student Lin, these materials are extremely valuable. They are all the materials we have in stock at the Jiangnan military region. You don't know how many comrades we sacrificed, how much time we wasted, and how much equipment we consumed in order to obtain these materials. Seeing that he was talking more and more outrageous, Lin Hao stopped him immediately. Leader, just say whatever you want to say. Su Qilan on the side was also confused. How could a major general and division commander of the Jiangnan Provincial Military District look like a shrewd businessman? Jiang Fan rubbed his hands, looked around, closed the door, and then returned to Lin Hao. He took out a contract from his pocket and handed it to Lin Hao. Student Lin, on behalf of the Jiangnan Provincial Military Region, I want to make a deal with you. We'll take care of your Death Scythe, as well as the blueprints you get at level 20 and 30, and the forging and strengthening materials you need. But please lend us your Death Scythe. Of course, if you want to use it, you should use it yourself first. I just hope you can lend it to us when you are free. Lin Hao was surprised. He picked up the contract and took a look. What was written on it was similar to what Jiang Fan said, and it was stamped with the seal of the Jiangnan military region. Just waiting for his signature. Lin Hao felt a little guilty for paying such a huge price just to borrow his Grim Reaper's scythe. Leader, there's no need for that. If you want to use it, just take it. The country has been so good to him, he can't repay kindness with evil. He doesn't use the scythe of death much anyway. With the country's all-round protection, he didn't even have the chance to take action. If the scythe of death was not his exclusive weapon and had not recognized its master the moment it was forged, he would have handed it over to the country long ago. Jiang Fan, however, shook his head righteously. Student Jiang, how can this be possible? We must sign a contract. Otherwise, those shameless people from other provinces will borrow it. Lin Hao suddenly understood. No wonder they had to sign the contract. It turned out that they were afraid that people from other military regions would snatch it away. After all, although the basic attributes of this weapon are a bit low, who knows what it will be like after being strengthened? Jiang Fan has already seen Lin Hao's abilities, so he is willing to believe that Lin Hao will give him a surprise. Moreover, he acted on his own initiative without telling the Ministry of Education and other departments. Otherwise, how could they have the chance to enjoy such a good thing? After signing the contract, they can say that it is Lin Hao who wants to lend it to them, in black and white. Those people can't possibly cause trouble for Lin Hao. If He Shanshuan knew about this, he would inevitably praise him for being shrewd. Lin Hao was at a loss whether to laugh or cry at Jiang Fan's behavior. Was it necessary to be so cautious? Without thinking twice, he signed his name on the contract. Jiang Fan was overjoyed and carefully put the contract away as if it were a treasure. Student Lin, I won't bother you anymore. Please continue. If possible, please strengthen the death scythe first to broaden my horizons. Haha, don't worry, leader. Lin Hao smiled. We will definitely be able to complete the reinforcement today. After Jiang Fan left, he began to strengthen his scythe of death. He also wanted to know what kind of changes would occur when the +5 enhanced scythe of death was strengthened. Bite. Bite. The sound of successful strengthening kept ringing, but Lin Hao didn't even look at it, just waiting to see the final effect. However, the higher the enhancement level, the longer the enhancement time. When he finally reached level +5, he even waited for 2 hours. Ding! Triggering the Holy Forging. Already has Holy Forging, strengthening effect, consuming 1000 energy points. Bite! His own energy was drained in an instant, and Lin Hao suddenly felt weak. Whenever Holy Forging is triggered, energy is consumed. The amount of consumption depends on the effect of Holy Forging. The stronger the effect, the more energy it consumes. Lin Hao is now level 15, and he only has 1000 points of energy, which were all consumed in one go. However, the sound of forging completion was like heavenly music to Lin Hao, and he quickly took out the scythe of death. The current Grim Reaper's scythe makes even him, the forger, feel unfamiliar. First of all, in terms of appearance, the death scythe has grown a lot in appearance, and is now 2 meters long. The blade of the sickle is 1 meter long. It really looks like the weapon of the god of death, and it exudes the aura of death. When waving it, you can see a faint black light emanating from it. Lin Hao took a deep breath and strengthened himself 5 times at once, just to see the final attributes. With excitement in his heart, he began to check the properties. Knight Scythe / Legendary. Wear level 30. Enhancement level, +5. Attack plus 150,000. Penetration plus 100%. Attack speed plus 12. Skills: Death, Night Lord, Death Domain. Death, kill creatures below God level with health below 30%. Night Lord, at night attack power plus 20%, in the dark state, under moonlight, attack power increases by 50%. Death Domain, in the night state, you can create a 1000 by 1000 domain. All hostile creatures in the domain have their attributes reduced by 20%. Holy Forging Effect, Night Ghost. Night Ghost, every 60 seconds in the Night Ghost state, the basic attack power of this weapon increases by 2%. Wherever I go, it is dark. Lord of the Night. After checking the properties, Lin Hao didn't speak for a long time. Suqilan, who was standing by, was filled with confusion. Lin Hao, what's wrong with you? Are you too tired? She walked forward and gently touched Lin Hao. Lin Hao seemed to have just come to his senses, with a sad face. Teacher Su, I can't use my own exclusive weapon anymore. Su Qilan frowned deeply and quickly picked up the Grim Reaper's scythe to take a look. Sure enough, Lin Hao's luck was quite good this time. Not only did he trigger the sacred forging, but he also triggered the effect of increasing the equipment level in the god level forging. Therefore, his death scythe was upgraded directly from level 10 to level 30. Lin Hao is only level 15 now, so of course he can't use it. No wonder Lin Hao was depressed. What happened to the weapon that was supposed to be the best for a forger? Is it really that suitable? However, after Su Qilan read the information about the Grim Reaper's scythe, she took a breath and covered her mouth in surprise. What did I see? 150,000 attack power? 100% penetration? This means that most small bosses cannot withstand one blow from the sickle. 100% penetration means that no matter how high the enemy's defense is, it is useless. This level 30 Death Scythe is already comparable to level 80 or 90 Star Glory weapons or above. It's simply outrageous. All the attributes of Death Scythe have also been strengthened. Chapter 27, My Brother's Prestige. Su Qilan was still checking the properties of the Grim Reaper's scythe and was shocked. In addition to the attributes, the entries of Death's Scythe are also terribly powerful. Now you can directly kill 30% of the enemy's health, and in the night state, the attack power will be directly increased by 50%. The effect of Yayo is also enhanced, which can increase the attack power by 2% per second. In addition to this, there is an additional death domain, which directly weakens the attributes by 20%. This skill is even more shocking. Especially when dealing with bosses, it is even more useful. Su Qilan was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She looked at Lin Hao as if she was looking at a monster. I really don't know what kind of devastating scene it would be if the Grim Reaper's Scythe was strengthened to plus 10. You know, this is just a blueprint that Lin Hao got when he reached level 10. From now on, every time he reaches level 10, he will get another blueprint. It was not until this moment that Su Qilan truly felt how important Lin Hao was to the country. A top-level luxury equipment, comparable to a top-level strong man. And Lin Hao can build an entire legion. By then, the whole world will tremble in front of China. Lin Hao himself has not yet recovered from his depression. It is the greatest sorrow in the world that he cannot use his own exclusive weapon. But I can report to Jiang Fan now. It was already dark outside, so Lin Hao and Su Qilan went straight to the principal's office. Jiang Fan was still waiting here anxiously. After seeing Lin Hao, his eyes suddenly lit up. Done? Lin Hao forced a smile and said, Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission. He handed the Scythe of Death to Jiang Fan. Whether it was Jiang Fan, He Shanshuan, or Principal Shang, they were all shocked by the domineering appearance of the Scythe of Death. Jiang Fan couldn't wait to start checking the properties, and after a moment, he laughed out loud. Haha, too strong, absolutely too strong! Especially in some dark night dungeons, this weapon is simply invincible. The weather in each copy is different. Some are winter, some are summer, some are the same as outside, with alternating day and night, and some are eternal night or eternal day. In short, anything can happen in a copy. He Shanshuan also quickly checked the properties and was immediately shocked. The properties are so exaggerated. It's a masterpiece, it's simply a masterpiece. He patted Lin Hao's shoulder heavily. Student Lin, I will definitely report this matter to my superiors. This Scythe of Death will bring great help to our China. Lin Hao scratched his head. Is it really that powerful? Hee, it's fine as long as I can help. After all, he was just a senior high school student. When he heard that he could help the country, he was naturally very happy. Jiang Fan on the side laughed and said, This weapon will be used by our Jiangnan military district first. If other military districts want to use it, they have to wait in line. He Shanshuan shook his head with a look of regret. Alas, I would like to do so, but this weapon is so powerful that it must be distributed uniformly by the country. Our Jiangnan province is so weak that we will definitely be ranked at the bottom. Who knew that Jiang Fan took out the contract signed with Lin Hao from his pocket like a magic trick? Lao He, what do you think this is? He Shanshuan looked at the contract with great confusion, and his eyes widened immediately. You actually took the initiative? Jiang Fan smiled coldly. I have sought the consent of classmate Lin Hao, and the materials for strengthening are all provided by our Jiangnan province. Shouldn't they be used first? As he spoke, he blinked at Lin Hao. He Shanshuan smiled bitterly and said, Forget it. I will shoulder this matter with you. Seeing the two bosses arguing, Su Qilan quickly said, Leader, Lin is very tired today. I'll take him back to rest first. He Shanshuan finally reacted and said quickly, As you should, Lin, go back and have a rest. Your health is very important. Lin Hao had used up all his energy, and was indeed very tired, so he nodded. Su Qilan not only sent Lin Hao home, but also helped Lin Hao and his sister cook. Teacher Su, don't worry about it. Just eat something. Lin Hao felt a little embarrassed. How could a teacher really become a nanny? Su Qilan didn't care. That won't do. You are all growing up, so you must eat well. Anyway, the government provides a generous meal subsidy. You can eat lobster every day. Lin Hao smiled bitterly and let her go. Lin Anan came over at this time, her little head shaking. Brother, I see you are secretly happy in your heart, right? Teacher Su is such a beautiful woman, and you are still not satisfied? Lin Hao immediately glared at his sister. What do you know, little brat? Get out of here! TSK, I don't know you yet, Lin Anan said with a childish look. Come to think of it, brother seems to be working part-time these past 2 days. I go out early and come back late every day, but I'm still exhausted. As she spoke, she even laughed secretly to herself. Lin Hao immediately gave her a slap on the face. I'm your brother, a genius, do you understand? It's impossible for me to work. I will never work in my life. The country supports me. Lin Ainen ignored the second half of Lin Hao's sentence and snorted coldly. Brother, you still dare to confront me? Wait until my level reaches a certain level, and I will beat you up. She waved her fist in protest. Lin Hao felt extremely helpless and was too exhausted to complain about his sister. By the way, Ainen, which university do you want to go to? Although Lin Ainen is not old enough, she has awakened a rare profession and there is a chance that she will be directly admitted. Of course it's Holy Demon University. For a combat career, that's the best university. Holy Demon University is in Tianhai City, and it is the only municipality directly under the central government, and does not belong to any province. The fact that Tianhai City does not need the protection of the provincial military region is enough to show how powerful it is. The reason why Tianhai City is so powerful is because of the Holy Demon University. So it was natural for Lin Ainen to want to go to Holy Demon University. Unfortunately, even if you awaken a rare profession, it is still difficult to enter the Holy Demon University. She sighed and pretended to be deep. Call me brother, I'll help you solve this problem, Lin Hao said, patting his chest. Just bragging. Lin Ainen made a face and hurried to eat. Lin Hao was exhausted and very melancholy. Alas, my prestige in front of my sister is not enough. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Lin Hao was called up. Teacher Su, what's wrong? Lin Hao rubbed his eyes, looking like he was still sleepy. Another leader has come to our school, specifically to see you. Hurry up and pack up, Su Qilan urged. Lin Hao felt like crying but had no tears. It was true that it was good to have the country behind you. But leadership, isn't that a bit too much? Chapter 28. The country is the atmosphere. As the director of the Huaxia Education Bureau, Qin Yang is in charge of the education bureaus of various provinces. When he first heard about Lin Hao, he didn't believe it at all. How is it possible to have such a heaven-defying skill as god-level forging? Both forging and strengthening were 100% successful, which is simply unimaginable. But later, the attributes of the enhanced equipment were transmitted to the headquarters one after another, and he realized that they were all true. That little guy Lin Hao really has such powerful skills. So he came to Linjiang City in person, ready to meet the little guy. Accompanying him was Lu Shiqing, the commander of the Huaxia General Military Region. As the most outstanding national hero of the previous generation and a level 80 strongman, Lu Shiqing is still as strong as an ox even at retirement age. Now, the two most important departments in China, the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Military Affairs, and one of the two top leaders, have all come to Linjiang City. If this were to get out, I don't know how much of a shock it would cause. But this time they came without alarming the public, and very few people knew about it. General! When Jiang Fan saw Lu Shiqing, he saluted excitedly like a new recruit. Haha, said Lu Shiqing, who had a head full of silver hair and a body only slightly stronger than that of an ordinary soldier, and was quite easygoing. Don't be nervous. I just heard that there is a little guy who is very powerful and may make China rise, so I came to take a look. Jiang Fan nodded repeatedly. General, Lin Hao will never let you down. Qin Yang on the side also walked over with a smile. He was wearing a pair of reading glasses and looked like an old man that could be seen everywhere in the community. If you don't know the situation, you can't tell that these two people are important figures in China when they walk together. Leader, please sit down for a while. Lin Hao should be here soon. By the way, this is a level 10 forged piece of equipment by Lin Hao. After it's been enhanced, I plan to send it to the front line for a trial. Jiang Fan took out the Grim Reaper Scythe, which he had not yet had time to give away, just like he was presenting a treasure. A gleam of light flashed in Lu Shiqing's eyes, and he took the weapon to check it. After a moment, his expression became excited. Haha, it's too powerful. If I had this weapon at that time, what dungeon could stop me? He waved the Grim Reaper's scythe in his hand and liked it more and more the more he looked at it. Qin Yang on the side also checked the properties and took a deep breath. Haha, it's a pity that Lin Hao wasn't born a few years earlier, otherwise you would definitely be able to use it, old Lu. Lu Shiqing snorted coldly. I'm not old yet, I can still use it now. Jiang Fan on the side hurried forward and put away the scythe of death. You should just take it easy. Leave this kind of thing to the young men. And you can't be partial. Lin Hao has decided to lend the death scythe to our Jiangnan military region. The contract is proof of that. After he put away his weapons, he took out the contract, fearing that Mr. Lu would send the weapons to other military regions. After reading the contract, Lu Shiqing laughed and scolded. You little bastard, are you trying to trick me? Well, I'll give priority to your Jiangnan military region, but the ones from other provinces can't be left behind, understand? With Mr. Lu's guarantee, Jiang Fan was overjoyed and believed that signing the contract with Lin Hao was an extremely correct decision. Haha, don't worry, Mr. Lu. We in Jiangnan province eat meat, and other brother provinces also have to drink soup, right? Finally, Lin Hao arrived late. When he saw Lu Shiqing and Qinyang, he was stunned for a moment. Because he knows all of these two big guys. One is a legend in the military, and the other is the director of the general administration of the Ministry of Education, and he often gives speeches. Because the world is quite cruel now, the country must create heroes to unite the people. Education is also a top priority. So even the children know all the heroes by heart. How could Lin Hao not know? Leader! Both Mr. Lu and Qinyang came forward in a very easygoing manner. Haha, young man, you are pretty good. Don't be nervous, we are just here to see you. After all, the world will be ruled by you young people from now on. Are you interested in joining our military? I promise that you can go directly to the military logistics department and be promoted to major. An 18-year-old major is not uncommon these days, but it is not something you can find easily. The key is that Lin Hao can give up everything in the early stage and become a major directly. This is what everyone dreams of. Qinyang on the side quickly interrupted their conversation. Mr. Lu, Lin Hao just graduated from high school. It would be best for him to go to college to gain some experience. Student Lin, don't you agree? Lin Hao nodded. Yes, I also want to go to college. Although it would be great to enter the military directly, he is only level 15 now and has not learned much knowledge. Of course, it is best to enter university. Lin Hao would not do anything that he would regret just because he was impulsive. Mr. Lu laughed and said, That's true. I was anxious. They took Lin Hao into the office like they were neighbors, and sat down to drink tea and chat. Even provincial bigwigs like Jiang Fan and He Shanshuan were waiting by the side. After a brief inquiry, Qinyang could find out that the little guy in front of him was really determined to hand himself over to the country. The national sentiment is quite strong. Such talents can naturally be cultivated vigorously. Those who have no sense of belonging and put their own interests first are likely to rebel at any time, even if they are geniuses, and the country will not vigorously cultivate them. Student Lin, in view of your performance and ability, our Ministry of Education will reward you with some bonuses. Xiao He will discuss these matters with you later. I hope you can continue to keep your original intention. The Xiao He that Qinyang mentioned is He Shanshuan. A big shot in a provincial education department is called Xiao He, which seems a bit magical no matter how you look at it. Mr. Lu also laughed. Comrade, we in the military will not let you work in vain. We will not reduce the compensation you deserve. Lin Hao waved his hands repeatedly. Contributing to the country does not require any reward. But Elder Lu glared at him and said, How can that be? You deserve this. Don't refuse. We Chinese will never let any genius suffer any injustice. Lin Hao's heart suddenly felt warm. China is indeed magnanimous. After chatting for a while, the two bosses left. They each had their own things to do, and taking time out to meet Lin Hao was already outside of their schedule. After they left, He Shanshuan came to Lin Hao. Student Lin, the Ministry of Education has decided to award you a bonus of 5 million. We will open a special account for you later. You must work hard. Jiang Fan also took out many contracts. Lin Hao, take a look. This is the price you give to the military to strengthen their equipment. If you are not satisfied, we can discuss it again. Chapter 29. Are the conditions too generous? Jiang Fan took out a large number of contracts, as if performing magic. These contracts describe in detail the remuneration that Lin Hao could receive for making equipment for the military. Different levels and qualities have different prices, and even the properties obtained after enhancement are different, so the prices are also different. Moreover, Lin Hao's god-level forging ability, in addition to 100% forging success, can also reduce the required materials. These reduced materials were originally saved by Lin Hao using his own ability, so the remaining materials also belonged to Lin Hao. In short, almost everything that could be considered was printed out in the contract. And all of this is entirely to protect Lin Hao's interests. It can be said that as long as Lin Hao can take out 2 days every month to strengthen and forge equipment for the military, he will be a rich man. Leader, are these conditions too generous? Lin Hao himself felt a little embarrassed. But Jiang Fan waved his hand and said with a smile, "This is what you deserve. You have such abilities, and you didn't develop them slowly on your own, but reported them to the country, so the country's preferential treatment for you is completely deserved." In theory, with such ability, Lin Hao could live a good life even if he did not hand himself over to the country. But it is precisely because of this that the country values Lin Hao more. If the country does not protect such patriotic children, is there any justice in the world? He Shanshuan also came over and patted Lin Hao on the shoulder, comforting him. "Don't worry, you deserve this." "Thanks." Lin Hao felt a warm feeling in his heart, and signed his name without hesitation. After Jiang Fan put away the contract, he continued, "In addition to these, the country's preferential treatment for you also includes power training and the like. Before you start school, the training for you will be handled by our Jiangnan military region. It's absolutely reliable. You don't have to pay anything, because this is our country's talent support plan. Talents like you must be vigorously cultivated." "Of course I believe in the leader," Lin Hao also said with a smile. "Well, keep working hard. I really want to see what kind of monster you will become after your level goes up." He Shanshuan laughed. "The bonus from the Ministry of Education will be deposited into your account today, don't worry." Although Lin Hao has been strengthening his equipment during this period, he had not signed a contract before, so he had no money. It is estimated that the equipment that was strengthened before was also to test Lin Hao's strength. Now, every piece of equipment that Lin Hao strengthens costs money. In the past, he studied so hard just to make life better for his family. Although his family was not impoverished, they were still quite financially tight. Ever since games merged with reality, monsters appeared before humans, and 80% of the land has been occupied by monsters. The human population has also dropped sharply, and obtaining resources has become much more difficult. So if you want to survive, you must work hard. Lin Hao's parents are just ordinary workers, and they also awakened to their careers. In order to let their 2 children study with peace of mind, they all went out to work and might not come back once a month. So Lin Hao studied hard because he wanted to become a strong warrior who could kill monsters in the wild or do dungeons. After selling the resources and equipment you get, you can earn money and let your family live a good life. It was only after awakening to his life profession that Lin Hao changed his mind. Lin Hao's parents still don't know what happened during this period. "Boss, can I ask how much the bonus is?" Lin Hao looked up and asked excitedly. During this period of time, his mind was filled with excitement that could be strengthened at will, so he didn't think about money at all. "I just realized it now." He Shanshuan smiled and said, "Not much, just 5 million. Before the monsters appeared, 5 million might not have been a lot, but after the destruction and reconstruction, the currency system has also been updated. 5 million is enough for Lin Hao and his family to live comfortably. Moreover, Lin Hao knew that with his skills, the money he would be able to earn in the future would definitely be more than just 5 million. So with this bonus, he can bring his parents to buy a big house in the city center, and it will also allow them to stop working so hard. "Thank you, leader." Lin Hao is sincere, but he doesn't make people feel that he is greedy for money. After all, if he really wanted money, why would he hand himself over to the country? After returning home, Lin Hao received a text message notification. The Ministry of Education not only gave him a bonus, but also opened an account for him in a bank. Looking at the account balance with several zeros, Lin Hao smiled foolishly. Suqilan, who was standing aside, sighed helplessly. "As a student, I am sometimes very immature and sometimes act like a child. Dad, Mom, both of you should quit your jobs and come back. You don't have to go out to work anymore. Lin Hao couldn't wait to call his parents. Father Lin asked in a shocked tone. Son, are you crazy? If we don't work, how can you and your sister afford to go to college? Lin Hao quickly explained. Dad, I got a large bonus, which will allow you to live a good life. Son, have you been scammed? Lin's mother was worried. These scammers will only cheat innocent children like you. You must not be fooled. Seeing that his parents didn't believe what he said, Lin Hao was quite helpless. Dad, Mom, if you don't believe it, then come back and take a look. You haven't been back for a long time anyway. When the parents heard this, they were really afraid that Lin Hao had been scammed, so they quickly agreed. They asked for leave from their boss and returned home that same day. Lin Hao not only told his parents about his account balance, and everything that had happened during this period. Su Qilan even shared her own experience. Only then did Mr. and Mrs. Lin realize that their son really had ascended to the throne and turned into a phoenix. The two cried with joy, happy that their lives had improved and relieved that their son had made progress. Dad, Mom, let's go buy a house now, and your son will make money for you in the future. Lin Hao waved his hand and took his parents to buy a big house. Although the place where they live now is not a slum, it is already a bit dilapidated. Moreover, because the house is small, his and his sister's rooms were separated from the original rooms and are quite narrow. Okay, let's buy a big house. The parents excitedly agreed, and the family went straight to the city center. When Lin Anan got home from school and learned the truth, she devastated and called her parents. Have you forgotten about my daughter? Chapter 30, Born for the Copy. Northern Military Region of Jiangnan Province. Ever since the wind god Bao was taken away last time, Tang Wu still misses it. Jiang Fan is really disloyal. He actually wants to take away such good equipment. He was very indignant. After all, Jiangnan Province is relatively weak compared with other provinces. The Northern Theater is even weaker than other theaters in Jiangnan Province. It can be said to be weak on top of weak. As a result, there are many high-level copies that have not yet been conquered in the Northern War Zone. Tang Wu was having a headache about this, but the arrival of the wind god Bao gave him hope. Unfortunately, the wind god Bao was sent here just for testing, and it was sent away immediately after the test. This made him quite depressed. But what I didn't expect was that Jiang Fan's adjutant would come back. And this time, the scale of the escort is obviously much larger than last time. There were 3 accompanying helicopters alone, each of which was equipped with considerable firepower. And when they set out from Lindong City, they were accompanied by fighter jets all the way. Although ordinary thermal weapons are not very useful against monsters, powerful thermal weapons are still very effective. However, the world is now in ruins, and weapons with destructive power will only be used when the last resort is to befall the enemy. The fact that it can be escorted by fighter jets shows that what is brought this time is definitely extraordinary. Seeing this, Tang Wu no longer showed the aggressive attitude as last time, but instead smiled. Haha, I knew Jiang Fan wouldn't forget his old classmates. What good things have you sent this time? The adjutant was helpless when he saw this, but he still took out the weapons box. This time the weapon box was quite special, wide and long, like a coffin board. Sir, this time the weapons were specially sent by Major General Jiang Fan. He asked me to tell you that while the weapons are still in our Jiangnan province, go and conquer a few more dungeons. After saying that, he opened the weapon box, and a long black sickle appeared in front of Tang Wu. Just by looking at it, Tang Wu felt a strong breath of death. This is... Tang Wu picked up the scythe of death and checked its properties. Only level 30. Huh! When he saw the level, he felt a little disappointed, but when he looked down, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The attack power on the panel alone is 150,000. With one strike of the sickle, wouldn't the world be destroyed? The entries for weapons are even more perverted than the others. All the entries indicate that this weapon has extremely high attack power. Fuck! All the shock and surprise turned into this one swear word. He loved this weapon so much. Tang Wu also awakened a rare profession, called Sword Saint. This profession allowed him to specialize in knife weapons, and his understanding of knife skills far exceeded that of ordinary people. The profession can also increase his attack power and attack speed when using a knife. The Grim Reaper Scythe, although it has a strange shape, is also a knife. So this weapon is just right for him. Tang Wu also has his own exclusive weapon, a big knife. But compared to the Death Scythe, it's nothing. What a shame, such a powerful weapon is exclusive to one of them. Was it forged by the little guy you mentioned earlier? It's a pity that he is just a living profession. If this weapon can be given to me, what dungeon can I break? What a shame! What a pity! He said. It's a pity. Several times in a row, expressing his regret that such a good weapon was exclusive to a blacksmith. Although others can use it, it is never as convenient as your own. The adjutant sighed and said, Sir, just be content. This was something Major General Jiang Fan worked hard to get, otherwise he would have been sent to other military regions long ago. Major General Jiang Fan's intention is to conquer a few more dungeons while the weapons are still in our hands. Tang Wu smiled coldly and carried the Scythe of Death on his shoulder. Don't worry, I'll personally take action this time. Those bosses in the dungeon, tremble for me. As a soldier, Tang Wu has a very high execution ability. Soon, he selected 9 other people from the army, all of whom were above level 50. In theory, a team that attacks a dungeon needs cooperation from many professions, just like playing a game. For example, warriors and mages are responsible for output, tanks are responsible for damage resistance, and there must be support. But this time, the team formed by Tang Wu, except for him, are all tanks. And after briefly explaining the mission, they set off. Even a soldier who has experienced many battles would inevitably have doubts in his heart at this moment. What's wrong with the brigade commander? Why did he choose only tank classes this time? Yeah, can the output of the brigade commander alone keep up? This time we're going to capture the level 70 Dark Night dungeon, Forest of Eternal Night. The boss inside, the fallen black bear, is no pushover. Did you notice that the brigade commander is carrying a strange weapon? Is it his new weapon? The soldier was filled with doubts and also had a great deal of fear. After all, they are all in their 50s, and the dungeon they are going to conquer is at level 70. But they are Chinese soldiers who take obeying orders as their duty and have firm beliefs. Even if they are asked to die, they will not hesitate. So even though they were doubtful, no one backed down. A Dark Night copy is a copy where there is only darkness. The fallen black bear is a nightmare to the northern military region. Not only does it have an extremely high attack power, but its health points are also over 1 million, which is despairing. Many warriors died in this copy. Not long after, they arrived at the copy. Tang Wu looked at the soldiers who came with him, and couldn't help but grin. The monsters in this dungeon have killed many of our comrades. Today is the day to make them pay with blood. Believe me. Set off. After saying that, he took the lead and entered the copy. The remaining 9 warriors also stepped in. A deep, dark light appeared above the door to the dungeon. The copy is open. The vast forest looked like a savage monster in the dark night. The cold moonlight shines down without a trace of warmth. The moment the team of 10 appeared in the forest, 9 warriors surrounded Tang Wu. Some of them held shields, while others gathered walls of light in front of them to guard against possible dangers around them. In this dungeon, even the monsters are level 70. Any danger is fatal. At this time, Tang Wu looked at the giant sickle in his hand. As soon as it entered the dungeon, the Reaper Scythe entered a night state, and its attack power almost doubled. And the longer they are here, the higher the attributes of this weapon will be. There is no upper limit at all. The Scythe of Death was created specifically for the Dark Night dungeon. Chapter 31. Killed in one blow. What else is there to say? Tang Wu's team advanced slowly in the forest. There were dangers everywhere, and they were all on full alert. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly rushed out from the dark forest, and a cold light flashed. Careful! The warrior facing the black shadow tensed up his entire body, ready to meet the attack. The black shadow is the most common monster in this dungeon. It is called the Dark Night Leopard. It moves as fast as lightning and has great strength. Even a level 70 combat profession requires the cooperation of multiple people to kill. However, the imagined collision did not occur. The soldier stretched his head to look in confusion and saw that the Dark Knight leopard had been split into two halves. Even a piece of material was found on the corpse. The soldier stayed where he was, looking at Tang Wu with a dull look in his eyes. At this time, Tang Wu also kept swinging his sword. It's just saying swinging the sword, but in fact it's just extending the scythe of death. The high attack power of the weapon means he doesn't have to worry about moves at all. It can be said that, if you touch it you will die. The health points of these monsters are not even 150,000. Moreover, under the darkness of the night, the scythe of death has released an area of 1,000 meters in radius. The attributes of all monsters that enter the area will be weakened by 20%. The death scythe also comes with a 30% killing power. When dealing with ordinary monsters, the damage overflow is too much. After seeing the power of the Grim Reaper Scythe, Tang Wu finally relaxed a lot. Haha, what are you all standing there for? Collect the materials and let's move on. The soldiers seemed to have just woken up from their dream, and quickly collected their spoils and continued to move forward. This time, they all focused their attention on Tang Wu. After all, the scene just now was too horrifying. A small monster in a level 70 dungeon was killed with one hit. Even if a level 80 boss comes, it can't be so easy, right? Considering that Tang Wu was carrying a uniquely shaped weapon, the other warriors also suddenly realized what was going on. All this is because of this weapon. The next few monsters he encountered were also killed instantly by Tang Wu. He was dead even before the monster came close. The journey that originally took them 2 or 3 hours now took them only half an hour to reach the depths of the forest. And this is where the boss, the fallen black bear, is. Roar! Feeling the strange breath, the fallen black bear suddenly stood up. Its body was over 5 meters long, and it was simply a huge monster. Faced with this boss, the 9 warriors couldn't help but feel fear and their bodies trembled slightly. But they all held their positions and stood in front of Tang Wu. Tang Wu looked at the scythe of death in his hand. With various bonuses, the attack power had reached a terrifying level of more than 500,000. The field of death instantly covered the fallen black bear. Roar! The fallen black bear roared again and rushed directly towards Tang Wu and the others. The earth shook in an instant. At this moment, Tang Wu just glanced at the fallen black bear indifferently. You have killed many of our comrades before. Now, it is time to pay with blood! He roared, and the scythe of death in his hand suddenly emitted a cold light. Go to hell! Tang Wu jumped high and slashed down with the giant sickle in his hand. Swish! The fallen black bear's madly running body suddenly stopped, and its health bar was emptied in an instant. After shaking twice, the huge body split directly in the middle, and several pieces of equipment and materials exploded. The faces of several soldiers in front were stained with warm liquid. They stood there blankly, as if they had forgotten to think. Their nightmare, the boss with 1,000,000 HP, the fallen black bear who killed many of his compatriots, was killed with one knife? All 9 fighters needed time to digest this scene. Tang Wu was also quite excited at this time, and he couldn't let go of the scythe of death in his hand. This dark night dungeon that had troubled them for a long time was successfully conquered so easily. It was simply astonishing. Haha, brothers, collect the spoils, we are leaving! Tang Wu laughed loudly, which made the soldiers come back to their senses. They quickly packed up their spoils, and with a flash of light, they disappeared into the dungeon. Outside the copy, Jiang Fan's adjutant did not leave. After all, he wanted to see the power of the death scythe with his own eyes. I originally thought that the copy would take at least 2 or 3 hours to complete, but this time it only took more than half an hour to complete. And this time, the soldiers who entered were completely unharmed. Why do you all look a little empty? The adjutant frowned and asked in confusion. Tang Wu laughed and said, These bastards must have been scared by me. He killed the level 70 boss in one blow, which made him feel very happy and full of energy. After handing over the spoils and the data of the dungeon, he immediately took the warriors to another dark night dungeon. If you clear a dungeon for the first time, the rewards given are quite generous. What loot you get later depends entirely on luck. Moreover, there is another purpose for conquering a dungeon, which is to explore the world within the dungeon. Once you are familiar with the copy, it will be much easier to pass it. Just like a real game, the difficulty will naturally decrease once you have a strategy. In the following copy, it is Tang Wu's time to perform alone. No, to be more precise, it is the time for the Death Scythe to be shown. Because of its powerful attributes, after conquering 7 Dark Knight dungeons in a row, no monster was able to withstand a single blow. Haha, it feels so good! Tang Wu returned to the barracks reluctantly. Even though they didn't have to put in much effort, the warriors were tired after conquering 7 dungeons. So he had to take a break. Sir, in that case, I'll leave first. If you have anything later, please contact Major General Jiang Fan directly, said the adjutant. Tang Wu waved his hand and said, Let's go, just don't take your weapons with you. By the way, last time you said these weapons were enhanced by a senior high school student? The adjutant nodded and said, Yes, but this person's information is China's top secret. I'm sorry I can't disclose it. I understand. Tang Wu nodded. I just think it's a pity. How great would it be if such a talent was in our army? Let alone weapons like the Death Scythe, even if it was a weapon of the same level as the Wind God Bao, how powerful would it be if the entire army was equipped with it? By then, any instance will be easily accessible. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, and the more regretful he felt. He could just give such a talent a job. But they are destined to belong to the whole of China. There was also excitement in the adjutant's eyes. Sir, there will be another batch of equipment delivered later. Although it's not much, it can equip several elite teams. He turned and left, leaving a few words before leaving. Sir, what you said will definitely come true. Chapter 32. I don't want to be a waste. The news that the Northern Military District had cleared 7 advanced Dark Knight dungeons in succession reached Jiang Fan the next day. This made Jiang Fan so happy that he almost jumped up. Because he knew that this was all due to the effect of the Scythe of Death he sent. Great, I knew it would be like this. The significance of clearing a high-level copy is equivalent to a war readiness race. The equipment and materials obtained in the copy will strengthen the army. Moreover, there is more experience in advanced copies, which allows soldiers to upgrade quickly. Even in dungeons, skill books will be dropped. Skill books are a way for people to learn skills, and are limited to certain professions, levels, etc. Every skill book is almost impossible to come by without a second thought. All of these can be seen as strengthening the army. One day, the army will be strong enough to clear those dungeons without the help of the Scythe of Death. With the Death Scythe, the strength of the Northern Military Region can be rapidly improved. Now we can finally get rid of the title of the weakest, right? Jiang Fan thought happily. Now every province in China has 9 military regions. After the game became a reality, China began to suffer from a fear of insufficient military forces. Therefore, each province has a military region named after its direction, and together with the Central Military Region, there are a total of 9 military regions. Jiangnan Province is the weakest among all the provinces, and the specific division is based on the degree of strategy in the copy. Moreover, Jiangnan Province has the least advanced copies. As the commander of Jiangnan Province's military district, Jiang Fan did everything to make the army of Jiangnan Province stronger. So after discovering Lin Hao's talent, his first thought was to keep him in Jiangnan Province. After finding out that it was impossible, he settled for the next best thing, which was to supply the equipment forged by Lin Hao to their Jiangnan military region first. Unfortunately, ideas are beautiful, but reality is cruel. It is impossible for Jiangnan Province to monopolize such a good thing. At this time, Jiang Fan became really anxious. The talents belong to our Jiangnan Province. It is too much not to give us any benefits at all. So he risked being punished and signed the contract with Lin Hao to give priority to using the Scythe of Death. It is only natural to let Scythe of Death go to help the weakest northern military district in Jiangnan Province first. On the other side, in the level 20 copy, Mountain Monster Camp, Lin Hao was leveling up with a group of well-equipped and well-trained soldiers. Even Su Qilan followed him into the copy. Because even though her rank is not high, as the person with the best relationship with Lin Hao, she has to follow. You also need to take care of your mood when leveling up. The country's care for Lin Hao can be said to be utmost concern. Although Su Qilan became a personal nanny, she also received considerable benefits. The first is a full set of level 15 platinum equipment, which even the rich don't dare to wear. Just this amount alone is something Su Qilan couldn't earn even if she taught students for a lifetime. And if you follow the dungeon, you can also gain some experience. Although most of the experience in the copy belongs to Lin Hao. Teacher Su, please come with me to play the dungeon. Lin Hao moved forward surrounded by 8 soldiers. These 8 people are all level 29 soldiers, which is the highest level that can gain the most experience. Moreover, in order to protect Lin Hao's safety, the equipment of these people has also been strengthened by Lin Hao. So it was pretty smooth along the way. Lin Hao doesn't have to do anything, just lie down. But how can a real man lie down? Lin Hao himself was also wearing a set of level 15 equipment. The troops helped him level up before, and his level was raised to level 15, so his equipment was also updated. But he didn't want to be a useless person lying there, he also wanted to kill monsters. But unfortunately, there is an essential difference between life professions and main combat professions. Although Lin Hao's panel values are similar to those of the main combat profession with the support of equipment, there is a big difference in actual combat. Without the blessing of Scythe of Death, it would take a lot of effort for him to kill a small monster. You need other people to assist you. This seriously slowed down the speed of clearing the dungeon, so Lin Hao had no choice but to give up. During this period, he strengthened his equipment. Every time he strengthened a piece of equipment, he could gain a little experience. Now he is on the verge of upgrading. But compared to dungeons and killing wild monsters, the experience gained from forging is too little. This is also the reason why the level of blacksmiths is generally not high. After all, the benefits of wasting resources and manpower on blacksmiths are too small. Previously, only main combat professions could enjoy this kind of treatment. Lin Hao is probably the first person who has been treated so well as a living professional. Teacher Su, am I really not as good as the main combat profession? I also want to be able to kill monsters and level up. Lin Hao complained bitterly to Su Qilan. It is really hard for a man to be happy when he even has to hide behind a woman. Moreover, he doesn't have to do anything to clear the dungeon. He is simply a waste and too boring. Even if you use Scythe of Death, it would be boring because it is purely a numerical crush. Unless the equipment you use can enhance a combat skill. Su Qilan frowned. As a teacher, he still knew a lot of things. Not really. A blacksmith is a very special profession with many skills that can be helpful in battle. Of course, I just heard about it. You can ask after you go back. Lin Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. Really? Then I have to ask carefully. As the boss fell, Lin Hao and the others were also teleported out of the copy. The accumulated experience directly allowed Lin Hao to reach level 16. Thank you for your hard work, let's stop here for today. Su Qilan was afraid that Lin Hao would be tired, so she spoke to several soldiers. Okay. The soldiers nodded, but looking at their expressions, they seemed to be a little unsatisfied. After all, this was the first time they had encountered such useful equipment, and they were reluctant to part with it. For reasons of confidentiality, these soldiers were recruited from different military regions and were replaced every time. Even these soldiers didn't know who Lin Hao and Su Qilan were, and why they could have such a grand ceremony and have the military district specially dispatch people to help him level up. The background is really amazing. After saying goodbye politely, Lin Hao returned to school under the escort of the army. The first thing he did was to go to the office and find He Shanshuan and Jiang Fan. Leaders, are there any skills that would be suitable for me? I don't want to hide behind others. Lin Hao expressed his thoughts, which immediately made He Shanshuan and Jiang Fan frown. A life profession that screams to go chop monsters? This scene is so weird no matter how you think about it. However, He Shanshuan thought it made sense. Yes, no matter how well protected it is, there may be loopholes. You should have some means to save your life. Chapter 33, The Blacksmith's Exclusive Divine Skill. It's okay, you should have some means to save your life, He Shanshuan said seriously. Lin Hao was so happy that he almost jumped up. He thought the two big guys would think he was being unreasonable. Jiang Fan also nodded in agreement. That's right. Although your confidentiality level is very high, nothing is absolute. If foreigners knew your abilities, They would most likely assassinate you in order to curb China's development. So it's not enough just to strengthen it. Lin Hao was quite excited to get the recognition from the two big guys. Then can you make me as strong as the main combat profession? He Shanxuan and Jiang Fan both shook their heads. Then how do you plan to help me save my life? Lin Hao asked puzzledly. Skill book, the two bosses said in unison. At this moment, they rarely thought of the same thing. The skill books that drop from dungeons or wild monsters are all very strange. No one knows if there will be any strange skills that the blacksmith can learn. Lin Hao stretched out his hand excitedly. That's great, where is the skill book? The two bosses immediately put on an embarrassed expression. Ahem. Jiang Fan coughed. It seems that the Jiangnan military district does not have any skill books suitable for blacksmiths. Some ordinary blacksmith skill books have long been used by other blacksmiths. Skill books are like inheritance, they will disappear after learning. Therefore, even among blacksmiths, there cannot be two that are exactly the same. Lin Hao became visibly disappointed. He Shanxuan patted his shoulder and said with a smile, Don't worry, we will definitely find it. If the military district doesn't have it, then look for it on the black market. If Jiangnan province doesn't have it, then look for it in other provinces. Even if China doesn't have it, we can buy it from foreign countries. There will always be something suitable for you. Although Lin Hao was very touched, he couldn't hide his disappointment. I see. And if I strengthen my equipment, maybe I can get skills that suit me. He comforted himself and went home. Although he bought a new house, it would take some time to move, so during this period, he still lived in his old and dilapidated house. Well, it all depends on luck. Lin Hao sighed. He knew that even He Shanxuan and Jiang Fan said so. It was really rare for a blacksmith skill book to have combat attributes. A few days passed, and Lin Hao leveled up and strengthened his equipment. All the enhanced equipment was quickly sent away, and it is believed that they were distributed to soldiers in various military regions. Lin Hao also hopes that his equipment can make China stronger. As soon as he arrived at school that day, He Shanxuan and Jiang Fan suddenly came to him. Student Lin, good news! He Shanxuan's face was full of excitement. Lin Hao frowned. Leader, what's the good news? After keeping the secret, He Shanxuan took out a few books from his storage ring. I have reported your request directly to the country. The country has also been busy these past 2 days, collecting blacksmith skill books everywhere. Even the black market was thoroughly raided, and only then were these skill books found. Hurry up and take a look, is there anything suitable for you? Lin Hao originally thought that this matter would not be so simple, but he did not expect that the skill book would be found in just a few days. He suddenly felt a warmth in his heart, and couldn't wait to check it out. Seeing his look, Jiang Fan and He Shanxuan also left quietly. Master Forging, exclusive to blacksmiths, has a chance to reduce the materials required for strengthening, level 20. The first skill book is very good for a blacksmith, but it is useless to Lin Hao who possesses god-level forging skills, because he can reduce the materials required for strengthening. So he started reading another book. Tough Blacksmith, exclusive to blacksmiths, defense increases by 1 point for each level increase, level 1. This skill book is interesting, but the attributes it improves are too few. Lin Hao sighed. Even if he reached level 99, he could only increase his defense by 99 points. But after level 10, each level can increase 10 points of defense, and after level 20, each level can increase 20 points of defense. Besides, there is the defense added by the equipment, and 99 points of defense is really insignificant. And this is not what Lin Hao wants at all, a skill that can enable him to fight. Lin Hao continued reading, but was not satisfied. It was not until he saw the last book that a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Reverse Enhancement, exclusive to blacksmiths, has a chance to reverse enhance equipment within 10 meters, level 20. This skill book is quite interesting. Lin Hao frowned. Su Qilan also hurried forward to check. Suddenly seeing the skill of reverse strengthening, she was stunned. What's the use of this skill? Reverse strengthening, doesn't it mean that strengthening successfully is equivalent to strengthening failure? When Su Qilan thought about the consequences of failed strengthening, which would only be melting, she sighed. This is simply an inhuman skill. Who would want their equipment to be strengthened in the opposite way? But the next moment, Lin Hao suddenly reacted. No, this skill is aimed at the enemy. And my god-level forging will be 100% successful if it is strengthened. After his reminder, Su Qilan also reacted. If it is aimed at the enemy, the skill of reverse strengthening is a perfect match for Lin Hao. Successful reinforcement is equivalent to failure, and the result is meltdown. However, Lin Hao's enhancement was 100% successful, which means he could 100% destroy the enemy's equipment. You know, even in a level 1 dungeon, many monsters have equipment on them. As long as he is within a range of 10 meters, Lin Hao can directly destroy all the enemy's equipment. Lin Hao and Su Qilan looked at each other and saw great surprise in each other's eyes. In the eyes of other blacksmiths, this skill is considered useless, but in Lin Hao's hands it is a magical skill. Although it was not a skill that allowed Lin Hao to fight, he was already very satisfied with it. After all, whether it is monsters or humans, their own attributes are not strong, and the attributes of their equipment account for most of their strength. Destroying the equipment is equivalent to reducing the monster's attributes by more than half. That's it. Unfortunately, the scope is a bit small. Lin Hao chuckled and directly reached out and pressed on the skill book, preparing to pass on the skills. Who knew that even though the skill book was glowing, it could not be passed on to Lin Hao? Su Qilan reminded him. This skill book is for level 20, which means you can only learn it after you reach level 20. My happiness was in vain. Lin Hao was a little disappointed, but after leveling up and strengthening over the past few days, he has now reached level 18. I believe that within 2 days, he will be able to learn this skill. Chapter 34. Elite schools are fighting for Lin Hao. While Lin Hao was working hard to reach level 20, other senior high school students were also busy leveling up and choosing schools. After the senior year test, everyone's results are out. Universities do not value a person's rank. After all, rank is the easiest to improve. What they want to see is the students' specialization in their respective professions and their academic performance. Although force has become the mainstream now, academic performance also includes theory, culture, and everything else. These are also quite important. Moreover, there is a huge gap between famous universities and ordinary universities nowadays. Those admitted by famous universities are generally those who specialize in combat professions, and the more powerful the university is, the better the students they admit. However, most of the students admitted by ordinary universities are from working professions. In their schools, there are courses specifically designed for life professions. For example, chef, gardening, etc. are all considered as livelihood occupations, and after graduation, they can basically find jobs. Most students in the professions just want to find a school, improve their professional skills, and find a job after graduation. So ordinary universities will start recruiting students very early. As for famous universities, they will have to wait until later to recruit students, which is completely different from ordinary universities. At the gate of Linjiang No. 1 Middle School, enrollment of many ordinary universities is in progress. Many students are waiting here to register. Have you heard that this year, Lindong City in Jiangnan Province will be the first to conduct campus recruitment for prestigious universities? A girl said mysteriously. How is that possible? Another girl widened her eyes in surprise. Our Jiangnan Province has always been the last one. The first girl whispered. Chu, keep your voice down, I have an inside channel. My father's cousin's sister's daughter's boyfriend works at the Education Bureau, so the information is absolutely accurate. I heard that this time, it was because a genius appeared in our Lindong City. Could it be? Another boy also joined in. Are you talking about Lin Hao? Su Qilan had mentioned Lin Hao's admission to the university before, and people in the class would definitely spread the word. Therefore, the fact that Lin Hao was admitted without taking the entrance examination was almost known to everyone. But many people found this news incredible. It can't be Lin Hao. Everyone knows that Lin Hao awakened a life profession, so how could he be recommended for admission? I think there must be a misunderstanding. Yeah, when will people be able to get recommended for a career in life? Another girl said somewhat frustratedly. After all, almost everyone gathered here today is engaged in life and work. The Combat Professional University will take the initiative to invite you. If it weren't for the fact that China values fairness, people in the combat profession would have already trampled on people in the living profession. After all, when you become strong, your mentality will also change. Just like in the current M country, the life professions have completely become slaves to the main combat professions. Could it be that the famous university recruited early and chose us as the first round because of Qin Bangxia? Qin Bangxia is also a prominent figure in Linjiang No. 1 middle school. His family is wealthy, he is hardworking and motivated, and his awakened profession is also quite impressive. Compared with Suhui, they are all better. So many people speculated that Qin Bangxia was the one who was actually admitted. Just as the students were chatting, several cars met unexpectedly on the way to Linjiang No. 1 middle school. The names of famous universities are posted on each car. There are 5 universities in total: Holy Demon University, Azure College, Shishan Military Academy, Star Picking University, and Sky College. These 5 universities are the top prestigious universities in China today. Each one is famous and has a long history. Although Holy Demon University is recognized as the best college in China, not everyone thinks so. The other universities also have their own strengths. Hey, where are we going? Are we going to Linjiang No. 1 middle school? The admissions teacher from St. Demon University leaned his head out of the car at this time with a somewhat sarcastic smile on his face. Let me guess, you guys are not here for Lin Hao, right? He seemed to have known this for a long time, and now it seemed more like he was mocking. Admissions teachers from several other schools also stuck their heads out. These people were all old acquaintances, and they all had ugly expressions on their faces at the moment. Obviously, they came for Lin Hao. And the school has issued a death order. Seeing their expressions, the admissions teacher from St. Demon University immediately looked like he deserved a beating. Hey, you guys don't know yet, do you? Lin Hao was admitted to our St. Demon University. I'm so sorry, you should go home now to avoid making a wasted trip. The admissions teachers from the other 4 universities were so angry that their faces turned green. Zhaoxing, don't be so complacent. Although I was recommended, I still have the right to choose. The admissions teacher of Azure Academy shouted angrily. The admissions teacher of Shishan Military Academy looked heroic in his military uniform and did not look frustrated at all. He asked, Zhaoxing, how much do you know about Lin Hao? Why do all of our prestigious schools want him? This question aroused everyone's interest. Because when they came, they were only told that the person to be recruited was named Lin Hao, a student from Linjiang No. 1 middle school. No other information is known. The school's response was that their level was too low. This was the first time that they were told that their rank was too low in front of the students. You have to know that they are all strong men above level 50. If they are placed outside, they are like local lords. I have shed blood for the country and suffered injuries for the country. Their level is not high enough? For a moment, all the admissions teachers' eyes fell on Zhaoxing. But Zhaoxing just spread his hands and said, I don't know more than you do. I only know that Lin Hao seems to be a living profession. Life occupation? Teachers from other prestigious schools were also surprised. Is a student who pursues a career in life worthy of the joint efforts of 5 prestigious universities? This is too abnormal. After communicating with each other for a while, seeing that the others did not have much information, several teachers from prestigious schools returned to the car. It's really strange that the school wants us to recruit a student who is a professional in life at all costs. Am I crazy, or is this school crazy? This is a common thought among several admissions teachers. At this time, in the office of Linjiang No. 1 middle school, He Shanshuan seemed a little confused after receiving the call. Are all the admissions teachers from the 5 famous universities here? But wasn't Lin Hao recommended to St. Demon University? The voice on the other end of the phone said with a smile. We took the initiative to give the admission quota to Lin Hao. Who knows what Lin Hao thinks? We must respect Lin Hao's wishes and let him choose for himself. Chapter 35. Famous schools gather together, and the country shows goodwill. After the destruction and reconstruction that China's schools underwent, there are only 5 schools that can be called famous schools today. Now, the admissions teachers from these 5 prestigious schools have all come to Linjiang No. 1 middle school. The students and teachers in the school were stunned. Am I seeing things? Is that the car from St. Demon University? Someone wiped his eyes, and then his eyes widened even more. You're not mistaken. There seems to be a Shishan military academy? The other person said with a dull look in his eyes. Shishan Military Academy is a place that trains officers for the military and almost never actively recruits students. If you want to go to Shishan Military Academy, you need to have good grades. Even if we actively recruit students, they are all special recruits. It seems like this is the first time that I come to school like this. The students were all stunned, and then became excited. All the students from the 5 famous universities are here? Are they here to recruit students? Do we have a chance to? One person had stars in his eyes and dreamed of reaching the sky in one step. Forget it. Even if they are here to recruit students, they won't recruit you. They should recruit someone like Jean Banksia. The other person simply poured a basin of cold water on him. Could it really be because of Jean Banksia? Someone speculated. They had never seen such a scene before. What kind of genius could attract the 5 most prestigious universities to come? Students also flocked into the teaching building to find out what was going on. Unfortunately, the teaching building for the senior year had been blocked long ago, so they couldn't get in at all and could only watch helplessly. Lin Hao, please come back to school. People from the 5 famous schools are here. They are here for you. Principal Shang called Lin Hao. Huh? Didn't they say that I was admitted to the Holy Demon University? Lin Hao was full of doubts. Doesn't admission mean it's a done deal? He never said he wanted to change it. Principal Shang chuckled and said, It's like this. Regarding the recommendation, you don't know, you are too popular now. These famous schools are not convinced that St. Demon University can directly recruit you. They have to compete with St. Demon University. The leaders of these schools are also the pillars of the country. After collective discussion, the country also realized that we were a bit arbitrary before and should give you a chance to choose. The governor specifically told us to let you make your own choice and fully respect your wishes. Let me tell you, you're going to make a lot of money this time. I heard that all the companies have prepared extremely generous conditions to recruit you. You might as well consider it carefully. After all, although St. Demon University is number 1, the conditions it can offer may not necessarily be the best, you know. Lin Hao understood immediately. Indeed, it is a good thing to let famous schools compete for it. These prestigious schools have extremely rich resources, and are all different. St. Demon University may not be the most suitable one for you. Now, he actually no longer has much of the desire to go to Holy Demon University as before. The reason is simple. Before, it was the prestigious schools that chose him. And now, he is the one choosing a prestigious school. It is most appropriate to let famous schools compete for you, so that you can make the most profit. Okay, I understand. Lin Hao hung up the phone, said something to the team that was leading him in leveling up, and then returned to school. Principal Shang, on the other hand, was overjoyed. He wanted to seize this opportunity and make the name of Linjiang No. 1 Middle School resound throughout China. Hello, is this Teacher Zhao? Go print a banner for me and send it to school. The sooner the better. Hey, Teacher Li, please inform the TV station and tell them that the 5 famous schools are gathering at Linjiang No. 1 Middle School. After making 2 phone calls, Principal Shang finally walked out of the teaching building. Principal, are the 5 famous schools really recruiting students from our school? What are their criteria? Principal, who are they going to recruit? After seeing the crowded teachers, Principal Shang realized how sensational this incident was. It has been a long time since people from the 5 most prestigious universities competed for a student. After all, from ancient times to the present, no one has been so talented that the 5 famous universities have to snatch his talents away. Normally, students are eager to get into these prestigious schools, but the prestigious schools have to be selective. Principal Shang just felt proud. He was just a small high school principal. How could he have the honor to make the admissions teachers of the 5 famous universities be so polite to him? This is all because of Lin Hao. Haha, that's right, the teachers from the 5 famous schools are here for a student from our school, but we can't tell you who it is yet. After explaining, he walked through the crowd and headed towards the school gate. The school hasn't been this lively since the senior high school students went on vacation. Even people outside the school came to join in the fun after hearing the news. Principal Shang walked briskly to the school gate with a proud look on his face. Principal, where are we going? The guard greeted with a smile. Hey, you also know that the 5 famous schools have gathered at our Linjiang No. 1 middle school? Principal Shang gave an irrelevant answer, but his answer was in a boastful tone. The guard scratched his head. Principal, are you okay? I know, it's because our Linjiang No. 1 middle school is so excellent that we can cultivate such outstanding talents. Principal Shang laughed twice and walked out of the school gate. Did the principal run into something dirty? The guard looked stunned. At this time, a teacher handed the printed banner to Principal Shang. On the banner, it was written, Welcome teachers from the 5 famous schools to Linjiang No. 1 middle school to recruit students. And the names of the 5 famous schools were printed one by one below. Have you ever seen people from the 5 famous universities recruiting students together? The genius of our Linjiang No. 1 middle school is naturally extraordinary. He held up a banner and shouted to every passerby. People thought Principal Shang was crazy. Little did he know that he was the only one who knew the pain he had gone through over the years. Linjiang City is considered the weakest city in Jiangnan Province. As the principal, he naturally became the weakest principal. The subsidies that the state gives to people every year are the leftovers that people don't want. After enduring humiliation for so many years, I can finally hold my head high. How could Principal Shang not be excited? Not long after, people from the TV station also arrived. They hurriedly got out of the car and ran over. After all, this was big news. Principal Shang, please let us in. Principal Shang nodded and said, Yes, it is true that the 5 famous schools are recruiting students together just for the students of Linjiang No. 1 middle school. The reporter's eyes widened. We know, didn't you ask someone to notify us to come here? Yes, the students are too outstanding, there is nothing we can do. Principal Shang still gave an irrelevant answer. The reporters were speechless. They had never seen such ostentation. So they ignored the principal and ran into the school. Then leaders from the Municipal Education Bureau, Propaganda Department, and other departments also rushed over. On this day, thanks to Principal Shang's efforts, even the dogs passing by knew that the 5 famous schools were gathered at Linjiang No. 1 middle school. Because the teachers and students were blocked in front of the teaching building, Lin Hao could only enter the teaching building from the back. You must be Lin Hao, you are indeed a heroic boy. Just by looking at it, you can feel a heroic spirit coming towards you. Zhao Xing, the admissions teacher at St. Demon University, had been waiting at the door, wanting to leave a good impression on Lin Hao. So before the person even entered the door, he went straight over to shake hands. But after shaking hands, I found that the first person to walk in was actually a woman. Lin Hao just walked in from behind at this time and said hello. Teacher, I am Lin Hao. Chapter 36. Even famous schools will fight for top spots in front of geniuses. Zhao Xing's flattery was directly directed at other people, which made him very embarrassed. Qiao Sun, the admissions teacher at Jiaxing University, burst into laughter at this moment. Teacher Zhao Xing, why are your eyesight not working well? Chen Jiangwo from Sangqiong Academy pushed up his glasses and said slowly, It's not that my eyesight is bad, it's that my IQ is low. Zhao Xing's face turned red and he wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. But people in the admissions office all have one characteristic, they are thick-skinned. He naturally let go of his hand, then stepped forward and held Lin Hao's hand. None of this matters. He changed the subject abruptly. Student Lin Hao, I'm Zhao Xing from St. Demon University. The school specially asked me to come and see you this time. After all, you were admitted to our St. Demon University, so our school should also show some appreciation. It sounded as if Lin Hao had already chosen Holy Demon University. Teachers from other prestigious schools knew they couldn't continue, otherwise wouldn't their visits have been in vain? Chen Jiangwo walked forward and a smile appeared on his serious face. Hello, Lin Hao. I am Mr. Chen Jiangwo from Sangqiong College. Although you have been recommended for admission, you still have the right to choose. We at Sangqiong Academy have the richest professional heritage, and we have knowledge of all kinds of professions. If you choose us, you will get our tailor-made teaching plan. Sangqiong College is a famous school because of its rich knowledge and heritage. People's impression of this famous school is that it is serious and knowledgeable. Without waiting for Lin Hao to reply, Chiao Sun also walked over and shook hands with Lin Hao excitedly. Haha, classmate Lin Hao, I'm teacher Chiao Sun from Jiaxing University. Don't listen to their nonsense. The Holy Demon Academy sent someone with bad eyesight here. They simply don't take you seriously. Zhao Xing, who was standing by, blushed. This matter can't be resolved, right? Chiao Sun sneered and ignored him. Student Lin Hao, our star-picking academy is the most suitable school for you as a blacksmith. We focus on life professions, especially blacksmiths. Mechanics are also our strong point. Don't you think that a forger and a mechanic are a good match? Mechanic is a special combat profession that fights by creating puppets and mechanisms, and these puppets, mechanisms, and even mechas are also special equipment. So he said that the blacksmith and the mechanic were a good match, which was not bad. The admissions teacher from Azure Academy also came over with a gentle smile on his face. Student Lin Hao, I'm Mr. Lu Fei from Azure Academy. Choosing a suitable university is very important for you. I think our Azure Academy is the most suitable for you. The advantage of Azure Academy is its strong teaching facilities. You will definitely not suffer any loss if you come to our school for further studies. Azure College is the richest among the 5 prestigious schools, and their teaching facilities and schools are the best. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is wealthy and powerful. The admissions teacher from Xishan Military Academy, who had been silent all this time, slowly walked up to Lin Hao. Student Lin, I'm Jiang Yao. A good man should go to the army to gain experience and contribute to the country. Even if you are a blacksmith, I believe you will grow into an excellent officer. Come to our Xishan Military Academy. The world today is in tatters, and China's military has always put the people first and is the force that supports China. Probably every Chinese man has a dream of joining the army. Lin Hao was no exception, so he was moved at that time. Seeing that Lin Hao was about to be snatched away, Zhao Xing quickly squeezed to the front. Student Lin Hao, don't listen to their nonsense. As long as you grow up and become a talent, you can contribute to the country. You don't have to go to military school. Our Saint Demon University has trained many famous strong men. It is absolutely wise to choose us. Go away, are you kidding a 3-year-old? Li Fei pushed Zhao Xing aside. Your Saint Demon University has always recruited students with combat professions. How to cultivate a living profession, do you have any experience? Chiao Sun sneered. TSK, your Azure Academy is just a nouveau riche. What else do you have besides giving out money? You're no different than the Saint Demon Academy. Zhao Xing excitedly pointed at the two men, and it seemed that a fight was about to break out. Don't slander others and defame their innocence out of thin air. What's wrong with us? Zhao Zhengwo pushed his glasses calmly. A bunch of brainless guys. Student Lin Hao, you see, if you go to their school, you will become like them. Come to our Sangqiong Academy and become a wise man like me. No matter what time it was, Jiang Yao always had a straight back and firm chest muscles, holding up his military uniform. I don't mind defeating you to show the strength of our military academy. Reckless man! Teachers from other prestigious schools shouted in unison. Lin Hao stood aside and seemed like an outsider. And at this moment, his filter for prestigious schools was completely shattered. All of these represent the top universities in China today, places that countless students dream of. Now she is exposing the other party's past like a shrew. He even wanted to use street thug methods to decide Lin Hao's fate. It's really speechless. Su Qilan and other leaders from TV stations and the Education Bureau who rushed over stood at the door in amazement. Is this how prestigious schools recruit students? It's really simple and unpretentious. Su Qilan was shocked and secretly turned to look at Lin Hao. It turns out that outstanding people are outstanding wherever they go. People from the 5 prestigious schools were on the verge of fighting to get him. Such a situation is simply unheard of. Quickly shoot, this is a rare material. The TV host quickly spoke to the camera. Unfortunately, there were soldiers present, and no filming was allowed without permission. However, without the filter of the prestigious school, Lin Hao's heart calmed down. He carefully considered the pros and cons of each of the 5 prestigious schools and found that it was indeed not easy to choose. Every prestigious school has advantages, but also disadvantages. After the quarrel lasted for more than an hour, Lin Hao finally couldn't stand it anymore. During this period of time, they almost stripped each other's school underwear. Teachers, I don't know what to choose right now. Why don't you give me some time to think about it? The teachers then realized that Lin Hao was still beside them. They were so busy robbing people that they ignored them. Of course, this is your right. You can take your time to think about it. No matter which school you choose in the end, we will bless you. Qin Jiangwo smiled. Even when they were arguing just now, he still looked calm and composed. This is the character of a scholar. Only then did a few teachers realize that they seemed to have overlooked something. What is it? Chapter 37. Being too good is also a problem. Hey, I always feel like I forgot something. Lu Fei frowned deeply. Qiao Sun nodded quickly and agreed. Yes, I feel the same way. Chen Jiangwo pushed his glasses and a gleam of wisdom flashed in his eyes. I know something is wrong. Zhao Xing is missing. Everyone in the office suddenly realized that Zhao Xing, the most talkative person, had left. No one knew when he slipped away. Jian Yao asked doubtfully, could it be that St. Demon University has given up on Lin Hao? Qiao Sun waved his hands repeatedly. Impossible. When I came here, the school said that they would recruit Lin Hao at all costs, otherwise I would not have to go back. I believe that St. Demon University also gave Zhao Xing such a task. Since giving up is impossible, where did Zhao Xing go? Chen Jiangwo pushed up his glasses. He usually looked calm even when he was arguing, but now he showed a rare look of panic on his face. Since you won't give up, there is only one possibility. He went to Lin Hao's house. A word can wake a person up from his dream. The admissions teachers present were all stunned. The fact that they only cared about showing themselves in front of Lin Hao but forgot about Lin Hao's family was also a reason. If they convinced Lin Hao's parents, Lin Hao might listen to them. It's despicable and shameless. Qiao Sun wanted to cry but had no tears. This Zhao Xing actually took advantage of us not paying attention and stole our house. Lin Hao's pupils trembled, and he quickly said, Teachers, I think I may have to go home. Let's go, we'll go with you and accuse Zhao Xing, this despicable villain, to his face. Lin Fei immediately grabbed Lin Hao's hand. Lin Hao had no choice but to take them home. At this time in Lin Hao's home, Zhao Xing was having a passionate conversation with Lin Hao's parents. Lin Hao's parents were confused at first, but when they heard that it was an admissions teacher from St. Demon University, they became enthusiastic. Dad, Lin Hao, our St. Demon University is well known, so I don't think I need to introduce you too much. This time I came here specifically for classmate Lin Hao. Zhao Xing deliberately did not mention other famous schools because he wanted to win over Lin Hao through Lin Hao's parents. Of course, can Lin Hao really enter St. Demon University? Father Lin asked excitedly. Although Lin Hao had received subsidies from the Education Bureau before and heard that he was admitted to school without taking the entrance exam, Lin Hao was busy leveling up and strengthening his equipment every day during this period. So I forgot to tell my parents about things like my admission to university. Seeing that their son was very busy every day, his parents felt sorry for him, and since enrollment was still ongoing, they did not ask any more questions. The admissions teacher from Holy Demon University suddenly came to their house, which was like pie in the sky. How could they not be excited? You know, every year there are countless outstanding talents who try their best to enter the Holy Demon University. Of course. Zhao Xing smiled slightly. Student Lin Hao is very outstanding. We came here this time just to talk to your two parents. If Lin Hao goes to our St. Demon University, we guarantee to give him the best education and tailor a teaching plan for him. After all, the Holy Demon University focuses on training combat professions, and for a living profession, they really need to rebuild the teaching plan. But saying this shows that they attach great importance to Lin Hao. As an admissions teacher, Zhao Xing obviously knows this well and is quite familiar with this aspect. Also, our school will give Lin Hao a scholarship every year, so you don't have to worry about the tuition fees. Even before he enrolls, Lin Hao will be awarded a one-time reward of 2 million. After finishing speaking in one breath, both Lin's father and mother were stunned. Isn't this treatment too good? They feel like they are dreaming now. Not only can his son go to the top-ranked Holy Demon University, but he can also receive a generous scholarship. It sounds like the Holy Demon University is begging Lin Hao to go to school. It's incredible. Are you really the admissions teacher of St. Demon University? Father Lin became a little suspicious. Zhao Xing smiled and nodded, then took out his ID. Guaranteed authenticity. That's great! Our Lin Hao has finally made it big! Both parents seemed very excited. However, Lin's mother was still quite attentive. After thinking for a while, she said, Of course, we are happy that Lin Hao can go to St. Demon University, but let's wait until Lin Hao comes back. Zhao Xing waved his hand and said that when Lin Hao came back, people from other famous schools would follow. You two are Lin Hao's parents. You can make the decision for Lin Hao. Before he finished speaking, several figures rushed into the living room. Zhao Xing, you are too shameless, aren't you? You actually want to trick Lin Hao's parents while we are away? Lu Fei's face was filled with anger. Father and Mother Lin frowned deeply and asked in confusion, Who are you? Lu Fei immediately put on a smiling face and walked forward to shake hands with Lin's father and mother. I'm Lu Fei, the admissions teacher at Azure Academy. Nice to meet you too. Several other teachers also came forward to introduce themselves. Lin's father and mother were completely confused. The 5 most prestigious universities are actually coming to them? Lin Hao came in front of his parents at this time, his face full of helplessness. I originally wanted to wait until everything was settled before telling my parents, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Isn't it just a simple enrollment? Is it necessary to make such a grand ceremony? Dad, Mom, I want to make the decision on this matter myself. At this time, Father and Mother Lin finally recovered from their shock. It turns out that not only Holy Demon University wants Lin Hao, but other famous universities also want him. Lin Hao is more powerful than they imagined. Well, now that you're grown up, of course you make the decision yourself. Mother Lin had a gentle look on her face, with an unconcealable smile of relief on her face. At this time, teachers from several other famous schools directly surrounded Zhao Xing. You are so shameless! Zhao Sun cursed under his breath. Zhao Xing was very proud. You are too stupid. Anyway, I have already convinced Lin Hao's parents. Humph, it's still unclear who will win or lose. Lu Fei snorted coldly, then came to Lin's father and mother. Dear parents, our Blue Academy is very sincere. If Lin Hao goes to our school, we will directly give him a bonus of 5 million. Qin Jiangwo also stepped forward and said with a smile. With Lin Hao's ability, it would be vulgar to talk about money. Our Tsengqiong Academy will provide Lin Hao with the best educational environment. Others also stepped forward and tried to persuade Lin Hao's parents. As ordinary people, they seldom have such moments, and they wish they could praise them to the sky. Lin Hao watched from the side and shook his head helplessly. Alas, excellence can sometimes be a kind of trouble. Chapter 38 State Secrets. Lin Hao's family has not moved into their new home yet, so the house is a bit crowded. After admissions teachers from prestigious schools, the Municipal Education Bureau, and the Municipal Television Station arrived, the house became even more crowded. Students from prestigious schools vied with each other to show off in front of Lin Hao's parents and talk about the excellent records of their schools. They all wanted to persuade Lin Hao's parents to let Lin Hao choose their school. The 5 famous universities have never competed so fiercely for a talent before. After all, in the past, talented people were vying to enroll in their school. Even at night they refused to leave. Lin Ainen, who was attending tutoring at school, was stunned when she saw this scene after returning home. Brother, I saw cars from 5 famous schools parked outside our house. Could they be them? She ran to Lin Hao and asked in a low voice. After all, it looked like the people from the 5 prestigious universities were arguing with each other. Something like, Our school is the best. Nonsense, our school is the best. Get out of the way. Compared to our school, you all have to stand aside. Lin Ainen had never seen such a scene before. That's right, they are from the 5 famous universities. Lin Hao sighed. Lin Ainen covered her mouth in surprise. Could it be that they are here to rob me? Although I know I'm excellent, I'm only in the first year of high school. Everyone awakens at different times, but most people awaken during high school. Some geniuses are awakened at birth, and the latest age of awakening is 18. So Lin Ainen awakened in her first year of high school, while Lin Hao awakened in his 3rd year of high school. Lin Hao immediately rolled his eyes at his sister and said, "What I said these days, you ignored it, didn't you? They are here to compete for your brother's talent." Lin Anan still had a shocked expression. "How is that possible? Didn't you awaken to a life profession?" "Sister," Lin Hao was too tired to complain. "If you are too thick-skinned, you don't have to do it." After explaining for a long time, Lin Anan finally accepted the fact that the admissions teachers from the 5 prestigious universities came to her house just to snatch Lin Hao away. "I've never heard of a talent that the 5 top schools are competing for. Brother, you are amazing!" She hugged Lin Hao's arm and started to act coquettishly. That's right. Lin Hao was just a teenager, and he felt very happy after being praised. "The money for our new house was the bonus given to me by the Ministry of Education." "Really?" Lin Anan's eyes widened. "I thought my parents had made a fortune." Lin Hao was too tired to complain about his sister. He felt so tired. "Teachers, we already know the advantages and characteristics of each of your prestigious schools, but in the end, the choice of power still lies with Lin Hao, right?" Suqilan saw that it was getting late, so she usually urges Lin Hao to go to bed. So she stood up and prepared to end this war without gunpowder. Father Lin also quickly agreed. "Yes, we also respect Hao's choice." Suqilan smiled again and said, "Student Lin Hao not only has to level up during the day, but also has to strengthen his equipment. He needs to have a good rest." Several admissions teachers finally realized that this was a way to drive them away. So they asked Lin's father for his contact information before leaving. Finally, the world is quiet. Suqilan looked at her watch and said to Lin Hao seriously, "Lin Hao, you should take a shower and go to bed now." "Okay, teacher, you should rest early too." Lin Hao waved his hand and sent Suqilan away with her parents. The whole family slumped on the sofa at the same time, even their sitting postures were exactly the same. "Son, your dad and I have never been so glorious. Did you see that? Even the people from the Municipal Education Bureau bowed and scraped to me." Father Lin suddenly burst into laughter. "They are just ordinary people, and the awakened professions are also common professions. If nothing unexpected happens, they will spend their lives like this. And now, the leaders of the Education Bureau are all polite to them. This feeling is like a dream. Hey Dad, Mom, I will definitely let you live a good life. This is just the beginning." Lin Anan also jumped up. "Mom and Dad, I will definitely be better than my brother in the future. I will protect the whole family." Lin Hao rolled his eyes at the sound of such a naive remark. "Lin Anan, watch less TV dramas in the future." For 3 consecutive days, Lin Hao continued to fight monsters, level up, and strengthen his equipment. It would be fine if the holy forging was not triggered, but once it was triggered, the energy would be drained instantly, and you would be exhausted for the whole day. Therefore, Lin Hao usually levels up in the morning and strengthens in the afternoon. If the holy forging is triggered, he can also take a good rest to recover. His level is also increasing rapidly. He is already level 19 and is almost at level 20. If it weren't for the fact that the highest level difference between dungeons was only 20 levels, Hua Xia would have wanted to take Lin Hao to those high-level dungeons to upgrade. This way you gain more experience and level up faster. Regardless of any profession, the first 20 levels are just the basics. After level 20, there will be many changes. For example, new skills, new drawings. After another tiring day, Lin Hao returned home. During these 3 days, the teachers in the admissions office were also busy. On the one hand, they wanted to find out what happened to Lin Hao that made the famous school issue a death order to win him over. But no matter who they asked, the mayor or the governor, the answer they got was just 2 words: keep it confidential. National level confidentiality, are you kidding? In the past, this level of confidentiality would generally not be revealed to the public. Now is an era that needs heroes and role models, so Lin Hao will be vigorously promoted. But not many people know about his abilities. Because his ability is what needs to be kept secret the most. The teachers at the admissions office of the prestigious school were all shocked. They had originally come to recruit Lin Hao with the idea of fulfilling the school's orders. And now they understand that Lin Hao must be very capable, otherwise the country would not pay so much attention to him. So these few days, they have been constantly calling Lin's father to do his work. Just after Lin Hao returned home, Lin's father's cell phone rang. Father Lin Hao, I'm Zhao Xing. Actually, our school's enrollment is almost over and the number of places is limited. If Lin Hao really doesn't choose our Saint Demon University, we can do nothing about it. What Zhao Xing said was sincere and heartfelt, as if Lin Hao really missed this opportunity, he would not be able to go to Saint Demon University. When Mr. Lin heard this, he immediately became anxious. How come the school doesn't want it anymore after all the delays? Teacher Zhao. But before he could finish his words, Lin Hao suddenly came over and hung up the phone. Dad, don't worry, let's hear what the people from Xishan Military Academy have to say. Chapter 39, Talking about Experience? I was admitted by recommendation, so I don't need to take the exam. Lin Hao had read a news report before, which said that in order to compete for talents, universities deliberately said that there were not enough places and forced people to make decisions. So when Zhao Xing said that there were almost no more places available at Saint Demon University, he immediately realized that it was a lie. As expected, several other prestigious universities also called and their statements were similar to Zhao Xing's. If you are not informed, you will definitely make a choice under pressure. After being discovered by Lin Hao, they were finally at their wits' end. Since they don't know what Lin Hao's abilities are, they can only keep improving his treatment. Things like scholarships, leveling, teaching staff, and the supply of materials unique to blacksmiths are constantly increasing. Son, even if you are very smart, you should have made a decision earlier. It's not a good idea to keep them hanging like this, Lin's mother counseled. Lin Hao smiled and said, I see. I have been thinking about this matter these days, and I have made up my mind. Both Mr. and Mrs. Lin were very happy. Really? Which prestigious school are you choosing? Holy Demon University. Lin Hao then informed Principal Shang and others of his choice, and they all expressed their support for Lin Hao's choice. Lin Hao also notified several teachers in the admissions office one by one, and expressed his apologies to other prestigious schools. He already had a recommendation quota for admission to Holy Demon University, so doing this might seem like a waste of time, but it was not. Before that, he was just admitted to Saint Demon University as a normal recommendation. There is definitely more than one genius who is recommended to study in the country. But now, after competition from several universities, Saint Demon University has also offered more and better conditions, making his treatment much better than before. In fact, the conditions offered by Holy Demon University are not the best. As for the conditions, it has to be the wealthy Azure Academy. But the reason for choosing Holy Demon University may be, on the one hand, because the name of Holy Demon University has been deeply rooted in people's hearts. On the other hand, the Holy Demon University is a place dedicated to training strong people, and Lin Hao has not yet given up the idea that as a blacksmith he can personally go to the battlefield to kill monsters. After all, he is a passionate Chinese man, and he is always dealing with logistics, which is not as fun as killing monsters. Zhao Xing called Lin Hao directly. Student Lin Hao, I know you have the best vision. All the conditions that our Saint Demon University has offered are valid. If there is anything you are not satisfied with, just tell me and I will communicate with the school, Lin Hao said with some fear. Teacher Zhao, this is enough, there is really no need to add more. Well, come to school tomorrow and we'll sign an enrollment contract. After school starts, you can register at Saint Demon University by yourself. Okay, see you tomorrow, Lin Hao said and hung up the phone. Not long after, Lin Hao received a notification of changes in his bank account, with 3 million deposited into his account. This is the bonus given to Lin Hao by the Holy Demon University. He spent 3 million to buy a new house, and now he has 5 million left, which is enough for his family to live on for a long time. And now every piece of equipment he strengthens and forges for the army has to be charged. Looking back at his parents, Lin Hao immediately laughed. My parents have been busy moving house these days and are reluctant to throw away many of the furniture at home. Lin Hao waved his hand and transferred all the remaining 5 million to his parents. Mom and Dad, we won't be short of money anymore. We'll replace all the furniture with new ones. After seeing the account balance, the parents also smiled with relief. Okay, I'll do as you say. The next morning, Lin Hao did not go directly to level up, but went to school. After all, I have already agreed with Zhao Xing to sign some contracts. But as soon as I arrived at the school, I saw the extremely exaggerated banner on the school gate. Congratulations to our students for being admitted to St. Demon University. Lin Hao shook his head helplessly. He was originally admitted by recommendation, but in the end he was allowed to make his own choice. In the end, it still makes no difference whether you choose to be admitted or not. There are a lot of people in the school today because Principal Shan notified all the students to return to school because there will be a speech at the school. Linjiang No. 1 Middle School had never been admitted to the Holy Demon University before, so Principal Shan would certainly take advantage of this opportunity to publicize it. So many TV stations came last night, and the podium was filled with cameras. The students all came to the playground, but they did not sit according to their classes or ages, but just sat randomly. After all, the incident happened suddenly and the school was not prepared. After Lin Hao arrived, he found a place to sit down. In front of him, two girls were whispering. Is there really someone from our school who was recommended to St. Demon University? Is there such a great person? A girl asked in a low voice. I don't know either. I think his name is Lin Hao. Another girl said. No, the rumor has been debunked. I heard that Lin Hao awakened a life profession, the same as us. How could he be admitted to the St. Demon University? The first girl shook her head. It seems that they are either in the first or second year of high school. After all, almost everyone in the senior year of high school knows that Lin Hao was admitted without taking the entrance exam. I heard that people from the 5 famous universities came here these 2 days, but I don't know what they are doing. Do you think the person recommended for admission will be Qin Banksia? A girl suddenly slapped her forehead and asked in surprise. Another girl nodded repeatedly. I think it must be her. In terms of grades, she ranks among the best. I heard that she has stronger combat abilities and has awakened a special profession. If he wasn't busy leveling up and didn't bother competing for a rank, how could Suvi be number 1 in the school? Both of them seemed to admire Qin Banksia very much. Lin Hao was not unfamiliar with this name. After all, they were both in the 3rd year of high school, just in different classes. She had also heard about Qin Banksia's story. She said that she awakened her special profession when she just entered the 1st year of high school, so she was busy leveling up and spent little time in school. It is precisely because of this that he is not as good as Lin Hao and Suvi in the written test. Moreover, he simply doesn't bother to engage in actual combat with his classmates, as he has already been able to clear the dungeon alone. She comes from a wealthy family, works hard, and is pretty. It is natural for such a person to be admired. The two girls were whispering to each other for a while before they noticed Lin Hao. They were embarrassed for a moment, realizing that their conversation had been overheard. In order to break the awkward atmosphere, a girl smiled and said, Are you also a senior in the 3rd year of high school? I wonder which university you were admitted to. Lin Hao smiled and said, I was recommended for admission. When the two girls heard this, they almost rolled their eyes to the sky. You can't be so vain, senior. Do you think you are Qin Banksia? Lin Hao was speechless. He was just speaking the truth, so why was he looked down upon? At this time, Principal Shang finally appeared on the podium and began to speak. Today's publicity meeting is to publicize the fact that students from Linjiang No. 1 Middle School have been recommended for admission to St. Demon University. Next, let's invite Lin Hao to the stage. Where is Lin Hao? Lin Hao stood up and walked onto the podium under the watchful eyes of everyone. The two girls who had just laughed at Lin Hao suddenly widened their eyes. He was really admitted without taking the entrance exam? The two of them were in tears, and the clown turned out to be me. Chapter 40. Tailor-Made Teaching Plan. The school's publicity ceremony was held with great fanfare. At the ceremony, Lin Hao gritted his teeth and said some words of encouragement to his younger classmates, and then signed an enrollment contract with Zhao Xing on the spot. Lin Hao also became an instant hit, and the entire Linjiang city knew that he was admitted to the Holy Demon University. After all, as a school in the weakest province and the weakest city, how many years has it been since anyone has been able to enter a prestigious university? Many reporters specifically squatted at the door of Lin Hao's house just to interview Lin Hao. It can be said that he alone has raised the reputation of the entire Linjiang city. This made Lin Hao miserable, so he decided to move as soon as possible. Hey Lao Lin, are you moving? The neighbors downstairs were very surprised to see Lin Hao's family moving in such a grand manner. Father Lin couldn't hide the pride on his face at all. Yes, my son has made great progress. The school gave him a lot of bonuses, and we bought a new house. The neighbors also knew about Lin Hao's affairs, and they all had envy on their faces. I've always thought Lin Hao could do something since he was a kid. This kid is really promising. Lin's mother was also amused and laughed. It's not that great, but a state-owned enterprise has invited us to work there, and we are still considering whether to go. It's almost as if I'm showing off is written all over his face. Oh, you are so lucky to have a good son like Lin Hao. The state-owned enterprise invited you, why not go? There are not enough benefits and good things. Father Lin smiled and said, What do you think we can do? This is all for Xiaohao's sake. After chatting for a long time, the neighbor went home. As soon as I got home and saw my son curled up on the sofa, I was furious. Look at Lin Hao, then look at you. I remember you and Lin Hao have a photo together. Hurry up and take it out to offer it up. If you have nothing to do, just worship it. Maybe you can also go to Saint Demon University. Lin Hao and his family moved to a bigger house with new furniture. The whole family was very happy. After choosing a school, Lin Hao wanted to upgrade quickly. After all, he only needs a little more experience to reach level 20. Level 20 is a watershed. In addition to the blueprint given every 10 levels, Lin Hao can also learn the reverse reinforcement skill. And now the country is also collecting skills that can make him stronger, striving to make him on par with the main combat professions. After all, this is Lin Hao's obsession. Brother, can we go to the wild to level up today? I'm just a little bit away from leveling up, so killing a few monsters in the wild should be enough. Lin Hao took the initiative to apply. The soldier captain who came to level up with Lin Hao today came over to check Lin Hao's attributes. Well, it's level 20 monsters. Killing another 100 should be enough. If we're quick, we can finish it in an hour. Since you asked, let's go to the wild. The copy they were originally going to would take at least 3 hours to complete. Since you just want to reach level 20 as quickly as possible, going outdoors is indeed a good choice. Let's go, let's get going and make quick decisions. Su Qilan did not follow this time, although she had benefited from Lin Hao's help during this period and her level had improved rapidly. But as an excellent teacher in the school and Lin Hao's teacher, she has been accepting interviews during this period. Since it was arranged by Principal Shang, she had no choice but to accept it. In the car, the other soldiers in the team looked at the equipment in their hands with surprise. They came to help Lin Hao level up, and on the other hand to test out the equipment. Some people also became interested in Lin Hao. Captain, who is this kid? Why did he ask us to lead him in leveling up? It is not unheard of to let the army level up. But before they came, the army issued an order, telling them to treat the boy like their superior. And they couldn't ask or leak any information. The mystery made them feel that Lin Hao must have an extraordinary background. Hush, have you forgotten your discipline? The team leader said sternly. You can't ask, just do your own thing. Oh, I see. The soldier replied aggrievedly. Lin Hao was sitting in the back seat, holding a book. After all, he was quite bored every time he came out to play a dungeon. If I take action myself, it would be the same as causing trouble, so I can only do nothing. But it takes 1 or 2 hours to clear a copy, and he is really bored. However, the Holy Demon University gave Lin Fei a gift, which was the book he was reading now. The title of the book is Detailed Explanation of Blacksmithing. The author of this book is no longer traceable, but it can be seen that the book should be quite old. Even the Holy Demon University speculated that this book came from a lost kingdom, the Withered Kingdom. This book was found by Holy Demon University after searching through the school library in order to tailor a teaching plan for Lin Hao. It was neither an inheritance nor a skill, so it was sent to Lin Hao in advance as a way to entertain him. It can also be seen from here that Holy Demon University attaches great importance to him. The secret collection of books in the library was given to him to read for fun. This battle to recruit him directly raised the level of attention that Saint Demon University paid to him by several levels. Lin Hao also liked this book very much, because it recorded almost everything about blacksmiths. A forger is a natural craftsman with an unparalleled affinity for materials. He can fuse materials and equipment to create a dazzling brilliance. The blacksmith is the light of all races. These are the words written on the title page of the book, which made Lin Hao's blood boil. Classmate, we are here. This is the gathering place of the level 20 wild monsters, Magic Eye Wolf Pack. The team leader led the team members out of the car and protected Lin Hao. After all, anything can happen in the wild. They have to be more careful than in the dungeon. Set off! At the captain's command, their team went forward to look for traces of the monster. Lin Hao's attention was suddenly attracted by the weapon in the hands of an archer in the team. Why does this bow look so familiar to me? Feeling Lin Hao's gaze, the archer soldier smiled. At this moment, the team leader suddenly made a stop gesture. 50 meters ahead, there are 11 wolves in the pack. We have found our target. Archers, get ready! The archer who was talking to Lin Hao hurried over at this time. He drew his bow and put an arrow on it. Suddenly, whirlwinds appeared on the longbow out of thin air, and an arrow with a whistling sound appeared on the longbow. The archer held his breath, then released the bowstring. With a bang, the arrow flew through the air, and when it was halfway on the body, it actually began to split. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8. With a whoosh, a rain of arrows fell from the sky, and the 11 demon eye wolves were easily destroyed. We're lucky, said the team leader. The archer raised his eyebrows proudly at Lin Hao. See? This bow is called the Wind God Bow. It was enhanced by a mysterious forging master. Isn't it amazing? Lin Hao was stunned. He finally understood why this bow looked so familiar. He strengthened this emotion himself. But when did I become the mysterious forging master? Chapter 41. Against the will of heaven, you can learn all branches of the profession. Jean Banksia was a familiar figure in Linjiang No. 1 middle school, but very few people really knew him. Because her performance was totally unlike that of a genius that would appear in a small place like Linjiang City. Her family is equally mysterious. People only know that the Qin family is very rich, but not many people know what they do specifically. The reason why people are both familiar and unfamiliar with this talented girl is that Jean Banksia rarely came to school when she was in the first year of high school. He only comes here once a month to study academic subjects, and comes and goes in a hurry. Most of the time, people go to dungeons and the wild to hone their skills. He was even admitted to a prestigious university at an early stage, but few people knew about it, and the news was only vaguely spread. If she also participated in the senior high school competition, I believe Suvi would have no chance at all. Although Jean Banksia is very powerful, not many people know what profession she has awakened to, only that it is a combat profession. At this time in the wild, Jean Banksia was squatting quietly in the grass. Not far ahead is a thunderstruck tiger. The level of the thunder tiger is as high as 25. Thunder is wrapped around its body, making a crackling sound. When attacking, the thunder can cause devastating damage to its prey. Good opportunity! Seeing that the thunder tiger didn't notice her at all, Jean Banksia smiled slightly. She took out a scroll and suddenly unfolded it in front of her. On the scroll, there are a large number of monsters drawn, which are lifelike and vivid. These monsters basically only exist in legends. However, most of the monsters are gray, only the first few are glowing. Golden Toad! Jean Banksia let out a low shout and slapped his palm directly on the golden toad image at the front of the scroll. The next moment, a dazzling light burst out from the scroll, and an image of a golden toad flew out from the light, swelling in the wind. But in the blink of an eye, the golden toad became more than 3 meters tall, and its huge body fell to the ground with a bang, with its 3 legs tucked under its fat body. The thunder tiger was so frightened by the huge monster that appeared out of nowhere in front of him that he was stunned for 3 seconds before he thought of running away. Unfortunately, after running only 2 steps, a pink tongue suddenly stretched out and tightly wrapped around the thunder tiger like a rope. The golden toad opened its bloody mouth, retracted its tongue, and swallowed the thunder tiger whole. There was a flash of lightning in its mouth, and the thunder tiger was struggling desperately, but it was completely useless. A level 25 monster was easily swallowed. For a girl under 18 years old, it's simply terrifying. After swallowing the thunder tiger, the golden toad's figure shrank and eventually returned to the scroll. Haha, successfully unlocked the civet cat. After putting away the scroll, Qin Banksia jumped up happily. The profession she awakened to was an extremely special profession, even rarer than rare professions, and it was called psychic. The scroll used is called Psychic Scroll. A psychic can summon the spiritual creatures on the psychic scroll, which has many other magical uses. However, the spiritual objects on the scroll can only be gradually unlocked by killing monsters and wild monsters. In other words, the more monsters you kill, the more spiritual objects you can unlock, and the stronger you will be. Therefore, after awakening his profession in the first year of high school, Qin Banksia hardly went to school. He just spent his days clearing dungeons and killing wild monsters. Including the creature cat that she just unlocked, she has unlocked a total of 3 spiritual creatures. This has already consumed 3 years of time. In order to unlock all the spiritual objects on the spiritual scroll, one must kill countless monsters. Qin Banksia was very happy. After unlocking another spiritual object, he could now choose his own school, right? At this moment, she saw a group of soldiers coming from a distance. As someone who has been in the wild or in dungeons for many years, Qin Banksia is no stranger to these soldiers. It looks like they are of a fairly high level, and the equipment they have is actually all diamond or above. Qin Banksia took a breath of cold air. You know, diamond-grade equipment is rare, let alone a whole set of diamond-grade equipment. After all, he didn't know what this team of Chinese soldiers was doing, so Qin Banksia didn't get close, but just hid in the distance and observed. When they discovered the demon eye wolves, the soldiers sent 2 people out to kill the wild monsters, while the rest stood guard around to protect Lin Hao. A wolf pack of more than a dozen demon eye wolves was wiped out in less than a minute. Even these demon eye wolves were unable to get close to this team and were completely wiped out. Seeing this, Qin Banksia covered her mouth in shock. Good, so strong! This is her impression of the team. Well trained and well equipped. Why would a team like this go out into the wild to level up? There are obviously copies that are more suitable for them. Finally, Qin Banksia saw Lin Hao being protected by a team of soldiers. At this time, Lin Hao was reading the book, Detailed Explanation of Blacksmithing, with great interest, and seemed indifferent to the things around him. I was even immersed in this book. Level 10 is a watershed for forgers. Different job transfers will create different differences for each type of forger. After that, every 10 levels, there will be an opportunity to advance to a higher class. But holy forging, which combines the strengths of everyone, can accommodate the inheritance of knowledge from all branches. You can freely learn skills from other branches without any taboos. When seeing this, Lin Hao's pupils suddenly shrank. If what was recorded above was the same as what he thought, then holy forging would be really awesome. Generally speaking, no matter what profession you are in, you can only learn skills in one branch. For example, if you specialize in the blacksmith profession and become a dwarf blacksmith, at level 10, you can only obtain dwarf blacksmithing skills. Of course, skills learned from skill books do not count. For example, a dwarf blacksmith at level 10 will have a skill, dwarf forging, which can reduce the consumption of forging materials by 5%. After reaching level 20, you can advance the dwarf forging skill according to inheritance and reduce material consumption by 10%. Of course, you can also give up advancement and learn another branch, but the skills you acquire will still be the most basic. There is only one chance to advance or learn a new inheritance every 10 levels. The prerequisite for advancement is to have basic skills, which can then be gradually advanced to advanced levels. Therefore, life professions are much more complicated than combat professions, and the coordination is also more diverse. Some people change their jobs to become dwarf blacksmiths and learn hell forging. The equipment they strengthen or forge can reduce the consumed materials and at the same time have hell characteristics. There are also people who specialize in dwarf forging, and when they reach a high level, they can even reduce the material consumption by half. The book that Lin Hao saw recorded all the branches of blacksmiths, but it was not inherited knowledge, so he could only read it but not comprehend it directly. Chapter 42 Genius Girl? I have no impression. Lin Hao frowned and thought carefully about the records about the holy blacksmith he had read in the books. The Withered Empire has long been lost in history. The holy blacksmith is also exclusive to this ancient and powerful empire, and this empire is equally mysterious. The legend left by this empire is that it once went to war with empires of all races, so it must have been very powerful. Furthermore, what Lin Hao understood from the sentence he had just read was that if he became a full-time holy blacksmith, he would have countless opportunities every 10 levels to learn or advance to all other branches of blacksmithing. Boom, boom, boom. This discovery made Lin Hao's heart beat wildly. If this was true, then the sacred forging would be too incredible. No wonder there is no advanced inheritance at all, because it is not needed at all. Lin Hao was worried before. If there was no advanced knowledge in holy forging, he could only look for inheritance from other branches. Now it seems that it is even more important to find it. As long as they are below level 2, we take them all. Of course, this is what Lin Hao understood, but he still has no idea whether what was recorded in the book is true or false. Little brother! The captain of the soldiers stepped forward and patted Lin Hao on the shoulder. It had been several minutes, and they had watched Lin Hao alternately become ecstatic and sad, thinking that he had gone crazy. Lin Hao woke up as if from a dream and found himself still in the wild. Looking at my own attributes, I am only 1% away from reaching level 20. Excuse me everyone, I will be able to upgrade soon. The team leader nodded and asked with concern. Little brother, what happened to you just now? Are you okay? It's okay. Lin Hao waved his hand quickly. Let's continue to kill monsters. Okay, then you should also be careful and not get too engrossed in reading. The team leader was a little amused. Even if you want to lie down, you must be prepared to do so. A few people smiled and continued to move forward. Jean Banksia, who was not far away, finally confirmed that the person being leveled up by the team of soldiers was a student from their school, Lin Hao. Speaking of Lin Hao, Jean Banksia did not have a deep impression of him. He only knew that he was a very hard-working student, and he ranked first in almost every competition and academic subject. So when she was in school, she also paid attention to Lin Hao. Later, she just heard that Lin Hao had awakened a life profession, and she no longer paid attention to it. It's just unexpected that Lin Hao is now leveling up with Chinese soldiers. It's incredible. After all, even if they are the descendants of a big shot, they wouldn't dare to be so blatant. Just when Jean Banksia was daydreaming, the team walked towards her direction. And he easily found her hiding in the bushes. Who is it? Come out! The team leader shouted, his face gloomy. Lin Hao also looked over curiously. He didn't expect that there was someone here killing monsters alone. Don't be impulsive, I'm a student! Jean Banksia slowly walked out of the bushes. Facing this elite team, she had no other thoughts at all. After all, they can easily destroy themselves. Student? Why are you here? The team leader asked doubtfully. If students want to hunt monsters in the wild, they will basically be accompanied by teachers or family members. Anyone who dares to go out into the wild alone is either reckless or really capable. I'm here to level up. Jean Banksia replied. I am really a student, from Linjiang No. 1 Middle School. Lin Hao was very surprised. It turned out to be his classmate? But why don't I have any impression of this face? Seeing his look, Jean Banksia was furious. In the entire Linjiang No. 1 Middle School, is there anyone who doesn't recognize him? This dealt a bit of a blow to her self-esteem. Lin Hao, you really don't know me? Lin Hao scratched his head. He was even more confused about the fact that the beautiful woman in front of him knew him. Jean Banksia was furious. Although she usually looked aloof, who wouldn't be happy to be hailed as a goddess? Every time she returned to school, many people would admire her, which greatly satisfied her vanity. But today, it was ruined by Lin Hao. Lin Hao also felt quite wrong. During his 3 years of high school, he had been studying hard and had no time to observe other female classmates. He hasn't even recognized all the students in the class. Excuse me, who are you? Jean Banksia felt as if his vanity had suffered a critical blow of 10,000 points. I'm Jean Banksia. When Lin Hao heard the name, he suddenly realized. Oh, genius girl, it's you! Genius girl? Who gave me this nickname? Jean Banksia was a little dissatisfied. After all, it didn't sound as cool as a goddess. By the way, why are you here too, and why are you letting a soldier help you level up? She was so curious that she wanted to know the answer urgently. Unfortunately, before Lin Hao could reply, the team leader stopped him sternly. I'm sorry, classmate. We are on a confidential mission. Everything is confidential. Please don't ask any more questions. And please keep today's events confidential, otherwise we will hold you accountable. Jean Banksia was surprised. Is it that serious? I'm just asking. Feel sorry. The team leader said this, and then led the team forward to search for wild monsters. Lin Hao smiled apologetically at Jean Banksia. I'm sorry. After they left, Jean Banksia pouted. Humph, what's so great about that? 10 minutes later, the team of soldiers wiped out another wolf pack, and Lin Hao finally reached level 20. In addition to some changes in properties, Lin Hao can get another blueprint. At the same time, ordinary blacksmiths who reach level 20 will have a chance to advance or learn other inheritances. At this time, Lin Hao couldn't wait to verify the contents recorded in detailed explanation of the blacksmith. Brothers, thank you for your hard work today. Let's go back. The team leader smiled and said, Okay, let's go back now. Several people had a good impression of Lin Hao. After all, Lin Hao was humble and cooperative. Things like leveling up are actually essential for some geniuses. But there are very few people who are as content as Lin Hao. Most geniuses either have bad tempers or are a drag on the team, and are an unstable factor in the team. In contrast, Lin Hao was reading quietly along the way, obeying the instructions and being very polite. And the most important thing is that they are here to help Lin Hao level up, so he can use equipment that has been strengthened by the forging master. A very fierce group. In comparison, they certainly prefer Lin Hao. Little brother, your name is Lin Hao, right? See you later. The team leader stretched out his hand and shook hands with Lin Hao. These words were actually just polite remarks. After all, unless something unexpected happened, they would never see each other again. See you later. Lin Hao said it quite sincerely. Chapter 43. The military district leader wants to see me? Lin Hao returned to the school laboratory and was already impatient. After reaching level 20, he has a lot to do. And after reaching level 20, his skills also underwent some changes. The first is the God-level forging skill. The chance of adding special entries has been increased by about 1%. The probability is hidden and cannot be seen by checking the properties. This is already a significant improvement. After all, after such a long period of strengthening, the probability of improving proficiency is less than 1%. The other one is Holy Forging, which also increases the probability of adding hidden attributes. The extent of the improvement is similar to that of God-level forging. At the same time, because of the profession of Holy Blacksmith, after being upgraded to level 20, he gained another skill. Primary Attribute Superposition. Primary attribute stacking can consume specific items to enhance the specific attributes of equipment. In other words, Lin Hao can use this skill to continuously enhance a certain attribute of the equipment, which is considered a good skill. But the materials consumed by this skill are indeed terrifying. The first time you stack, you need one specific material. The second time you stack, you need 10 specific materials. The third time you stack, you need 100. The fourth time you stack, you need 500. Even if you are a rich person, you don't dare to strengthen it like this. Of course, this skill is exclusive to the Holy Blacksmith. If you are a dwarf blacksmith, the skill you get at level 20 is time saving, which reduces the time required for strengthening and forging. The skill obtained by the giant god blacksmith is sufficient forging. Strengthening or forging can increase a small amount of attack power and increase weight. In general, the skills obtained by upgrading the blacksmith of each branch are different, and most of them are passive skills. After checking his own attributes, Lin Hao quickly took out the skill book, Reverse Enhancement, that he had selected before. This skill is a disaster for his own people and doomsday for the enemy. Lin Hao has been coveting it for a long time. He couldn't wait to learn this skill. Reverse Enhancement. There is a chance to reverse enhance the equipment within 10 meters. The target can be specified. If the equipment is melted, no materials will be consumed. After learning this skill, Lin Hao had a special surprise. Strengthening equipment requires materials, and the higher the level of the equipment, the more materials are consumed. As for reverse enhancement, no materials will be consumed if the equipment is damaged. For Lin Hao, after using the skill, the designated equipment will be 100% damaged, which means that no materials will be consumed at all. However, the prerequisite is that he must carry enough strengthening materials on him. After all, only when there are enough materials can strengthening be carried out. No materials consumed, just results. Even so, Lin Hao was excited enough. Anyway, when the time comes, I will ask the country for a little of each material and put them in the space ring. By then, no matter who is in front of me, my equipment will be lost. Unfortunately, the range is too short, only 10 meters. But even so, I think I can serve as a supporting role for the dungeon team. The combination of each profession in the dungeon team must be reasonable, including tanks, ranged, melee, and support. General assistants all have healing skills, but there are also some special assistants with special skills. Lin Hao possesses 100% reverse enhancement skills, which makes him competent enough for the role of assistant. Especially when facing monsters with equipment, the value of his assistance will be even higher. Compared with the attributes of the main body, the attribute blessing of equipment is often higher. If you lose the equipment, it is like a tiger losing its claws. I'll find a skill to assist me later and increase the range of the reverse enhancement skill. It will be even more terrifying. Lin Hao talked to himself, chuckling. After using the skill book, Lin Hao called Hishanshuan. Minister, I have something to trouble you with. I am already level 20, and I hope you can help me find the inheritance of the Blacksmith branch. And the more the better. Hishanshuan on the other end of the phone was a little confused. Even if the holy blacksmith did not have the inherited knowledge of the next level, he only needed to learn one new one. The other 3 blacksmith professional inheritances given to Lin Hao were rare inheritances. There are also some ordinary inheritances, such as fire forging, which can only increase the chance of some fire attacks, but it is better than nothing. Water forging has a chance to increase water attack. The job transfer inheritance used by most of China's blacksmiths are ordinary ones. Since the rare ones are few in number, only blacksmiths in the military and universities are qualified to use them. However, since it was Lin Hao's request, Hishanshuan of course agreed immediately. Student Lin Hao, we have already found you a level 20 blacksmith inheritance, but since you have a request, we will try our best to satisfy you. Thank you, Minister. Lin Hao smiled. By the way, I want both the first and second level professional inheritances. Hishanshuan became even more confused. Normally, if one were to learn a new inheritance, the first level would be enough, and one could only advance to the next level when one reached level 30. After all, when Lin Hao was at level 10, he chose the holy forging without any advanced inheritance. What does he need the second level professional inheritance for? Without the previous inheritance, it can't be used at all. However, Hishanshuan did not hesitate too much and just nodded and said, Okay, I'll send it to you later. Lin Hao rubbed his hands, his face full of smiles. It is indeed easier to get things done with the support of the country. Without the help of the country, it would be almost impossible for him to inherit the rare profession. Once such inheritance is revealed, it will be supplied first to the country, and then to the wealthy and families. Now I just have to wait for all the blacksmith inheritances to be delivered, so I can test my idea. Lin Hao was filled with anticipation. Of course, there's one more thing he can do when he has time. That's gambling on drawings. Every 10 levels, the blacksmith will get a blueprint. The equipment on the blueprint is suitable for the blacksmith himself, and is unique and belongs exclusively to the blacksmith. Many people complained that it was a waste to give the gambling blueprints to the blacksmith. After all, the blacksmith's drawings may be used to forge special equipment, but blacksmith is just a profession for a living. Heaven and earth, please bless me to have a great outburst of good luck this time. Lin Hao was muttering to himself and was about to open the blueprint when Su Qilan suddenly burst into the room. Lin Hao, are you level 20? Yes, Mr. Su. Lin Hao smiled. What happened? Su Qilan shook her head and said, It's nothing, it's just that Jiang Fan is going back to the military area, and he said that the military leaders want to see you. Do you want to go? Lin Hao thought about it and decided it wasn't a bad thing, so he agreed. Of course I have to go. I also want to visit the military camp. Chapter 44, the president of St. Demon University. All the big guys gathered. All the equipment that Lin Hao had forged during this period were packed up. When the soldiers came to collect the equipment, each one of them was very careful. After all, some of the low-level equipment here have been used by many soldiers in order to help Lin Hao level up. So they know how valuable this equipment is. If everyone wears this kind of equipment, I don't think any country would dare to challenge us, a soldier said with emotion. Another soldier joked. Dream on, dreams can bring you anything. Yes, these equipments were all forged by Lin Hao without rest. We have seen with our own eyes how hard he worked. These soldiers are responsible for protecting the safety of the laboratory, so they are all familiar with Lin Hao. Even if Lin Hao doesn't rest, strengthening a few pieces of equipment a day is already his limit. One reason is the forging time. The higher the level, the longer the forging time. Another reason is physical fitness. Although ordinary enhancement does not consume energy, it will also consume Lin Hao's physical strength. Therefore, the equipment that can be enhanced in one day is limited. Moreover, if the sacred forging is triggered, Lin Hao's energy will be consumed in an instant, and it may not even be enough. Once his energy is used up, he will instantly become weak and will need at least a few hours of rest to recover, and it will take a whole day to restore his energy. So although Lin Hao spent the entire half-holiday in the laboratory, he actually only managed to enhance more than 100 pieces of equipment. Not to mention equipping all of China's military, even the Jiangnan Provincial Military District alone cannot equip every person with one. It is wishful thinking for everyone to have one set. These equipments can only be used by top players of appropriate levels. By clearing more copies, you can obtain more equipment and materials. Of course, they have all signed a confidentiality agreement, and they will never tell anyone about Lin Hao's affairs. After packing more than a dozen pieces of equipment, they took Lin Hao into the car. Fortunately, this batch of equipment was distributed to their Jiangnan military region, otherwise the Jiangnan military region would have suffered a huge loss. Haha, Lin Hao, the leaders of our Jiangnan Provincial Military District all want to meet you. After all, your scythe of death has helped us clear many dungeons. As soon as he got in the car, Jiang Fan said to Lin Hao. Lin Hao smiled and said, I also want to see what the military headquarters looks like. Let's go. Jiang Fan nodded, and the driver started the car. Come to think of it, it's obviously a holiday, but you're either leveling up or forging equipment. You've worked really hard. This time I'm just taking you out for a walk to relax. It's nothing. On the contrary, I quite like this kind of life, Lin Hao said modestly. The Jiangnan Provincial Military Region was established in Huchuan City, so named because there was a very majestic spring there that looked like a tiger spitting water. Huchuan City is the capital of Jiangnan Province, and the largest city in Jiangnan Province. It is 3 or 4 hours' drive from Lindong City. But after the game merged with reality, most means of transportation except cars became unusable. Moreover, each city is almost independent, there are no villages or towns, and the cities are rebuilt bit by bit around resource points. If you drive to the next city, the closest one may be hundreds of kilometers away, while the farthest one may be thousands of kilometers away. The old roads had long been eroded, and in addition to wild monsters, even the plants in the wild had mutated, making the place extremely dangerous. Therefore, the country has spent huge costs to build highways, and there are patrol teams on the highways to clear various dangers that arise. Therefore, more than 3 hours later, Lin Hao and his team arrived at the Huchuan City military region. The general military district was established on the outskirts of the city. Because it was heavily guarded and had high walls built, it was not afraid of attacks from wild monsters at all. The gate opened and the guard let us in after checking our identities. The general military region covers a large area and has various venues for soldier training and testing. After driving in, you can see soldiers patrolling everywhere and scientific researchers running back and forth. They drove directly to a building. It seemed that they had received the news in advance, so many people came to the outside of the building. When Lin Hao saw this scene, he immediately felt guilty. Among those people were gray-haired scientific researchers and generals with frighteningly high military ranks. If these people were here to pick him up, Lin Hao would feel very embarrassed. Even though he knew he was important, he didn't want to be so high-profile. As expected, what you fear will come true. As soon as Lin Hao got out of the car, the group of people surrounded him. Haha, little friend Lin Hao, I've heard of you a long time ago. Today, I see that you are indeed a hero at a young age. The general in military uniform stepped forward and shook Lin Hao's hand. The old man next to him, who was dressed simply, also kept nodding at Lin Hao. There was also an old gentleman with silver hair, wearing a tang suit and with sharp eyes. Jiang Fan also got out of the car and first saluted the general. Commander, this is Lin Hao. He looked at Lin Hao again and introduced them one by one. This one is our Jiangnan General Military Region's Chief of Staff, Mr. Lu Ming. He is in charge of intelligence, equipment, research, etc. Lin Hao was immediately filled with respect. So, this was the boss of Jiangnan Province's logistics. Maybe he would have to rely on him for a living in the future. Mr. Lu, he greeted warmly. This is the commander of our Jiangnan Provincial Military Region, Commander Li Qinghuan. Lin Hao also stepped forward and greeted him enthusiastically. Hello, Commander. After all, he is the top leader of the Jiangnan Provincial Military District. Although he is smiling and looks seriously out of shape, he is actually a level 70 warrior. You can search for information about Commander Li Qingjuan's deeds on the internet. Although the game is integrated with reality, the characters in the game will not age, but humans who awaken will still age, but their lifespan will be extended. This seems unfair to humans. Just when Lin Hao was daydreaming, Jiang Fan introduced the old man in tang suit to Lin Hao. I think you must want to meet this person, because he is the president of the Holy Demon University where you are going to study, Mr. Zhou Goen. Lin Hao raised his eyebrows in surprise. What was the president of Saint Demon University doing here? However, I will be at Saint Demon University for 4 years, so it is necessary to establish a good relationship with the president. So he stepped forward and greeted him with the same enthusiasm. Mr. Zhou. Haha, boy, you have good vision! Zhou Goen laughed. Although he is not young anymore, he is still very dignified. In this era, there are many strong people in the army, but there are also many strong people in the civilian population. They did not join the army for their own reasons. But at critical moments, they will stand up and cooperate with the Chinese authorities. Mr. Shou is such a strong man. Chapter 45, Heaven-Level Dungeon Strategy Battle. After introducing the previous big guys, Jiang Fan did not stop but continued to introduce them. The people who made the introductions were either officers from the General Military Region or presidents of other prestigious schools. This made Lin Hao even more confused. What were the principals of these prestigious schools gathering here for? What puzzled Lin Hao even more at this moment was the soldier standing guard in front of the building. He happened to be the team leader and his team members who had taken Lin Hao to level up a few days ago. When they saw Lin Hao, their eyes almost popped out of their heads. What's going on? Why is this guy here? The key point is that the commander and other important figures are so polite to him. What is his origin? The team leader kept thinking in his mind and was horrified. He had previously suspected that Lin Hao was the son of a high-ranking official. Now it seems that Lin Hao's background may be even more terrifying. Li Qing walked up to him with a smile and asked with concern. Little friend Lin Hao, did you encounter any danger on the way here? Fortunately, the journey was peaceful, Lin Hao said, but he felt a little guilty because he slept most of the time in the car. Are you hungry? I'll ask someone to get you something to eat, Li Qing continued. Lin Hao waved his hands repeatedly. No need, Commander. It's not time for dinner yet. I'm not hungry. That's good, Li Qing nodded. You don't know how much help the equipment you strengthened has given us. You are our hero. As soon as the words fell, the team leader standing guard at the entrance of the building reacted immediately. Those equipments were enhanced by this guy. Is he the mysterious forging master? You're a little too young. He had many speculations about Lin Hao's life experience, but he had never thought about this. I remember that they all praised the forging master in front of Lin Hao. When the team leader and several of his teammates thought of this, they wished they could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. The real dragon was right before their eyes, but they could not recognize it. Since you are here, let's go to our operations department and take a look. Li Qing smiled and walked towards the building with Lin Hao. When he reached the door of the building, Lin Hao suddenly stopped. Captain, it's you! He also recognized the squad leader. Hello? The team leader seemed extremely reserved at this moment. The forging master that their military zone had been discussing was right in front of him, making him very nervous. I've never been so nervous even when clearing a dungeon. Then I'll go in first. Lin Hao knew that the team leader was on guard and it was not convenient for him to talk, so he waved his hand. Then a group of bigwigs entered the building. After entering the building, Lin Hao discovered that although the building looked ordinary on the outside, its walls were actually quite thick. Maybe there are steel plates or something embedded behind the wall, which makes it quite safe. They went directly to the operations department on the first floor. After pushing open the door, Lin Hao's eyelids twitched. What appeared before his eyes was a huge space that accommodated more than 30 people. In the middle was a 3-meter square screen, and below it was a circle filled with staff from the operations department. Some of these people were wearing military uniforms, some were wearing ordinary clothes. They all had a computer in front of them, and they were all working on the computer. Lin Hao took a quick glance and realized that what was being operated on these computers were the analysis and simulation of various copies and wild monsters, as well as the images of various strategy copies. Little friend Lin Hao, how is it? At this time, Lu Ming came to Lin Hao as if showing off and asked with a smile. As the chief of staff of the military region, everything here was naturally established by him. To be honest, Lin Hao scratched his head. Before coming here, I had no idea that a copy would require so much work. Lu Ming chuckled. You don't understand this, right? My Chinese army's raids and clearing of wild monsters are not reckless. Using what level of warriors and what equipment to use to get the most benefit with the least loss can all be obtained through calculation and simulation. Also, for some high-level bosses, we can also analyze their weaknesses based on images and other intelligence, making it easier to clear them. Once he started talking, Lu Ming talked non-stop, and it was obvious that he loved his current job very much. Okay, old Lu, our friend Lin Hao just arrived. Why are you saying all this to him? Li Qing interrupted. Lin Hao smiled and said, I am very interested. The people in the operations department also turned around at this time, and when they saw many big guys surrounding Lin Hao in the middle, they were all shocked. They all had the same question in their minds. Who is this young man? Why did he ask the commander to go and greet him in person? Li Qing walked forward with a smile and pulled Lin Hao in front of him. Everyone, this is Lin Hao. The magical equipment we used before was made by Lin Hao. As the operations department, they naturally have first-hand information from the front line, so they are also aware of the equipment that suddenly appears. I just never thought that it came from the hands of a teenager. It's incredible. Everyone expressed their welcome to Lin Hao. After all, such a talent came from their Jiangnan province, which was itself a glory for their Jiangnan province. At this moment, the urgent ringing of the phone broke the harmonious atmosphere. The operator in charge of answering the phone hurriedly picked up the phone, but his face soon turned gloomy. Report, the attack on the Jiangnan province heaven-level dungeon has failed. The operator had a look of sadness on his face. The faces of the bigwigs present suddenly turned gloomy. Report! Another female officer stood up. The frontline troops sent us the video footage from the dungeon. Lu Ming said calmly. Release! Then, a video began to play on the large screen in the middle of the operations department. This video was shot when the frontline troops were attacking a heaven-level dungeon. The strongest person in China today is only in his 70s, while every one of the heavenly level copies is above 80 levels. However, in the heavenly level copies, many powerful equipment and heavenly level materials can be found, which are important supplies for various countries in the world today. The number of heaven-level copies conquered directly determines the strength of a country. Therefore, even if it is dangerous, the country will send people to conquer the heaven-level copy. The video in the picture starts from the moment of entering the dungeon. Although the copy cannot be connected to the outside world, the shooting equipment can still be used. The captured footage will also be sent to the operations department for analysis. In the heaven-level dungeon, any monster is above level 80, and the team only has 10 people, so it is quite dangerous. The overall strength of this team is quite strong, representing the strongest force of the country. Unfortunately, any small monster is a challenge for them. They walked to the end with difficulty, and then a shocking figure appeared in the picture. Chapter 46, Giant God Dungeon, Strategy Failed. Inside the Jiangnan Provincial Military Region Operations Department, everyone fell silent, and the only sound in the room was breathing. And on the big screen, a shocking figure appeared. It was a giant, 30 meters tall, wearing golden armor and holding a 20-meter-long giant sword. Just seeing this figure gave me an unstoppable feeling. It's like facing God. The giant just stood there, leaning on the giant sword with both hands, like a sculpture, motionless. The team of soldiers arrived in front of the boss with great difficulty, but they felt powerless facing this boss. They tried to attack, but all their attacks were blocked by the giant's armor. Then the giant moved. He picked up the amazing giant sword and smashed it down hard. Boom! After a loud noise that seemed to split the sky and the earth, the scene fell into darkness, and only the continuous shouting of the squad of soldiers could be heard. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Then, nothing could be heard. As you can imagine, one blow from the giant's sword caused them to suffer heavy losses. The team that will be attacking the Heavenly Grade dungeon this time is the Falcon team. Their overall strength is all at level 70, and their equipment is also the best in Jiangnan province right now. But this time, apart from a few pieces of heavenly materials that exploded from the monsters, there is nothing else. There are 10 people in the Falcon squad, 3 of them are seriously injured, 1 is slightly injured, and the rest are all dead. The strategy for Giant God Dungeon failed. An officer read out the report of this strategy copy with great sorrow. The huge casualties made them all heartbroken. How so? Li Qing walked to the bottom of the screen and slammed his fist on the table. Even if we join forces, we can't clear this heaven-level dungeon? His eyes were red as he looked at Lu Ming, Zhou Gowen and others behind him. Lin Hao was also deeply shocked by this scene. The soldiers fought bravely one after another just to make China strong. Ordinary people can only see the glorious deeds, but they don't know how many unsung heroes have sacrificed their lives behind the scenes. He felt very heavy-hearted, but there was nothing he could do. Even his own death scythe is useless in this dungeon, because this dungeon is a dungeon of eternal daylight and there is no night. Lin Hao sighed and finally understood why so many principals gathered here. It turned out that they wanted to jointly attack the heaven-level copy. Giant God Copy is located in Jiangnan Province, so they came to the operations department of Jiangnan Province. Lu Ming walked forward slowly and projected the photo of the final BOS onto the screen. It can be seen that this is a humanoid monster, like the extinct Titan race. But I think even if it's a giant god, it can't be that powerful. The reason why we have no power to resist the boss is probably because of the equipment the boss is wearing. As expected of the chief of staff, he found the boss's weakness easily. He enlarged the picture to show the giant's equipment. A suit of armor covering the entire body, and a giant sword. But even if they found the weakness, they had no way to deal with it. It's not that they are incapable of killing the original level 80 boss. Just with this set of equipment and weapons, the boss's ability far exceeds level 80. There was a heavy feeling in the operations department. Zhou Gowen slowly walked over at this time. Don't be discouraged. If you want to succeed, you have to go through countless failures. This failure has also given us a lot of information. I believe that next time, we will be able to find a solution. This is the meaning of our operations department's existence. After these words, the people in the operations department regained their fighting spirit. In this video, they began to analyze the monsters, dropped materials, equipment, etc. that would appear in the Giant God copy. Li Qing sighed, turned to look at Lin Hao, and smiled bitterly. My dear Lin Hao, now you know what kind of situation China is facing, right? As long as we don't clear the dungeon, we can't relax. After all, no one knows whether the monsters in the dungeon will come to reality. He then changed his tone and patted Lin Hao's shoulder heavily. You are the future of China. China will rely on you young people in the future. Lin Hao nodded heavily. Don't worry, Commander. I will definitely continue to work hard. Just now, he already had some ideas in his mind. Since the boss of Giant God Dungeon relies on equipment, he just happens to have a skill specifically targeting equipment. Reverse reinforcement. Unfortunately, he can only use this skill by himself, and the range is only 10 meters. Even if we find a way to increase the distance, it doesn't seem to be of much use. After all, I am too weak. going to the giant god copy is just seeking death and wasting a position in the team. But now that he has thought of this, Lin Hao has to find a way to solve it. Because of this incident, the operations department was once again caught up in busy work. Lin Hao didn't want to stay here any longer, so Jiang Fan took him to visit the military area. The next day, Jiang Fan also went to work, so the one who accompanied Lin Hao became the team leader who had practiced with Lin Hao. I can't believe you are the mysterious forging master. Why didn't you just admit it when I told you so? Lin Hao quickly waved his hands, looking embarrassed. Brother, please stop making fun of me. Haha, you are quite shameless. The captain was not much older than Lin Hao, so he spoke to Lin Hao quite casually. As the two were walking, the team leader suddenly mentioned the Falcon Squad. You should have seen the video on how to clear the giant god dungeon. What a pity. One of the members of the Falcon Squad was our instructor. He had taught us before, but I didn't expect that he would be sacrificed this time. Talking about this topic always makes people feel very sad. Captain, is it really that important to conquer a heaven-level dungeon? Lin Hao suddenly asked. Of course, the team leader said without hesitation. The strategy for the heaven-level dungeon represents the strength of our country. Moreover, some precious materials can only be found in heaven-level copies. Do you know why the strongest players are stuck at level 70? It's because they lack materials for advancement. The higher the level after awakening, the more difficult it is to advance. Especially after reaching a high level, in addition to experience, you also need a lot of materials for promotion. But if you want to break through level 70, you need materials from the heavenly level copy. There are many heaven-level dungeons in Dragon Country, but only a few of them can be conquered. And not all copies will drop promotion materials. That is why there are so few strong people over level 70 in China today. Chapter 47, Protecting Animals. Lin Hao. The team leader's expression was heavy and sad, and he spoke of the difficulties China is facing today. I heard that other countries have conquered many heaven-level dungeons, allowing many people to exceed level 70. If we continue like this, China will become weaker and weaker. Lin Hao nodded. Yes, it seems that the strategy for the heaven-level dungeon is really that important. Don't worry, brother. I will definitely find a way. The team leader smiled and said, It's good that you have this intention, but you are still young and your level is low. Wait until you level up before you care about this matter. Lin Hao waved his hand and said righteously, Every man has a share of responsibility for the fate of his country, and I have a heart dedicated to serving my country. I will definitely find a way. The team leader is very pleased. It is because of these young people who are willing to work hard one after another that China will remain strong and able to cope with any difficulties. Okay, I believe you. This is just encouragement. After all, if Lin Hao really came up with a solution, wouldn't it seem that their soldiers and the combat department were useless? Of course, he didn't look down on Lin Hao, he just felt that Lin Hao's level was still low and there were limits to what he could do. That very night, Jiang Fan came to the room where Lin Hao lived. Leader, do you have any instructions? Lin Hao asked. Jiang Fan smiled and said, How can I say instructions? I just have some requests. As you can see, we have already sacrificed many strong men to conquer the giant god dungeon. If we want to conquer the dungeon, we need an item stronger than the Death Scythe. Or you can forge a piece of equipment that can increase your attack power during the day. After we enter the dungeon, we can just hide and wait until our attack power is high enough to kill the giant boss in 1 second. The properties of the Death Scythe make it quite powerful, but only when there is moonlight. Those heaven-level copies either alternate between black and white, and simply cannot accumulate enough attack power. Either it is eternal day or even eternal night, there is no moonlight. Although the Death Scythe is very powerful, its limitations are also quite obvious. Lin Hao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Leader, do you think this is cabbage? The Death Scythe was made according to the blacksmith's blueprint. It is unique. For now, I can't do anything about that giant boss. Although he already had an idea, he didn't intend to speak it out until he could implement it. After all, this will only give these people hope, and if it fails, it will turn into a huge loss. Jiang Fan was not surprised, he smiled and shook his head. I know, I'm just trying my luck. But I believe that as long as you level up, there will be a way. There seemed to be some kind of power in his eyes, which made Lin Hao nod heavily. Don't worry, leader. I will definitely continue to work hard. Since he expressed his determination, Lin Hao locked himself in the room and kept reading the book. Detailed explanation of the blacksmith, trying to see if he could find a solution. In addition to recording the blacksmiths in various branches, it also records many of the blacksmith's skills, tools, etc. Lin Hao found one of the tools that was quite compatible with his reverse enhancement skills. Skill enhancement voucher, for blacksmith only, level 20 consumable. Skill enhancement voucher, increases all data of any skill of the blacksmith by 30 times. Required materials, sleepy leather, soul ashes. When Lin Hao saw this consumable, his eyes lit up. All the data of a skill, that is to say, the reduced materials, the reduced time, or even the probability, can be increased 30 times. If used for reverse enhancement, a distance of 10 meters can be increased 30 times. Although it is only 300 meters, it is much better than the previous 10 meters. The only way Lin Hao could think of to deal with the giant boss was to use his reverse enhancement skills. But there are two problems to be solved. One is that I can't enter the copy myself. Another problem is that the basic value of the skill is too small. Now that we have the skill enhancement coupon, we can solve the second problem. In this case, only the first problem remains, but this problem is also the most difficult and almost unsolvable. Even creating skill enhancement coupons is not easy, because it involves another special branch of the blacksmith. Material forger. This branch of blacksmiths does not forge equipment, but forges many auxiliary items. For example, some special materials that assist in forging, such as reinforcement coupons and reinforcement stones. However, enhancement coupons are rarely used, while enhancement stones have a chance of dropping from wild monsters and dungeons. Therefore, this branch seems to be useless and no one chooses it. However, in order to create a skill enhancement ticket, you need to have the skill, special forging, of material forging stone. Therefore, Lin Hao still needs to test whether the holy blacksmith can accommodate all branches without any taboos as recorded. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Lin Hao went to open the door and found Lu Ming, Li Qing, Zhou Guowen and Jiang Fan standing outside. They still had kind smiles on their faces. Haha, classmate Lin Hao, I heard that you locked yourself up and studied hard to solve the difficult problem of the giant god copy? Zhou Guowen asked with a smile. Lin Hao scratched his head. I just want to give it a try, otherwise I will feel uncomfortable. Lu Ming patted Lin Hao on the shoulder and said, We all believe in you, but there is no need to rush. If you exhaust yourself like this, it will be a loss for China. That's right. Li Cheng nodded. We believe that you will definitely be able to help us China in the future, but now you just have to protect yourself and study hard, understand? Commander, I understand. Although they were scolding him, Lin Hao knew that they were all doing it for his own good, so he felt warm in his heart. You've been here for 2 days. Why don't I send you back first? You can come anytime you want in the future. Li Cheng's tone softened a lot. Lin Hao nodded. Okay, then I'll go back. It just so happens that he has a lot of things he wants to do. So after packing up and saying goodbye to all the bosses, Lin Hao set off on his journey home. The team that escorted Lin Hao this time was the same team that had led him to level up before. Boy, you locked yourself up and gave me a fright. If anything happens to you, I will be guilty. The team leader joked. Lin Hao scratched his head a little embarrassedly. I'm sorry, I just want to see if there is any solution. I know, but you have to take care of yourself too, the team leader said sincerely. I see. Lin Hao felt like a protected animal now, and everyone cared about him. Chapter 48. The conjecture comes true, this cheat is really powerful. After more than 4 hours, Lin Hao finally returned to Linjiang City. But he didn't go home at all, but went directly to the school laboratory. Looking at the piled-up materials and equipment, Lin Hao finally felt at ease. Now let me see if the holy blacksmith is really that magical. Since no one has ever changed their job to become a holy blacksmith, Lin Hao can only walk the future path by himself. He took out the inheritance books of other blacksmith branches that the country had found for him before he went to the military district. The inheritance of these blacksmith branches is quite rare and advanced. However, the the country did not find the most common and lowest level blacksmith inheritance branch for Lin Hao. After all, the most common ones, such as the Flame Forger, have no other functions except adding some fire attacks and fire defenses to the equipment. Equipment with such attributes is quite useless and is only useful in extremely specific situations. At the beginning, Lin Hao never thought about inheriting the skills of ordinary blacksmiths. Success or failure depends on this one move. Lin Hao took a deep breath, took out a copy of the first level inheritance of the giant god blacksmith, and slowly placed his hand on it. In an instant, the inheritance book turned into a stream of energy and went straight along his arm and into Lin Hao's mind. Just like when he changed his job, he instantly understood the inheritance of the giant god blacksmith and possessed the skill, Giant God Forging. Giant God Forging. All equipment strengthened and forged has a chance to receive the giant god's blessing. Although he had successfully inherited the legacy of the giant god blacksmith, the next step was the most important. After all, he is now level 20, and he already has a chance to accept the inheritance again or advance the inheritance. So he took out the second level inheritance of the giant god blacksmith. If he successfully absorbed this inheritance, it would mean that his guess was true. I hope it works, please don't let me down. Lin Hao muttered to himself, and slowly placed his hand on the second level inheritance. The next moment, the second level inheritance also turned into a pure energy, and flowed directly into his mind along his arm. At this moment, his whole body was radiating light. The second level inheritance is naturally much more powerful than the first level inheritance, so the process of complete integration and absorption takes a lot longer. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. 3 full hours later, Lin Hao finally opened his eyes. By this time, it was already dark outside. Ding! Your giant god forging has been upgraded to the second level. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the sufficient forging of the second level skill of giant god forging. Sufficient forging, strengthened or forged equipment has a chance to increase attributes and weight. Done? Lin Hao fell into a daze at this moment. Unexpectedly, his guess turned out to be true. Just like in a real game, a character can have multiple job changes, but can only choose one to add points. As for Lin Hao now, his identity as a holy blacksmith allowed him to unlock all the branches. This way, he can learn skills in all branches. That's great, that's great! At this moment, Lin Hao finally understood the true power of the holy blacksmith and jumped up with joy. Just at this time, Su Qilan came here. She knew that Lin Hao had returned from the military area, but had not returned home before dark, so she wanted to come and see what was going on. Then she saw Lin Hao dancing with joy. Lin Hao was so ecstatic that he went forward and hugged Su Qilan. Teacher Su, that's great, it's really great. Su Qilan was completely confused, but she could feel Lin Hao's excitement. But being held by Lin Hao like this, she couldn't help but lower her head and blush. After a while, Lin Hao finally calmed down and let Su Qilan go. Teacher Su, I'm sorry, I'm really too excited. Su Qilan shook her head and asked doubtfully. What on earth is the reason that makes you so happy? So Lin Hao told Su Qilan everything he had just discovered. This time, even Su Qilan was stunned. Is this true? Of course, if you don't believe me, you can check my properties. Lin Hao directly opened the sharing of his own properties. Lin Hao, level 20, 0/2000. Holy Forger. Health, 2000. Attack power, 150. Attack speed 1. Movement speed 1. Energy, 2000. Skills, enhancement, forging, primary attribute stacking, reverse enhancement, sufficient forging. Forging blueprint, death scythe. Enhancement. There is a chance to increase the enhancement level of an equipment by 1 or to melt it down, and there is a chance to provide additional attributes. Forging. Using forging books and materials, there is a chance to forge a piece of equipment into shape or damage it, and there is a chance to provide attributes. Primary attribute stacking can consume specific items to enhance the specific attributes of equipment. Sufficient forging. Strengthened or forged equipment has a chance to increase attributes and weight. Special attributes: God level forging, sacred forging, giant god forging. God level forging. all the equipment you strengthen and forge will be successful, and will provide additional attributes and additional entries. There is a chance to increase the equipment level and obtain special attributes and special entries. Holy Forging. All equipment you strengthen and forge has a chance to receive a holy blessing. Giant God Forging. All the equipment you strengthen and forge has a chance to receive the Giant God's blessing. You are also cheating? From an unknown blacksmith. After seeing Lin Hao's luxurious skills, Su Qilan completely believed it. Especially the sufficient forging skill, which is a skill that the Giant God Blacksmith will possess after being promoted to the second level. Although the amount of increased attributes is hidden, there are quite a few Giant God Blacksmiths, so the amount of attributes that can be increased is almost the same. Generally speaking, a level 20 Giant God Blacksmith can increase attributes by about 10%, which is quite good. Coupled with Lin Hao's God level forging, the attributes of the equipment that were originally enhanced are already outrageous. If sufficient forging is triggered, the attributes will be even more terrifying. What do you think, Mr. Su? I didn't lie to you, did I? Su Qilan nodded repeatedly. This is really good news. I will report it immediately and ask them to find more inheritances of the blacksmith branch for you. No, it's not good to learn too many things. There's no need to learn some low-level and ordinary inheritances. I only want the rare and high-level inheritances. Lin Hao smiled and said, Yes, I think so too. By the way, Mr. Su, when you report, please ask them to help me find the inheritance book of Material Forger. Su Qilan thought for a moment, and then she remembered that this branch of blacksmithing was too unpopular, and no one was learning it. You want to learn this branch? Lin Hao smiled and nodded. Yes, I am very useful. Okay, I got it. Su Qilan agreed immediately. Chapter 49. Gather the power of the whole country to create an almighty blacksmith. Originally, Lin Hao's god-level forging was already quite amazing. Now with the sacred forging, Lin Hao's importance has increased a lot. I believe that this time, the country's attention to Lin Hao will be enhanced again. Seeing that Lin Hao took out another book of inheritance, and was about to accept the inheritance, Su Qilan hurriedly stopped him. Lin Hao, more haste, less speed. Accepting inheritance requires time to integrate. Integrating too much inheritance at once is not necessarily a good thing. You have to take your time to absorb the inheritance. After she said this, Lin Hao also felt dizzy. The dopamine secretion just now was too much, so he didn't feel it. Okay, Mr. Su, I'll listen to you. Lin Hao smiled, and then returned home under the escort of Su Qilan. After arriving home, he felt a little nauseous, so he fell directly on the bed and fell asleep. Su Qilan reported the news overnight. What? It turns out that the Holy Forger has such a use. After He Shanshuan learned the news, he suddenly sat up from the bed even though he had fallen asleep. Yeah, I didn't expect that Lin Hao would find out about this. This is a big breakthrough for us. Principal Shan laughed a few times, he was so happy. Unfortunately, there is only one Holy Blacksmith's inheritance book. We originally sent it to Lin Hao just to make up the number. We didn't expect that Lin Hao would choose this inheritance. Maybe there is a will in the universe. He Shanshuan also couldn't stop smiling. Then he added, But we can't rush into absorbing the inheritance. I need to send someone to see if there are any other problems. We can't be careless. We also need to collect high-level and rare blacksmith branch inheritance books from all over the country. Who knows, maybe we will have an all-round blacksmith. Having lots of branches is different than having a single branch. If you branch separately, you can only trigger one blessing no matter how hard you try. For an all-round blacksmith like Lin Hao, it is not impossible to trigger multiple blessings at one time if he is lucky. In this way, the properties of the strengthened or forged equipment will be stronger. But no one can guarantee whether there will be any problems when Lin Hao absorbs the inheritance books from other branches. After all, it has never happened before. The Withered Empire might have one. After all, the Holy Blacksmith is from the Withered Empire. Unfortunately, this country has long been lost in history, and very little information is left. By the way, Minister, Principal Shang suddenly said, Student Lin Hao took the initiative to ask us to help him find the inheritance book of Material Forger. Material Forger? He Shanshuan frowned deeply. He wants to learn such an unpopular branch? I don't know. Anyway, Lin Hao himself said that he is of great use, Principal Shang said. Okay, then let's satisfy him. He Shanchuan smiled. This little guy really keeps giving us surprises. No matter what he asks for in the future, we must satisfy him. Don't worry, Minister. I understand, Principal Shang replied happily. After hanging up the phone, He Shanchuan called the governor directly. Then another call came in from the governor's office. Lin Hao woke up in a daze, and when he looked outside, it was almost noon. The fatigue from absorbing inheritance and the fatigue from forging equipment are completely different things. He muttered quietly. Absorbing the inheritance makes the soul tired, so Lin Hao felt dizzy and wanted to vomit last night. Forging and strengthening equipment consumes physical energy. When Lin's mother heard the noise, she ran straight into the room and then breathed a sigh of relief. You're finally awake, little brat. You fell asleep as soon as you came back last night and slept until noon. I couldn't wake you up even if I called you. You really scared me to death. Lin Hao scratched his head and smiled. Mom, I'm fine, right? Is there anything to eat? I'm hungry. Okay, Mom will go cook noodles for you, Lin's mother said, and then suddenly stopped. By the way, Teacher Su brought 2 people here. Do you want to come out and meet them? Bring 2 people? Lin Hao frowned, not knowing what had happened. But he still got up, washed, changed into clean clothes, and then went out. The good thing is that I can move to a bigger house because I have a bathroom in my own room. Morning, Teacher Su. Lin Hao greeted Suqilan in the living room. Suqilan smiled and pointed outside. It's getting late, the sun is shining on our butts. At this time, Lin Hao also saw 2 other strangers in the living room, a man and a woman. The man looked a little creepy and had a dead face. The woman had a smile on her face and looked very sunny. By the way, let me introduce you to these 2 doctors from the province, who are here specifically to examine you. Lin Hao immediately waved his hand. I'm not sick, why do I need a physical examination? The female doctor smiled sweetly. Some hidden dangers are usually not discovered. He speaks in a coquettish voice and smiles sweetly, and is as cute as the sunshine. This smile immediately touched Lin Hao's heart, and he nodded. Okay then. So he was arranged to sit on the sofa. Don't be nervous, classmate. My name is Zhang Tiantian. I'm a doctor. I can help you check your body. And don't be afraid of this dead face. Although he looks serious, it's actually because of his job. He is a soul doctor. Lin Hao was quite surprised because he had never heard of this profession. The main combat profession can be divided into many types, such as tanks, output, support, etc. The doctor is an auxiliary profession that can directly treat injuries, detoxify, etc. without the help of tools and medicinal materials. It can be said to be an essential profession for conquering dungeons. Deadface stepped forward at this time. My name is Lin Feng. Lin Hao was a little afraid of the dead man's aura, so he just nodded. In comparison, Zhang Tiantian is simply beautiful and has a sweet voice. Okay, sit still and don't move. I'm going to start checking you. Zhang Tiantian smiled, opened her palms and put them together, leaving a triangular gap in the middle. She checked Lin Hao's body through the gap, as if this was some kind of medical skill. Lin Hao discovered that her pupils had turned light green. After checking Lin Hao from head to toe, Zhang Tiantian finally put her hands down. Classmate, you are in good health. There is nothing wrong with you. Don't worry. Lin Hao nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. The province sent these 2 doctors over overnight, and he thought there was something wrong with his body. Just when he was about to stand up, Deadface suddenly spoke. Don't move. Next, it's my turn to check you out. The eerie tone made Lin Hao shudder. Chapter 50, 3 Great Inheritances, combined in one, I am invincible. Yang Feng, with a dead face, stood in front of Lin Hao and slowly stretched out his hand. Lin Hao could feel the cold coming from his body, and even his palms were pale. Like a corpse. A cold wind suddenly blew past, making Lin Hao shiver. But when the cold wind caressed his body, he actually felt somewhat comfortable. This kind of comfort is like having a good sleep when you are tired, which makes people feel extremely satisfied. After a moment, Yang Feng withdrew his hand and shook his head. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with me? Seeing his expression, Lin Hao asked hurriedly. Yang Feng sighed. I just checked your soul, and it is about the same as other life profession awakeners' soul power. Although there is no problem, if you want to absorb more inheritance, your soul will burst. These words made Lin Hao shudder. He didn't know much about soul power. After the game came into reality, many incredible things happened, and soul power was also materialized. Soul power refers to the strength of a person's soul. Absorption and inheritance are all related to soul power. There are even some professions that can specifically harm souls or enhance souls. Yan Feng's soul doctor is a profession that specializes in treating souls. Zhang Tiantian covered her mouth and smiled. Haha, don't scare this little brother, the higher-ups are very optimistic about him. Our mission is to eliminate the little brother's hidden dangers. Yang Feng nodded and began to explain in simple terms. If a person's awakening is not a profession related to the soul, then the soul power can only increase as the level increases, but there is an upper limit. As for professional inheritance, it can also be seen as the soul power that is passed down. Most professions only integrate one inheritance, so there won't be any hidden dangers. But if you want to integrate multiple inheritances, it depends on whether your soul can bear it. It's like a wooden barrel. After all, its capacity is limited. If there is too much water, it might burst the barrel. His expression was still cold when he spoke, but Lin Hao understood what he meant. That is to say, my current soul can only bear a small amount of inheritance, right? Lin Hao suddenly became nervous. After all, his plan still required him to receive inheritance from the material blacksmith. If that didn't work, he would have to continue leveling up. Yes, Yang Feng nodded. Based on your soul capacity, you can absorb 2 more inheritances at most. Any more will cause damage to your soul. After that, every 5 levels you pass will allow you to absorb 1 more inheritance. Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile. That's good, at least it won't delay things. Su Qilan asked curiously. Lin Hao, what do you want to do? You must not do anything dangerous. Don't worry, Mr. Su. I just had some ideas and wanted to try them out. It won't be dangerous. After examining Lin Hao, the 2 doctors turned around and said goodbye. Little brother, we are leaving now. If you have any questions in the future, you can come to Kyoto to find me. Zhang Tiantian waved at Lin Hao and blew him a passionate kiss before leaving. This made Lin Hao blush immediately, and Su Qilan, who was standing beside him, also looked a little unnatural. No, how can I be jealous of my students? I am a teacher. But I still feel sad, what should I do? Lin Hao saw the 2 men out the door, and they got in the car and left. They came and left in a hurry. However, this also shows how much China values him now, and even a profession like Soul Doctor has been sent here. After dinner, Lin Hao and Su Qilan couldn't wait to come to school. The country has found him the inheritance of a material blacksmith, and he can be directly upgraded to the 2nd level. Lin Hao did not hesitate, and directly absorbed the inheritance. The process was not long, but it made Lin Hao dizzy and felt even more uncomfortable than being drunk. Especially when absorbing the 2nd level inheritance, it was extremely painful, and it felt like his head was about to split apart. This was because his soul was still too weak, as if the knowledge of the material blacksmith had been forcibly crammed into his already crowded mind. Lin Hao, are you okay? Su Qilan walked over with concern, and looking at Lin Hao's painful expression, she gently held Lin Hao in her arms. The absorption process was very long, lasting 5 hours. When it was almost dark, Lin Hao finally absorbed all the inheritance. At the same time, his skills now include 2 more skills exclusive to material blacksmiths. Material forging. Special materials can be forged. Equal treatment. Forging materials have a chance to have additional entries and extra attributes. Although his head was dizzy, Lin Hao still laughed out loud after seeing the 2 extra skills. From today on, as long as he has enough materials, he can forge those special materials that can usually only be found in dungeons. For example, special items such as strengthening stones. Even after reaching the advanced level, he could forge special materials that exceeded the threshold of level 70. At that time, if you want to reach level 70 or above, you won't need to go through dangerous heaven-level dungeons. Of course, This requires Lin Hao's level to be raised and the rank of the material forger to be raised as well. You're still laughing? If I had known it would be so painful, I wouldn't have let you absorb the inheritance, Su Qilan scolded. Hey, I'm fine. To be better than other blacksmiths, I must endure some hardships. Lin Hao smiled and moved his head comfortably. Hey, why is it so soft? But in an instant, both Lin Hao and Su Qilan's faces turned red. Because at this time Lin Hao was still in Su Qilan's arms, the postures of the two were indeed somewhat ambiguous. Teacher Su, I didn't mean it, Lin Hao hurriedly explained, but it made Su Qilan's face even redder. No, it's okay. Su Qilan calmed herself down. You should go home and rest, it's getting dark again. Lin Hao looked out the window and saw that it was indeed dark. This day passed too quickly. Although he wanted to absorb another inheritance, he also understood that the body was the capital of revolution. The soul is very fragile, and once it is damaged, it will be very troublesome. Okay, Mr. Su, let's go back together. Su Qilan nodded and asked. Your soul can now accommodate another inheritance. Which inheritance do you choose? Lin Hao thought about it. The dwarf inheritance, the hell demon inheritance, the elf inheritance, etc., these are all quite rare blacksmith inheritances. He has already gotten what he wanted, so the remaining inheritance will be fine. After all, after upgrading, he can continue to absorb other inheritances. Chapter 51, Absorbing the Dwarf Heritage. Then choose the dwarf blacksmith inheritance. This way, you can consume less materials. After thinking about it, Lin Hao randomly picked one. Anyway, now that the most important material, the blacksmith's inheritance, has been obtained, everything else is just icing on the cake. Okay, then come back and absorb it tomorrow. Su Qilan nodded and took Lin Hao home. Just like yesterday, Lin Hao had no appetite at all and fell asleep as soon as he got home. Seeing this, Lin Anan was concerned but not forgiving in her words. Brother, why do I feel like you are not as good as a worker? The parents could relate to this complaint because they didn't feel so tired when they went out to work. In short, Lin Hao slept for another whole night, came to school again, and absorbed the inheritance of the dwarf blacksmith. This time it took the longest time, a full 7 hours. Su Qilan also held Lin Hao in her arms and comforted him softly. After all, there has never been a precedent for absorbing multiple branches, so there is no solution at all. Ding! The inheritance of the dwarf blacksmith has been absorbed, and the skilled dwarf blacksmithing has been promoted to the 2nd level. To Lin Hao, this sound was like the sound of nature. Finally it worked! He quickly opened his property panel. Lin Hao, level 20, 0/2000. Holy Forger. Health, 2000. Attack power, 150. Attack speed 1. Movement speed 1. Energy, 2000. Skills: primary attribute stacking, reverse enhancement, sufficient forging, material forging, equal treatment, dwarf forging. Primary attribute stacking can consume specific items to enhance the specific attributes of equipment. Sufficient forging: strengthened or forged equipment has a chance to increase attributes and weight. Material forging: special materials can be forged. Equal treatment: forging materials have a chance to add additional entries and extra attributes. Dwarf forging: forging or strengthening equipment can reduce material consumption by 10%. Special attributes: God level forging, sacred forging, giant god forging, dwarf forging. God level forging: all the equipment you strengthen and forge will be successful, and will provide additional attributes and additional entries. There is a chance to increase the equipment level and obtain special attributes and special entries. Holy forging: all equipment you strengthen and forge has a chance to receive a holy blessing. Giant god forging: all the equipment you strengthen and forge has a chance to receive the giant god's blessing. Dwarf forging: all equipment you strengthen and forge has a chance to receive the blessing of the dwarves. You are also cheating? From an unknown blacksmith. Although his title was still Holy Blacksmith, he possessed 3 different blessings. It's a pity that the material forger has no special attributes, otherwise it would be even more powerful. Su Qilan saw that Lin Hao was in great pain, so she said with concern. Lin Hao, I know you want to contribute to the country. But you have to take good care of yourself, understand? Lin Hao showed a brilliant smile. Teacher, I understand. After I walked out of the room, I found Principal Shang waiting outside. Seeing that Lin Hao looked a little weak, he hurried over. Student Lin Hao, how is it? Lin Hao smiled and said, Principal, it has been successful. Now I have 3 different branches of blacksmiths. I knew you could do it, but taking care of yourself is the most important thing, understand? Seeing Lin Hao's weak appearance, Principal Shang felt very distressed. After all, Lin Hao is the glory of their Jiangnan province. Although Principal Shang and Su Qilan were both very nagging, he really enjoyed the feeling of being valued. After returning home, my parents had already prepared dinner. Seeing Lin Hao coming back, they pulled Lin Hao to the table without saying anything. Son, how can you always skip meals? You must eat before going to bed today. Although Lin Hao felt uncomfortable, he still didn't want to disappoint his parents, so he endured the discomfort and ate some food before returning to his room. While lying in bed, he began to think about the skills he had acquired after receiving the inheritance 2 days ago. First of all, he has the inheritance of the material blacksmith, so he can make skill enhancement coupons. Skill enhancement coupons are also considered a special material. The skill, treat everyone equally, that a material forger gains after reaching the 2nd level is something that Lin Hao finds puzzling. But based on the effects of the skill, he quickly understood. This skill means that when he is forging materials, all skill effects will be triggered just like forging equipment. Materials and equipment are treated equally. In that case, the skill enhancement vouchers I create may exceed the upper limit of 30 times the increase. Thinking of this, Lin Hao became excited again. Unfortunately, even though we already have the inheritance and can ask the Ministry of Education to help find the materials, we still cannot directly make skill enhancement coupons. Because in order to create a skill enhancement ticket, a 5% proficiency in the material forging skill is required. But now the proficiency level is only 2%. Only through a lot of practice can the proficiency level be improved. Moreover, material forging can refine various materials, making it possible for the materials to have additional attributes and properties, just like equipment. This way, you can use it to strengthen and forge equipment and add it directly to the equipment. The numerous operational features make Lin Hao's brain quite active. But he was too tired after all, so he fell into a deep sleep not long after. It was a new day, and Lin Hao woke up full of energy. He has to do something big today, which is to open the blueprint. After being promoted to level 20, he had another chance to open a blueprint. He had no idea what kind of drawings he could produce this time. After all, opening the blueprint is completely random. You may get garbage or the best one. After a quick wash and breakfast, Lin Hao got into Su Qilan's car and went to the school. Teacher Su, please help me report to the higher-ups. I need some materials, and the more the better. Ink, leather, sole ashes. He listed a series of materials, all of which were needed to make skill enhancement coupons and could be found in general intermediate dungeons. So there must be a lot of inventory. What do you want these for? Su Qilan asked curiously. Lin Hao thought about it and did not directly tell his plan. After all, it was just an experiment. Moreover, he faced 2 major problems. Even if he had solved the second one, the first one was more difficult to solve, which was that he could not enter the heaven level copy. Even if you make a skill enhancement voucher, it may be of no use at all. It's a little bit useful, but I can't tell you now. Su Qilan was a little surprised. Ever since Lin Hao handed himself over to the country, he hadn't had his own little secret for a long time. So she didn't ask any further questions and went to help Lin Hao contact the Education Bureau. Chapter 52. All requirements are met. Lin Hao sat alone in the room and slowly closed his eyes. Do you want to use the drawing function? Yes. The blueprint is opening. Lin Hao was very nervous, watching the progress bar in his mind moving forward bit by bit. Bite. Only a few minutes had passed, but Lin Hao felt it was quite long. Congratulations on obtaining the blueprint, 1000 machine ring. Lin Hao was stunned for a moment before he realized that what he had drawn this time was auxiliary equipment. Equipment such as rings, necklaces, bracelets, etc. are all auxiliary equipment, and do not have as high attributes as armor, shoes, or weapons. But special equipment can add special attributes. For example, critical hits, critical hit damage, etc. Therefore, an auxiliary equipment with good attributes may even be more expensive than weapons, armor, and other equipment. Lin Hao quickly read the introduction about the 1000 machine ring. 1000 machine rings / diamond level. Where level 20. Attack plus 2000. Defense plus 200. Attack speed plus 10. Skills 1000 machines, 100 rivers. Qianji can transform into other forms, 3 types, remove the specialization restrictions. Baichuan, each form can be branded with the same professional skills, upper limit 1. After looking at the attributes, Lin Hao frowned. Because he found that this auxiliary equipment was too weak, and the added attributes were better than nothing. But the 2 skills are still quite interesting. The first skill is that this bracelet equipment can be transformed into a weapon for other professions, and there will be no restrictions on specialization, so any profession can use it. The second skill is even more peculiar, as it can imprint the skills of the same profession in the weapon form. Doesn't that mean that a big move can be imprinted on it? In this way, you can release 2 big moves at once. Although the attributes are not high, the 2 skills have already made Lin Hao very satisfied. So he looked at the materials needed for forging and gave them all to Su Qilan. Although the drawings came out, they did not give Lin Hao any surprises. Moreover, he still needs to forge it. Maybe it can trigger skills or blessings, add entries, and the like. We don't even know what 3 forms the 1000 machine ring can transform into. Therefore, before the materials arrive, he needs to improve his proficiency in the material forging skill. Lin Hao took out some materials from the laboratory and placed them in front of him. Previously, you could only see what materials were needed when strengthening or forging equipment. And now, among these materials, there are actually materials needed for strengthening, which means that they can be strengthened and refined. This is the ability of the material forger. Use low-level materials to refine high-level materials so that the high-level materials have properties and can be directly attached to equipment. The skill, equal treatment, allows materials to receive the same treatment as equipment. Except for the blessing, all other skills may be triggered. If the material has attributes attached to it, they will be added directly to the equipment when used. Oh, teacher, it would be best if we could find more low-level materials. The more the better. Lin Hao shouted at Su Qilan again. I wonder what properties these materials will have after they are refined. Lin Hao was also quite curious, so he took out a piece of high-quality jade bone and found a lot of low-quality materials. Concise. All materials were put into the forging space, and the refining of materials took much less time than strengthening the equipment. Just a minute later, the voice in my head came out. Ding! Material refining successful. Jade bone. Attack plus 100. Sure enough, attributes have been added to the jade bones, and these 100 points of attack power can be directly added to the equipment. It may not seem like much, but strengthening or forging a piece of equipment requires more than just one material. Therefore, adding up all the attributes can be considered a significant boost to the equipment. Lin Hao already had an idea in his mind, so he took out another high-level material and the necessary low-level materials. Ding! Material refining successful. Ice Fang. Attack speed plus 2. Skilled slow. Slowdown, hitting the enemy, reducing attack speed by 1%, capped at 5%. There are more entries! Lin Hao became excited. This was only the second time he triggered the skill of adding entries. His luck was really good. Ding! Material refining successful. Ding! Sufficient forging is triggered, attributes increase. Green fluorite. Attack plus 200. Ding! Material refining successful. Ding! Triggering dwarf forging, returning 10% of materials. Bloodstone. Fire attribute attack power plus 10%. Ding! Material refining successful. Silk from the silkworm. Life plus 100. Lin Hao refined each piece of material one by one, and the refined materials seemed to be shining. And every time he refines a piece of material, Lin Hao's proficiency will improve a little bit. Unfortunately, although Lin Hao has many skills, the chance of triggering material refining is smaller than that of equipment enhancement. So in just an hour, Lin Hao refined more than 20 materials, but only the second material he refined had an entry attached. Obviously, it is quite difficult to add entries to the material. Su Qilan told Principal Shang about Lin Hao's request, and Principal Shang called He Shanshuan. Minister Lin Hao said he needs a lot of materials. He Shanshuan smiled and said, Principal Shang, we can definitely meet Lin Hao's requirements. Just send me the list of materials. So soon, he received a list from Principal Shang. All the materials on the list are high-level materials, and they seem to be materials for making leather armor, gloves, and other equipment. The strange thing is that the list of materials is very short. For several high-level materials, the more the better, and at least 100 copies are required. However, in addition to these high-level materials, there is another batch of materials, all of which are ores and the like, mostly used to make weapons. Principal Shang, what does Lin Hao want to forge? Principal Shang shook his head and said, Minister, I don't know either. Since Lin Hao absorbed the 3 inheritances, he has become mysterious. I don't know what he is doing in the laboratory. But you only need 1 copy of the materials list below. It's probably Lin Hao's level 20 blueprint. Yes, that's possible. He Shanshuan nodded. No matter what classmate Lin Hao is forging, we should support him. Don't worry, I will gather all the materials for him. Principal Shang smiled and continued. Minister, it's not over yet. Lin Hao also said that he wanted a large amount of low-level materials. This action made He Shanshuan completely confused. The materials are repeated, but why do we need so many low-level materials? They are all materials for making level 10 and 20 equipment. There are a lot of them, and the price is very cheap. But he couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. No matter what he asks for, we must satisfy him. Because he is the future all-round blacksmith. Chapter 53, Crazy Refining, sponsored by the country. With the help of the National Father, boxes of materials began to be delivered to the school laboratory continuously. Because the list Lin Hao listed was quite large, and there was no limit on the quantity of low-level materials. When these large quantities of materials were delivered to the school, Principal Shang even had to open an empty classroom next to the laboratory to store all the boxes of materials. In order to make it convenient for Lin Hao, Principal Shang specially asked someone to connect the laboratory with the empty classroom next to it. Lin Hao, from now on this empty classroom will be your material storage room. If there is anything missing, just tell us and I will have someone fill it for you. Even though Lin Hao had seen many lavish investments from the country, he couldn't help but be amazed when he saw a classroom full of materials. You should know that the list Lin Hao sent this time involved no less than 500 kinds of materials. Originally, he thought that Principal Shang and his team would need at least a few days to prepare. Who could have thought that they were so fast? What Lin Hao didn't know was that he has now become a super VIP customer in the Green Channel. No matter what requirements or conditions Lin Hao put forward, as long as it is within their capabilities, He Shanshuan will complete it as quickly as possible. Even if it cannot be accomplished, He Shanshuan and his team will report to the higher authorities and mobilize the whole country to complete Lin Hao's request. With these materials in hand, Lin Hao's subsequent refining speed also increased rapidly. However, the growth of his proficiency in material refining was still much slower than he expected. After a whole day, Lin Hao's proficiency in material refining had only increased by 1%. Don't underestimate this 1% of proficiency. You have to know that Lin Hao had at least 8 hours of practice time throughout the day. Except for the first batch of refined materials that Lin Hao had previously used for experiments. Later, Lin Hao's speed of refining materials has reached an efficiency of 40 pieces per hour. And as his proficiency improves a little bit, Lin Hao's speed will only get faster and faster. When Lin Hao left the laboratory, his steps were unsteady. When Su Qilan saw that Lin Hao looked tired, she couldn't help but look worried. Lin Hao, there's no need for you to work so hard. Your health is more important. The truth is that Lin Hao's current condition doesn't look like a normal person at all. Looking closely, Su Qilan could still see the red bloodshot in Lin Hao's eyes. Lin Hao shook his head. compared to the soul power consumed by constantly absorbing and forging the 10th inheritance in the past few days, Lin Hao has now only consumed his physical energy, which is already very good. Besides, the matter of giant god copy has always been weighing on his mind. Lin Hao finally has a clue now. At the very least, you have to try hard for it. After all, compared with those soldiers who died in the copy, Lin Hao's life now can be regarded as heaven. However, the huge consumption of physical energy does not feel much better. Therefore, on the way back, Lin Hao could only barely support himself with the help of Su Qilan. After sending Lin Hao home, Su Qilan still had a hint of heartache in her eyes. Don't try so hard next time. I know you know what's going on, but it will still hurt if everyone sees it. After saying this, Su Qilan couldn't help but blush. This is so wrong. How can you say what's in your heart in a hurry? Fortunately, she reacted quickly, otherwise it would have been so embarrassing. Little did he know that Lin Hao didn't notice the stiffness in Su Qilan's words at all. At this moment, he just wanted to lie down on the sofa and have a good rest. Okay, thank you, teacher. Before leaving, Su Qilan looked at Lin Hao carefully again, and only after confirming that he was really okay did she leave, looking back every few steps. This scene fell into the eyes of Lin Anan, who was watching TV on the sofa. She immediately became happy and even remembered to fiddle with Lin Hao, who was lying beside her. Brother, tell me honestly, what have you been doing at school these days? Why do you look so? Lin Anan scanned Lin Hao up and down, with a look of strong suggestion in her eyes. Lin Hao rolled his eyes helplessly and slapped Lin Anan's head in annoyance. What do girls think about every day? Go, get me a glass of water. After working in the laboratory for a whole day, Lin Hao now felt his throat was dry. Lin Anan pursed her lips, but she didn't pour the water slowly at all. Soon, she came to Lin Hao with a glass of water. Seeing Lin Hao drink up the water in the cup in one breath, Lin Anan asked with blinking eyes. Brother, why do you go out so early and come back so late every day? What on earth do you do at school? Does your school still want to hire you to go out and kill monsters? After drinking a glass of water, Lin Hao felt that his exhausted strength was restored a little. Now he had the strength to sit up straight, and could even raise his hand to rub Lin Anan's hairy head. It's not necessary to kill monsters. But you seem to be very curious about what I'm doing in school. Lin Anan nodded immediately, and continued to blink her big eyes. I'm a little curious. But my parents didn't tell me, and they told me not to disturb you. After saying the last sentence, there was a hint of resentment in Lin Anan's tone. You know, Lin Anan, as the youngest girl in the family, has always been the apple of her parents' eyes. If there was any conflict between Lin Anan and Lin Hao on a normal day, the first person that my parents will scold will definitely be Lin Hao. As a result, the status of the two people was reversed in an instant. How could Lin Anan not feel curious? Lin Hao smiled brightly. You really want to know? Lin Anan nodded quickly. I want to know! However, what greeted her the next second was a violent slap. You can't even want to know! That's a secret! This time Lin Anan was completely furious, and her pretty face turned red with anger. You hit me again! I won't grow taller! Lin Hao could hardly suppress the smile on his face. You're not tall anyway. Lin Hao, just wait for me. In the living room, the brother and sister were talking to each other. The atmosphere is particularly warm and pleasant. After a night of recovery. The next day, Lin Hao quickly recovered to full health. Ever since Lin Hao handed himself over to the country, he no longer had to worry about breakfast every day. Because as long as he opens the door in the morning, a hot breakfast will be delivered to him. The soldiers would even ask for his opinion and make adjustments the next day. With such treatment, Lin Hao was even more eager to make a skill enhancement scroll. Chapter 54, Finding a New Way, a Big Breakthrough. However, even if he made a skill enhancement voucher, he would have to try it out before he could really put it into the battlefield. Otherwise, everything is just empty talk. Before he was completely sure, Lin Hao didn't want to talk about these things in front of He Shanshuan and the others. As soon as he entered his laboratory, Lin Hao once again plunged into the world of material refining. But this time, Lin Hao tried to refine multiple materials at the same time. After all, the materials he used to practice were all low level. Now Lin Hao's proficiency in material refining has reached 3%. At the same time, material refining will share the success rate of forging equipment. In other words, Lin Hao's success rate in refining one portion of material is 100%, and his success rate in refining 10 or even 100 portions of material is still 100%. So the only way for Lin Hao to quickly improve his proficiency is to improve his efficiency. However, based on his current proficiency in material refining, Lin Hao could only refine 40 batches of materials within an hour at best. Although Lin Hao's speed is not slow now, it is far from enough. Because the difficulty of increasing material refining proficiency is almost exponentially increased. When Lin Hao's proficiency was 2%, if he wanted to increase his proficiency by 1%, he would need to refine at least 400 pieces of materials. So when Lin Hao's proficiency is 3%, if Lin Hao wants to increase his proficiency by 1%, he needs to refine at least 800 or even 1,000 pieces of materials. Judging from Lin Hao's current speed, by the time his proficiency reaches 5%, he will have to refine at least 3,000 pieces of materials. The key is Lin Hao's current speed. At most, he can only refine about 500 pieces of materials in a day. If we take into account the time reduction brought by the improvement of proficiency, Lin Hao will need about 5 days to achieve the goal of 5% proficiency in material refining. This time may be very short for others. But for the Chinese soldiers who are racing against time, 5 days are enough to change a lot of things. So if Lin Hao wants to further improve his efficiency now, he cannot follow the rules, but must find another way. Since he can refine one material, then he should be able to refine 2 materials at the same time, right? Lin Hao had made up his mind, and his hands did not slow down at all. Ding! Material refining successful. Himalasate. Attack speed +2. Skill, critical hit. Critical hit. Hitting an enemy, 5% chance of generating a 12% critical hit. Ding! Material refining successful. Ding! Triggering dwarf forging, returning 10% of materials. Snow lotus grass. Ice attribute attack power +10. Can it actually succeed? Lin Hao originally just wanted to give it a try, but who would have thought that it would work in one try? In this way, the speed of refining materials can be shortened to a maximum of 3 days. This is a big breakthrough. In the subsequent material refining, Lin Hao can continue to try to control 3, 4 or even more materials at the same time. However, this situation is only limited to low-grade materials. Even if Lin Hao has a 100% chance of getting high-end materials. With Lin Hao's current proficiency and physical strength, he is completely unable to cope with the simultaneous refining of 2 high-level materials. He still has this self-awareness. So Lin Hao immediately picked up batches of low-level materials and started practicing. Time passed little by little as materials were constantly consumed. In less than half a day, Lin Hao was able to control the refining of 5 materials at the same time. This was a huge surprise for him. Because now Lin Hao has completed far more work than yesterday in just half a day. Lin Hao had no doubt that within a few hours, he would be able to reach 4% proficiency in material refining. Moreover, controlling the refining of multiple materials at the same time will not consume any extra energy from him. What does it mean? To put it simply, the physical strength consumed by Lin Hao when processing one piece of material is actually directly equivalent to the physical strength consumed by Lin Hao when controlling multiple pieces of material. Lin Hao only needs to invest a little soul power to control multiple materials, and the benefits he will gain will be extremely huge. Another afternoon passed. Lin Hao looked at the progress bar that showed he was almost reaching the 5% proficiency mark, and couldn't help but touch his chin. The benefits of investing soul power are already obvious. At this time yesterday, Lin Hao had already run out of energy. Not to mention that the amount of materials Lin Hao refined today is more than 7 times that of yesterday. Now Lin Hao can easily complete the refining of 300 batches of materials in 1 hour. You have to know that after working hard all day yesterday, he only completed the refining of more than 400 pieces of materials. The door of the laboratory opened at the right time, interrupting Lin Hao's thoughts. Come in. After getting Lin Hao's response, Suqilan quickly walked in, slowly pushing the food cart. You didn't eat much at noon today, so I specially asked someone to prepare some appetizers for you. Would you like to try it? Lin Hao had been busy all afternoon, and now he was really hungry. Especially when faced with this dining car full of delicious food, he just wished he could pounce on it and stuff it into his stomach right now. After dinner, Suqilan began to ask about Lin Hao's arrangements. How was your practice today? Why don't we go back and rest early? After all, Lin Hao is now a person who has been listed and failed in front of many senior leaders of the country. As the bond that maintains the relationship between the two, Suqilan naturally has to demonstrate her humanistic care from time to time. Lin Hao glanced at the materials scattered on the ground, then shook his head. No, I still have something to finish. There's no rush until you finish the things you have at hand. After hearing Lin Hao's answer, Suqilan just sighed lightly but didn't say anything more. As Lin Hao's teacher, she was naturally extremely pleased, but at the same time she was a little worried. Because once Lin Hao gets busy, he is like a tireless robot. These days, his enthusiasm and diligence in study are really amazing, even to the point that even a teacher like her is scared. Many times, Lin Hao even needed Suqilan's forced orders before he would obey and rest. However, Suqilan soon noticed that Lin Hao's condition today was much better than yesterday. This was one of the reasons why she didn't speak. Then you go ahead and do your work. Do you mind if Lin Hao helps you clean up here? Lin Hao glanced at his messy laboratory, and a hint of embarrassment flashed across his eyes. Excuse me, teacher? It was a rare moment to see Lin Hao being shy, and Suqilan couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle when she saw this. Chapter 55, Skill Enhancement Voucher is successfully produced. The night was getting darker and darker, and gradually Lin Hao finally realized that his physical strength was rapidly draining away. Time flies. Lin Hao finally raised his proficiency in refining materials to 5%. However, the materials consumed are also huge. Lin Hao pressed his painful brows, and Suqilan beside him hurried forward and asked with concern. You've been busy for so long, why don't we go back and rest? This time Lin Hao did not refuse. Being able to reach 5% proficiency in material refining within 2 days is already very good. As for refining the skill enhancement coupons, we will have to wait until tomorrow. After returning home, Lin Hao didn't even drink a sip of water. He just lay down on his bed and fell asleep. You have to know that today's tiredness is completely incomparable to before. That consumes double the physical and spiritual energy. 9 o'clock the next morning. Lin Hao was still a little confused when he opened his eyes. But my mind is clear. After a night's rest, his physical and spiritual strength were fully restored. As usual, after finishing the breakfast brought by the soldiers, Lin Hao walked towards the school. Today Lin Hao is going to try to make a skill enhancement coupon. This is a critical moment that determines whether he can expand his original 10-meter skill to 300 meters. When he arrived at school, Lin Hao plunged into the laboratory again. There are actually not many materials required to make skill enhancement coupons. Lin Hao made a quick inventory and then took the rough materials to his own forging space. After waiting for a full hour, Lin Hao finally heard the notification sound indicating that the skill enhancement voucher was completed. Ding! The skill enhancement ticket was forged successfully. Skill enhancement voucher. Increase all the data of any one skill of the blacksmith by 30 times. Lin Hao was stunned for a moment. No way? Has he really reached this point? However, Lin Hao did not expect that he could trigger the effect of equal treatment in one go. Anyway, he has plenty of time today, which is enough to practice the skill enhancement coupons. In the following moments, Lin Hao repeated his previous actions. Continue to put the materials of the skill enhancement coupons into the forging space. Ding! The skill enhancement ticket was forged successfully. Skill enhancement voucher. Increase all the data of any one skill of the blacksmith by 30 times. Ding! The skill enhancement ticket was forged successfully. Skill enhancement voucher. Increase all the data of any one skill of the blacksmith by 30 times. Ding! The skill enhancement ticket was forged successfully. Skill enhancement voucher. Increase all the data of any one skill of the blacksmith by 30 times. Ding! The skill enhancement ticket was forged successfully. Trigger the equal treatment effect. Receive divine blessing. Skill enhancement voucher. Increase all data of any skill of the blacksmith by 90 times. Special effect stillness field. Still field. Use the skill enhancement ticket to obtain a 2-second time still effect. Oh my god! After reading the introduction, Lin Hao's eyes almost popped out. This is really the case of keeping silent but making a big splash. Lin Hao thought he would have to fight for a while today, but who would have thought that he would trigger the skill doubling effect and special effect at the same time? And this special effect is simply invincible. Lin Hao originally wanted to use the combination of skill enhancement coupons and reverse enhancement skills to kill the boss in the giant god copy in one fell swoop. As a result, the strengthening effect is now 90 times greater. It even comes with a special effect of a still field. Although it is only 2 seconds, don't underestimate these 2 seconds. Because Lin Hao has a 90-fold enhancement effect, it means that the original 10-meter reverse enhancement range can be directly expanded to 900 meters. Combined with the forbidden area, Lin Hao can completely destroy all of the boss's equipment and slip away quietly under the protection of a group of soldiers. This is simply a powerful weapon that kills people without being seen. Restraining his joy, Lin Hao looked at the remaining materials. It may be too late to hand in the skill enhancement coupons today, so why not try to make all the remaining materials and see if you can get more powerful skills? Until dinner time, Lin Hao was unable to produce a second, more powerful skill enhancement ticket. Most of the others have special effects such as poison or stun. Compared with the ban on collecting, Lin Hao naturally looked down on it. However, Lin Hao was already very satisfied to have such a skill volume. What's more, he now has a lot of skill enhancement coupons in his hands. If you fail once, you can try a few more times. Having made up his mind, Lin Hao decided to go find He Shanshuan and have a chat with them tomorrow. The next morning, Lin Hao knocked on the door of Principal Shang's office. For a talent like Lin Hao, Principal Shang and He Shanshuan would naturally welcome him in with a smile. Lin Hao, are you troubled by anything recently? As long as I can solve it, I can help you with it. Lin Hao hesitated for a moment. He didn't know whether he could mention the matter of giant god copy to Principal Shang and He Shanshuan. However, if he wanted to enter the copy now, it seemed that he had to follow the path of Principal Shang and He Shanshuan to reach the operations department of the Jiangnan Provincial Military Region. Therefore, Lin Hao did not hesitate for too long. Principal, do you know the Giant God Dungeon? Upon hearing about the Giant God copy, Principal Shang's expression suddenly became solemn. You also know this copy? Lin Hao nodded without hiding what he had witnessed last time at the operations department of the General Military Region. After hearing what Lin Hao said, Principal Shang sighed lightly. Giant God Dungeon is now the most troublesome dungeon for the General Military Region. As one of the heavenly level copies, its difficulty level can even reach 3S levels. Because the boss inside is simply unbeatable. With your current strength, if you can provide a large amount of equipment to the military district, there may be some solution. There won't be so many casualties by then. After saying this, Principal Shang's expression also became dejected. Lin Hao keenly sensed that Principal Shang was not in a good mood. Now Lin Hao wanted to solve the matter of the Giant God Dungeon, so he put aside the strange feeling in his mind and took out the skill enhancement voucher he had prepared long ago. Principal, I have made a new batch of skill enhancement coupons. I think this kind of thing may have unexpected effects on the general military region. Chapter 56 comes with special effects. Hearing Lin Hao's words, Principal Shang immediately raised his eyes to the several skill enhancement coupons that Lin Hao placed on the table. Skill enhancement voucher. Increase all data of any skill of the blacksmith by 90 times. Special effect stillness field. Still field. Use the skill enhancement ticket to obtain a 2-second time still effect. The first thing Principal Shang saw was the first skill enhancement coupon on his right-hand side. But after he finished reading the relevant attribute entries, even he, who was well informed, couldn't help but gasp. You made this? After asking, Principal Shang realized that what he said was really redundant. Looking across the entire Jiangnan region, besides Lin Hao, who else can make such a powerful skill enhancement voucher? It just makes Principal Shang realize that Lin Hao can add attribute entries when strengthening his equipment. Why can he add attribute entries when making these materials? Isn't this kind of talent a bit too strong? Principal Shang quickly looked at the other skill enhancement coupons on the table. At a glance, almost all of them still have entries. Skill enhancement voucher. Increase all data of any skill of the blacksmith by 90 times. Special effect toxin. Toxin. Use the skill enhancement ticket on the locked enemy unit to obtain a 5% HP reduction effect of toxin that lasts for 10 seconds. Skill enhancement voucher. Increase all data of any skill of the blacksmith by 90 times. Special effect dizziness. Stun. Use the skill enhancement ticket on the locked enemy unit to obtain a stun effect lasting 5 seconds. Skill enhancement voucher. Increase all data of any skill of the blacksmith by 90 times. Special effect critical hit. Critical hit. Use the skill enhancement ticket on the locked enemy unit to obtain a continuous 15% critical hit effect. Except for the first skill enhancement coupon, the remaining skill enhancement coupons can also be considered powerful. The key point is that there are as many as 10 skill enhancement coupons on the table. Principal Shang was so excited that he could hardly sit still. These skill enhancement coupons will definitely be of great use to the general military region. I will file a report now. No! I will contact them directly and ask them to send someone to deliver these things to the general military region. However, Lin Hao shook his head. There was a bit of tenacity in his eyes. These skill enhancement vouchers must indeed be sent to the general military region, but I applied to let me go with them. Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Principal Shang's first reaction was to stop him. But the moment he saw Lin Hao's eyes, he was immediately deflated. I'll tell them. Your skill enhancement voucher is very effective. If it can really be used in the dungeon, I believe the soldiers on the front line will conquer more heaven-level dungeons. For some reason, Lin Hao always felt that there was a deep sense of melancholy in Principal Shang's tone. This was a situation that had never happened before, so Lin Hao could only ask tentatively. Principal, are you in a bad mood recently? Principal Shang glanced at Lin Hao, smiled bitterly, and shook his head. The matter of Giant God Dungeon was originally a secret that I had no access to. Aren't you curious about why I know the details? Lin Hao was stunned for a moment, and then a terrible guess instantly emerged in his mind. You should know that when the news about the Giant God copy was transmitted to the operations department of the general military region, many soldiers had already died, and the only few soldiers who escaped were still lying in the hospital. As a heavenly level copy, fewer people would know about the Giant God copy before it was cleared. Apart from Lin Hao, I'm afraid the leaders present at the time would have issued an order to keep it secret. Seriously injured soldiers are naturally unable to pass on messages. Principal Shang also had no way of finding out any news from the general military region. At least with his current strength and status, he is not qualified. So where does the news come from? Lin Hao felt there was only one possibility. Principal Shang is a relative of the deceased. Principal, please accept my condolences. Principal Shang waved his hand and looked at Lin Hao with a hint of relief in his eyes. When the news came back a few days ago, it was indeed very sad, but seeing that you continue to work hard for the soldiers in the military region, I think this is already very good. At least the next battle will result in fewer casualties. Lin Hao nodded. This was also his original intention for working overtime to produce the skill enhancement voucher. Soon, Principal Shang reported the matter of Lin Hao's skill enhancement vouchers to the military district. Naturally, the general military region immediately sent people to respond to Lin Hao's request to follow along, and no one in the general military region's operations department objected. When Lin Hao arrived at the operations department via plane, everyone in the operations department became more enthusiastic, and the previous heavy atmosphere was swept away. Jiang Fan was waiting for Lin Hao under the plane. When he saw Lin Hao, Jiang Fan hurried over. Hurry, hurry, let me see your skill enhancement voucher! The information reported by the school was very brief, and only specifically mentioned that the powerful skills came from Lin Hao's several days of research and development. Now the equipment produced by Lin Hao has become famous. Even though the people in the general military region have not seen the skill enhancement coupons yet, they are all full of anticipation at this moment. Lin Hao glanced around and then spoke in a low voice. Is this convenient? Jiang Fan waved his hand. If it's not convenient here, I'm afraid there's no more convenient place in the entire Jiangnan province. Lin Hao chuckled when he heard this, and then stuffed a handful of skill enhancement coupons into Jiang Fan's hand. Jiang Fan just took a look and couldn't help but gasp. Oh my god! So strong? 90 times the effect. Jiang Fan couldn't help but recall his own attack power. You should know that he has reached level 79 now. His attack is not only 10,000, but also 8,000 when he puts on all the equipment. If you can use a skill enhancement ticket before the battle. Doesn't this mean that my attack can be increased by 90 times? When he thought of the terrifying attack data, Jiang Fan could not hide the horror in his eyes no matter what. And this is just a single stat bonus. Skill enhancement coupons can enhance more than just one statistic. That is a comprehensive enhancement of their skills. Some people's skills cover both offense and defense, so wouldn't the enhanced effect obtained be doubled? Jiang Fan couldn't even imagine how much of an impact such a skill enhancement voucher would have if released. What's more, these skill enhancement coupons also come with special effects. Chapter 57, Is this reason enough? Looking at the skill enhancement coupons one after another, Jiang Fan's pupils almost trembled. However, the look he gave Lin Hao became even warmer. Lin Hao. After spending so much time with Jiang Fan, Lin Hao has more or less understood the other person's personality. Therefore, when he saw the sweet smile on Jiang Fan's face, Lin Hao couldn't help rubbing his arms. Stop! Just tell me what you want to say. Before this, Jiang Fan had never thought that he could go down the path of material forging. After all, the equipment created by Lin Hao is powerful enough. Who would have thought of such an unconventional approach? But after seeing the skill enhancement voucher that Lin Hao took out, Jiang Fan directly overturned all his previous ideas. Shall we sign a contract? Jiang Fan had already made up his mind at this time to get the skill enhancement voucher from Lin Hao. Even just a part of it will do. You should know that a skill enhancement voucher alone can increase the strength of an expert by 90 times. It's difficult to get the equipment from Lin Hao. Can we get more skill enhancement coupons? They don't want many, just 100 or 80 will be enough. After listening to Jiang Fan's explanation, Lin Hao felt helpless. However, facing Jiang Fan's earnest gaze, he finally nodded. Okay, but the leaders. After getting Lin Hao's consent, Jiang Fan patted his chest. I'll go explain to the leader. In fact, Jiang Fan didn't really take this little thing to heart. You should know that his contract was signed with Lin Hao, and Lin Hao had no objection. If you have any objections, do you dare to go to Lin Hao to talk? Jiang Fan was so happy after signing the contract with Lin Hao again. If you need any urgent materials in the future, please contact me directly. Compared to the principal and his team, Jiang Fan's side is directly connected to several war zones. Most of these battle zones are adjacent to dungeons or the wild, so the possibility of coming into contact with scarce resources is greater. After all, most of the materials Lin Hao needs now are provided by the general military region. Only a few that are extremely scarce will be searched for by the whole country. Considering Lin Hao's current level, Jiang Fan can still make this guarantee. Lin Hao nodded. There's nothing urgent at the moment, why don't we go find the leaders first? After signing the contract, Jiang Fan now stands very straight. Yes, let's go find them first. Because of Lin Hao's arrival, Li Qing and other officers had already been waiting in the conference room. When Lin Hao pushed open the door, everyone's eyes turned to him. Jiang Fan silently placed the skill enhancement voucher that Lin Hao gave him on the long conference table. This is what Lin Hao brought this time. If you are interested, you can take a look. In fact, none of the people present were uninterested in the skill enhancement coupons brought by Lin Hao. Because before this, they had already witnessed how terrifying the properties of Lin Hao's enhanced equipment were. Now seeing the stack of skill enhancement coupons on the table, everyone's eyes showed some anticipation. It seems like you brought a lot of things this time. This is equipment. Li Qing was the first to pick up a skill enhancement coupon, but his eyes widened immediately when he saw the attributes. Bad news, it's not the equipment. Good news, the attribute bonus of this thing seems to be no worse than that of equipment. Apparently, there were more than one person who shared the same idea as Li Qing. At this moment, everyone stared at the skill enhancement coupons in their hands, fearing that their eyes were blurry. After a long time, a sigh was finally heard in the conference room. Is this something that you, Lin Hao, specially researched this time? Lin Hao nodded. Yes, this is something I researched specifically for the Giant God Dungeon. The bonus of the skill enhancement voucher is very effective. If I can enter the Giant God Dungeon with the skill enhancement voucher, there will be a 90% chance of killing the boss. Since everyone present was his own people, Lin Hao naturally wouldn't beat around the bush and immediately stated his purpose. However, after hearing Lin Hao's words, all the officers present were stunned. Li Qing immediately put down the skill enhancement coupon in his hand. You want to enter the Giant God Dungeon? This is a heaven-level copy. This concerns your safety. We still need to discuss it further. At this moment, Li Qing had already forgotten what Lin Hao had said before about his 90% certainty. All he thought about was how to protect this only child. You have to know that Lin Hao is a full-range blacksmith that everyone in the country is trying to train with their full strength. If they were defeated in a heaven-level copy, it would be a huge disaster for them. With Lin Hao here, there will be a steady supply of enhanced equipment delivered to the soldiers on the front line, and breaking through the heavenly level copy is only a matter of time. But if Lin Hao encountered any mishap when entering the Giant God copy, Li Qing didn't dare to think whether the leaders above would go crazy. After all, up to now, the resources they have invested in Lin Hao are enormous. If it disappears overnight, who can bear such a loss? At least now Li Qing doesn't dare to take on this responsibility at all. The conference room instantly fell into loneliness. Lin Hao was not at all surprised by everyone's performance. He cleared his throat and took out the skill enhancement voucher he had kept in his hand. Before that, I think you can take a look at the relevant properties of this skill enhancement voucher. Another skill enhancement coupon was handed to everyone. Li Qing and the others were not surprised at all. However, after reading the properties of this skill enhancement coupon, Li Qing couldn't help but take a breath. Still area. This thing is more powerful than the previous skill enhancement coupons. 2 seconds of stillness may not seem long, but it plays a vital role on the battlefield. If the stillness field can be used to the extreme, it is very likely that the boss can be defeated instantly within these 2 seconds. Li Qing's hands were shaking at this time. Is this skill enhancement voucher your confidence? But I don't think he can be a reason to convince us. Although the attributes and special effects of the skill enhancement voucher are exceptionally outstanding, who can guarantee Lin Hao's safety? Still can't. A smile appeared on Lin Hao's lips. Everyone could hear his voice echoing word by word in the conference room. What if I also have the ability to strengthen inversely? Is this reason enough? Chapter 58. The 1000 Machine Ring was forged successfully. The moment Lin Hao finished speaking, no one present was able to react. But their minds were working frantically at this moment. Reverse enhancement skills? What are Lin Hao's current skills? 100% forging success rate. If the equipment cannot be forged successfully, it will be melted directly. Therefore, Lin Hao possesses the reverse enhancement skill, which means he will fail 100% of the time. What does that mean? This means that if Lin Hao uses this skill on an enemy unit, then the opponent's equipment will be melted instantly. The officers present were all from the battlefield. Naturally, I understand the importance of equipment to a warrior. Otherwise they would not attach so much importance to Lin Hao. Now that Lin Hao has the ability to instantly melt the equipment of enemy units, does it mean that his team's chance of winning will directly increase by at least 70%? After all, whether it is a warrior or a boss monster in a dungeon, at least 70% of the attack bonus, defense bonus, and other attribute bonuses come from equipment. If you could melt the opponent's equipment with one strike, then Giant God Copy is really a godsend opportunity for Lin Hao to upgrade. You should know that this kind of heaven-level copy has no corresponding lower-level limit. The reference level of the heavenly copy is just a reference. After all, if it exceeds the level cap, the experience will be reduced by half. If one's level does not meet the lower limit, he will face greater danger when entering the unit. Before everyone had time to digest the facts before them, Lin Hao then threw out the second bomb. My reverse enhancement skill has the initial attribute of being usable within a range of 10 meters. Now Li Qing and the others could no longer sit still. Within a range of 10 meters. In other words, Lin Hao, who used the skill enhancement voucher, can directly enhance the equipment of the boss of the giant god copy within a range of 900 meters. A range of 900 meters is already an extremely good defense range. At that time, we only need to arrange some soldiers to defend beside Lin Hao, and the remaining soldiers can use the skill enhancement coupons to break through the giant god copy. When Li Qing thought of such a great opportunity to break through the heavenly level copy before him, his breathing became rapid. Others were not much better than Li Qing. After calming down, Li Qing sat back down, but his tone became much softer. Can you tell me why you want to enter the giant god dungeon? In fact, if you don't go in, we have the equipment and skill enhancement coupons you provided, and it's only a matter of time before we can break through this dungeon. Lin Hao looked steadily at everyone present and spoke word by word. Because I don't want any more people to die. There is obviously a faster way, why not give it a try? Lin Hao's words fell. Everyone's hearts were excited. Yes. Why not give it a try? But when they thought about how important Lin Hao was now, everyone suppressed their thoughts. In fact, the failure of the giant god copy, this time was indeed a huge blow to the general military region. Because the 15 elites they sent out were almost wiped out. But this does not mean that the general military region will stop conquering the heaven-level copies. And every attempt means casualties. Every casualty makes people feel heartbroken. If there could be a more perfect method, I'm sure everyone would be tempted, right? Seeing that they didn't say a word, Lin Hao said firmly. I am 90% confident of passing the giant god dungeon this time, and before setting off, I will try to forge another piece of equipment. After all, the Grim Reaper's scythe is not in his hands now. Besides, the scythe of death doesn't have much use in the giant god dungeon. Therefore, Lin Hao could only place his last hope on the 1,000 machine ring. If the effects of divine blessing could be triggered, perhaps the upper limit of the 1,000 machine ring would increase exponentially. You should know that the attack power of Death's Scythe has now reached 150,000. This is already an extremely terrifying number. After hearing Lin Hao's words, Li Qing finally nodded. I will discuss this with the higher-ups. If they agree. Lin Hao didn't care. Besides, Li Qing and the others' original intention was to ensure their own safety. If I have the chance, I would like to go in and train. The difficulty of these dungeons is still too low for me. I don't think you would want me to become a powerless forger, right? It has to be said that although Lin Hao is young, what he says is indeed very insightful. At least at this moment, Li Qing really couldn't find any reason to refute Lin Hao. Lin Hao is extremely important to the country. Even though everyone has signed the contract, there is no guarantee that accidents will not occur. If people from other countries knew about Lin Hao's existence. A layer of frost immediately appeared in Li Qing's eyes. I understand what you mean. I'll convey it. Lin Hao then smiled and nodded. After leaving the meeting room, Lin Hao was directly sent to his rest area by Jiang Fan. At the same time, Jiang Fan also took away a list of materials listed by Lin Hao. Except for some rare ones that required a report, Jiang Fan could get most of the materials Lin Hao needed by himself. Since he has made up his mind to forge the 1,000 machine ring, Lin Hao naturally wants to do his best in every aspect. First of all, there are the materials in front of him. When forging the Scythe of Death before, Lin Hao did not refine the materials. However, that is also based on the higher initial attributes of the Death Scythe. In addition, Lin Hao did not have the relevant scrolls for absorbing branches at that time. Now that he has these conditions, Lin Hao also wants to see to what extent he can strengthen the 1,000 machine ring. The series of materials used to forge the 1,000 machine ring are much more advanced than the materials Lin Hao used to make the skill enhancement vouchers. Therefore, Lin Hao could only refine the materials one at a time. Firstly, it is out of caution, and secondly, some special materials are scarce. After working for a whole day, Lin Hao finally finished refining all the materials. This was also thanks to his crazy efforts in improving his proficiency in material refining in the past few days. Otherwise, with his initial efficiency, he would not be able to refine all the high-grade materials in such a short time. What is now placed in front of Lin Hao are all the refined materials with the highest properties that he has selected. Lin Hao was also full of anticipation for using these materials to forge the 1000 machine ring. Put all the materials into the forging space, and then there will be a long wait. Lin Hao sat in the lounge for a long time before he finally received the prompt from the forging space. But when he looked into the forging space, his pupils shook violently. Chapter 59: Powerful Killer Weapon. Lin Hao had guessed many possibilities before, and had even made all the assumptions that the properties of the 1000 machine ring would greatly increase after the blueprint was successfully forged. However, he did not expect that after putting the reinforced materials into the forging space, the forged 1000 machine ring would have such an explosive increase in properties. 1000 machine ring / obsidian level. Where level 20. Attack plus 100,000. Defense plus 20,000. Attack speed plus 20%. Skills 1000 machines, 100 rivers, sunshine field. 1000 machine can transform into other forms, 1000 machine umbrella, 1000 machine ring, 1000 machine spear, remove the specialization restriction. 1000 chance umbrella, main defense form, this form can add 100,000 armor to the original form. 1000 machine spear, main daily form, this form can increase penetration by 20% on the original basis. 1000 machine ring, main attack form. This form can trigger the pursuit effect with a 20% chance on top of the original one. Baichuan, each form can be branded with the same professional skills, upper limit 1. Holy forging effect, sunlight field. Solar field, within a 500*500 m field, in the sunlight state, any form, attack power bonus 20%, defense power bonus 20%, and a 5% chance of triggering fatal damage. After reading a series of attribute bars, Lin Hao couldn't even find any adjectives to describe these attributes. Because this can no longer be considered a perversion, but a perversion among perversions. Even more terrifying than the previous Grim Reaper's Scythe. You should know that the Reaper of Souls still has specialization restrictions. But the 1000 machine ring is different. It directly removes all the specialization restrictions. In other words, this weapon can directly ignore the profession. Whether a warrior or a tank, he can rely on the 3 forms of the 1000 machine ring to find the form that suits him best. And if it is a life profession like Lin Hao, it may even be an auxiliary profession. You can rely on your daily form to have the power to protect yourself. But that is relative to Lin Hao. Lin Hao couldn't imagine what an explosive effect it would have when he held the Scythe of Death and the 1000 machine ring. You must know that the 1000 machine ring has not been strengthened once until now. Just a piece of raw equipment has such terrifying properties. Moreover, with the addition of the Holy Blessing effect, the 1000 machine ring can obviously add multiple layers of buffs. The basic attributes have already reached an astonishing level, coupled with the bonus of form and the bonus of the sacred forging effect. If it is in the main combat form, not only will it have an attack power of up to 120,000, but it will also have a chance to produce a pursuit effect, or even a fatal effect. What's more, the 1000 machine ring also has a series of entries that increase the skill limit by +1. After a series of combinations, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel frightened. So powerful. With such a powerful weapon, you can definitely sweep the dungeon when you go out. Lin Hao hadn't digested it yet. There was a knock on the door of the room. Come in. While Lin Hao was sorting out the materials in front of him, he placed the 1000 machine ring on the table. Jiang Fan was still wondering why Lin Hao didn't sleep so late. Whoever wanted to come in saw the equipment on the table, so he immediately pounced on it. The equipment you just forged? Lin Hao had nothing to hide. Good. I just finished it, so you can. Before Lin Hao finished speaking, Jiang Fan's eyes had already swept over the equipment on the table. After just one look, Jiang Fan couldn't help but shouted in a low voice. Oh my God! Is this something you just forged? Isn't this attribute a bit too strong? There was even a moment when Jiang Fan suspected that there was something wrong with his eyes. Lin Hao nodded. This equipment is indeed newly forged by me. As you can see, Its basic attributes are much higher than the previous Death Scythe. At this moment, Jiang Fan looked up in disbelief, and even wanted to curse Lin Hao for being Versailles. This is more than just much higher. This is almost catching up with the strengthened Scythe of Death. Jiang Fan did not forget that the equipment in front of him was a blank slate, and had not been enhanced at all. With such a precious equipment right in front of him, Jiang Fan was shamelessly moved once again. This equipment. But before Jiang Fan could finish his words, Lin Hao shook his head. It's not that I don't want to agree to you this time. But you have to think carefully about whether other people in the general military region will have any opinion of you if I sign a contract with you again. Lin Hao's straightforward words instantly calmed Jiang Fan, who was hot-headed. I almost forgot about this. Jiang Fan came to see Lin Hao so late just to tell him that people from other provincial military regions will arrive at the operations department of the Jiangnan military region tomorrow. Especially among the people from the Northwest Provincial Military District, the news about Lin Hao's skill enhancement voucher had just been leaked out. They live in such a remote place, but they are ahead of all the provinces. Jiang Fan can get priority once or twice, but not always. Because the situation in each war zone is equally serious. We are all brothers, and we understand that competition is a good thing, but it should not be used to suppress others. This is a matter of principle. With a light sigh, Jiang Fan had to throw the previous thoughts out of his mind. So this is still your exclusive equipment? Lin Hao nodded. Although the specialization restriction of 1000 machine ring has been removed, it is still the same as the Scythe of Death. They are all Lin Hao's exclusive equipment, and cannot be bound to others. Although it is still a special equipment, the 1000 machine ring has removed the specialization restrictions. It can be adapted to any profession. Hearing this, the pity in Jiang Fan's eyes instantly turned into shock. Remove specialization restrictions. Doesn't that mean that anyone can use this equipment? As long as he's at the right level. Thinking of this, Jiang Fan's gaze turned to the 1000 machine ring again. Perhaps it's because it hasn't been forged yet. The current 1000 machine ring is merely a piece of equipment of the obsidian level. But even so, his adaptation level is only level 20. You should know that all the soldiers in the military region are level 30. So, when it comes to their military region, the so-called level restrictions become just a decoration, right? Jiang Fan's mind moved. You haven't strengthened yet? How about I go and find some materials for you right now, and you try strengthening them first? After Jiang Fan finished speaking, Lin Hao shook his head. No! I think level 20 is pretty good now. Lin Hao did not forget his Scythe of Death that he could not wear. If the 1000 machine ring is strengthened further, will he still have any equipment to use? Chapter 60. Win everyone's respect. Jiang Fan seemed to have thought of this as well, but there was still a hint of regret on his face. Their combat department certainly has no shortage of reinforcement materials. However, Jiang Fan was particularly curious about what kind of attribute bonus the 1000 machine ring would gain after it was strengthened to the same level as the Scythe of Death. However, since Lin Hao was not happy about it, Jiang Fan naturally would not force him. Everything depends on Lin Hao's mood. So you want to use the 1000 machine ring as your last resort to enter the giant god dungeon? Lin Hao did not deny it, and even nodded very readily. That's right. With the 1000 machine ring in hand, plus the skill enhancement scroll and my reverse enhancement skill, do you think the boss of Giant God Dungeon will still be a problem? To be honest, Jiang Fan even felt that Lin Hao's configuration was too luxurious. And it was so luxurious that he felt that even a heaven-level copy was not worthy of it. The attribute bonus of 1000 machine ring is real. Release any one of them at random, and it would have reached a level that would make people jealous. The attack form has a probability pursuit effect, and the solar field has an additional probability of a fatal effect. Just these two, as long as one can be satisfied. This time, the giant god copy will definitely not be a problem. But even though he thought about it, Jiang Fan still couldn't make the decision on behalf of others. I'll ask them to come and take a look at this equipment now. Let's have a meeting overnight. What do you think? Lin Hao naturally had no objection. So soon, late at night, a group of senior leaders of the operations department gathered in the conference room again. But they didn't have any complaints, because Jiang Fan had already told them that Lin Hao had forged new equipment. This was the second piece of equipment he had forged. There is an example of the first piece of equipment in the front. No one would think that the second piece of equipment forged by Lin Hao would be an ordinary item. Therefore, when Lin Hao followed Jiang Fan into the conference room, everyone was already seated, some even faster than Lin Hao. As soon as Lin Hao came in, everyone's eyes instantly fell on him. Seeing this, Lin Hao hurriedly handed the 1,000 machine ring in his hand to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan's face was filled with joy. This is what Lin Hao just forged tonight. You can see the properties for yourself. After saying that, Jiang Fan placed the 1,000 machine ring directly on the table. As soon as the things were put down, a group of leaders quickly gathered around and looked carefully at the properties of the 1,000 machine ring. They had already made psychological preparations before coming. After watching it, I was still shocked. Is this true? Aren't these properties a bit too scary? If I'm not mistaken, it seems to be an unenhanced piece of equipment. And it also removes the specialization restrictions. He actually has 3 forms. Are you serious about the 20% pursuit effect? 5% of the killing effect? Oh my god! The leader's exclamations continued to be heard, but Lin Hao, who was standing aside, felt helpless. The attributes of this equipment are indeed comparable to the previously enhanced Death Scythe. But the most fundamental difference between the two lies in the materials used for forging. As soon as they heard Lin Hao's voice, everyone raised their heads. Li Qing said in confusion. Forging materials? Is there any trick to this? Lin Hao nodded. Different forging materials will greatly affect the properties and divine blessing effects. This time, when forging the 1,000 machine ring, I strengthened all the materials before putting them into the forging space. So, in essence, the forging materials consumed by this 1,000 machine ring equipment is more than 30 times that of the Death Scythe. Before Lin Hao came here, he had already calculated the relevant material consumption quantities. As a blacksmith, he knew best the difference between the Scythe of Death and the 1,000 machine rings. Both of them use high-grade materials. And there are quite a few high-end materials. The reason why the 1,000 machine ring has the properties and refinement it has today is entirely due to Lin Hao's refinement. For Lin Hao, the success rate of refining a high-level material is 100%, but the effect of triggering the random bar is random. Therefore, Lin Hao basically refined each high-level material at least 10 times. Finally, the most suitable one is selected and put into the forging space. All in all, forging the 1,000 machine ring consumes the most time, energy, and even materials. Moreover, Lin Hao didn't dare to imagine that if there was no national father supporting him behind him, perhaps he would never be able to see equipment with such attributes. Lin Hao's words caused everyone present to fall into silence. But after the silence came great excitement. So this is possible. My dear friend Lin Hao, you have found a new way to become a blacksmith. Perhaps we can also try the same thing out on other people. If refining materials can improve the properties of forged equipment, and even the success rate, then the equipment gap on the front line will be greatly reduced. There was uncontrollable ecstasy in Li Cheng's words. However, Lin Hao didn't think so much at all. He was prepared for his equipment to be borrowed before he came. As a result, after learning about the relevant situation, Li Qing chose to apply this model to the group of blacksmiths. After all, Lin Hao's power alone is very small. But if the level of all blacksmiths rises collectively, then the battlefield will no longer mean cold death statistics for the soldiers. Lin Hao smiled bitterly in his heart. Sure enough, my thoughts were not as long-term as those of these leaders. However, Li Qing still respects Lin Hao's ideas. My dear friend Lin Hao, would you like us to make this method you mentioned public to the blacksmith community? Lin Hao naturally had no objection. Sure. As a livelihood profession, it is difficult to upgrade a blacksmith, especially without a strong background. Therefore, there are not many people who reach level 20 and choose the material strengthening branch. For Lin Hao, what he shared was just his own experience in one branch. But for most blacksmiths, if they did not choose the branch of material strengthening, then this experience can only be viewed as a fun thing. Even if a blacksmith who has chosen the branch of material strengthening actually takes action, whether a piece of equipment can be successfully forged will still be affected by many factors. The reason why Lin Hao was so successful was entirely based on his 100% forging success rate and equal treatment. Lin Hao's answer was somewhat unexpected to everyone present, but he won everyone's respect in the next second. Chapter 61: Sweeping the Heaven-Level Dungeon. Li Qing's face was full of excitement, but he soon calmed down again. Good! I am proud that our country has talents like you. But we still need to discuss your entry into the Giant God Dungeon. At least we have to wait until people from other military regions come over tomorrow before we can make a decision. Besides, your current level is too low. There are great dangers hidden in the Giant God Dungeon. If you enter rashly. Li Qing didn't finish the rest of the words, but Lin Hao understood what he meant. In fact, everyone present had the same idea. They couldn't afford to lose Lin Hao, even though there was now a 99% chance of passing the Giant God copy. So everything has to wait for instructions from superiors. Although there was some disappointment in Lin Hao's eyes, he didn't say much. He could understand the concerns of Li Qing and the others, so Lin Hao quickly nodded. I understand. Before that, I may need to trouble you to help me practice a little. Lin Hao has now reached level 20. If he had the Scythe of Death in his hand, plus the 1000 machine ring in Lin Hao's hand, all the existing copies would be rubbish to him. But now the Grim Reaper Scythe has been loaned out, and it may take a day or two for it to return to Lin Hao's hands. And according to Li Qing and his team, they want to bring the 1000 machine ring into the dungeon tomorrow to conduct some experiments. Therefore, the matter of breaking through the Giant God copy will have to be discussed another day. Under Jiang Fan's escort, Lin Hao returned to his room to rest. He did not forget that a large group of leaders would arrive tomorrow. The next morning, Lin Hao got up early. After forging continuously for so many days, Lin Hao had a very good rest last night. Since Jiang Fan didn't notify him, Lin Hao just wandered around the General Military Region. The other side. In the meeting room of the General Military Region Operations Department, Li Qing and others finally got the first batch of practical data of 1000 machine ring. What shocked them was that the 1000 machine ring's actual combat data was so terrifyingly strong. If the Scythe of Death is the nemesis of the Eternal Night copy, then the 1000 machine ring is definitely a disaster for the Eternal Day copy. Because it is in the sunlight state, even the 1000 machine ring's chance of a fatal blow is only 5%. But in actual combat, the ultimate killing effect can be triggered almost once in 10 times. Such astonishing data almost made the senior leaders drop their jaws in shock. This is not even a 5% chance of a sure kill. According to the data, in the sunlight state, the 1000 machine ring's chance of a fatal blow should be guaranteed to be 10%. So, the 5% chance of a sure kill is just a guarantee? This attribute is a bit too scary. If we bring the 1000 machine ring into the Giant God dungeon and send out the warrior class, we might be able to directly defeat this heaven-level dungeon in one fell swoop. How about giving it a try? Using a heaven-level copy for experiments? I think we might need a second batch of tests. Before this, if someone told Li Qing and the others that a heavenly level copy was needed to test equipment data, Li Qing and the others would definitely spit at him to death. But now, all copies below the heaven level copies are simply unsolvable within the influence range of the 1000 machine ring. If you want to test the data further, you might really need to use a heavenly level copy. Thinking of this, Li Qing and others immediately made a decision. Right now, send out the second group of 15 elite members with the 1000 machine rings into the Giant God dungeon for testing. If we can directly attack the heaven-level dungeon boss, that would be the best. If not... Li Qing didn't finish the rest of his words, but everyone present could understand what he meant. If not, they still have Lin Hao as a backup. However, until Lin Hao grew to level 30, they would never put Lin Hao into the heavenly level copy. Because the upper level limit of Giant God Dungeon is between level 50 and level 70. Lin Hao is only level 20. Who can guarantee that he will come out of the Giant God copy, safe and sound? There is no one at all. Therefore, everyone quickly reached a consensus. This time, the elite team was selected directly from the operations department of the General Military Region. And all of them are elites between level 60 and level 70. Before the elite team entered the dungeon, Li Qing and his team made them sign a contract for safety reasons. This also further ensures Lin Hao's safety. When the 1,000 machine ring fell into the hands of the elite team, Zhao Jie, the team leader, suddenly widened his eyes. There was a look of disbelief in his eyes. This? Li Qing nodded. Yes, this is the equipment we borrowed specially. When you enter the dungeon later, remember to measure the relevant data. If you encounter the boss in the Giant God dungeon, it would be best if you can fight him. If you can't defeat them, I hope you can ensure your safety and exit the dungeon. After finishing speaking, Li Qing distributed one of the skill enhancement scrolls forged by Lin Hao to each person. The skill enhancement scroll made by Lin Hao is extremely effective, and it is also the life-saving trump card that Li Qing gave them. If this is not enough to break through the Giant God copy, perhaps they will just have to wait for a while longer. After all, Li Qing and his team had seen the horror of the Giant God copy through the video footage sent back by the first group of teams. For Zhao Jie and the others, the 1,000 machine ring that Li Qing took out was already shocking enough. Who would have thought that they could each get a skill enhancement scroll? And Li Qing also made a direct promise to them. The skill enhancement scrolls belong to them. In other words, if they can directly clear the copy, regardless of whether the skill enhancement scroll is used or not, the final ownership will be theirs, and the operations department will not take it back. With such great motivation, everyone in the elite team is full of energy. Li Qing and others watched the elite team enter the Giant God copy, but their hearts were filled with worry. Li Qing and his team deliberately concealed the fact that they were sending an elite team into the Giant God copy from Lin Hao. There are soldiers from the combat department there, and they don't want Lin Hao to put himself in danger. Even though Lin Hao still has the strongest killing skill against the boss of Giant God copy. After waiting anxiously for 2 hours at the entrance of the Giant God copy, Li Jie and others finally felt the shock in the copy. The moment they felt this long-lost shock, great joy appeared on everyone's face. With such a strong shock, there is no other possibility except to sweep the copy. They bet right. Breakthrough! They really broke into the Giant God dungeon. This is the first time that our Jiangnan General Military Region has broken through the heaven-level dungeon. Go meet them! Chapter 62. This thing is xenophobic. The importance of heaven-level copies to the country is naturally beyond doubt. Otherwise, the country would not have been able to break through more than 5 heavenly-level copies by now. Looking at other countries, the number of heaven-level copies they have broken through one after another has already exceeded single digits. Now that the country has added another heavenly-level copy, everyone is filled with great pride. Especially Li Qing and others, the joy on their faces was almost overflowing at this moment. Inside the operations department, countless soldiers looked up at the source of the shock, and then their eyes were shaken. Heaven-level copy! It was actually broken through by their military district. On the other side, a group of helicopters had just entered the airspace of the Jiangnan General Military Region when they were bumped several times by the shock. When the turbulence started, everyone on the plane was still a little scared. But by the time they reacted, their pupils shrank again. The people from the Jiangnan General Military District actually broke through the heaven-level dungeon? Haven't they been trying to conquer the Giant God dungeon? Now they have managed to conquer this tough nut to crack? How come they are so fast? Isn't this incredible? That's a heaven-level copy! Countless people had shock in their eyes. At this moment, Li Qing and his team also welcomed Zhao Jie and others who had returned triumphantly. Seeing that all 15 people were present, Li Qing breathed a sigh of relief. If there was any damage at all, it would be difficult for him to explain to Lin Hao. Fortunately, all 15 people returned safely. However, due to the characteristics of the Giant God copy, 3 people were seriously injured and 7 people were slightly injured. As the captain of the elite team, Zhao Jie had a long wound across his shoulder. If it weren't for the 1,000 machine spear in his hand, he would have collapsed by now. Seeing this scene, Li Qing and others quickly arranged for doctors to go up and treat everyone. Zhao Jie nodded to Li Qing, and the 1,000 machine spear in his hand instantly transformed into the form of a 1,000 machine ring and floated in front of Li Qing. Zhao Jie leaned on his teammates, holding the test data in his hand. Fortunately, I have accomplished my mission. We have returned safely with the 1,000-machine spear and all our teammates. The moment Zhao Jie's voice fell, the whole audience burst into warm applause and cheers. When Lin Hao followed the sound, Zhao Jie and the others had already been carried onto stretchers. After a quick look around, Lin Hao felt something and looked in the direction of Li Qing. As early as when Lin Hao appeared, Li Qing felt the restlessness of the 1,000-machine ring. With the appearance of Lin Hao, the 1,000-machine ring pounced on Lin Hao almost like lightning, and then landed on his shoulder. Seeing this scene, Li Qing and others showed some surprise in their eyes. So the 1,000-machine ring has already recognized its master to this extent. You have to know that before they could play with the Grim Reaper Scythe at will. Lin Hao could also feel the connection between himself and the 1,000-machine ring strengthening. Seeing this, he shrunk it to the size of his palm and stuffed it into his pocket. Li Qing and the others had never thought that the 1,000-machine ring could be used in this way, and they were stunned for a moment. Can this thing be shrunk? You have to know that when Lin Hao first brought the 1,000-machine ring here, it was as big as a wash basin. Although they later mastered the 3 forms of the 1,000-machine ring, they never knew that it could be shrunk to this extent. Lin Hao looked at them in confusion. The 1,000-machine ring itself can change into 3 forms, and its size can naturally change accordingly. Otherwise, if we replace him with a shorter warrior, wouldn't it be ridiculous for him to carry a 2 or 3 meter long 1,000-machine spear? To be honest, Li Qing and the others have never really thought about this issue. Or perhaps it could be said that the 1,000-machine ring never really belonged to them. There is a big difference between borrowing and using. Just like now. Li Qing even felt that the record of the properties of the 1,000-machine ring could contain a few more lines of introduction. This thing is likely to be xenophobic. After talking about the 1,000-machine ring, Lin Hao raised his eyebrows at Li Qing and the others. So you borrowed the 1,000-machine ring to test the data last night just to send the elite team into the giant god dungeon early in the morning? After Lin Hao exposed this matter, Li Qing and the others still looked a little embarrassed. In the end, Jiang Fan couldn't help but stand up and explain. We have already tested the first batch of data this morning. The properties of the 1,000-machine ring are even more powerful than he introduced. After finishing speaking, Jiang Fan handed the first batch of test data to Lin Hao and continued. After reviewing the first batch of test data, we decided to temporarily form an elite team and have them bring the 1,000-machine rings into the giant god dungeon to test the second batch of data. After hearing what Jiang Fan said, Lin Hao took another look at the data in his hand and was stunned for a moment. In the sunlight state, there is at least a 5% chance of triggering a fatal effect? Jiang Fan nodded. Yes, this is what we found out from testing in dungeons below the heaven level. According to the properties of the 1,000-machine ring, we all thought that the highest probability was only 5%. It's actually wrong. It should be a guaranteed minimum of 5%, and the triggering rate of his special attack effect should have reached an average of 10% now. Lin Hao took a breath. It seems that we still need to continue researching the refined materials. Because the existing results and data show that refined materials used to forge equipment are obviously stronger than unrefined ones. But soon Lin Hao realized another problem. So you're using the heaven-level dungeon as an experiment? Li Qing and the others nodded helplessly. Below the heaven-level dungeon, the 1,000-machine ring is basically unsolvable. And most of our dungeons are in a perpetual daylight environment. Lin Hao understood at once. The eternal daylight environment means that the 1,000-machine ring can run rampant in these dungeons. With a better understanding of his equipment, Lin Hao quickly put this matter behind him. Compared to the 1,000-machine ring, he was more interested in the breakthrough of the heaven-level copy. Based on the video footage brought back by Zhao Jie and his team, the key to sweeping the Tianji copy lies in the 1,000-machine ring. Because the user Zhao Jie's luck is simply amazing. As the team leader, Zhao Jie is a combat profession, so he has been using the main combat forms since entering the dungeon. And the pursuit effect was triggered many times in the copy. You should know that the probability of triggering the 1,000-machine ring's pursuit effect is only 20%. This guy triggers almost every time. If the triggering probability of the pursuit effect in the first batch of data was not within the normal range, Lin Hao suspected that the properties of his 1,000-machine ring might be fake. Not only that, when the boss had half of his health left, the The 1000-machine ring had already triggered its fatal effect. Chapter 63. Look at this ignorant look. Therefore, a large part of the success in clearing a heaven-level copy comes from luck. After all, Zhao Jia and his team suffered considerable damage. As the team leader, Zhao Jia was seriously injured. Lin Hao took a deep breath and then spoke solemnly. If that's the case, then the 1000-machine ring may need further strengthening. This way it will be more suitable for the heaven-level dungeon. Li Qing looked at Lin Hao with some surprise. But soon he shook his head again. No need to rush for now. We have already broken through a heaven-level instance, and we still need some time to integrate. It won't be too late to strengthen it after your level rises. Lin Hao thought so too, because he was only level 20 now. If the 1000-machine ring is further strengthened, Lin Hao will really be left with no equipment. You should know that the equipment level of Death's Scythe is still level 30. Having solved the big problem in their minds, everyone in the operations department had a look of joy on their faces. It just so happened that at this moment the heads of all the major military regions also came to the operations headquarters of the Jiangnan General Military Region. Li Qiang and others naturally went to greet them, and Lin Hao simply followed them. The helicopter has now landed inside the operations department. A large number of soldiers in military uniforms came out of the helicopter one after another, followed by another group of senior leaders with sharp eyes. The moment they saw Li Qing, all the leaders' coldness and domineering attitude disappeared in an instant, leaving only anxiety and excitement. The one in the front is Jiang Nan, the head of the Northwest Military Region. Next to him was Chen Pingxing, the head of the Northern Military Region. Jiang Fan sat next to Lin Hao and introduced them to him one by one. The more Lin Hao listened, the brighter his eyes became. It seems that everyone who came this time is a powerful person. You have to know that these people can only be seen at once on TV on weekdays, and it has to be an important meeting. Who would have thought that one day they would gather at the operations headquarters of the Jiangnan Military Region? Lin Hao followed Jiang Fan and the others obediently. But Chen Pingxing and his friends couldn't resist their curiosity about Lin Hao. Why didn't I see that little friend? Old Li, did you really break through the heaven-level dungeon this time? I felt it when I was on the plane just now. I didn't expect you to break through the heaven-level dungeon. That's great. Why don't you share your experience with us? I'll try to break through it when I get back. While exchanging pleasantries, everyone walked towards the operations department's meeting room. Lin Hao couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw how approachable these leaders were. You have to know that each of these leaders is a strong man above level 75, and is also responsible for guarding a certain area. However, now in the operations department, they did not show any aloofness or alienation. As if sensing Lin Hao's surprise, Jiang Fan whispered in his ear. They were classmates before, and later took charge of different departments. Lin Hao nodded in understanding. So that's how it is. Facing these people's questions, Li Qing just smiled and said nothing. Even though Lin Hao was right behind them, Li Qing had no intention of introducing him. Now Li Qing knows too well how important Lin Hao is. You can introduce it to them later, and you can be snatched away by these people later. After all, Lin Hao is hiding nearby. If he takes a closer look at these people's faces, he will understand in the future that the Jiangnan General Military Region is the most suitable place for him. Of course, this is just Li Qing's little trick. Lin Hao's strength is unquestionable, and he also knows the importance of Lin Hao to other combat units. Therefore, after entering the meeting room and making sure that no outsiders were following him, Li Qing smiled and waved to Lin Hao. Little friend Lin Hao. Seeing Li Qing's actions, everyone present was stunned. Lin Hao is even younger than they expected. He's clearly just turned 18. Can he really achieve 100% forging success rate? A doubt arose in everyone's mind. But I had to believe what Li Qing said. Let me introduce it to you all. This is the young friend Lin Hao you have always wanted to meet. He is in front of you now. If you have any questions, just ask them yourself. But I'll be frank with you guys, don't scare them. The meaning of Li Qing's words was very clear. However, the people present were not fools and they immediately smiled at Lin Hao. You have to know that they came here to ask Lin Hao for a favor. No matter how old Lin Hao is, he must first leave a good impression on others. So this is little friend Lin Hao. It's true that heroes emerge from youth. I heard that the attributes of the equipment made by little friend Lin Hao have been improved. I wonder if I can see it for myself? I have seen the equipment made by little friend Lin Hao. I wonder if little friend Lin Hao is willing to visit our northern military region. A group of people quickly surrounded Lin Hao. However, Lin Hao remained calm throughout. Such courage naturally won the admiration of so many bigwigs and leaders present at the first time. You have to know that Lin Hao looks only 18 or 19 years old. When they were as old as Lin Hao, they did not have such good character as Lin Hao. Hello everyone. Since everyone is so curious, I will show you my equipment first. As he said that, Lin Hao took out his 1000 machine ring. Looking at the 1000 machine ring, which was only the size of a palm, everyone was stunned. Is this equipment? However, the next second, the 1000 machine ring quickly enlarged and soon became as big as a human head. Such a scene naturally caused a large number of people to exclaim. Many people present had seen the world, but they had never seen equipment that could change its shape. Generally speaking, the initial appearance of the equipment made by the blacksmith will not change much no matter how many times it is strengthened. However, the 1000 machine ring that Lin Hao took out directly broke everyone's inherent cognition. Seeing so many people with their mouths wide open, Li Qing and others silently curled their lips. Look at how ignorant this person is. Not like them at all. Lin Hao pushed the 1000 machine ring in his hand towards them. You can take a look at the relevant properties. After hearing Lin Hao's words, everyone came back to their senses for a brief moment, and immediately turned their eyes to the 1000 machine ring on the table. As a result, after just one look, everyone's pupils instantly dilated. It's not that they are ignorant, but the properties of the 1000 machine ring that Lin Hao took out are really beyond everyone's expectations. Even though everyone present had reached level 75, they had never seen equipment with attributes as terrifying as the 1000 machine ring. Chapter 64, 90% Confidence. Unheard of. Even the attributes of the Grim Reaper's Scythe that they had seen with their own eyes before were not as terrifying as the 1000 machine ring. After all, the Death Scythe achieved its terrifying properties only after being strengthened 5 times. Today really broadened their horizons. I'm going to give you a wave of bombs right at the start, right? Everyone's eyes couldn't help but wander to the equipment on the table. His eyes are so sticky that they are about to be drawn. 1000 machine ring / obsidian level. Where level 20. Attack plus 100,000. Defense plus 20,000. Attack speed plus 20%. Skills 1000 machines, 100 rivers, sunshine field. 1000 machine, can transform into other forms, 1000 machine umbrella, 1000 machine ring, 1000 machine spear, remove the specialization restriction. 1000 chance umbrella, main defense form, this form can add 100,000 armor to the original form. 1000 machine spear, main daily form, this form can increase penetration by 20% on the original basis. 1000 machine ring, main attack form. This form can trigger the pursuit effect with a 20% chance on top of the original one. Baichuan, each form can be branded with the same professional skills, upper limit 1. Holy forging effect, sunlight field. Solar field, in a 500*500m field, in the sunlight state, any form, attack power bonus 20%, defense power bonus 20%, and 5% chance to trigger fatal damage. What kind of blacksmith can create this attribute entry? 3 forms, and the specialization restriction is removed. It also has a terrifying skill that increases the skill cap by 1, plus a solar field. However, this is just an initial equipment. If it could be strengthened, what would its attributes be? For a moment, everyone felt that their imagination was limited. Because it's totally unimaginable. There was a confidentiality agreement in the past, and everyone only knew about the existence of Lin Hao. Until the Scythe of Death was borrowed by various major military regions one after another. Everyone finally felt the terrifying power of the equipment forged by Lin Hao. However, now, after seeing the properties of the 1000 machine ring with their own eyes, Jiangnan and others only had one thought in their minds. I'm afraid these people from the Jiangnan General Military Region have been hiding something all along? How come such a talented person is only pushed out now? The key is that they have already broken through a heaven-level copy. For a moment, all the eyes that people looked at Li Qing were filled with jealousy and envy. Li Qing enjoyed these envious or jealous glances very contentedly. Have a look. Although their Jiangnan general military region has been at the bottom for years. But they can't resist the fact that their general military region has produced such a genius. In the future, whenever the major military regions need equipment, won't they have to come to Lin Hao? Even though Lin Hao has been handed over to the country, this cannot change the fact that Lin Hao came from their Jiangnan. When he thought of this, Li Qing was so happy that he wished he could laugh out loud 3 times right now. The next second, everyone surrounded Lin Hao. Friend Lin Hao, can you briefly explain this equipment to me? This equipment is very powerful. I have a favor to ask. Since it's an unwelcome request, then don't say it. Little friend Lin Hao, let's go over there and have a chat. I think it's a pity that young friend Lin Hao's talent is not being used. I wonder which university you are attending now? A group of people quickly surrounded him, and Lin Hao began to feel a little frightened. I have now been admitted to St. Demon University. Everyone has seen the relevant properties of the 1000 machine ring. Here are 2 batches of its data. You can also make relevant references. Lin Hao actually has no ill feelings towards these people. There is even a natural closeness and respect. It is because of them that the country has been able to survive until now and provide the people with a stable life. They can go to school to learn the corresponding theories. The 2 actually complement each other. Lin Hao was also willing to help them to the greatest extent possible within his ability. After a conversation, Lin Hao quickly received several invitations, but most of them were to help them strengthen their equipment. Now everyone has reached a consensus. The properties of the equipment after being enhanced by Lin Hao will definitely exceed their imagination. Besides, the time that everyone can stay here is not long. Even if I can't take Lin Hao away, it would be great to be able to take 1 or 2 pieces of equipment from Lin Hao. So in the following period of time, Lin Hao spent almost day and night in his lounge strengthening his equipment. However, compared to the previous process of strengthening equipment, Lin Hao now added one more step. That is the refined strengthening material. Lin Hao has already experienced the benefits from refining materials. So before strengthening the equipment, can we refine this batch of strengthening materials first to maximize the corresponding attribute values? Lin Hao actually hadn't tried it. But he still has 90% confidence. Materials one after another were thrown into the forging space. Then Lin Hao selected the most suitable refining materials. By the time Lin Hao came out of his lounge, 2 days had passed. Outside his lounge, Li Qing and others were looking forward to it. Seeing Lin Hao coming out, everyone smiled broadly. Lin Hao handed the equipment in his hand to them. It has been strengthened. You can take a look. The first person to take over the equipment from Lin Hao was Chen Pingxing. The moment he saw the attributes of his precious equipment, Chen Pingxing was still a little bit in disbelief. The first thing that catches your eye is the legendary level. The second is the exponential increase of major attributes. The most important thing is that his equipment actually has an extra item. Thunder Strike. As a warrior, Chen Pingxing was so excited to see the additional skill items on his equipment. As expected of little friend Lin Hao, this enhanced equipment is really... At this moment, Chen Pingxing felt that all descriptions were inadequate, and the same excitement was reflected in the eyes of others. Because the equipment enhanced by Lin Hao really gave them a huge surprise. Even though he knew that Lin Hao had a 100% success rate in strengthening, the equipment he was sending out was after all the equipment he had been with for many years, so it was impossible for him to not be worried. However, now that they have seen their equipment, they are filled with ecstasy. This enhancement is too good. Oh my god, it directly increased my attack power by 60,000. My equipment has also reached the legendary level. I've reached the legendary level too. Isn't this level rising too fast? What a pity my equipment level is a little low, it's only obsidian level now. But isn't this property a bit too luxurious? Is this really my equipment? In just a moment, the entrance of Lin Hao's lounge looked like a vegetable market. All the soldiers and leaders looked at the equipment in their hands, feeling only satisfaction and happiness. If Lin Hao hadn't taken out so many pieces of equipment at once, there would be no way to replace them in advance. I'm afraid they would all have to suspect whether their equipment was deliberately replaced by Lin Hao. Chapter 65 Goodwill from the Military Region. When everyone came to their senses, they looked at Lin Hao with great interest, because he was a top-notch blacksmith. Their equipment had just reached Lin Hao's hands, but in just a few days it had already reached at least the obsidian level. And without a single failure. Such a high success rate, and the addition of entries directly made the hearts of everyone present feel excited. If Lin Hao hadn't been in the operations department, I'm afraid everyone would have already started thinking about how to carry the person away. In fact, Lin Hao also felt uneasy when being stared at by these people. Finally, Li Qing came out and cleared his cough. Please take your eyes off me. Lin Hao is a rare talent in our country. Since he is a shared talent, as long as the requirements raised by everyone are not too excessive, Lin Hao will definitely do his best to complete them. Li Qing can fully guarantee this on behalf of Lin Hao. Lin Hao nodded upon seeing this. He was really a little scared because the eyes of these people were glowing green when they looked at him. It's not that he was afraid that these people would eat him alive, but he was afraid that they would not even wait until he graduated from university and would directly abduct him to the combat units of various military regions. Lin Hao wanted to serve his country, but he also wanted to go to university for further studies. Li Qing and Jiang Fan also explained this to everyone present. So soon, all the leaders held another secret meeting. But this time, what they were discussing was not whether Lin Hao should stay or leave, but how to allocate the resources that Lin Hao currently had. Inside the meeting room, the noise even penetrated outside. Lin Hao listened to the noise inside, which was similar to that in a vegetable market, and silently turned his head away. Jiang Fan chuckled. Now that everyone has seen your strength clearly, they will be able to provide more resources. And the further you go, the more difficult it will be for you to upgrade. If we have help from other military regions, it will be much easier for us. At least until now, most of the forging material resources used by Lin Hao came from the Jiangnan General Military Region. Moreover, the secret guards who closely protected Lin Hao were also drawn from the operations department of the Jiangnan General Military Region. However, Lin Hao believes that this situation will be broken soon. Sure enough, after some noise, these leaders all walked out of the meeting room contentedly, except Li Qing, who looked a little unhappy. It seems that this time, Li Qing did not gain any advantage in the meeting discussions. But after seeing Lin Hao waiting at the door, Li Qing immediately smiled again. My dear friend Lin Hao, the equipment you forge every month will be distributed to various major military regions by our Jiangnan General Military Region according to the proportion. But we still focus on your studies and health. Lin Hao nodded. The forging materials delivered every month actually depend on Lin Hao's needs. Sometimes the demand is huge, so the amount of material delivered will be much larger accordingly. All these materials are borne by the state. It's just that Lin Hao needs to provide the country with a large number of equipment that he has successfully forged. Now these equipments are just distributed accordingly, and in fact Lin Hao's monthly task volume has not increased. After seeing off those leaders, Li Qing quietly approached Lin Hao. Friend Lin Hao, can you supply our Jiangnan General Military Region with your skill enhancement scrolls in large quantities in the future? Hearing Li Qing's words, Lin Hao immediately widened his eyes, as if he understood something. I didn't expect that Li Qing, who usually keeps a low profile, would be so ruthless when doing things. Not to mention Lin Hao, even Jiang Fan didn't expect that Li Qing would actually cut off the source of the problem. These people were indeed envious of the equipment made by Lin Hao. After all, who made Lin Hao produce equipment with high attributes and good quality? But the skill enhancement vouchers created by Lin Hao are equally powerful. It's just that Li Qing deliberately concealed this point. The news was concealed, so the skill enhancement scrolls could only be supplied to the Jiangnan General Military Region. This is also Li Qing's little idea. In terms of strength and number of copies, the Jiangnan General Military Region is naturally inferior to other military regions. You should know that the Northwest Military Region currently has 5 heaven-level copies that are waiting to be broken through. The large number of heaven-level copies means a large demand for equipment. Li Qing would not compete with them for these deadly things. But he also has to ensure the safety of his men, doesn't he? Then the skill enhancement scroll forged by Lin Hao becomes the best choice. Although the skill enhancement scroll does not double all the attributes like equipment. But the most terrifying thing about the skill enhancement scroll is its additional entries. If they master this thing, wouldn't it be easier for them to break through dungeons in the future? At this moment, Lin Hao and Jiang Fan finally understood that Li Qing was able to reach his current position not just by being brave, but also because of his flexible mind. Lin Hao would not really expose others. It doesn't matter who you give your skill enhancement coupons to. As long as it can reduce casualties, that is his greatest role. Good. After agreeing to Li Qing's request, Lin Hao quickly started to prepare to return. He has been out for many days, and the graduation ceremony is coming soon. This is an extremely important event in Lin Hao's life, so he doesn't want to miss it. That afternoon, Lin Hao was safely taken to school by helicopter. Having not seen Lin Hao for so many days, his sudden appearance in school made Su Qilan's eyes show some joy. "Lin Hao, you're back?" Lin Hao nodded. But then he noticed that his laboratory had been cleaned up tidy, and there was a little more fluctuation in his eyes. "Teacher, have you been helping me clean the lab these days?" Su Qilan felt a little embarrassed when she heard Lin Hao's question. "You haven't been here for so many days. I asked the principal and the others, and they said you were out for something, so I thought about helping you clean the lab, but I didn't touch your things." Su Qilan still understood the importance of the order and position of some things to a blacksmith. Lin Hao smiled and nodded, then handed a skill enhancement scroll to Su Qilan. "This is my latest research. I didn't show it to you last time." Hearing that it was Lin Hao's latest research, Su Qilan suddenly became curious. But she quickly suppressed her curiosity. "Can I see?" Lin Hao nodded. "Teacher, didn't you sign a confidentiality agreement?" After hearing what Lin Hao said, Su Qilan felt relieved and took the skill enhancement scroll handed to her by Lin Hao. But after just a glance, Su Qilan's eyes widened. This attribute. There are also accompanying entries. Isn't this a bit too scary? Chapter 66, A Changed Life. Su Qilan couldn't even believe her eyes, and finally took a deep breath. "Is this something you just researched?" "That's right, these 2 skill enhancement scrolls are for you to use for self-defense, teacher." After saying that, Lin Hao handed another skill enhancement scroll to Su Qilan. Su Qilan didn't expect that Lin Hao would give her such a precious thing at once. She felt a little embarrassed. This thing is very rare. At least Su Qilan had never heard of it, let alone seen it. Lin Hao smiled and forcefully handed the skill enhancement scroll in his hand to Su Qilan. "This is what you should have taken, teacher. Just consider it as a thank you for cleaning the lab for me these days." Su Qilan understood that Lin Hao was just making up an excuse to get her to accept the 2 skill enhancement scrolls. But Lin Hao's warm attitude still made her heart beat faster. Lin Hao had no intention of forging equipment in the laboratory today, so he simply went home early. After not coming back for so many days, Lin Hao saw Lin Ainen lying on the sofa as soon as he opened the door. The moment she heard the door open, Lin Ainen immediately raised her eyes. A pair of dark eyes instantly met Lin Hao's gaze. The next second, Lin Ainen pounced on him. "Brother, you're finally back! Where have you been these days?" Lin Hao couldn't help but rub Lin Ainen's head. "I went on a long journey." Lin Ainen widened her eyes. "Are you still going far away?" Lin Hao hummed. But how could this answer make Lin Ainen give up? So she immediately pulled Lin Hao aside and tried to persuade him. "Where did you go? Why didn't you take me with you? I'm so bored at home these days. By the way, it seems like your graduation ceremony is coming soon, right? I heard there's a professional exam that day." Lin Ainen changed the topic while chatting, and there was a hint of anticipation in her eyes. The professional examination at the graduation ceremony is a great opportunity for all the younger students to get a glimpse of their seniors. Therefore, Lin Ainen would definitely not miss such an important occasion. What Lin Ainen didn't expect was that Lin Hao is going to participate too. "Brother, are you sure? That's a vocational exam. Aren't you already recommended?" Vocational examinations can provide high school students with a larger platform for studying. But for a student like Lin Hao who has been admitted without taking the entrance examination, vocational examinations have long been dispensable. Besides, Lin Hao is just a professional who makes a living. It's impossible that while others are taking the exam, Lin Hao is forging equipment with his hammer, right? Just thinking about that scene, Lin Anan couldn't help laughing. When Lin Hao saw the smile on Lin Anan's face, he knew that the girl had no good intentions, so he immediately grabbed Lin Anan by the back of her neck. Are you planning something bad again? Lin Anan immediately cried out in pain, and her legs and feet flapped wildly. Let go! Lin Hao, don't think I don't dare to beat you now. I have a special profession. Lin Hao snorted and tightened his grip even more. Even if you have a special profession, I am still your brother. Besides, your profession hasn't fully awakened yet, so you should just be quiet during this period. After being scolded by Lin Hao, Lin Anan pouted. Just wait until I awaken my profession, and then I will definitely beat you to a pulp. The vocational examination is scheduled for a week later. Lin Hao has also stayed in school these days. Although he didn't have to go to the classroom to attend classes, every time he walked on campus, Lin Hao could still feel the nervousness of everyone facing exams. Walking on the tree-lined avenue, Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the class is not over yet. However, during class time, Lin Hao wandering around the campus would inevitably be too conspicuous. The result is that it is very easy to be mistaken. Lin Hao! Lin Hao was a little surprised when he heard someone calling his name. Ever since he got the first place in his major in theoretical classes every year, his classmates have kept their distance from him. There won't be much contact on weekdays. Later, I realized that I had a career in life. Once I fell from the top of my profession to the bottom, no one would notice me anymore. So when someone suddenly called him on the road, Lin Hao was a little curious. When turning around, Lin Hao saw the girl in the white dress at a glance. Perhaps because the sun was shining brightly, the girl was wearing a hat on her head, and she looked like a lotus emerging from water. Seeing Lin Hao looking at her, Sujia smiled at Lin Hao. Congratulations, I heard you were admitted to Saint Demon University. Lin Hao naturally knew Sujia as well. As a classmate from the next class and also a school beauty, Sujia definitely received no shortage of praise. Moreover, Sujia is a rare magician. Such strength, coupled with her beauty, is enough to make her a hot topic on campus. Lin Hao also often heard about Sujia's deeds. But he didn't expect that the other party would suddenly greet him. But the other person greeted him with a smile, so Lin Hao naturally couldn't do anything like hitting someone who was smiling. Thank you, classmate Su. I heard that you were also admitted. We are happy for you. However, Sujia shook her head. I was admitted, but I don't plan to go to that school. Lin Hao was stunned for a moment. You want to give up the recommendation? Sujia nodded. That's right, I was only admitted to an ordinary undergraduate school. But I personally prefer Saint Demon University. Having said that, Sujia winked at Lin Hao cunningly. So classmate Lin Hao has to wait for me at Saint Demon University. Lin Hao really didn't expect Sujia to do this, but the fact that she was able to be so courageous as to give up the opportunity for admission and choose to take the next professional exam meant that she had already made up her mind. Lin Hao couldn't interfere in other people's affairs, so he could only smile and nod. Then I wish all your wishes come true, classmate Su. The two exchanged greetings, and soon Lin Hao turned and left. Time flies and it is the day of the professional examination. As a life profession among auxiliary professions, Lin Hao's exam content is naturally different from that of others. Considering that Lin Hao is going to take part in this vocational examination, Principal Shang and others attach great importance to it. He even upgraded all the school's equipment in advance. After all, they cannot manipulate the exam, but they can still slightly improve the exam environment for the candidates in this way. No matter which examination room Lin Hao enters, the examination environment he faces will definitely be excellent. This year's senior high school students were particularly surprised by the excellent environment of the examination room. Chapter 67 Special Commendation. You should know that in previous years, many seniors have complained that the school's professional examination rooms are too dirty and messy, and some equipment is even in tatters. Everyone had already prepared themselves mentally, but who would have thought that this would be the scene they saw when they came in? The examination room is clean and it's an independent room. Each room is equipped with corresponding equipment and display screens. This is what Lin Hao saw. He placed his hand on the palm print reader at the entrance to the exam. This is an identification system specially installed by the state that can input one's own level and related identity information and conduct verification. The corresponding test questions can only be activated after the identity information verification is successful. Generally speaking, blacksmith is a living profession. There are only 7 test questions, 3 of which involve professional knowledge, 2 involve branch professional knowledge, and there are also 2 practical questions, namely forging equipment. The 7 test questions were not difficult for Lin Hao. Before he started practicing, Lin Hao was already number 1 in theoretical knowledge, and the practical operation was as easy as child's play for him. In just half an hour, Lin Hao had completed all 7 test questions and handed in the paper ahead of schedule. After the system feedback was completed, the door of the room behind Lin Hao opened. With brisk steps, Lin Hao walked straight out of the examination room. Looking around the entire examination room, it seemed that Lin Hao was the only one who had completed the exam at this time, so the corridor of the examination room was quiet. Lin Hao deliberately slowed down his pace so as not to disturb those in the small room. However, Lin Hao's consideration was obviously unnecessary. Each examination room has been specially treated, and there is no possibility of interference from external sounds at all. But when Lin Hao was about to walk out of the examination room, he saw a series of reporters and cameras waiting outside the examination room. This surprised Lin Hao a little. However, before Lin Hao turned around and went back to the examination room, a female reporter ran towards him excitedly and grabbed his clothes. "Everyone, look! This is the first student from our number 1 middle school to walk out of the examination room this year. Excuse me, student, what do you think of this exam? Is it difficult?" Lin Hao didn't expect that this female reporter was so quick-witted. Perhaps because she had been waiting outside for too long, there was already a thin layer of sweat on the female reporter's face, but this made her look even more charming and lovely. It was because Lin Hao's mind was shaken that he was directly grabbed by the other party. Therefore, I could only answer honestly at this moment. I think the test questions this year are quite easy. Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, the female reporter's eyes widened. You have to know that for every candidate who comes out of the examination room, not a single one of them says that the test questions are easy. It seems that this time she encountered the real God. So the female reporter forced herself to suppress the excitement in her heart and continued to ask with a smile. It seems that this student has performed quite well. Can you estimate your score? After saying this, the female reporter looked at Lin Hao with eyes full of expectations. However, Lin Hao shook his head. No one can predict the exact amount of things. I just came here to experience it. After all, I've been admitted. Lin Hao then pointed at the school's propaganda wall not far away and walked away. The female reporter was a little confused by Lin Hao's song. She couldn't even react before she saw Lin Hao walking away from her sight step by step. When the female reporter came to her senses, she immediately ran to the school's propaganda wall. The female reporter saw Lin Hao's photo on the first page of the publicity wall, and underneath Lin Hao's photo was written, "Admission to St. Demon University." Now the female reporters couldn't bear it any longer. Oh my God! After Lin Hao left the examination room, he did not leave the school directly. Instead, he avoided the reporters and cameras and ran all the way to his laboratory. After all, he still needs constant practice, especially in terms of proficiency in equipment forging and material strengthening. This can affect the related properties and entries of your forged equipment. Lin Hao threw the materials into the forging space over and over again, and strengthened the materials over and over again, like a tireless robot, generally without stopping at all. However, this silence was soon interrupted. The moment Su Qilan pushed open the door, there was an excitement in her tone that was hard to suppress. Lin Hao, I knew you were in the lab. The principal wants you to go to his office. There's something good to tell you. Lin Hao was stunned for a moment, then looked at Su Qilan's undisguised excitement. Lin Hao was still a little dazed. It seems like I have never seen the teacher like this before. It seems like a really great happy event. Lin Hao nodded, put away the reinforcement materials on the table, and then followed Su Qilan's footsteps all the way to the principal's office. Because the reporters and cameras on campus were tracking what was happening in the school's examination rooms, the laboratories and office buildings at the back were extremely quiet. Lin Hao knocked on the door of the office in front of him, and the next second the door was opened directly. After seeing Lin Hao's face, Principal Shang's tone was filled with excitement that he could hardly suppress. "Oh, I finally see you! Lin Hao, you actually did something big without making any noise!" The moment Principal Shang received the notice from his superiors, he didn't even know how to describe his feelings. A feeling of joy and pride rose from his chest, but he didn't know how to express it. Combined with the things that the leaders had just delivered to the school, Principal Shang was so happy that he wanted to spin around several times on the spot. However, Principal Shang still retained some rationality and waited until Lin Hao arrived before showing his rationality. "Principal, you're looking for me?" Principal Shang pulled Lin Hao directly into the office, and then spoke impatiently. "You brat! You actually cracked the heaven-level dungeon without making any noise. If they hadn't sent me the news, I would probably still be kept in the dark." God knows how excited Principal Shang was when he heard the news. When Principal Shang thought about how his nephew died in that heaven-level copy, he felt extremely hateful. However, the primary copy has now been cracked, and it was cracked by a student from his school. How can Principal Shang not be proud? Especially the fact that the heaven-level copy was broken is related to the destiny of the country. After all, the heavenly-level copies contain resources and materials that no one can imagine. A breakthrough in a heavenly-level copy means that the strength of their country can be greatly improved. Thinking of this, Principal Shang's expression also became serious. "Lin Hao, in view of the great efforts you put in this heaven-level dungeon, your superiors have specially commended you." Chapter 68. Legendary Equipment, Holy Brooch. Lin Hao was still a little dazed after hearing this. Recognition? A heaven-level copy, a copy that he hadn't even personally entered. Was there still anything he could commend him for? However, Principal Shang did not give Lin Hao any time to react and directly handed the certificate of commendation that he had read countless times to Lin Hao. Lin Hao looked at the big gold-plated words on the certificate, and his mood became excited. First-class merit. It turns out to be the most difficult first-class merit to obtain. You know, a soldier who risked his life fighting on the front line for several years might only get a third-class merit. However, Lin Hao only provided a piece of equipment and some skill enhancement coupons, and he was able to get a first-class merit. The surprise in Lin Hao's eyes was almost overflowing. "Are you sure it's for me?" However, the next second Lin Hao saw the name specially engraved on the certificate, and there was also a magic circle added. In other words, this certificate of commendation has officially come into effect. Principal Shang smiled and nodded. "That's not all. In order to reward you for breaking through the heaven-level dungeon, they also specially sent 2 pieces of equipment." When Lin Hao heard that he could still get equipment, he was stunned for a moment. "And equipment?" Principal Shang then pushed a wooden box in front of Lin Hao. "You can take a look." Lin Hao took a look at the box and found that the box was also blessed by the magic circle. And it hasn't been destroyed anyway. In other words, Principal Shang didn't know what kind of equipment was in the box because he had never opened it. However, Lin Hao didn't think too much at this time and opened the wooden box in front of him on the spot. When the box was opened, Lin Hao saw the equipment shining on the left at a glance. That is, legendary equipment. Lin Hao was a little surprised, but he still habitually took a look at the attributes of the country's big move. Sacred brooch. Quality, legend. No wearing level requirements. Physical strength plus 2000, mental strength plus 800, occupational adaptability plus 500. Enhancement plus 3. Holy barrier. Provides barrier protection within a radius of 10 meters centered on the wearer. The barrier has an energy value of 300,000 and can consume the wearer's energy value to replenish energy. When the barrier is activated, a light burn will erupt, reaching 100 points of attribute damage per second, and it has the ability to self-recover, recovering 10 points per second. When the barrier energy value returns to 0, it will enter a 40-day cooling-off period. After reading the corresponding attributes, Lin Hao couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in his eyes. This is the first time I've seen legendary equipment without a wearing level. Moreover, it is a legendary equipment with main defense function, and it can be enhanced at only 3 levels, so there is still room for improvement in the future. Such powerful equipment is definitely not something that can be produced in ordinary copies. Is this equipment produced in a special copy? Principal Shang smiled. Indeed, with this equipment, your defense capabilities will be greatly improved. This is also the country's love for you. When the barrier is deployed, it will release burning damage, which can greatly attract the attention of rescue workers. But I thought you might be more curious about the second piece of equipment. When Lin Hao heard what Principal Shang said, he immediately looked at the other piece of equipment lying in the box. The moment he saw the equipment, Lin Hao's pupils shrank. Space bracelet. Quality legend. No wearing level requirements. Physical strength plus 2000, mental strength plus 800, occupational adaptability plus 500. Space array. You can set up 3 locations to place the space array. After activation, you can freely teleport to the 3 locations. The distance limit is 30,000 meters. After activation, you will enter a 180-day cooling-off period. As blacksmiths, Lin Hao and his colleagues have their own forging space. Therefore, Lin Hao initially thought that this was a space storage equipment, but who would have thought that it was actually a special space equipment? Able to teleport freely. Principal Shang smiled. These 2 pieces of equipment are specially awarded to you by the country, and they entrusted me to hand them over to you. With these 2 pieces of legendary equipment in your hands, we can feel more at ease. At least there is no need to worry about Lin Hao not being able to escape. Even if I really can't escape, at least I can buy some time for the rescue team. Lin Hao nodded and then asked a question. But I feel like these pieces of equipment can't be used within the country's territory, right? After all, the guards following Lin Hao now are all of the strongest level. If Lin Hao really gets into trouble in the country, I'm afraid the entire country will lose face. Principal Shang obviously thought so too, but he quickly said. It's not used in the country, but that doesn't mean it's not used abroad. With your current talent and ability, it's only a matter of time before you can go abroad. Moreover, the copies of the world are extremely regional. The copies of some countries are so strong that they are beyond the reach of human beings. Even now, some small countries are on the verge of extinction every day. Although the current situation in our country is not optimistic, we are still happy to provide some humanitarian assistance. What Principal Shang didn't say was, those humanitarian aids actually also represent the ownership of the copies. Lin Hao understood how much the country valued him, so he nodded heavily at this moment. I understand. Thank them for me. Lin Hao knew that in order for these 2 pieces of equipment to be delivered to him so smoothly, countless people must have made efforts behind the scenes. Principal Shang nodded. I'll convey that to them. But you did a really great job this time. I have cleared the heaven-level dungeon without taking any damage. This has never happened anywhere in the world. If it weren't for protecting your information, I'm afraid the country would have publicized it nationwide by now. When talking about this matter, there was a hint of emotion in Principal Shang's English. Precisely because he understood the horror of this copy, he was particularly shocked when the materials and equipment provided by Lin Hao allowed the elite team to pass the level without any injuries. Now that your reward has been received, the country should also release relevant news. The story of clearing a heaven-level dungeon still needs to be shown on TV to inspire people. And it's time to let some people abroad understand that we are not incapable of clearing the heaven-level dungeon. At least Principal Shang understands the destructive power of the 4 words. Pass the level without taking any damage. Lin Hao naturally did whatever the principal arranged for him to do, but he was still a little curious about the country's related propaganda. When will the report on the clearance of the heaven-level dungeon be reported? Probably in the next 2 days. You can pay attention to the news on TV. Lin Hao nodded. Although my name cannot be put on TV, as long as I can pass the copy, whether I gain fame or not is not that important. Chapter 69, a farce directed and performed by myself. However, the report of clearing the heaven-level dungeon came much faster than Lin Hao had imagined. The exam had just ended that day, and when Lin Hao returned home in the evening, the TV had already been turned on by Lin Anan. At this moment, the TV screen was showing a news report about someone clearing a heaven-level dungeon without taking any damage. The little girl Lin Ainen was watching with great interest, her eyes shining brightly. Clear the heaven-level dungeon! Isn't that great? As the news reported, Lin Ainen exclaimed from time to time. Even when Lin Hao came to the sofa, Lin Ainen didn't notice. Are you watching this so seriously? Lin Hao couldn't help but rub Lin Ainen's head, with a smile on his face. Lin Ainen shook her head unhappily. Brother, please stop disturbing me and sit down with me to watch it together. That's a heaven-level copy. There's actually an elite team that actually cleared the level, and no one died. Lin Hao smiled and nodded. Is it a rare thing to clear a dungeon? As soon as these words came out, Lin Ainen's eyes widened. That's a heaven-level copy! Heaven-level copy! Do you know what a heaven-level copy is? Lin Hao's ears were almost hurt by Lin Ainen's yelling, so he quickly cleaned his ears. I know, but hasn't this heaven-level dungeon been cleared? Lin Ainen was deflated now. It wasn't you who cleared the level. It was that elite team that cleared the level. I heard that their captain is still in the intensive care unit. But fortunately, this time the heaven-level dungeon did not cause any casualties. This time, Lin Hao nodded. Clearing the dungeon is a good thing. Lin Ainen looked at the TV with anticipation. There should be follow-up reports in the next 2 days, right? I really want to see the members of the elite team. It's so awesome! Lin Hao had a calm expression on his face. Clearing the heaven-level dungeon is a great joyous event for the entire country. Therefore, when the news reports came out, countless media began to follow up on this incident. Especially the entire elite squad. Because the captain was still staying in the ward, other team members were able to be interviewed one after another, which made up for some of the shortcomings. In the interview room, several members of the elite team sat in front of the camera rather awkwardly. Clearing this dungeon is indeed a great victory for us, but it also requires the help of everyone. Especially the forger who provided us with powerful equipment this time. If it weren't for the equipment he provided us and the corresponding enhancement coupons, I'm afraid it would not be as easy to clear the heaven-level dungeon as it is now. The words of the elite team members made several reporters' eyes light up, and they immediately asked questions. I wonder if you could tell me the name of this blacksmith? However, the members of the elite team shook their heads firmly at this time. Sorry, we cannot reveal his name. But since this battle, his code name has been Death. Hearing what the team members said, all the reporters couldn't help but gasp. Grim Reaper. What does that mean? It means that no one will survive under the sickle. Who on earth has such a loud voice? At this moment, the same situation was happening in the interview room next door. Li Qing never thought that he would be interviewed by reporters one day, but this was a task announced by his superiors, and no matter how unwilling Li Qing was, he had no choice but to go ahead with it. Are you going to ask the forger who provided the powerful equipment? I'm sorry, but we can't reveal any information about this. But I can tell you that his code name is Death. The information released by several people in a row was exactly the same, which made the reporters more curious. But no matter how curious they were, Li Qing and his colleagues had signed a confidentiality agreement, and these sensitive topics would never be mentioned. Therefore, when the news reports were spread abroad, all the foreign media had left was an unknown code name. As soon as the relevant media reports came out, public opinion in the entire country was boiling. Fuck, is this true? Isn't this a bit too awesome? Have we really cleared the heaven-level dungeon? That's a heaven-level dungeon. It seems like it hasn't been cleared in many years, right? The team we sent out last time suffered heavy losses, but I didn't expect that we could pass the level without any casualties this time. I can only say that he is worthy of being the god of death. Once he takes action, the lives of the soldiers will be greatly guaranteed. I just don't know when the country will be able to clear the next heaven-level dungeon. Forget about it. We just cleared a level, how can we enter the next level dungeon right away? With the god of death here, what's wrong with me dreaming? With a series of public opinion reactions, the people of the country are now in great joy and excitement. But compared to the whole country's united carnival. However, foreign media remained silent for a long time. Finally, some foreign media couldn't help but start reporting on the incident. American Times. Regarding the fact that Longwa cleared the heaven-level dungeon without sacrifice, I think everyone should have something to say. But regarding the Dragon Country's claim that no one died, that statement still needs to be considered. As we all know, the difficulty of the heaven-level dungeon is extremely high. Even the world's largest country, the United States, has only broken through 6, and it paid a huge price for it. But today, news came out from Dragon Country that someone broke through the heaven-level dungeon without any sacrifice. It's really unbelievable. This is simply impossible to do, but the Dragon Country has reported this news, which shows their wolfish ambitions. As for the blacksmith codenamed Death God they mentioned, I don't think a blacksmith can play a decisive role in breaking through the heaven-level dungeon. But they tried to shift all the problems onto a blacksmith. It can be seen that they actually wanted to confuse the public and divert the public's attention. So we deny that they broke through the heaven-level instance without any sacrifice, unless they can release the video of the breakthrough. With the beginning in the United States, other countries are eager to follow suit. After all, as a superpower in the world, even the United States holds a negative attitude, so the news of Dragon Country breaking through the heavenly level copy this time is very likely just a farce directed and performed by them. Since it's a farce, what's wrong with everyone questioning it? The results of Chapter 70 are out. The sun never sets. Empire Media. I think there should be some considerations when it comes to Dragon Nation conquering the heaven-level instance this time. As we all know, the difficulty of the heaven-level dungeon is extremely high. Many countries in the world need to make great efforts to conquer the heaven-level dungeon, but the Dragon Country was able to pass it without any damage. It is really incredible. But it is undeniable that the Dragon Nation has indeed cleared the heaven-level instance this time. Regardless of whether it paid a huge price or not, the rise of the Dragon Nation has become an indisputable fact. Perhaps in the Far East, there will be another Winding Dragon. Thief Nation Media. I heard that this time, Dragon Nation relied on an extremely powerful blacksmith to pass the heaven-level dungeon without any damage. In fact, that extremely powerful blacksmith, the Grim Reaper, is the blacksmith of our country. We feel deep contempt for the Dragon Nation for stealing our country's blacksmith, the god of death. A series of media outlets have spoken out. However, few governments are really willing to believe that the Dragon Kingdom has conquered the heaven-level copy. You should know that before this, the Dragon Kingdom had only conquered one heaven-level copy. As for that heaven-level copy, it was only possible to pass it thanks to the dragon people who sacrificed their lives one after another. According to common sense, the second heaven-level copy should not be passed so quickly no matter what, and it should not even be passed without any sacrifice. How is this possible? At least the United States can't do it now, even though they have broken through 6 heavenly level copies. But when was it not achieved at a huge cost? However, after so many days of bullets flying, the final accurate information finally fell into the hands of the heads of major governments. Platinum Palace, USA. What on earth do you guys do for food? It has been 10 days since Dragon Country announced this news. You are telling me now that this news is true? Did they really manage to pass the level without any damage? Damn it, I won't let them be happy like this. Seeing that the president looked furious, the major generals below looked at each other, and finally one of them stepped forward and spoke. Dear Mr. President, Dragon Country has done a great job of keeping the news secret this time. We don't even know when they opened the heaven-level instance. As for why they were able to clear the heaven-level dungeon without any sacrifice, I think it must be because they obtained some special equipment. As they said, relying on the attributes of the equipment can help us break through the heaven-level dungeon. Hearing the Major General's words, the President's eyes instantly became sharp. Then tell me, what equipment did they rely on to break through the heaven-level dungeon? The Major General was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head. I'm sorry, our intelligence department hasn't been able to send us any useful information yet. They have hidden the relevant information very well and don't give us any chance at all. But my intuition tells me that perhaps that powerful equipment is closely related to the blacksmith death they mentioned. But the blacksmith is also likely a shield they threw out to deceive people. After all, the Dragon Kingdom's cunning methods are really hard to guard against. However, the president didn't want to hear so much nonsense. I don't care what means you use now. Immediately. Go and find me the news about that blacksmith. We must investigate thoroughly, even if he is just a shield. With the order from the president, all the major generals saluted. Yes. A breakthrough in a heavenly level dungeon is an extremely encouraging thing for the entire dragon country. Looking around the world, there are only 2 countries that can break through 2 heavenly level copies, Dragon Country and the United States. Excluding the United States, Dragon Country is now the undisputed second in the world. After all, not all countries are as powerful as the United States, which can use the lives of its soldiers to fill one heavenly level copy after another without blinking an eye. Therefore, most countries that had broken through a heaven-level copy inevitably stopped after seeing the extent to which the heaven-level copy caused the lives of the country's soldiers. However, now, Longwa has broken this pattern. It quickly became the second largest country in the world, which was an eyesore to other countries. It's really hard to conquer the heaven-level dungeon. But the Dragon Nation actually managed to pass the customs without sacrifice and with high efficiency. It's really incredible. Although clearing the level without sacrifice is not as good as clearing the level without injury, at least the soldiers who entered were able to come out alive, which is already a great improvement. But how did they do it? Could it be that their country has produced many extraordinary strong people, so they can continue to fight to clear the level at all costs? No, this really doesn't make sense. Countless countries fell into deep doubts and confusion, but at this time they could not pry out any information from the media of Longwa. Ever since the news report about the heavenly level copy being conquered came out, Lin Hao has been exposed to various news reports almost every day. Especially some foreign news reports, the chance of Lin Hao seeing them is extremely high. In fact, Lin Hao underestimated the importance of a heavenly level copy to the country. It seems that this breakthrough in the heaven level dungeon will attract many small countries to trade with us. After all, the resources produced by the heavenly level copies are extremely needed by those small countries, but for the Dragon Country, some resources are not so rare. You should know that most of the resources produced in the heaven level copies are between level 70 and level 80, and there are even legendary equipment and materials. It's just that legendary equipment materials are too rare, and countries generally won't trade with other small countries. However, lower level equipment materials can still be sold. In this way, they can exchange the relatively scarce resources of Dragon Country from some small countries. This is also a kind of equality and reciprocity. It even increased the reputation of Dragon Country invisibly. Lin Hao looked at his phone for a while. Since completing the vocational exam, Lin Hao has actually spent less time at school. According to Lin Ainen and the others, they had finally finished the exam and were admitted to the university, so they should take a good rest. It happened that Lin Hao was also a little tired, so he simply rested at home for a few days, quietly waiting for the results to come out. What Lin Hao didn't expect was that the results would come out half a month earlier than usual. Even before Lin Hao could react, Lin Ainen had already rushed towards Lin Hao's room. "Brother! The results of the extraordinary exam are out. Hurry up and log into the system to check." Chapter 71. Our school doesn't have a forging department. Lin Hao was stunned for a moment, then turned on his phone. Before he could log into the official website to check his grades, several messages came to his mobile phone. The first message was from Principal Shang. "Lin Hao, your professional exam results are out. Your total score is 720, ranking first in the province. I wonder if you have time to come to school and give a presentation recently?" When Lin Hao saw this message, he was stunned for a moment. After all, he hasn't been to school for more than 10 days. If I were still in the laboratory, I'm afraid Principal Shang would have already rushed to the laboratory. However, Lin Hao was a little surprised that Principal Shang paid so much attention to his grades. After all, Lin Hao had already been admitted without taking the entrance exam. Any normal person would think that Lin Hao was just taking the exam casually, right? Now that Lin Hao's results are out, and he's ranked first in the province, Lin Hao feels like he's gained something unexpected. "It just so happens that I haven't been to school for so many days, so let's go over and take a look." Lin Hao replied to Principal Shang's message, and then leisurely curled up on the sofa to read other information. Now is the time when the results are released. In addition, Lin Hao was highly concerned by major leaders, and the information about him taking the professional examination spread across the country in an instant. As soon as the results came out, Jiang Fan, Li Qing and others sent concerned greetings to Lin Hao. Therefore, Lin Hao's results, which were originally supposed to be kept confidential, are now as if they were made public. It means that Lin Hao was admitted to the Holy Demon University at this moment. Otherwise, according to his current trend, the teachers of the Holy Demon University would probably become restless. In fact, the teachers at the Holy Demon University were really getting restless. Although Lin Hao has signed all the contracts with their school and is scheduled to enroll in September. But Lin Hao's results in this professional exam were simply too impressive. You should know that the total score of the vocational examination is only 720 points. Lin Hao actually added the practical results and got full marks. It can be said that in the past 10 years, there has been no one who has scored full marks. As a profession, getting full marks is almost as difficult as ascending to heaven, but Lin Hao did it. Therefore, the president of the Holy Demon University is now worried that such a good seedling will be targeted by other schools. If the duck that is about to be caught runs away, he will have no place to cry. So as soon as the results came out, Lin Hao found himself pulled into a group chat by Principal Shang. At the same time, Principal Shang also sent me a private message. Lin Hao, the group chat you just joined is the group for freshmen in the forging department of St. Demon University. There are teachers from the forging department who can answer all your questions. Lin Hao replied with a okay, and turned around to look at the group chat in front of him. There weren't many people in the group chat, and including Lin Hao there were only 6 in total. Of course, Principal Shang has been excluded by Lin Hao, because as early as when Lin Hao entered the group, Principal Shang consciously withdrew. As soon as Lin Hao entered the group chat, the group immediately burst out with extremely strong enthusiasm. It was obviously a group of 6 people, but Lin Hao was stunned to see the posture of 60 people. Ge Ziming, welcome. Lu Xiaoxiao, welcome juniors to join the group. Hu Bo, welcome junior. Zhou Jiahao, wow, I've finally waited for you, junior. Zhao Qian, I heard that my junior is a top student, welcome. Lin Hao really didn't expect that they would be so enthusiastic and that all of them would be present. Adhering to the idea of politeness, Lin Hao still said hello to them seriously. Lin Hao, hello seniors, I am Lin Hao. Please take care of me in the next period of time. Lin Hao's message had just been sent when a new message popped up the next second. Ge Ziming, Junior Lin Hao is too polite. The enrollment period for new students at St. Demon University is from August 20th to September 1st. Junior, please send a message in the group once you have decided on the date to come to school. We will pick you up. Lin Hao was stunned for a moment. Are all these seniors so free? Are you still on duty at school all day to welcome new students during the summer vacation? But Lin Hao seemed to remember that the Holy Demon University did not have a forging department. So where do these seniors come from? Lin Hao was a little curious, and couldn't help but send a message. Lin Hao, are all the senior students from the blacksmithing department? Lin Hao's message had just been sent out, and someone quickly responded the next second. Zhao Qian, no, we are sophomore students from the combat department next door. Zhao Qian, wait a minute. Junior brother, are you from the blacksmithing department? Our school does not have a blacksmithing department. Zhao Qian, there shouldn't be a blacksmithing department in our school, right? Seeing that Zhao Qian had fallen into a stage of self-doubt, Lin Hao was also a little stunned. The other seniors and seniors couldn't help but reply one after another. Lu Xiaoxiao, it is true that our school has not had a blacksmithing department since ancient times, but it seems that a new one has been opened this year. Hu Bo, I also heard the news, so is this junior really the only one in the blacksmithing department? Zhou Jiahao, I thought Lin Hao was our direct junior. But he turned out to be the only one in the forging department? Lu Xiaoxiao, it seems that the only teacher of the forging department is that master. After all, he seems to be the only forger in the whole school, and he is a level 80 maximum forger. Hu Bo, you are talking about that master. That is unlikely. When we first entered the school, didn't the seniors say that the master had not appeared in public for many years? Ge Ziming, I just didn't check the group for a while, and I missed something? Lin Hao watched them chatting enthusiastically, but his mind was confused. Lin Hao, who is that master? Lu Xiaoxiao, he was the principal when Holy Demon University was founded, but now he is the former principal. He has not appeared at Holy Demon University for many years. Zhao Qian, if Holy Demon University really opened a blacksmithing department, there would probably be no more than 5 teachers in the entire school, right? When Lin Hao saw this data, he couldn't help but clicked his tongue. If you can't find 5 teachers, then what else can you learn by going to class by yourself? Lin Hao wanted to ask a few more questions. Guziming and the others were already chatting. Guziming, no matter so much, if the junior is from the blacksmithing department, then the school will definitely make arrangements. Lu Xiao, when teacher Zhao contacted me before, I thought Lin Hao was our direct junior. Zhao Qian, me too. At that time, teacher Zhao also reminded me that I must entertain junior Lin Hao. Hu Bo, once Lin Hao has decided on the date he will come to school, remember to tell us that I will be free on those days. Lu Xiao, I'm free too. Zhao Qian, if you all have time, then I definitely have time too. Chapter 72 Zhao Xing's Methods. Lin Hao watched a group of them playing tricks and almost stopped being amused by them. Lin Hao, then I'll go there on August 20th. Lin Hao said and exited the chat page again, looking at the plane to the imperial capital on August 20th. It takes at least 3 hours to get from Jiangnan province to the imperial capital. Unfortunately, there were no flights in the morning, so Lin Hao could only choose the flight at 2 p.m. Lu Xiao and the others were obviously very familiar with the journey back to school. Guziming, Junior Lin Hao, what time is your flight? We can go ahead and wait for you. Lin Hao, arrive at the Imperial Airport at about 5:30 p.m. Lin Hao responded to the message, and Lu Xiao's reply quickly followed. Lu Xiao, well, I will definitely be there when the time comes. Zhao Qian, I also want to see what my younger brother looks like. Guziming, as a sponsor, I definitely want to go, and it's definitely not because I'm curious about Du Miao from the blacksmithing department next door. Lin Hao looked at the group chat and found that there were already 99 plus messages in just a short time. Suddenly, he seemed to understand why Zhao Xing arranged for them to receive him. At this moment, Zhao Xing, who was being scolded by Lin Hao, also sneezed, and did not forget to wipe his nose. It's not cold here, or is someone cursing at me behind my back? After saying that, Zhao Xing touched his short-sleeved shirt again and decided to turn up the air conditioner temperature. While adjusting the temperature, he was still thinking about Lin Hao's situation. After so many days of coordination, Zhao Xing and a group of school leaders finally put together the forging department team. From the classroom to the dormitory, everything is arranged properly. And Lin Hao is the only student in the forging department this year. Since he is in a class by himself, a single dormitory must be arranged for him. Moreover, he is the provincial top scorer with full marks, and so many universities are scrambling to get him, so naturally, his single dormitory must be equipped with all the necessary facilities. After all, he is a talent that the higher-ups are paying attention to. There must be a 1-bedroom and 1 living room, right? There should also be a balcony for leisure, right? There must be a separate shower room, right? And this is just the standard configuration. Air conditioning, refrigerator, washing machine, kitchen, everything was arranged for him. We must make sure that Lin Hao can feel the enthusiasm of the Holy Demon University towards him that day. In addition, the grades have just come out these days, and there is still a full month before the new students enter school. In order to prevent Lin Hao from being poached by other schools during this month, Zhao Xing even specially selected 5 chatty people from their combat department to chat with Lin Hao around the clock. As long as Lin Hao is happy, he will feel the sincerity of Saint Demon University. Can Lin Hao be poached by other schools? Of course not. Zhao Xing racked his brains for this series of arrangements. They even specially arranged for the most beautiful girl to join the group. Even if the 5 chatterboxes can't keep Lin Hao, at least they can still use the beauty trap, right? However, Lin Hao didn't feel anything at all about Zhao Xing's efforts. He even appeared in the group for a while before lurking away again. After all, he still has to think carefully about how to do the promotion tomorrow. Principal Shang is very nice to Lin Hao. Therefore, Lin Hao will naturally do his best in tomorrow's school activities. After saying something to Guziming and the others, Lin Hao immediately logged off. The next morning, Lin Hao opened the door in high spirits, but unexpectedly saw 2 soldiers waiting at his door. You haven't left yet? Logically speaking, Lin Hao's professional examination has ended, and he has been admitted to the Holy Demon University. The garrison here should be withdrawn. Even most of the people in the laboratory at number 1 middle school have been withdrawn, leaving only people from the Education Bureau still guarding the laboratory building. So when he saw the 2 soldiers and looked at the familiar breakfast in their hands, it would be a lie for Lin Hao to say he was not surprised. The 2 soldiers had shy smiles on their faces. "The leaders told us to escort you until you entered the university." Lin Hao nodded in understanding. "Thank you very much." The 2 soldiers shook their heads quickly. Compared to field missions, escorting Lin Hao can't be considered tiring at all. It's like giving them a long vacation. They take turns to protect Lin Hao every day, and not only can they get enhanced equipment from Lin Hao, but also extra bonuses. Lin Hao is very easy to talk to and treats them gently on weekdays. If such a good thing happened in their team, it would be a scramble to get it. If they hadn't been lucky and had been called here early in the morning, it might not be their turn now. Lin Hao ate his breakfast while walking towards the school. But after a while, they arrived at the door of the principal's office. The door to the principal's office was completely open, and there were quite a few people standing or sitting inside. Lin Hao took a quick glance and found that most of the people here were familiar faces. Most of those sitting were teachers of the school, and those standing on the other side were students who had performed outstandingly in the vocational exam. As soon as Lin Hao showed up, everyone's eyes turned to him. The next second, Principal Shang broke into a big smile. "Lin Hao is here! Hurry up and sit down!" Lin Hao glanced at the students, most of whom were standing, and simply shook his head. Everyone is standing here together, there is no need for him to be special in this occasion. Little did they know that when those classmates saw Lin Hao at this moment, their eyes widened. "It's classmate Lin! Student Lin seems to have won the provincial championship in this exam. Not only that, his perfect test papers have now been released. That's amazing! He was already recommended by St. Demon University, but he still took the professional exam and got the provincial top scorer. Sure enough, a top student will always be a top student. As expected of Lin, the perennial number 1 student." Lin Hao greeted these classmates with a smile. After all, everyone has been among the top figures in the past 3 years, and can be considered as acquaintances to some extent. Vocational examinations can be regarded as a watershed for everyone. The types of questions in the exam will change depending on the occupation, but in the end there will be an overall ranking based on the scores. Generally speaking, the professional exams for auxiliary professions are much more difficult than those for combat professions. This means that the total scores of many auxiliary profession candidates will lag behind those of combat professions in their ranking. However, the school admissions will still be based on occupations from high to low. This is also the reason why the teacher still had hope for Lin Hao when Lin Hao awakened his profession as a blacksmith. Even if it is an auxiliary profession, with Lin Hao's usual grades, even if he is not ranked high enough for the top 5 universities, it is more than enough to study for a better undergraduate degree. Chapter 73, Forger Strengthening Plan. In Principal Shang's office, Lin Hao saw Su Jia as expected. As a candidate of the same year, Su Jia's results this time are outstanding. Even Lin Hao, who no longer paid much attention to school affairs, heard about Su Jia's affairs. "Student Su, congratulations! We will be alumni from now on." Su Jia's dream has always been to enter St. Demon University. But the school that I was admitted to previously was completely different from St. Demon University. Fortunately, she made the right bet now. Therefore, Su Jia quickly gave Lin Hao a big smile and felt relaxed that night. "Yes, we will be alumni again in the future. Please take good care of me, Lin." The conversation between the two was soon heard by other students, and someone immediately made a joke. "The first and second place in this year's vocational exam are both from our school. Especially Su Jia, I didn't expect that our school could produce another student from St. Demon University. It's amazing." In previous years, if Linjiang No. 1 middle school could produce 1 or 2 students who were admitted to Holy Demon University, it would be considered a blessing. Normally, there would not be a single student from the 5 major universities for 5 consecutive years. However, 2 of them appeared this year in a row. I'm afraid Principal Shang's mouth must be crooked with smile, right? Faced with everyone's teasing, Lin Hao and Su Jia just smiled. After all, they were the two who performed best in the exam. Although the others also did well in the exam, they were still far behind Lin Hao and the other two. No matter what you say at this time, it is easy to attract hatred. As the principal, I am naturally proud that the school can produce so many outstanding students. That's why Principal Shang called them back to do publicity, but the content of the publicity was to cheer up the younger students. It's impossible that Lin Hao and his team will soar to the top and then start to slump again in the next session, right? If that happened, it would really become a joke if they told others about it. Therefore, Principal Shang called back Lin Hao and others to do publicity, and also to tighten the belt for the next batch of younger students. No matter what arrangements Principal Shang and the others make, Lin Hao will be there whenever they are called. At the same time, he also began to pack his things for the trip to the imperial capital. As for the laboratories of Linjiang No. 1 Middle School, they had already been evacuated at Lin Hao's instruction. The Saint Demon University welcome group where Lin Hao had previously stayed also gradually grew from 6 people at the beginning to 10 people. There are constant messages in the group almost every day. Most of these messages are asking about Lin Hao's recent situation, and expressing concern about Lin Hao's recent physical condition, etc. What made Lin Hao laugh and cry was that these seniors seemed to be very anxious to get him to go to school. The admission date for freshmen is naturally staggered with the return date for some old students. Especially for welcoming new and old students, the return date can even be advanced to August 1st. So everyone in the group is chatting particularly happily these days. Especially Gu Ziming and Hu Bo, they had returned to school early and kept sending various school photos to the group, trying to attract Lin Hao to report to school earlier. After seeing so many days of sugar-coated bullets, even if Lin Hao was dumb, he would come to his senses now. I have to say that Zhao Xing is quite good at understanding the thoughts of new students. Start directly with humanistic care, so that even if Lin Hao wants to leave at that time, he will feel embarrassed. However, Zhao Xing's arrangement was not redundant. Because from the moment Lin Hao's professional exam results came out, he had contacted no less than 10 admissions officers from various colleges and universities. However, when faced with poaching attempts from various universities, Lin Hao politely declined. It was a rare opportunity to enjoy a vacation, so Lin Hao stayed at home almost every day with Lin Anan, playing and quarreling with her from time to time. The days passed by quite quickly. Soon, the time came for Lin Hao to return to school. On the other side, Lin Hao also received news from Li Qing. We have submitted the material strengthening plan you mentioned last time to the higher-ups. After repeated tests, we found that strengthening the materials before forging equipment can indeed greatly increase the success rate of forging. At the same time, after comparison, we found that the reinforced materials can indeed improve the properties of the equipment to a certain extent, and even obtain additional entries, but the probability of this happening is relatively small. Lin Hao didn't expect that Li Qing and others had implemented this plan so quickly. After all, the last time Lin Hao brought it up was when he was completing the giant god copy. It's only been a month and the results are already out. Don't underestimate this month. For Lin Hao, he has a 100% forging success rate, so the experiment can naturally shorten the time a lot. But for blacksmiths who don't have golden fingers and don't have 100% forging success rate, if they want to test out such a result, they often need huge amounts of data to support it. Such a huge amount of data was obtained in just 1 month, which shows that many blacksmiths have been working overtime in the back these days. However, thinking that the profession of blacksmith could be further advanced, Lin Hao's face showed a hint of smile. It's good to have a direction now. Li Qing still felt a little emotional when he talked about it. I didn't expect that forgers could be further strengthened. If strengthening materials can really be further promoted, perhaps we can develop a number of upstream and downstream forger production lines. By that time, the equipment requirements on the front line will be greatly reduced. Hearing Li Qing's words, Lin Hao was stunned for a moment, but then he reacted. Forger upstream and downstream production lines. This is indeed a very good deployment plan. After all, there are not many blacksmiths who have studied the branch of material strengthening, but there are quite a few. But compared to the large profession of blacksmith, it only accounts for a very small part. But if we can maximize the role of the material strengthening branch forgers and promote their refined materials, Then the effect will directly radiate to the entire group of blacksmiths. You know, even though the country's group of blacksmiths is weak, up to now, many equipment used by leaders are all made by blacksmiths. From Li Cheng's words, Lin Hao briefly glimpsed a glimpse of the future, but he was very happy to see this evolution. One more thing. The forger's progress in refining materials is too slow. As the person who proposed this direction, I want you to lead this transformation plan. Once the transformation plan is successful, we will open the second or even the third heaven-level copy. Chapter 74, University Orientation. Lin Hao didn't expect that he would be able to come into contact with such a project. He became very excited. Sure. But my current level seems a bit low? Li Cheng smiled. Is it possible that you will be starting school soon? Lin Hao nodded. Yes, less than a week, Li Cheng said directly. I'll send a team over here. Jiangnan Province has just opened a new level 50 dungeon. 1 week should be enough for you to level up. When Lin Hao heard that there was a level 50 copy in Jiangnan Province, he couldn't help but take a breath. You know, level 50 copies are not common. Looking at the entire Dragon Country, there are probably very few of them, and this is even more so for the heaven-level copies. After all, the development of each copy requires great energy and a long time. But what Lin Hao needs now is exactly this kind of high-level copy. Because only high-level copies can bring enough experience. Without any hesitation, Lin Hao immediately agreed to the leveling plan arranged by Li Cheng for him. Within a whole week, Lin Hao's level began to improve rapidly. It has to be said that with the protection of a group of military soldiers, Lin Hao didn't even need to do anything. Many wild monster bosses had already been solved by these soldiers. Of course, Lin Hao also has to pay corresponding remuneration. But the compensation he paid and the experience the soldiers brought him were not worth mentioning at all. Time flies and it is August 20th. 12 o'clock noon. Lin Hao and his group finally arrived at the Jiangnan Province airport. Looking at his parents and Lin Anan standing outside the security checkpoint, Lin Hao couldn't help but wave. Go back. As Lin Hao's figure gradually disappeared at the boarding gate, the elite team members here couldn't help but report one after another. Already on board. The aircraft failure has been corrected. Expected to arrive at Imperial Capital Airport at 5:20 p.m. The security personnel have been deployed to various parts of the cabin. All the survival equipment is in place. A series of security deployments have been put in place. Lin Hao was completely unaware of this. But now that his level has risen, Lin Hao doesn't really feel nothing at all. Perhaps because of his awakened profession as a blacksmith, Lin Hao's 5 senses are slightly more acute than others. In addition, as he had been staying in a secluded space for a long time, the moment Lin Hao got on the plane, he immediately determined that there were many escort personnel hidden in the plane. It's just that most of these escorts are in plain clothes, but their aura fluctuations and eyes cannot deceive anyone. Lin Hao understood that these people should have been sent by the Ministry of Education. After all, from the moment he handed himself over to the country, there has always been someone by his side. 5:20 in the afternoon. Lin Hao got off the plane on time. After passing through the long corridor, Lin Hao finally arrived at the airport exit. Outside the Imperial Capital Airport, several young boys and girls kept waving signs in their hands. And Lin Hao's name was directly written on their sign. As soon as Lin Hao came out, he saw the girl with a good figure. If his intuition was correct, the girl should be Lu Xiaoxiao. Lu Xiaoxiao's dress is very consistent with her image in the group, and she is dressed very simply. She was wearing a white long dress and her hair was half tied up behind her head, which made her look particularly bright and beautiful. Because Lin Hao has never posted any photos in the group. So even though Lu Xiaoxiao and the others were waiting outside the airport, they didn't know Lin Hao himself. However, they had already learned about the arrival of the flight, so they waved the signs in their hands even more vigorously. Guziming, can you raise the sign a little higher? Junior Lin Hao will be coming out soon. What if he doesn't see the sign and walks right past us? Lift it up quickly. Guziming rubbed his sore arms without showing any impatience. Yes, I'll lift it up now, miss. Stop yelling in front of me. It's been 5 minutes, why hasn't junior brother Lin Hao come out yet? Lu Xiaoxiao also felt a little puzzled, so she simply took out her cell phone. "I'll make a phone call now." Lin Hao watched Lu Xiaoxiao pick up the phone and simply walked towards them. However, the imperial capital airport was too large, and there was a very wide road between the two groups of people, so Lin Hao could only wait for the traffic light while pulling his suitcase. At the same time, Lu Xiaoxiao's call quickly reached Lin Hao's cell phone. Before Lin Hao boarded the plane, they had already exchanged phone numbers. Therefore, Lin Hao answered the phone very quickly. "Senior, I'm already here." On the other end of the phone, there was a hint of surprise in Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes. "I have been chatting with my junior classmate Lin Hao for more than a month. She has a very good impression of her junior brother Lin Hao." But Lin Hao was usually a rather dull person, and everyone didn't want to pry too much into his privacy, so they were more restrained when talking about certain aspects. But who could have thought that junior Lin Hao's voice was so great? For a moment, Lu Xiaoxiao was particularly satisfied with her own behavior of coming to the airport in person to pick her up. "Junior, we are right in front of the exit now. There are several seniors holding signs. You can look for them first." After saying that, Lu Xiaoxiao glared at Gaziming and the others again. "Wave it up quickly! Junior Lin Hao has come out." This is the task assigned to them by Teacher Zhao. The kind that can earn you extra credits after completing it. Gaziming and others immediately began waving the large signs in their hands frantically. Lin Hao was watching their crazy behavior from across the street and was a little hesitant for a moment. Should I go over there or not? If I go in the past, I will probably die socially, right? However, Lin Hao only hesitated for a few seconds. "Okay, I've seen it, I'll be right over." After saying that, Lin Hao hung up the phone. The traffic light just turned green, and Lin Hao dragged his not-so-big suitcase and walked straight across the street. As they got closer, Lin Hao finally saw clearly Lu Xiaoxiao and her group. Perhaps it was because of Zhao Xing's instruction. There are now 12 people in the small group. On weekdays, these people would educate themselves about the rules and relevant information of the Holy Demon University in the group. When I came to school by myself, except for the group who joined the group later, almost all of Lu Xiaoxiao, Gaziming, Hubo and others were present. Gaziming and Hubo are easier to identify. But the girl next to Lu Xiaoxiao made Lin Hao feel a little unfamiliar. He vaguely remembered that there seemed to be only one girl, Lu Xiaoxiao, in his small group. So where did these extra girls come from? But I have to say that the quality of the girls who came out to welcome new students this time is quite high. It was only because the girl next to Lu Xiaoxiao was a little shorter, and her way was blocked by Gaziming and others that Lin Hao didn't see her for a while. Now that he was closer, Lin Hao discovered that this girl was also very good looking. Chapter 75. It's not him anyway. They didn't notice Lin Hao until he approached Lu Xiaoxiao and the others. Until Lin Hao greeted them with a smile. "Senior Gu, Senior Lu, hello everyone." Lu Xiaoxiao and the others were still unable to react when they suddenly heard someone greeting them. The next second, Lu Xiaoxiao and the others widened their eyes. "Are you junior brother Lin Hao?" There was a hint of disbelief in Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes. When Teacher Zhao talked to them before, he didn't say that junior brother Lin Hao was so handsome. This appearance is totally in line with her aesthetic tastes, right? There was no need for Guziming to intervene. Lu Xiaoxiao had already taken the suitcase from Lin Hao. The tone was warmer than ever before. "Junior brother, let's go straight to school now, the car has been arranged." Lin Hao didn't notice the surprised looks of Guziming and others around him at all, and even thought that Lu Xiaoxiao was always so enthusiastic. After getting on the shuttle bus arranged by St. Demon University, Lin Hao realized that he seemed to be the only freshman in the entire car. "Are there no other freshmen?" Lu Xiaoxiao stuck out her tongue. "Teacher Zhao said that this car is specially for picking you up. So, who are you, Lin Hao?" Lin Hao really didn't expect that he would be able to have the privilege of chartering a car, but he soon smiled. "I'm not that famous. I'm just an ordinary candidate. Lu Xiaoxiao and the others are all relatively active people." After some chatting, Lin Hao roughly knew the names of the remaining few unfamiliar faces. After all, everyone would note their real names when chatting in the group, and now Lin Hao also matched the names with everyone's faces. But Lin Hao still felt a little emotional when facing Wu Chang. "When I first saw the name in the group, I thought it was a boy. Who would have thought that the girl I met in real life was such a cutie that she couldn't be cuter? And she has a super hot body. It turns out that the name misled me. Compared with Lu Xiaoxiao, Wu Chang is obviously more shy, but he can still say a few words occasionally. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the entire special car became extremely lively. Lin Hao, have you read the recent news? When Lu Xiaoxiao thought of Lin Hao's profession, she immediately winked at him. Lin Hao was stunned for a moment, then pretended to be ignorant and asked, "Is it the news about the recent heaven-level dungeon being conquered?" Lu Xiaoxiao nodded immediately. "Yes, that's the one. Now we are all guessing whether the forger who helped the elite team conquer the heaven-level dungeon is that master." Lin Hao touched his nose, feeling guilty. "I think it should be him. After all, looking across the entire country, there are not many forgers as good as him." To be honest, Lin Hao didn't know that he would be on the news. You have to know that when Li Qing and the others told me, they had said that they would not leak any information about Lin Hao. At that time, Lin Hao had already prepared to be an invisible man. Who would have thought that in the news, Li Qing and his friends would actually give themselves a code name of the Grim Reaper? The key point is that this code name was not chosen by him. The result is particularly second year. Just by listening to it, Lin Hao felt that his feet could only dig out a one-bedroom apartment. But Lu Xiaoxiao and the others' eyes were full of admiration at this moment. "If the Grim Reaper is really that master, I think that would be so cool. But it still feels unlikely that he is a master. The master's name has long been known throughout the country and abroad. If it is really him, why not just say his name this time? Why are you trying to hide it?" Lin Hao didn't expect that Lu Xiaoxiao was not so easy to fool, so he could only nod silently at this time. "What you said makes sense." However, Lu Xiaoxiao didn't notice anything unusual about Lin Hao at the moment, but continued to speak with great interest. "I read all the news that day. I heard that the Grim Reaper was highly praised by the members of the elite team during the interview, and the reason why we were able to break through the heaven-level dungeon this time was all because of the equipment provided by the Grim Reaper. How powerful would it be to have a piece of equipment that can allow an elite team to sweep through the Tianji dungeon? It's a pity that we won't be able to see it." After hearing what Lu Xiaoxiao said, Lin Hao silently touched the 1,000 machine ring in his pocket, and then seriously acted like a quail. It's not a good time to jump out. However, at this moment, Wu Chang, who rarely spoke, suddenly spoke. "In fact, I don't think he might be a master. On the contrary, I think this blacksmith should be very young." Lin Hao's heart suddenly skipped a beat. When I looked up, I happened to meet Wu Chang's dark eyes. For no reason, Lin Hao felt as if his little heart was being squeezed half tighter. "What Wu Chang said seems quite possible." Lu Xiaoxiao was still shaking her head. "How could it be a young man? If young people can be so powerful?" Halfway through the conversation, Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly widened her eyes. "That's right. Because he is a young man, the country gave him a code name in order to protect him. If you think about it this way, it actually makes more sense. A young blacksmith who can forge breakthrough heaven-level dungeon equipment, the country must protect him tightly now." Lin Hao raised his eyebrows. These two girls don't have to be so smart, right? Thinking of Wu Chang's gaze just now, Lin Hao couldn't help but ask again. "I wonder who among the younger generation do you think might be the god of death? Anyway, it's right if it's not him." Lu Xiaoxiao thought seriously for a moment, and then said, "If you are the younger generation who is most likely to be the god of death, then it should be Shinzei, right? At the age of 28, he has already participated in major research projects in several countries, and a series of papers he published are of great research significance in the blacksmith world. At the same time, he also proposed using a medium element to perform mid-range fusion when forging equipment to improve the related success rate. This research directly won him the first prize of last year's research society." Lin Hao nodded seriously. As a blacksmith, Lin Hao naturally knew a series of information about Shinzei. Choose to graduate from the Star Reaching Academy, one of the 5 major universities. You must know that Star Reaching Academy is famous for its mechanics. Blacksmiths can better match up with mechanics in the Star Reaching Academy, which gives them unique conditions in various research areas. When Lin Hao was recommended, Star Reaching Academy invited Lin Hao on the condition of becoming a mechanic. However, at that time, Lin Hao was still more inclined to Holy Demon University. Chapter 76. Who do you think the god of death is? Compared with several other colleges, Holy Demon University is slightly weaker in the training of blacksmiths. But Holy Demon University is Lin Hao's ideal school. Moreover, there were blacksmiths who applied for the Holy Demon University in previous years. However, the admission requirements of the Holy Demon University are very strict, which makes it extremely rare for forgers to enter the Holy Demon University every year. And because there is no forging department, blacksmiths who enter the Holy Demon University can only be inserted into other majors for further study. But it's different now. The blacksmithing department has been opened this year. The corresponding equipment and classrooms are already prepared. The teaching staff is naturally improved under the Holy Demon University. In order to prevent Lin Hao from being too lonely in class this year, Holy Demon University also admitted several students who were also blacksmiths in the vocational examination. It's just that Lin Hao didn't know this information. Let's talk about the previous Shinzei. It is already very rare to be able to research an extremely huge result at the age of 28. You must know that his research directly opened a subject for the blacksmithing profession. It's called central mediology. Lin Hao had read the corresponding books before, and the other party's research results were indeed very indicative. But for a blacksmith like Lin Hao, who has a 100% success rate, the effect is not that great. However, some corresponding experience can still be gained. For example, when Lin Hao is refining materials, he may be able to use the central medium to obtain some additional entries. But the central medium is extremely troublesome to use. As the selected research suggests, the central medium has extremely strong stability. He needs to maintain strong activity and extremely stable balance during the forging activities of the blacksmith. To put it simply, the blacksmith can use the special function of the central medium during the forging activity to catalyze both the forging materials and the forged equipment. But the central medium is extremely scarce. It might be difficult to find a central medium among 10,000 forging materials. Moreover, the ratio of the central medium also requires special consideration and experimentation. I really don't dare to make random things if I don't have any financial resources. But for wealthy owners like Lin Hao and Shinzei, finding central media is not that difficult. Lin Hao was reminded and secretly kept this method in mind. Maybe you can use it a little bit when you encounter problems in the future. Maybe it can bring unexpected results? Lu Xiaoxiao introduced it with great interest, but Guzi was obviously a little unhappy. If you want to say that, then I think Zhou Xin is the most likely, right? After all, the fields that Shinzei has been focusing on are theoretical fields, but the direction of Zhou Xin's research is actually practical. And all of Shenzhen's current research results have been put into practice. When it comes to who is most likely to be the god of death, Zhou Xin is obviously the most likely. Hearing Ge Ziming's retort, Lu Xiaoxiao immediately glared at him. So what if there are multiple practical results? Every theory published by Shinzei really breaks through the limits. Zhou Xin is also very powerful, but his progress in practice is too slow. If he can really reach the heaven-level dungeon, why didn't he have a name before? Lu Xiaoxiao and Ge Ziming each held their own opinions. But Hu Bo and the others still wanted to fan the flames. I think Zhou Xin is the most likely. Obviously Shinzei is the most likely. Maybe it's neither? The noisy noises of the crowd gave Lin Hao a headache. However, at this moment, Lu Xiaoxiao's deathly gaze suddenly locked onto Lin Hao. Junior Lin Hao, you speak! You are a blacksmith by profession, so you must know more about these two people. Who do you think the Grim Reaper is? Lin Hao now just wants to find a hole in the ground to hide himself. Whether it's Lu Xiaoxiao or Ge Ziming, he doesn't want to offend either of them. Ge Ziming seemed to have received a hint, and immediately looked at Lin Hao. Yes. It's pointless for the two of us from the combat department to argue here. You have to do it, Lin Hao. Lin Hao felt his scalp tingling, and it took him a long time to utter a word. Maybe both of them? After all, death is just a code name. If it were in the past, Lin Hao's answer would definitely win a lot of praise. Lu Xiaoxiao and Ge Ziming, who were in a state of excitement, were somewhat dissatisfied. Impossible! Death is definitely just one of them. Choose one quickly! Lin Hao silently protected his chest. I don't think they are either. Is that okay with me? There was silence, and finally Wu Chang spoke. Is the school just around the corner? With Wu Chang diverting attention, everyone reacted at once. Lin Hao also quickly cast a grateful look at the other party. To be honest, it is really helpless to encounter such a sure field on the first day of school. The key is that what these two people said was reasonable and well-founded. If Lin Hao didn't know the correct result, he really wouldn't be able to insert it. They were about to get off the car, and Lu Xiaoxiao grabbed Lin Hao's arm. Lin Hao, just hold on to me when you go downstairs. I can definitely help you arrange all the matters related to the start of school. Ge Ziming snorted. You can't even move Lin Hao's suitcase, how can you help him handle everything? Who do you look down on? Whoever responds will look down on whom? Ge Ziming! I'm your grandpa here. Seeing that the two of them were about to fight again, Lin Hao silently hugged his suitcase and then leaned towards Wu Chang. As if sensing Lin Hao's emotions, Wu Chang couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, they do this all the time. We won't actually fight in the car. After hearing Wu Chang's assurance, Lin Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the several secret guards who were following Lin Hao and his car were a little puzzled. Do you feel it? There seems to be something wrong with the car? Why are the mental fluctuations so strong? It shouldn't be a big problem, right? Haven't we checked those students many times? Looking at the situation, there shouldn't be any problem. At worst, we can check it again when we get off the car. A group of secret guards continued to hide. No wonder they are so cautious. You have to know that Lin Hao is extremely valuable. The current security level around Lin Hao is probably much stronger than that of several bigwigs in the Kyoto military region. Chapter 77. Who is this junior? Holy Demon University is not far from the airport. It's only a half-hour drive in total. Seeing that the Holy Demon University was just ahead, Lin Hao and his friends shifted their attention. Lin Hao even breathed a sigh of relief in secret. The truth is that Ge Ziming had been talking nonsense to Lu Xiaoxiao all the way. If Lu Xiaoxiao continued to ask questions, Lin Hao would really be unable to cope with it. The Holy Demon University was right in front of them, so Lu Xiaoxiao naturally forgot about what they had just discussed and instead put her arm around Lin Hao's shoulder with a smile. Brother Lin Hao, our school is just ahead. What do you think? Lin Hao was somewhat shocked at how quickly the girl's expression changed, but in the end he just shook his head silently. I don't feel anything. Lu Xiaoxiao was quite surprised, but still happily took Lin Hao all the way to the Holy Demon University. Our school has been established for a long time. I believe you have heard of it a long time ago, otherwise you wouldn't have come here. The gate we are entering now is the East Gate. Go up along the main road of the East Gate, and on the left is our... Lin Hao listened to Lu Xiaoxiao's explanation with a serious look on his face. The secret guards on the other side were also reporting. The target person has gotten off the car. The target person has entered the Holy Demon University. The target person is being held by a girl's arm, as if being held hostage. You deserve to be single. Lin Hao naturally had no idea what the secret guard was thinking, because he was already a little distracted by Lu Xiaoxiao's turbulent emotions. To be honest, with such a beautiful senior schoolmate standing next to him, chatting with him with a smile from time to time, Lin Hao could even see Lu Xiaoxiao's turbulent beauty just by lowering his head. Without some self-control, it would be really hard to bear. But Lin Hao was too embarrassed to take his hand away from Lu Xiaoxiao's arms. After all, it's a token of my love, isn't it? On the other side, a figure leisurely appeared in the corner of the Holy Demon University. In this corner, there are two extraordinary powerful men hiding. Seeing the person coming, the two extraordinary strong men immediately perked up. Director Qian, the person has been brought here. We can leave after we hand over. Qian Chao nodded quickly and said to the two strong men with gratitude. Thank you for your escort. Let our school take care of it from now on. The two extraordinary strong men no longer exchanged pleasantries, just nodded and disappeared into the corner of the campus. Seeing these two strong men leaving the corner of the campus, the other secret guards would probably withdraw at the first moment, so they immediately turned around and walked towards Lin Hao and the others. Lin Hao was still looking at the various buildings on campus accompanied by Lu Xiaoxiao, when suddenly he heard a burst of hurried footsteps behind him. Student Lin Hao. Hearing his name, Lin Hao quickly stopped and turned his head. Lin Hao didn't recognize the person in front of him, but Lu Xiaoxiao and Ge Ziming were both surprised. Director Qian? After shouting, Lu Xiaoxiao hurriedly whispered to Lu Feng. This is Qian Chao, the director of our school's teaching department. He is also our combat department instructor, and he is now level 78. You know, if there are strong men at level 78 in the army, perhaps quite a few can stand out. But in a place like a school, it is extremely rare. However, this also shows the strength of the Holy Demon University. Lin Hao nodded and showed more respect for Qian Chao in front of him. Director Qian. Qian Chao smiled. Student Lin Hao, I've heard about you early this morning. Let me take you to register now. Students, you can go back now. When they heard Qian Chao's words, Lu Xiaoxiao and the others were also surprised. You have to know that Qian Chao usually has to manage the huge school teaching department, and at the same time he has to substitute for classes in their combat department. As a result, he still has time to lead Lin Hao? The key point is, who is Lin Hao and how could he have a level 78 combat professional expert to lead the way for him? However, Qian Chao didn't seem to give Lu Xiaoxiao and the others a chance to react, and immediately took Lin Hao away in a hurry. As for Lin Hao's luggage, Qian Chao naturally took it away. Watching the two people leaving, Lu Xiaoxiao was still a little puzzled. Who is this junior brother? Why is even Director Qian alarmed? Could it be that he has some powerful background? Ge Ziming was also a little surprised. When I was admitted to Saint Demon University, I didn't seem to get this kind of treatment, right? Wu Chan even shook his head. I was promoted all the way up, but I didn't get this kind of treatment. Suddenly, Lu Shixiao's eyes widened. Do you think the sudden opening of the forging department this year has something to do with our junior brother? After all, Holy Demon University has never offered a forging major in previous years. This year it opened suddenly. And it just so happens that this junior fellow in the forging department is so mysterious. If the other party is very powerful, it doesn't seem unreasonable that Zhao Xing from the admissions office gave him the green light all the way, and Qian Chao was there to protect him, right? Ge Ziming opened his mouth exaggeratedly. How is that possible? Every time a new department is opened at Saint Demon University, it has to go through the approval of all parties in the school, and even the supervision and review of our Ministry of Education. How could they suddenly make such a move just because of a freshman? Besides, he's only a freshman, right? Lu Xiaoxiao had only a flash of inspiration just now, but now she feels that her imagination is a little too big. That's true. This little fellow is handsome and has a prominent background. He is quite my type. Ge Ziming immediately gave him a speechless look. Lin Hao followed Qian Chao and walked around the campus. Along the way, Qian Chao's influence in the school is obviously not low. Lin Hao followed Qian Chao and also received a lot of attention. But college students are different. They only gave Lin Hao a few glances, and that was it. You know, when Lin Hao followed Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Chang into the school, the college students looked at him in completely different ways. It turns out that there is a big difference between being led by a beautiful woman and being led by a middle-aged man. Even if this middle-aged man is a level 78 strong man. Our Saint Demon University has a long history. I believe those students just told you about it. Before the world changed, the Holy Demon University had already covered an area of 4,000 acres. With the expansion of the territory, many talents have emerged from Saint Demon University, and the scale of the school has also continued to expand. Now it has reached 6,000 acres. This place is fully capable of meeting the training needs of various professions. Chapter 78. Open the Forging Department alone. The school is currently divided into two major departments. One is the combat department you just learned about, and the other is the auxiliary department. There are 5 main combat colleges under the combat department, and 3 auxiliary colleges under the auxiliary department. These 8 auxiliary colleges are divided into different majors according to occupations. After listening to Qian Chao's explanation, Lin Hao gradually understood the significance of the school's opening of a forging department. You have to know that before this, the school has always had only two major departments. Now that a forging department has suddenly joined in, I'm afraid it will attract even greater discussion and attention after the school officially starts. But Lin Hao is not afraid. Is there not enough attention on him? Before Lin Hao and his companions had taken 2 steps, Jian Chao stopped a sightseeing bus. There are quite a few of these campus sightseeing buses on the main roads, and they are the students' usual means of transportation. Jian Chao pointed in a direction. I'm sure you've heard of the famous attractions in our school, including the Flame Mountain, the Ice Pond, and the Riverview Park in front of us. The buildings on your right are the school's public training rooms. Among them is a dedicated forging room suitable for your forging profession. If you are interested, you can go and take a look. But the school will provide you with a corresponding laboratory. Seeing this, Lin Hao immediately nodded. It turns out that he has his own exclusive laboratory in the Holy Demon University. This treatment is really good. But Lin Hao will not be arrogant because of this. On the sightseeing bus, Xian Chao's introduction continued. Saint Demon University has been trying to develop auxiliary professions over the years, including your forging profession. According to the Ministry of Education's research over the years, although many aspects need to rely on the main combat professions to make breakthroughs, both experiments and theories have shown that the prospects for auxiliary professions are very broad. If we can tap their potential to the maximum, the two together will be a more suitable way for us to survive. So whether it's to cater to the current situation or the requirements of the Ministry of Education, our Saint Demon University must launch the corresponding pilot project as soon as possible. And currently the Heaven Grade dungeon is not the highest grade of all the dungeons on Blue Star. There will be higher grades in the future. Your forging profession has given us a big surprise, so the Ministry of Education and the school have decided to open a separate department for the forging profession. Lin Hao didn't expect the real reason to be like this. But if you think about it carefully, it is true. Such a large school would naturally not set up a separate department just for him. And it's the forging department among the life professions. This is really unbelievable to say out loud. According to the school's idea, I'm afraid they still want to use the forging department to conduct a pilot project. The forging department belongs to the life profession, and naturally it is also one of the auxiliary professions. If the pilot project of the forging department is successful, the Holy Demon University and even the other 4 major colleges will probably gradually increase the resources allocated to auxiliary professions in the future. Among the numerous auxiliary professions, Saint Demon University singled out the forging department for a pilot program. This is its own influence. Lin Hao nodded to show that he understood. The speed of the sightseeing bus is not very fast, but the scenery you see from above is obviously different from the scenery you see from below. I watched the sightseeing bus pass by some low buildings and finally drive to a relatively secluded place. The buildings in this area are somewhat similar to retro buildings, with red brick walls and gray tiles. There is also a large lake on one side of the building, and the water in the lake is particularly clear. Walking along the road, the willow trees on both sides of the lake stretched out their branches as much as possible. It makes people feel particularly comfortable at first glance. Qian Chao helped Lin Hao take his suitcase out of the car, and then pointed to the buildings in front. This will be your dormitory from now on. Lin Hao was stunned for a moment. Such a secluded place doesn't look like an apartment where students live, at all. As if he saw what Lin Hao was thinking, Qian Chao smiled. Because of your special status, the school has arranged a separate accommodation for you. This is a mentor's apartment, but there's no problem at all arranging for a talent like you to live here. After saying that, Qian Chao gave a special card. This is your campus card. You will rely on this card for your daily needs in school. However, compared to other students' campus cards, your campus card has higher permissions. You can enter any laboratory or research room with just one swipe of the campus card. Lin Hao was stunned for a moment. As an important national pilot unit, Saint Demon University has so many laboratories and research rooms that it's impossible to count them all. But it was quite surprising that such a high-level campus card would be issued to him. However, Lin Hao did not let the other party down and took the card solemnly. Thank you, Director Qian. As soon as he got the card, Lin Howden immediately determined its material. Black iron. This is something that can't be cut even with obsidian-level equipment. The effort required to forge the black iron into a thin card is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. At least now Lin Hao wants to forge a piece of black iron into its current shape. Without the cooperation of a mechanic, it is simply impossible to accomplish. Lin Hao glanced at the card and could see the information on it at a glance. Name: Lin Hao. School: Holy Demon University. Student ID: 2024108874001. Major: Forging Department, Forging College, Forging Major, Class 1. The information on the card should be the same as that of other students. The only difference is the material of the card. However, this black iron card alone is enough to prove Lin Hao's identity. The moment Lin Hao saw his own expertise, he couldn't help but feel a little impressed. It turned out that a large department was opened separately. According to what Qian Chao said just now, a large department should contain multiple colleges, and the colleges should be further divided into majors. As a result, when it came to him, he started directly with the forging department. Thank you, Director Qian. Are there other students in Class 1 here who will study together? Qian Chao nodded. Because of your special situation, we have already recruited the same forging talents from all over the country during the professional examination, and put them in the same class as you. Of course, this is also to prevent you from being too lonely. Lin Hao was somewhat shocked by the other party's thoughtfulness, and couldn't help but nodded. It seems that the school has made arrangements in all aspects. Even his admission to school had been specially approved by Qian Chao. Chapter 79: Welcoming Banquet. After Qian Chao left, Lin Hao walked into the apartment in front of him. Overall, the apartment is very tidy and clean, and the configuration inside is particularly eye-catching. What Lin Hao didn't expect the most was that he was not only assigned a single apartment, but also a one-bedroom and one-living-room apartment. Although it was very small, it had everything. Looking at his small apartment of more than 50 square meters with satisfaction, Lin Hao could not help but sigh once again at the school's wealth. You have to know that as an ordinary admitted student, the university dormitory you are assigned to may not be of this standard. As expected of a top-notch institution, the conditions they offer are simply amazing. Although Lin Hao's current level is not weak, but if he does not continue to work hard in a top university with many geniuses, he is likely to be overtaken by others. Therefore, Lin Hao must work harder. Looks like I have to try harder and not let anyone push me down. Because Lin Hao reported to school relatively early, there are still more than 10 days before school officially starts. Therefore, Lin Hao, who had the highest authority, naturally began to frantically absorb all kinds of knowledge. In addition, Lin Hao was already interested in other professional branch courses. Now I have picked out a few course books that I like and started reading them in advance. After a busy day, Lin Hao just lay down on the small sofa in his living room when Lu Xiaoxiao called. Lin Hao, several seniors in our group have discussed and would like to invite you out for dinner tonight to welcome you to school. What do you think? Are you busy now? Since Lu Xiaoxiao said so, Lin Hao would definitely not refuse. Moreover, the place Lu Xiaoxiao and the others agreed to meet was not outside the school. Holy Demon University covers a vast area and has 8 cafeterias, not to mention the various food shops and even the food street. At this time, Lin Hao and his companions gathered in the largest cafeteria of St. Demon University. Looking at Lu Xiaoxiao and others who had already arrived, before Lin Hao could say anything, Lu Xiaoxiao had already excitedly waved in Lin Hao's direction. Junior Lin Hao here! The people who showed up this time were indeed much more numerous than those who came to the station to pick him up during the day, and there were even a few unfamiliar faces. With the introduction of Lu Xiaoxiao and Ge Ziming, Lin Hao also roughly recognized these seniors. At the dinner table, there were 2 people who livened up the atmosphere, Lu Xiaoxiao and Ge Ziming. Even though they came from different colleges and majors, they were chatting very happily at the moment. To welcome our junior brother, let's have a drink! Ge Ziming raised the wine glass in his hand with a smile. Seeing this, others also raised their glasses. Of course, there were really few people drinking at this table. After all, Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Chang were both girls, so the wine glasses were filled with drinks. But this did not affect everyone's drinking enthusiasm. Lin Hao's level has now reached 28, but compared with everyone present, his level is still relatively weak. You should know that even Lu Xiaoxiao, who has the lowest level, is already a level 35 magician. Ge, who usually looks cheerful and unruly, has already reached the level of a level 40 fighter. Therefore, Lin Hao's desire to improve himself became even stronger at this moment. When everyone present heard that Lin Hao was interested in learning, they immediately slammed the table. If you want to study, it's very simple. You know the public laboratory in the school, right? Go around the public laboratory and behind it is the school's largest experimental building complex. I remember that the forger has a corresponding experimental base over there. It should be okay for you to go and take a look when you have time. Lin Hao had never really considered studying in a laboratory. All along, his self-study method has been to rely on a large number of books. Now that he has entered the Holy Demon University, he is naturally exposed to more ways of learning, so Lin Hao came up with the idea of asking Lu Xiaoxiao and the others. Even if everyone's majors are different, at least we all have the same learning methods, right? Now that he knew there was another option, the laboratory, Lin Hao secretly kept it in mind. Okay, I'll go take a look then. As they chatted, Lu Xiaoxiao soon looked at Lin Hao with great interest. So you, little brother, were also recommended to come in. This is not something that needs to be concealed. After all, every year, the students who are recommended by the Holy Demon University account for as much as 40%. In other words, if you pick up any of these talented students from the Holy Demon University on the street, I'm afraid that one of them might have been sent here from various provinces. So Lin Hao nodded quickly. Hearing Lin Hao's answer, Lu Xiaoxiao slammed the table. If he was recommended, it would be much easier. Seeing Lin Hao's puzzled look, Ge on the side quickly explained. Students who are recommended here have special privileges in leveling up. Although your level is still relatively low now, once you get used to it, you will level up very quickly. Lin Hao nodded immediately. As they chatted, they soon talked about some gossip about the majors in various colleges. Have you heard? Some time ago, someone in our magic academy blew up the entire laboratory when they were researching potions. What's this? A few people from our fighter academy went out to hunt in the wild without knowing what was happening, and ended up being chased by 2 giant rabbits. Our instructor was so angry that he almost beat them up. I also know that the mechanics developed living machines some time ago. I even saw a rabbit with 6 mechanical wings. Lin Hao found it particularly interesting. It can only be said that the thinking of these university students is extremely jumpy, and it does not seem surprising at all that some unexpected research and theories are put forward here. Although there were so many people gathered here, everyone was chattering. But they did not forget Lin Hao, who was sitting in the middle. You know, the protagonist tonight was supposed to be Lin Hao. They gathered for this meal just for Lin Hao. Therefore, everyone was chatting at once, but they did not forget to laugh with Lin Hao. After the meal, Lin Hao had learned a lot about the situations of other colleges and St. Demon University. Lin Hao revealed very little about his own situation. Therefore, Lu Xiaoxiao and the others became curious. Brother Lin Hao, you said you are from Jiangnan Province? There are only a few students recommended by Jiangnan Province every year. Since you were admitted to the school, I guess you must be very talented, right? Lin Hao was stunned for a moment. To others, he only told them that he was a blacksmith, and as for his talent, Lin Hao never mentioned it. Chapter 80. I was tricked again. Now that Lu Xiaoxiao had asked, if he avoided answering, it would inevitably attract too much attention. If they said that, these people would probably be summoned for a talk after leaving the dinner table, right? To avoid trouble, Lin Hao simply said it directly. My talent is that I can increase the success rate a little bit when forging equipment. On weekdays, I mainly focus on forging equipment and refining materials. Several people felt dizzy after listening to it. After all, different fields are like different worlds. Moreover, the equipment they usually use can be exchanged or purchased in the store of Holy Demon University. Since you don't care about the success rate of forging equipment. Of course, they also don't understand the success rate of forging equipment, and how important it is to a blacksmith in the forging profession. However, just because they don't understand doesn't mean that everyone will underestimate Lin Hao. Those who can pass the screening and enter the Holy Demon University are definitely not too bad in strength, and it can even be said that they are 1 in 100,000. Moreover, The number of students admitted to auxiliary professions at the Holy Demon University each year is extremely small, and it may not even be possible to recruit a blacksmith every 2 or 3 years. Even though Lin Hao deliberately relaxed the corresponding quantity restrictions this time. But the fact that Lin Hao caught the school's attention meant that he had some abilities. Lin Hao is modest, but others will not regard his modesty as incompetence. It seems that you have a pretty good talent. Although it is a supporting profession, it is an indispensable one among all supporting professions. I remember there was a blacksmith living next door to my dormitory. Her research direction should be similar to yours. How about I ask her what she thinks after I get back tonight to see if she wants to take you to study? Lin Hao didn't expect such a good thing to happen, and he was overjoyed. If you can have someone to guide you in your studies, that would be the best. Moreover, he is a blacksmith with the same major and research direction, which will undoubtedly save Lin Hao a lot of trouble. Thank you, senior sister. Lu Xiaoxiao waved her hand nonchalantly. Then he made a phone call right in front of Lin Hao. Are you free? I found a direct junior fellow apprentice for you. He wants to learn the branch of knowledge related to blacksmiths. I remember your lab is still recruiting assistants, right? This junior fellow apprentice is quite talented. Intermittent words kept coming out of Lu Xiaoxiao's mouth. The main reason was that Lin Hao felt a little embarrassed when he heard Lu Xiaoxiao praising him. Not long after, Lu Xiaoxiao hung up the phone. Nailed it! After saying that, Lu Xiaoxiao did not forget to wink at Lin Hao. Your direct college sister is a real beauty. The kind that many people want to catch up with but can't catch up with. This is a good deal for you, kid. Lin Hao didn't expect this to happen, and Lu Xiaoxiao made him laugh and cry for a moment. After dinner, Lu Xiaoxiao sent the contact information and laboratory address of her direct senior sister to Lin Hao's mobile phone, and then everyone returned to their dormitories. Before leaving, everyone was a little surprised to see that Lin Hao was going in a different direction from them to the dormitory. Aren't all the dormitories in our school located in the West District? How are you going in the direction of the South District? Lin Hao laughed dryly twice. My dormitory seems to be different from yours. It sounded a little different, and everyone present became interested. Aren't they all student dormitories? What's the difference? That's right, let's go and see what your dormitory looks like. As they spoke, everyone surrounded Lin Hao and started walking towards his dormitory. Lin Hao could only spread his hands helplessly. He didn't want to show off, but he couldn't resist so many people who insisted on seeing his dormitory. So the group of people laughed and chatted and soon arrived at the bottom of Lin Hao's apartment building. Looking at the romantic apartment building with red bricks and gray tiles in front of them, Lu Xiaoxiao and Wu Chang both widened their eyes. Is this the dormitory you live in? Lin Hao nodded helplessly. That's right. At this moment, Lu Xiaoxiao finally reacted belatedly. No wonder Director Qian personally led Lin Hao in when he first came in to report. It seems that Lin Hao was given special treatment. The dormitory apartment in front of me doesn't look like a student residence at all. The surrounding environment is extremely good. Lu Xiaoxiao couldn't even imagine how broad-minded she would be when she got up every day, stood on the balcony, and looked at the lake view outside. At this moment, Lu Xiaoxiao and the others couldn't help but have a hint of melancholy in their eyes. Let you talk dirty. Is it okay now? Someone directly tricked me. Lin Hao smiled. Do you still want to go up and sit down? Now they know that the dormitory Lin Hao lives in is obviously different from theirs. Lu Xiaoxiao and the others are still unwilling to give up. Go! We've already walked downstairs, of course we have to go. But with so many of us, will it disturb your roommates? Lin Hao touched his nose guiltily and did not answer Lu Xiaoxiao's question. As for whether or not they have roommates, of course they have to decide for themselves. In fact, there is not much difference between the teacher apartments and student apartments at St. Demon University. It's just that most student apartments are quadruple and triple rooms. The teachers' apartments are not only more spacious, but all of the rooms are single rooms. Other aspects are pretty much the same. For example, the gym, water bar, and infrastructure such as elevators and air conditioners on the first floor are all the same. Following Lin Hao into the elevator, Lu Xiaoxiao and the others were quite excited. I've been at school for a year, And I've never seen a student dormitory like this. The others nodded as well. I haven't seen it either. Today I finally opened my eyes. Have you noticed that the dormitory where Lin Hao lives has air conditioning even in the lobby on the first floor? There seems to be nothing in the lobby on the first floor of our place. In the end, the people from the Magic Academy had to throw magic scrolls into the lobby every year to maintain a constant temperature. Lin Hao didn't expect that the students of the Magic Academy would be so bold, but when he thought about it carefully, it seemed that in such a top institution, this kind of thing should be within the scope of what the school allows. Soon, the group walked out of the elevator and arrived at the door of Lin Hao's dormitory. The school dormitories all require card entry. Whether it is the access control downstairs or the door lock of the dormitory, all of them rely on the campus cards in their hands. Therefore, it was not surprising that Lin Hao swiped his card to open the door. But when the door in front of them was pushed open, Lu Xiaoxiao and the others all opened their mouths wide when they saw the scene inside. Oh my God! Is this a student dormitory? Why is your student dormitory so big? 1 bedroom and 1 living room? How could I be so worthy to see such a luxurious student dormitory? You're kidding me, right? Is this really a student dormitory? A series of praises surged up, and at this moment Lin Hao could feel that everyone's gazes were about to freeze him. Chapter 81. Are you sure he was admitted by recommendation? However, Lu Xiaoxiao and the others were also people who had seen the world, and their admiration for Lin Hao was only for a moment. Everyone sat in Lin Hao's dormitory for a while, and soon returned to their own dormitories. After all, there is a curfew at St. Demon University. On the first night at Holy Demon University, Lin Hao rested quite well. The next morning, Lin Hao sent a message to the senior student that Lu Xiaoxiao had recommended to him. The senior student responded quite quickly. After getting the address of the other party's current laboratory, Lin Hao simply walked towards the laboratory. Because he was not in a hurry, Lin Hao did not choose to take the sightseeing bus, but walked there. It's not that far anyway, it will only take about 10 minutes to get there. Following the riverbank, Lin Hao quickly found the location of the laboratory. To be precise, what stands before your eyes is a series of experimental buildings. The location of this senior student's laboratory building is exactly the last building. Lin Hao went directly to the last experimental building. When he was about to swipe his card to enter, the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated twice. Lin Hao swiped the access control card with one hand and took out his mobile phone from his pocket with the other hand, while walking towards the elevator. However, when he saw the message sent by his senior, Lin Hao hesitated again. This senior schoolmate was recommended by Lu Xiaoxiao. Her name is Baiyuro. Just by hearing her name, you can tell that she is a person with an exceptionally gentle temperament. Last night, Lin Hao also learned a lot of information about Lu Xiaoxiao from her, including but not limited to the other party being able to be admitted to St. Demon University in advance at the age of 16. This is her 4th year studying at St. Demon University. Moreover, the other party's talent in forging was exceptional, and he even made an exception and had his own private laboratory. Otherwise, Lu Xiaoxiao would not have recommended Lin Hao. You should know that auxiliary professional students at St. Demon University generally do not have personal project laboratories if they do not have a mentor to lead them. However, Baiyuro relied on her own strength and owned her own unique personal laboratory. Just for this reason, Lin Hao was particularly curious about this senior schoolmate. However, at this moment, the senior student was still asking Lin Hao to wait outside the building for a while. After all, the school's experimental buildings require access control. Only after going through numerous reviews can a personal campus card be entered into the access control system. Therefore, in Baiyuro's opinion, Lin Hao, a freshman who had just enrolled, naturally could not enter the experimental building where he was. Who would have thought that Lin Hao had already taken the elevator and arrived at the door of his laboratory? When she heard the knock on the door, Baiyuro didn't think too much. Come in. Lin Hao pushed the door open, and the next second a prompt sound rang in his ears. Warning! You are being attacked by an illusion. The illusion attack has been lifted. Before Lin Hao could figure out the situation, the scene in front of him suddenly shattered, like a mirror, breaking into pieces on the ground. Lin Hao also saw the beautiful yet slightly confused face in the center of the laboratory. Senior? Bayuro didn't expect Lin Hao to come up so quickly. However, at this moment her curiosity about Lin Hao had reached its peak, and she even ignored how Lin Hao got in. Are you immune to the illusion I just created? Lin Hao was stunned for a moment, then raised his eyebrows. So the illusion attack just now was launched against me by Senior? Bayuro didn't expect the other party to reveal his purpose all at once, and she felt a little embarrassed. I was just testing it out. Who would have thought that he would attack indiscriminately? Lin Hao smiled. This level of illusion attack is of course ineffective against Lin Hao. You should know that Lin Hao's current mental power has exceeded 2,000. Ordinary illusions will automatically stop attacking in front of Lin Hao. But in Bayuro's eyes, it turned into disbelief. No, you are Lin Hao's junior? Lin Hao smiled and nodded, but Bayuro immediately frowned. But Lu Xiaoxiao said that you seem to be only level 28? A level 28 blacksmith shouldn't be immune to my illusions. Having said that, Bayuro's expression suddenly paused, and then she immediately looked at Lin Hao. What's your mental strength value? Lin Hao didn't expect the other party to be so perceptive. However, his high mental power value would attract a lot of attention, so Lin Hao quickly replied. Just over 1,000. Hearing Lin Hao's words, Bayuro's eyes also showed some surprise, but she didn't say much. A mental strength value of over 1,000 is indeed not low. But it's not that there is not a single one that can be found in Holy Demon University. But what Bayuro is wondering now is, if Lin Hao's mental power is only over 1,000, how can he resist her level 40 illusion? Thinking of this, Bayuro's gaze fell on Lin Hao again, and then she said firmly. Do you have any defensive gear? Lin Hao had already witnessed the abnormal behavior of these seniors, so he was not surprised at all. He even cooperated and took off his 2 legendary equipment. I took off my equipment. Bayuro was particularly satisfied with this junior's understanding, but soon she shook her head. Let's forget about it today. Even if you remove your defensive equipment, with your mental strength level, as long as you are prepared, attacking you won't be of much reference value. Having said that, Bayuro turned around and looked at Lin Hao behind her. Don't stand at the door, just come in. I heard that your talent is to increase the success rate of forging equipment? Lin Hao nodded. There is still a big difference between increasing the success rate a little and achieving 100% success rate. This kind of talent is not particularly eye-catching. At least that's what happens in the eyes of geniuses like Bayuro. Bayuro nodded twice, then began to fiddle with the pile of forging materials in front of her. What is your current forging course? Which branch have you absorbed? Lin Hao answered in a proper manner. I have already finished the elementary textbooks of the forging course on my own, and I am currently studying the branch of refining materials. After hearing what Lin Hao said, Bayuro looked up at him again. You just taught yourself the elementary textbook? And the branch that is absorbed is the refined materials. At this moment, Bayuro even began to doubt whether Lin Hao's grades were fake. If Lu Xiaoxiao hadn't said that Lin Hao was admitted through recommendation, Bayuro would probably have really suspected that Lin Hao was a student who sneaked in from another school. After all, the Holy Demon University recruits not many blacksmiths every year, only a few, and even in the past 5 years, only 3 blacksmiths were recruited. It just so happens that Bayuro is one of these 3 people. Chapter 82, Junior, are you looking for me? Precisely because of their small number, the blacksmiths recruited are not only extremely talented, but their levels also start at level 30. However, Lin Hao's current level is not even at level 30, and his talent is not particularly outstanding. The level of self-study. Let's not talk about this. But in the end, I nodded and agreed. Bayuro didn't say anything much, just pointed at the chair beside her. Find a place to sit for a while. Lin Hao didn't bother to be polite with her, and immediately pulled a chair for himself and sat down. Bayuro put the materials in her hand into a large basket beside her, and then walked directly to the next room. Wait for me outside for a while. Along with the sound of the door closing, Bayuro's instructions were heard. Lin Hao just waited outside quietly. The laboratory was extremely quiet, and not even a trace of outside sound could be heard. Such a quiet environment will bring potential psychological pressure to people to a certain extent. But for Lin Hao, this environment is more suitable for him to refine materials. Lin Hao has long been accustomed to carrying a lot of materials with him. This way, you can find some free time to refine a wave of advanced materials. Focus on being a time management master. When Lin Hao was concentrating on refining the materials, suddenly a loud bang was heard in the room. Lin Hao was also startled by the loud noise. When I looked up, I realized that the sky outside had darkened without me noticing, and it was a sign of coming storm. The window was blown against the wall by the strong wind outside. Lin Hao quickly closed the window and turned to look at the materials on the table. Fortunately, the materials placed in front of the windows were quite heavy and did not move due to the weather. Otherwise, when Bayuro comes out, it would be difficult for Lin Hao to explain to her. But when Lin Hao walked towards his seat, his peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of the clock next to him. He remembered that it was only 8 o'clock in the morning when he entered the laboratory, and now the clock has pointed to 12 o'clock noon. Lin Hao was a little puzzled. That's not right. It seems I have only refined 3 sets of materials. How come time goes by so fast? Lin Hao always felt that something was wrong, but at this moment he felt a chill coming from behind him. Relying on his sixth sense, Lin Hao almost immediately ran to the door of the room. Senior, something seems to be wrong outside. As soon as Lin Hao finished speaking, a familiar prompt sound came to his ears. The special copy of 100 Ghosts Carrying Coffins has been opened, coordinates 132-158. Since your coordinates coincide with the special copy location, you have automatically entered the copy. Lin Hao now really felt that all his hairs stood up. Just hearing the name of this copy, it doesn't sound like a good thing. Seeing this, Lin Hao knocked on the door twice. Senior, the dungeon has been refreshed. Let's go! However, Lin Hao's action was still a step too late. Realizing something, Lin Hao immediately turned around, only to find that the window he had just closed was blown open by the strong wind again. Amidst the darkness, countless dark shadows were fleeing in the sky. Lin Hao really wants to curse now. If Lin Hao was alone, he would definitely be able to escape from the copy by relying on his space teleportation skills and powerful shield. The key point is that Bayuro, who is staying in the room, is not okay. As a blacksmith, it has long been a professional consensus that the attack power is weak. Lin Hao has various trump cards to save his life, but Bayuro may not be able to escape from the copy alive. Seeing those dark shadows approaching the laboratory, Lin Hao's knocking on the door became louder. Senior, let's go! It will be too late if you don't leave now. The other side. Lu Xiaoxiao, Ge Ziming and a few others had just finished class. Ge Ziming looked at the group message he had just sent out and saw no one replying, and he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Why didn't Junior Lin Hao pay attention to me? Is he not awake yet? Lu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him. My junior got up at 6 this morning, and I even replied to his message. I guess he's going to look for senior sister Bayuro now. When he heard Bayuro's name, Ge Ziming almost immediately shrank his neck, and then he plucked up the courage to speak. Did you really recommend junior brother Lin Hao to senior sister Bai? Lu Xiaoxiao chuckled twice. I just think that senior sister Bayuro is in need of an assistant. She has been looking for an assistant for so many years. Now that a direct junior has come, I must help her arrange one. After hearing what Lu Xiaoxiao said, Ge Ziming couldn't help but shook his head. Then I can only wish junior brother Lin Hao good luck. Bayuro's name is known to everyone in the Holy Demon University. Little did he know that at this moment Lin Hao was still thinking about how to take Bayuro away from the copy. While knocking on the door, Lin Hao discovered that the dark shadow outside the window was approaching, and it would only take a few seconds to rush into the laboratory. Just at this moment, the door in front of Lin Hao opened. Just when Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief, a pale and lifeless face appeared in front of him. Bayuro was wearing a blood-red dress with her long, smooth hair hanging down on the side of her face, making her face look particularly pale. Not sickly white. But it is as gray as a dead person. Lin Hao's pupils shook instantly. The next second, Bayuro opened her mouth and approached with a miserable smile. Along with Bayuro's weird smile, her skin began to peel off rapidly, and in the end only red and white flesh was left. But this face was still smiling at Lin Hao. "Brother, are you looking for me?" Lin Hao had never seen such a scene in his life. At this moment, he felt that all the hairs on his body stood up. The 1000 machine ring in his hand even flew out on the spot. "Break!" The moment the 1000 machine ring appeared, the expression on Bayuro's face froze. At this moment, Lin Hao could only hide behind the 1000 machine ring, controlling it to crash heavily into the heavy dark shadows at the window. Snap! In a trance, Lin Hao heard the sound of something breaking. The next second, the scene in front of his eyes began to shake violently. Bayuro saw with her own eyes that Lin Hao threw out the 1000 machine ring. Before she could react, the illusion she had carefully created was directly broken by Lin Hao. After a moment of confusion, Lin Hao's nerves were stretched to the extreme, and then he fell heavily to the ground. This time Bayuro didn't care about anything else and hurriedly took a few steps forward to catch Lin Hao's body. If it were any other ordinary girl, she would definitely not be able to catch a boy as tall as Lin Hao. But who made Bayuro a blacksmith? Chapter 83. How about coming a few more times? Bayuro nodded with satisfaction, and there was a hint of admiration in her eyes when she looked at Lin Hao. "It seems that this kid is okay. Not only was he able to stay in my illusion for so long, he even broke it directly." Thinking of this, Bayuro hurriedly looked at the equipment that Lin Hao had used to break her illusion. However, when she turned around, Lin Hao's equipment had disappeared without a trace. So Bayuro had to suppress this idea. "Anyway, it's not too late to ask my junior later." Bayuro carried Lin Hao directly to her own lounge, laid him flat on the small bed, and then waited quietly for Lin Hao to wake up. Sure enough, not long after, Lin Hao opened his eyes. However, Lin Hao still felt a dull pain in his head from being suddenly attacked by the illusion. In a daze, Lin Hao heard Bayuro's voice. "Your mental strength is pretty good. Although you didn't hold out under the illusion attack, you were able to wake up so quickly. It seems that you still have some strength." Lin Hao was stunned for a moment, and it took him a long time to react. "The copy just now was actually just an illusion of yours, senior sister?" Bayuro nodded with a smile. "That's right. Although we are blacksmiths, it doesn't mean that we can't light up some offensive skills. For example, the branch of illusion that I am learning now. It is possible to use equipment as a medium to create a huge fantasy world." Lin Hao was really dumbfounded now. It seems that this senior schoolmate of mine is not someone who can be taken care of easily either. Lin Hao could see something just from the fact that she, a blacksmith, was developing attacking skills for the equipment. "And you said you were here to be an assistant? How can you start high-intensity training on the first day?" In other words, Lin Hao himself is quite strong. If it were someone else, they would probably be knocked down by Bayuro's show of power as soon as they entered the door. Thinking of the illusion he encountered when he entered the door, Lin Hao's face showed a bitter smile again. Maybe the show of force when entering the door was planned by Bayuro in advance. After all, only when a person completely relaxes can you get the most realistic feedback on the effect. Because she was particularly satisfied with Lin Hao, her junior, Bayuro's tone was much gentler than when he first entered the room. It was not until this moment that Lin Hao realized that what Lu Xiaoxiao had said about her being gentle and generous might be true. But that only applies to people Bayuro has acknowledged. "Brother, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere now?" For safety reasons, Bayuro still wanted to check Lin Hao's physical condition. After all, he is his direct junior, and now he has reopened the forging department. Bayuro didn't want such a precious junior to be ruined by her. Lin Hao shook his head. Seeing Bayuro approaching, he suddenly remembered the scene he had just seen in the copy, so he quickly hid back. It's not that Lin Hao was afraid, but Bayuro in the copy really left him with too unforgettable an impression. To the extent that Lin Hao still had some psychological trauma when he saw Bayuro. "Senior, are you making the illusion effect so realistic?" She even used herself as part of the illusion. "Isn't this sacrifice too great?" Bayuro just chuckled. "This is your first time experiencing a fantasy world. You can now take a look at your attribute panel. There should be some growth effects." Lin Hao didn't expect that the illusion could have such an effect, so he immediately opened his attribute panel. Sure enough, all the records can be traced now. You are under an illusion attack. The illusion has locked onto you, and your immunity is invalid. Your mental strength judgment value is 2000, which is lower than the limit of this illusion. The power of the illusion increases by 20%. Your shield skill has taken effect. The power of the illusion is weakened by 30%. When attacked by an illusion, your mental strength decreases by 800 points. Insufficient energy. Forced into coma. You experienced a fantasy for 12 minutes and 31 seconds. Your energy points are increased, and mental toughness increases by 1%. Permanent mental strength plus 50 points. After reading the last tip, Lin Hao was still a little confused. This time the illusion attack increased his attributes a lot. First, mental toughness, and then mental strength permanently increase. It's totally a wave of fat. It has to be said that illusion research is still very profitable. If you can come a few more times, wouldn't you be able to directly improve the attributes without taking any damage? Lin Hao's idea was obviously exactly what Baiyuro was thinking, but she quickly said, "Only the first attribute increase in the illusion is the highest, and the subsequent increase effects will decrease gradually." Baiyuro has also thought about this method of increasing attributes without taking any damage. However, it turns out that it is quite difficult to continue on this path. However, this is also the core of Baiyuro's research. By the way, how much is your attribute increase? Let me record the data. Lin Hao touched his head. My mental toughness increased by 1%, and my mental strength increased by 50 permanently. When Baiyuro heard this data, a look of surprise flashed across her eyes. Has it increased so much? I'm afraid other people's first results weren't as good as yours. However, when Baiyuro thought that Lin Hao's mental power was much higher than that of ordinary people, this value was also within Baiyuro's estimated range. It was just a little higher and was still controllable. But Lin Hao's initial upper limit was already so high, which made Baiyuro eager to try. I think you can play the illusion a few more times. Although the effect of the illusion will decrease gradually, but because your first upper limit is relatively high, maybe your second effect will be better than others' first effect. When he heard that he would have to do it a few more times, Lin Hao quickly shook his head. I don't think there's any rush. My mental strength has not recovered yet, and I have a lot of questions I want to ask you, Senior. Baiyuro touched her chin and thought about it carefully, and it was true. After all, pigs need to be fattened before being slaughtered. Lin Hao has just woken up, and he really needs to nourish his mental strength. Indeed. What do you want to ask? Baiyuro said as she fiddled with the materials in her hands. Seeing this, Lin Hao quickly asked his first question. I just saw a reminder of the arrival of a copy on my panel, so can your illusion effect still control my panel? Was the content of the illusion set by the senior or did she evolve freely? Hearing Lin Hao's question, Baiyuro also raised her chin. I have to say that my junior Lin Hao is quite perceptive in some aspects. For example, the questions he is asking now can be said to be completely to the point. Chapter 84, What are you studying? Baiyuro organized her words and then spoke slowly. I don't have the ability to control your personal panels. It's just that the illusion has a huge relationship with everyone's mental strength. Because you said before that your mental strength value is more than 1,000 points. So this time, I set the limit value of the illusion directly at 2,500. Those below the limit will be forcibly dragged into the illusion without any prompts. At the same time, your mental perception will be blocked and interfered with, so the message on the panel will naturally not appear. Above the limit is the illusion you encountered when you just entered the door. It can be directly destroyed on the spot by powerful mental power. As for your second question, the content of the illusion is actually closely related to the equipment. And the structure of the illusion needs to rely on equipment. Currently, I have found 2 ways of constructing the illusion. The first method is to do it in a dungeon. This method is simpler and more efficient, but it requires the blacksmith to constantly enter the dungeon to find relevant materials. Only in this way can the forged equipment be able to more stably support the entire illusion. At the same time, the content of the illusion is limited by the equipment, and cannot be controlled at will. It's like a script has been set, and it's very troublesome to modify it. As for the second method, it is more rigorous, and requires the blacksmith to have strong mental strength to directly construct the illusion. The advantage is that the content can be changed according to the blacksmith's mental power control. The disadvantage is also obvious. Once the blacksmith's mental power value is too low, the illusion will easily collapse. And the second method requires higher level equipment. If the first method only requires gold level equipment, then the second method must have diamond level equipment. Otherwise, it will not be able to support the entire illusion. Lin Hao had never thought that in such a simple illusion, there would be such a complicated theory. However, he is still very interested in using equipment as a medium to construct illusions. If we choose the first option, the content of the illusion can only be set before the forging of the medium equipment is completed? Bayuro shook her head. Not really. It's just that my skills are still relatively low, and I can't change the contents of the illusion at will. In theory, the contents of these two types of illusions can be modified according to one's wishes, provided one has sufficient strength. All I can do with my current abilities is to forge the media equipment and modify a line or two. As soon as Lin Hao heard the lines, he immediately remembered the words that Bayuro had shouted in the previous illusion. Suddenly, Lin Hao began to feel a chill on his back again. But I have to say that the branch that Bayuro took is indeed quite eye-catching. A blacksmith who can merge with the illusion can definitely produce unexpected results on the battlefield. However, learning this branch is also quite difficult. The illusion forging I learned has a very high starting point. It can only be unlocked when the level reaches 20, and the proficiency level is also very slow to improve. In addition, the mental strength requirements are relatively high, so it is now considered an extremely unpopular branch. But the advantages are also obvious. It has a certain ability to protect itself. Lin Hao nodded. As a blacksmith, his self-preservation ability is definitely much worse than that of a combat profession to a certain extent. But that is relative to others. For Lin Hao, as long as the attributes of his equipment are good enough, a random blow can be enough to knock someone down on the spot. Perhaps because she had a pleasant chat with Lin Hao, Bayuro was now able to tell him everything she knew. He even mentioned some details that Lin Hao had never noticed before. After listening to Bayuro's class, Lin Hao looked at her with deep admiration in his eyes. All I can say is that there is not a single mediocre student among the students who enter the Holy Demon University. Especially those rare majors. In Lin Hao's eyes at this moment, Bayuro was like a fairy. She was simply too amazing. Moreover, when talking about her professional knowledge, Bayuro completely lost her usual gentle and graceful demeanor. Her personality at this moment could even be considered lively. Junior, I have researched a lot of illusions over the years. Would you like to take a look? Don't worry, these illusions will never affect you. With Bayuro's guarantee, Lin Hao was of course happy to see more. So soon, Bayuro pulled Lin Hao and walked out of the lounge. It was only after Lin Hao left the lounge that he discovered that Bayuro's laboratory was quite large. Moreover, this laboratory not only includes the forging area in the middle, but is also equipped with a special lounge, material room, observation room, and even a special storage room. Lin Hao and Bayuro went straight through the forging area in the middle and then walked towards the special storage room opposite. After entering the room, Lin Hao discovered that the size of this room was much smaller than the previous ones, and there were various formations and talismans around it. Bayuro pointed to the equipment in the center. This is the equipment I made from the materials I collected when I was in the dungeon before. It can continuously amplify people's senses. It was the first time that Lin Hao heard such a strange term. If you magnify a person's senses, then wouldn't it be possible to control them at will? Bayuro nodded with a smile. Yes, the materials nearby can be integrated into the equipment according to my wishes. According to the proportion, once the attribute of a certain material exceeds the proportion, then a certain sense will be directly amplified. Lin Hao understood now. The materials used to forge this equipment should be in a balanced state. But if the proportion of a certain material is increased, the amplifying effect of a certain sense will be highlighted on the spot. Thinking of this, Lin Hao immediately pointed to the piece of frozen meat next to him. What is this piece of meat used for? Speaking of this, Bayuro's face showed a hint of pride. I found this piece of meat when I was in the dungeon. It's the meat of a scaly snake. This stuff stinks extremely bad. If you add it to your equipment, It can amplify the stench 100 times. Hearing this, Lin Hao's pupils trembled. No way? Senior Bayuro looks so gentle and generous. The research turned out to be this thing? And what on earth was she thinking? What girls think about every day is not how to dress themselves up beautifully and maintain their goddess image. When it comes to Bayuro, she really doesn't take her own face seriously. First they created some horror dungeon, and now they're creating this awful smelly illusion. None of them has anything to do with her fairy-like persona, right? Chapter 85. Absolute Control of the Illusion. Learning the Illusion Forging Technique, progress 20%. Because your spiritual power attribute is too high, the learning speed of the fantasy forging profession branch is increased by 45%. Learning the Illusion Forging Technique, progress 30%. Your mental toughness increases by 1%. Learning the Illusion Forging Technique, progress 40%. Learning the Illusion Forging Technique, progress 50%. Learning the Illusion Forging Technique, progress 100%. You have unlocked the Fantasy Forging Profession branch and gained the Fantasy Control skill. All the prompts sounded, and there was still some surprise in Lin Hao's eyes. He opened his attribute panel almost immediately. Lin Hao, level 28, 1300/2000. Holy Forger. Health, 3200. Attack power, 180. Attack speed, 1 plus 1%. Movement speed, 1 plus 1%. Energy, 3600. Skills, primary attribute stacking, reverse enhancement, sufficient forging, material forging, equal treatment, dwarf forging, illusion control. Primary attribute stacking can consume specific items to enhance the specific attributes of equipment. Sufficient forging, strengthened or forged equipment has a chance to increase attributes and weight. Material forging, special materials can be forged. Equal treatment, forging materials have a chance to add additional entries and extra attributes. Dwarf forging, forging or strengthening equipment can reduce material consumption by 10%. Illusion control, when casting an illusion, you can gain absolute control over the illusion. Special attributes, God level forging, sacred forging, giant god forging, dwarf forging, fantasy forging. God level forging, all the equipment you strengthen and forge will be successful, and will provide additional attributes and additional entries. There is a chance to increase the equipment level and obtain special attributes and special entries. Holy forging, all equipment you strengthen and forge has a chance to receive a holy blessing. Giant god forging, all the equipment you strengthen and forge has a chance to receive the giant god's blessing. Dwarf forging, all equipment you strengthen and forge has a chance to receive the blessing of the dwarves. Illusion forging, all equipment you strengthen and forge has a chance to gain special illusion effects. You are also cheating? From an unknown blacksmith. Lin Hao looked at his 2 extra attributes, and his eyes suddenly lit up. You have to know that the absolute control over the illusion is already impressive enough. After all, up to now, Bayuro, who has studied for 4 years, only has the right to change a few lines. But Lin Hao started with absolute control over the illusion. Therefore, as long as Lin Hao can carry the illusion on the equipment, Lin Hao can control the entire illusion at will. As for the special effects of illusion forging, Lin Hao has not tried it yet, so naturally he doesn't understand it. But since it can be ranked alongside special attributes such as dwarven blacksmithing, I think it shouldn't be too far behind. Seeing Lin Hao finish so quickly, Bayuro's eyes showed some surprise. Junior, have you absorbed it all so quickly? You know, the fantasy forging profession branch is not so easy to absorb and learn. Moreover, Lin Hao has already learned the unpopular branch of material forging. If Lin Hao had not vowed that he could learn 2 more professional branches, Bayuro might not have been willing to hand over the relevant learning materials to Lin Hao. Seeing Lin Hao open his eyes so quickly, Bayuro felt more inclined to believe that he had failed. After all, it is a common sense that a blacksmith can only learn 1 branch of the profession. However, given that Lin Hao was quite interested in this, Bayuro was willing to give it a try. However, when Lin Hao nodded, Bayuro was completely dumbfounded. Did he really learn it? And it was only 2 hours. A branch of profession was actually absorbed like this. Little did people know that Lin Hao was now extremely skilled in absorbing professional branches. Whether it is the dwarven heritage or the refined materials, each one consumes a lot of mental strength and energy. Compared to them, illusion forging is actually a lot easier. Moreover, he has experience in absorbing knowledge of professional branches, so he can now apply it to other situations. Naturally, his speed will be much faster, not to mention that he has the bonus of speed. But when it came to Bayuro, it was particularly difficult to understand, so when she looked at Lin Hao, her eyes were full of inquiry. Just when Lin Hao was thinking about how to explain to Bayuro, the other party had already spoken in advance. It seems that you have good talent. In that case, you can spend 2 hours every day to study with me. Lin Hao was overjoyed when he heard this and nodded in agreement immediately. Thank you, senior. In the following time, Lin Hao arrived at Bayuro's laboratory on time every morning. With Bayuro's guidance, coupled with his deliberate targeted training, Lin Hao's improvement was extremely fast. And Bayuro was very surprised to find out. Lin Hao's talent is extremely useful when forging equipment. Because the biggest headache for every blacksmith is the possible mistakes or failures in forging equipment. But for Lin Hao, forging equipment doesn't seem to be a problem at all. In the past, Bayuro thought that Lin Hao's talent could at most increase his equipment forging rate by 5%. Who would have thought that in Lin Hao's next training, the success rate of forging equipment would be surprisingly high? Moreover, this kid learns several times faster than Bayuro expected. Bayuro studied a lot of knowledge for a long time before she was able to understand it. When it came to Lin Hao, she only needed to give a few simple pointers, and Lin Hao would be able to draw inferences about other situations and understand the knowledge thoroughly. Such amazing talent, in the end Bayuro even felt a little envious. Moreover, the equipment forged by Lin Hao is not only extremely stable, but also occasionally comes with some attribute effects. If it is not used to carry illusions, it is completely sufficient to use it alone. Little did they know that this result was already deliberately controlled by Lin Hao. You have to know that Lin Hao's current forging proficiency, although not high, is not low either. The probability of activating the effective entry attributes has reached 10%. In other words, if Lin Hao creates 10 pieces of equipment, at least one of them can trigger the attribute effect of the item. Such a probability is extremely horrifying for any blacksmith. In fact, the more Bayuro taught, the more she felt that she was overwhelmed. It had only been a week, but the knowledge Lin Hao had learned from her was equivalent to her 2 years of research. The key is that Lin Hao's skill proficiency is also improving exceptionally quickly. In just 5 days, Lin Hao's control over illusions was only slightly worse than Bayuro's. Of course, this is just a little bit of what Bayuro thinks. Chapter 86, Worried Xian Chao. With basic attributes as a foundation and a 100% success rate in forging equipment, Lin Hao's learning speed can only be slowed down by slacking off. If I weren't worried about going too far. Lin Hao was able to study all of Professor Bayuro's knowledge in just 3 days. However, Lin Hao's fast learning progress is actually a good thing for Bayuro. You know, for so many years, Bayuro has indeed lacked an assistant to help. As a female blacksmith, Bayuro's innate strength is a bit weaker than that of male blacksmiths when their basic attributes are similar. That is to say, Bayuro has been exercising diligently over the years, and she has always been a loner, so over time she has built up some strength. But compared to a pervert like Lin Hao, Bayuro still gave most of the heavy work to him. After all, isn't that why she hired an assistant? Moreover, Lin Hao's success rate in forging equipment is simply too high. Even higher than Bayuro, who has studied for 4 years. Junior, tell me honestly, your talent increase could have reached 70% or even 80%. Otherwise, Bayuro really couldn't explain why Lin Hao's failure rate in forging equipment was so low. Hearing Bayuro's words, Lin Hao felt a little amused. Since my senior sister has already guessed this way, why not be bolder and guess 100% directly? Of course, Lin Hao would never say this. Even if I tell her, I'm afraid Bayuro won't believe it. Maybe in the end Bayuro will have to be taken by the relevant department to sign a confidentiality agreement. After just 1 week of study, Lin Hao was able to cooperate perfectly with Bayuro. Bayuro has extremely high independent research and development capabilities, so the school equipped him with a separate personal laboratory. However, a large part of the laboratory's operating expenses needs to be borne by Bayuro herself. However, Bayuro's own equipment forging success rate is not very high. This means that the research funds she spends every year are already a huge number. Who would have thought that after Lin Hao had only been here for a week, the cost of related materials had already begun to shrink significantly? Just for this reason, Bayuro was particularly willing to teach Lin Hao more knowledge. Even the 2 hours of study he had mentioned before were quietly extended to 4 hours. An assistant who can save material costs and research funds like this will be scrambled for if you tell others about him, right? Now she must try her best to keep that person here. After realizing this, Bayuro specially invited Lu Xiaoxiao to dinner. If Lu Xiaoxiao hadn't strongly recommended him, he might have missed such a good junior. As for Lu Xiaoxiao herself, she was particularly surprised when she learned that Bayuro particularly admired Lin Hao. Guziming and others stared so wide that their eyes almost popped out. No? Are you serious, Senior Bai? Did he really praise Lin Hao? It seems that Lin Hao is very good at his work. Lin Hao is really amazing. He was able to stay in Senior Bai's hands for so long. It definitely won't work for me anyway. Let alone anything else, just thinking about those secret realms of Senior Sister Bai gives me goosebumps. Let me be honest. Senior Bai is such a pretty girl, why would she go out and study those perverted illusions? Lin Hao, have you seen those illusions of Senior Sister Bai? Gu Ziming and his friends were having a great time in the group chat, and they didn't forget to cue Lin Hao from time to time. Lin Hao glanced through the group chat messages in his spare time, and there was a hint of amusement in his eyes. At first, he also felt that the illusions that Bayuro studied were too perverted. Now that he has become one of them, Lin Hao only feels that he can become even more perverted. As for Lu Xiaoxiao, she quietly went to establish a relationship with Bayuro. Senior, is Lin Hao doing well at your place recently? Is there anything you are not used to? When talking about Lin Hao, Bayuro couldn't help but curl up the corners of her lips slightly. I think it's pretty good. When Lu Xiaoxiao heard Bayuro's answer, she suddenly felt like she had seen a ghost. Yeah? You have to know that Bayuro has been in school for 4 years, but she has never praised anyone like this. No matter what happens in daily life, I always take a calm attitude. It was already very rare for Lin Hao to get a good evaluation from her at this moment. Really? Can I visit your lab tomorrow? Bayuro was stunned for a moment, then looked at Lu Xiaoxiao suspiciously. Are you sure? You seemed to be avoiding my lab before, why do you suddenly want to visit my lab? Lu Xiaoxiao coughed twice awkwardly, and then spoke shyly. Don't I think that the evaluation that junior brother Lin Hao received from you is a bit unusually high? So I'm very curious. How did you train him to stay under your command for so long? Bayuro tapped Lu Xiaoxiao's forehead in annoyance. Whatever. There was nothing to keep secret about her research anyway. The real core, Bayuro, had already reported to the school. On the other hand, Qian Chao, director of the teaching office, was also particularly worried. Bayuro's name is known to almost everyone in the entire Holy Demon University. Even though Bayuro was indeed from the forging department, and could even be considered Lin Hao's direct senior. But this doesn't mean that Qian Chao is at ease with Lin Hao staying under Bayuro's command. Because without a strong heart, it would be impossible to handle the things Bayuro fiddles with every day. Even the Dean Qian Chao couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end every time he heard about those methods. So Qian Chao would talk to Bayuro privately from time to time, hoping that she would make things easier for Lin Hao. If he does it too harshly at the beginning, Qian Chao is afraid that the student will run away. After solving Bayuro's problem, Qian Chao still had to go and have a talk with Lin Hao. I see you like going to the lab building recently. Are you used to the situation there? Lin Hao smiled and nodded. It's okay. I think the branch of illusion forging is quite interesting. After all, he was the one who was pranked before, and now it is his turn to control the illusion. Of course, Lin Hao had to give full play to Bayuro's spirit and act as perverted as possible. After getting the confirmation from Lin Hao, Qian Chao quickly breathed a sigh of relief. Just adapt. At this moment, he didn't know that this student, who was highly expected by everyone, had been led astray by Bayuro. After seeing Qian Chao off, Lin Hao turned around and began to study the illusion that Bayuro had been pondering recently. Don't think that forging an illusion only requires one medium equipment. In fact, the composition of the illusion is really rich and colorful. For example, at this moment, Lin Hao is constructing an alternative illusion. Chapter 87. There aren't many good things about people. After being in St. Demon University for so long, Lin Hao felt that it was time for him to upgrade his level. If he reaches level 30 earlier, he will be able to enter the next stage earlier. After all, the students who can enter the Holy Demon University are basically above level 30. Lin Hao, who is level 28, really seems out of place among them. Therefore, in Lin Hao's subsequent schedule, apart from the 4 hours spent in the laboratory every day, the rest of the time would basically be used for leveling up. As for the person who would lead him in leveling up, Jian Chao had already made arrangements. In the copy, Lin Hao was studying 2 pieces of forging materials, while on the other side, 2 people were desperately hacking and killing the surrounding monsters. At the same time, Lin Hao's experience bar continued to rise as the number of dead wild monsters increased. Lin Hao's experience bar is already on the verge of level 30. In the past 2 days, he has been constantly gaining experience with the leveling team sent in by the army. Therefore, in just a few days, his experience bar had reached level 29, and he was only 1 step away from reaching level 30. If we calculate the time, we will definitely be able to enter the 30th level today. I was also able to obtain a new equipment blueprint. When Lin Hao was thinking about what the new equipment drawings should look like, a loud prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations, you have reached level 30, and new equipment blueprints have been unlocked. Congratulations on reaching level 30. Your new main professional skill has been unlocked. The 2 prompt sounds made Lin Hao particularly surprised. However, he did not forget to call back the people who were killing wild monsters. That's all for today. I'm already level 30. Thank you, everyone. After finishing speaking, Lin Hao distributed a skill enhancement coupon to each person. Now the team that follows Lin Hao to send him off has changed again. But because they were personnel arranged by the state, Lin Hao was still very confident in using them. In addition, they all signed a confidentiality agreement, so Lin Hao had nothing to hide in front of them, and the remuneration was also very generous. Everyone present couldn't help but show some joy on their faces regarding the skill enhancement coupons distributed by Lin Hao. Lin Hao's name had long been known among their secret guard team. Even though a group of people were replaced, it did not affect their understanding of Lin Hao's character in advance. Good people, less work, and more things to give. The most important thing is that Lin Hao's requirements are not high, and he mainly takes him to level up on weekdays. Such a good thing is completely equivalent to taking a holiday. Therefore, adhering to the sense of professional ethics, the team leader Dong Jia asked the question at the first time. Excuse me, are you sure that today's mission is over? Do you want to practice a level again? After all, today's end time is much earlier than yesterday. Lin Hao smiled and shook his head. No need, you guys go back and rest early. After hearing what Lin Hao said, Dong Jia and the others also began to withdraw. After leaving the copy, Lin Hao was escorted all the way to the downstairs of the apartment building. As soon as he returned to his dormitory, Lin Hao opened his attribute panel on the spot. I finally reached level 30, and it seems that the attribute panel has also undergone tremendous changes. Lin Hao, level 30 0/5000. Holy Forger. Health 3600. Attack power 200. Attack speed 2 plus 1%. Movement speed 2 plus 1%. Energy 3800. Skills: primary attribute stacking, level 80 reverse enhancement, sufficient forging, material forging, equal treatment, dwarf forging, illusion control, mental imprinting. Primary attribute stacking can consume specific items to enhance the specific attributes of equipment. Sufficient forging, strengthened or forged equipment has a chance to increase attributes and weight. Material forging, special materials can be forged. Equal treatment, forging materials have a chance to add additional entries and extra attributes. Dwarf forging, forging or strengthening equipment can reduce material consumption by 10%. Illusion control, when casting an illusion, you can gain absolute control over the illusion. Spirit imprint. When forging or strengthening equipment, you can choose to refer to the equipment and imprint its attached entries onto the forged equipment. The success rate of imprinting increases with the proficiency of imprinting. Special attributes: God level forging, sacred forging, giant god forging, dwarf forging, fantasy forging. God level forging. All the equipment you strengthen and forge will be successful, and will provide additional attributes and additional entries. There is a chance to increase the equipment level and obtain special attributes and special entries. Holy forging. All equipment you strengthen and forge has a chance to receive a holy blessing. Giant god forging. All the equipment you strengthen and forge has a chance to receive the giant god's blessing. Dwarf forging. All equipment you strengthen and forge has a chance to receive the blessing of the dwarves. Illusion forging. All equipment you strengthen and forge has a chance to gain special illusion effects. You are also cheating? From an unknown blacksmith. After looking at his own attribute panel, Lin Hao's eyes also moved. After reaching level 30, Lin Hao's basic attributes changed significantly. First of all, the difficulty of upgrading has begun to increase exponentially, and the experience required is more than doubled. Secondly, Lin Hao's basic attributes have changed to some extent. As a blacksmith, the growth of attack power and movement speed is the slowest, and Lin Hao was mentally prepared for this. However, the corresponding improvement in vitality and energy is quite significant. In addition, Lin Hao also acquired a new skill. When Lin Hao saw this new skill, his eyes almost lit up. This skill is completely like a cheat. You have to know that the attributes of the several legendary equipment that Lin Hao currently has are terrifying. Especially the Scythe of Death and the 1,000 machine rings. If it is possible to make rubbings infinitely, wouldn't it be possible to mass-produce the corresponding equipment? However, this skill still has certain limitations. That is to improve the success rate through continuous practice. At present, Lin Hao's success rate is still 0. Therefore, if you want to increase your success rate, you should at least give it a try first. Lin Hao now has a lot of equipment in his hands, and he can test any one of them. But in the end, Lin Hao still chose to use the media equipment forged in the laboratory. After all, media equipment is simpler and is most suitable for use as a reference object. If a certain entry can be stimulated, then maybe the attributes of the entry in the illusion can be directly dragged into reality. Just for this reason, Lin Hao felt that he should give it a try. Now that he has been with Baiuro for a long time, Lin Hao finds that his mind has also been opened up a lot. In the past, he probably only knew how to forge equipment and refine materials. But now Lin Hao has slowly begun to get in touch with various branches, and at the same time has been constantly integrating the skills of various branches to produce an effect where 1 + 1 is greater than 2.